game in the league, went straight for the title. No time to idle, I finna get it, put that on the Bible. This is survival, gotta treat every move made like the final. One by a mile, nobody believe it, they all in denial. Hey, look at me, look at me, look at me. Still in the show, that's the crook in me. They want me gone with the hook in me. Asking why is he here like I shouldn't be. I've been on grind since Auto. 10,000 hours the motto. They see the bag is coming out and flocking to me like I won the lotto. Dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Snakes in the grass, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Thought they be scheming and said adios. Get it, don't mindset. Ay, back with a vengeance, back on the grinds, back to the business. Ay, God is my witness, they watching my moves like shows they binging. Ay, best keep distance, all of my haters send best of wishes. I get to the bag with the quickness, no I don't need no assistance, no. Yeah, no playing it safe, I said let's get it, you say not today. What can I say, you ain't gon' go for it, get out the way. Yeah, got no time to waste, can't be with me if you're not at my pace. You're not at my level, you're not in my race. One foot on the gas, I'm pushing the brakes. Dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Snakes in the grass, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Thought they be scheming and said adios. Yeah, I gotta get it. Get it, don't mindset. I gotta get it, don't mindset. I gotta get it, don't mindset.
Would you give me all your love? Come and meet me in the middle, babe. And I give you all of my heart. If I meet you in the middle, babe, would you give me all your love? 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 Your love. Come and meet me in the middle, babe. And I give you all of my heart. If I meet you in the middle, babe, would you give me all your love? Would you give me all your love? Would you give me all your love? Would you give me all your
As I'm going to the corner, I see you coming down. I don't know if you're gonna make me touch the ground. I saw flowers on your bed. I need a time to take a breath. It's gonna make us safer bet. 'Cause I know that we will stay together. It's springtime, and you know we have no reason to cry, no reason. It's springtime, and you know we have no reason to cry, no. I'm so tired of looking back, and now I see my future bright. Can anybody show me the path? Can anybody turn on the lights? I saw flowers on your bed. I need a time to take a breath. It's gonna make us safer bet. 'Cause I know that we will stay together. It's springtime, and you know we have no reason to cry, no reason. It's springtime, and you know we have no reason to cry, no. It's springtime, and you know we have no reason to cry, no reason. It's springtime, and you know we have no reason to cry, no reason to cry, no.
Within the body of a woman lies the heart of a man. It's a feat of engineering you could never understand. So tell me all your secrets, and I'll tell you all my lies. I've been walking with the angels. I've been talking in my sleep. An electric conversation, pins and needles in my feet. It's a full-on fascination with a twisted combination. We can catch the lightning. It's the perfect crime and does it hurt so bad when we touch too much? Does it feel so good when we You could follow every instinct, you could fight the best you can. It's not easy when you're dancing, holding someone else's hand. I've got nothing more to tell you, I got nothing more to say. No. We can catch the lightning. It's the perfect crime. Does it hurt so bad when we touch too much? And does it feel so good when we touch too much? Does it hurt so bad when we touch too much? And does it feel so good when we touch too much? Who's that come walking by? Now that's unexpected. Jump in and take a ride. Now you won't be unaffected. We're going up now. So keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. I'll make it worth your while. You're not alone in this run. We're going up in style. Now we never stop for no one. We're going up. Let me tell you. Just keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. Now we really feel it. Yes, we really know it. I got to really hold it. Whoa. We're gonna get. Who am I? This dude can't fly. Who am I? And who cares why? Keep it going up now. And do what you do. That's right. Keeping it up, wanna do some more. We're going up now. Just keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. It's your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. We're moving up now. So keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. Light up and shine the crowd. We'll burn the house right down, yeah. No thing you're not allowed. The party just begun, yeah. Keep it moving up now. So do it like before. That's right. You better believe you got something more. So now you're number one. You feel the satisfaction. And when the night is done, you like that interaction. We're going up now. Just keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. We're gonna get down. We're gonna get down. It's your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Come on down, let's pay the fare. 1, 2, 3, 4. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you
Head on over here, friends. Before ESL Challenger Atlanta final day starts, we've got our 1xBet predictions. I have this big 1xBet box, and my analysts have made their predictions. Explain to me, what was the thought process going through your prediction, Alan?
I threw a dart at a dartboard. This name came out. I've never predicted well when I tried to do it with logic and science, so I thought I'd let divine powers do it this time, Sam, and I'm feeling good. He's feeling good about his prediction. Divine power was what decided it. Apples, how about you?
I was thoroughly impressed from the beginning when I saw this team play, and I feel like if they go all the way to the end, it's going to be theirs.
Let's take that. They've only played 2 best of ones. I already know who she's guessing to take this. There we go. We have our predictions. I'm putting them in the 1xBet box. We'll find out if we were correct. Let's get the show on the road.
It's the dawn of the final day here at ESL Challenger Atlanta, but the only thing hanging over our heads is the inevitability of a trophy lift on this stage in just a few short series. Whoever it might be, FlyQuest, Wildcard, Big or Saw, a new set of hands will touch the beacon of this 2024 Challenger Trophy. It's time to find out who it's going to be. It's time to get the playoffs of ESL Challenger Atlanta underway.
ESL Challenger is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, and Logitech G.
Teams headed to DreamHack Atlanta with the dream of lifting that trophy you saw Mike standing next to. There are 4 remaining who can still live that dream. Today we will find out who lifts the trophy. It's all to play for as we kick off the final day of ESL Challenger Atlanta. I hope you're ready for some fun Counter-Strike. Joining me on the desk to start our day and with our first semi-final, we have Alan as well as Apples. Thinking about how we got here, taking a look at those teams, I'm the most excited, Apples, because we have some North American representation. That is very important when we do these North American lands.
Yeah, I feel like even when we got blessed by 2 M80 and wildcard games together, and we saw the crowd, everyone was cheering and screaming for both of the teams. I feel like M80 right now, unfortunately, out of the tournament, but still there's so much like rise behind them. They have so much energy, excitement, especially with Lake and wildcard, able to win that. It's going to be good in this semifinal.
Hometown heroes, right? We're creating the story, especially going into the Americas RMRs where we get to see both of these teams. I was curious, Alan, about having them on the same side of the bracket, but actually, now that we got to see them face off twice, I think it was a good idea.
Yeah, it played out pretty well. It was good fun. Of course, the unexpected team is the team we got in playoffs, but I believe the Americans love a Cinderella story, and we await to see how this one ends.
We're always the underdog, so we love it.
You know, I'm not going to get into that because I feel like Americans always say they're underdogs, but sometimes coming into it, not the case at all. But that is a conversation for later when we get to talk about the American teams. I think what we have to talk about and what we need to celebrate is the incredible crowds we get in these North American events. USA shows are something different.
What's up? I'm here on the floor at ESL Challenger, and if you've ever wondered what it is that makes NA crowds special, NA event special, well, it's all about energy like this. Let's go,
DreamHack Atlanta has been a good experience. Everybody's pretty friendly. The environment here is really good, and watching and talking to all the pros and stuff is a really good experience, and I'd recommend it.
For me, US events are more special. The fans usually get behind me more, and I really appreciate that. Our team really appreciates that. We feed off of that energy.
Overall, we just bring the energy. We haven't had a lot of CS events in North America, so when we get them, we show up. So that's all we can do. We've done it at Dallas. We've shown we can do it at Atlanta too. We look forward to next year.
Come back! Come back!
They are very loud and very crazy, so I just want to be there and just feel that.
Playing a tournament here is always one of my favorites. Something I will always look up to when I'm older and hopefully talk about it with my child or whatever, you know.
My voice is slowly going, but you can believe I'm still going to be screaming tomorrow. Let's go, NA! Let's go!
USA! 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 USA!
It's such a vibe every time. I wish we could have more lands in the US. Obviously, there's always like a little bit of visa issues because they're a bit strict about who comes in, so it's limited our opportunities. But I'm hoping next year, Apples, that's going to change because we definitely need more players on site feeling that energy.
And we do have the Austin Major next year, so that's going to be absolutely crazy. A Texas LAN. We just had IEM Dallas this past summer, and Stewie 2K kind of brought the entire house down, so I feel like it could happen again next May.
Let's get into the teams we get to see in the semi-finals. Obviously, we have that North American representation in the space of wildcard. We have FlyQuest as well. And then on the other side, we have Big and Saw. No doubt in my mind, Alan, and I'm sure you agree with me, coming into Challenger Atlanta, everyone expected Saw to win this and probably still do.
I'm sure Saw expected to breeze through to the title here, but it's not going quite as smoothly as Cologne. But you know, Saw have these aspirations to move from Tier 1 into being a tier kind of the upper end of Tier 2 into being a Tier 1 team. And you need to win tournaments like these. You need to find a way to win when you're playing at 80%, when all your rounds aren't working, when, you know, someone like maybe a Rosdos isn't playing his best Counter-Strike. They need to find a way to win this. Otherwise, you know, we'll look at Saw and say, you're just not ready to be regarded in those heights just yet.
There's so much to talk about when it comes to this team. The fact that it's this Portuguese-led organization, this team coming from a country that maybe isn't sort of, their Counter-Strike wasn't at the level everyone was expecting. They arrive at Cologne and just surprise everyone. Saw's rise in the last few months has been something spectacular to watch. Let's remind you why.
So let's get it on, your first team to enter the Lanxess. It's the Portugueses, it's Saw!
Yeah, it's really hard to explain how I feel because we did so many sacrifices, and back in the days maybe the approach that we had was not the best. So it was a learning process, and right now I think that all the work that we did before, the success that we are having, it's because of that. In a lot of tournaments, we felt that we were playing really good. We practice against the best teams in the world, and sometimes you can easy win against them. So we just felt that, okay, in the tournaments, if we find the right approach, we can beat them. And in Cologne, we kind of felt that, okay, everything is clicking. We were playing a fantastic CS, so we were just enjoying the moment.
No, SA's definitely not a fluke. You can see just by watching them, and we've watched quite a bit of them, that it's not a fluke. They're playing very good Counter-Strike. They have good fundamentals. They're very creative in the way that they play, and they've been together for a long time. And so you can tell that their in-game leader, their coaching staff, they have a fantastic coach. They're playing well for a reason. It's the hard work that they've put in, and teams can't underestimate them.
They are quite hard to play against. They have a lot of strategies. They have good mix of strategies, some fast, some slow, some good approaches here and there individually. Now, having more success, of course, comes with responsibility, not being lazy, keeping up the work.
Right now, I think that we are a very good team, but we need to keep working the same way, because sometimes a lot of teams does a good tournament, and after that they just fall apart. And we need to keep being humble, because it was one tournament, and if we work really hard, maybe in the future we're gonna have the opportunity to reach those tournaments again. It was just one of the best days of my life.
I live for moments like that. This is why I love Counter-Strike. The more tenured players on this lineup, I mean, they had been grinding for so long in the Tier 2 scene, and then you get to see them in Cologne. The first upset where they beat one of the big teams, everyone went, it's a bit of a fluke. And then they did it again and again. And then they were walking onto that damn stage in the cathedral of Counter-Strike. What a massive moment for them. But like they've said to us themselves, they've got to keep bringing those massive moments now. So there is even more pressure on the shoulders of this team coming into the playoffs for Challenger Atlanta.
I mean, they recognize, they say in the interviews that, you know, it was just one tournament, and that one tournament has meant everybody, them included, had to recalibrate their expectations for this team. And now we're going into all of these games saying they are a favorite. They need to have a solid map pool. Every player needs to show up in every game. And obviously, all the eyeballs are on them now. Everybody's watching the SOAR demos. Everyone knows how they default. Everybody knows their positions on all the maps. It is a tall order to maintain a top 10 ranking when they're not a partner team. They don't have the advantages of some other squads. So it's incredible they are where they are at the moment, but to remain there, if anything, is an even tougher task.
It's also like comes down to their confidence and mental as well. I feel like when we saw them on the first day, they felt a little shaky. They lost a couple games that they weren't expecting to, especially against FlyQuest. And coming into second day, they had to beat that best of 3 against BB team. And it felt very labored from them. And it may have been a little bit of jet lag, but they have to have their mental in the game today if they want to win.
For sure, and they're going up against big. It's no easy task. Let's take a look at how we got to where we are today and how these 4 teams work their way through. This is what it's going to look like. Obviously, we've got that European matchup happening, big versus SOAR 2 favorites, and then we have the matchup of the surprises, I suppose. FlyQuest up against Wildcard. That is how we are going to start the day. That's our first semi-final, and I said it was the surprises. I don't think many people had Wildcard up against FlyQuest in the semis coming into this.
I mean, absolutely. Everybody thought SOAR would easily be breezing through their group, but FlyQuest did a number on them. And then Wildcard on the reverse, stand-in situation, have played better Counter-Strike throughout, frankly, every map they've played in this tournament. Almost everybody would have taken M80 to win that series, but these teams are here for a reason. They proved it on the server.
It's such a surprise to me for FlyQuest because they were so shaky before the start. And then they came in and they looked like a revitalized, re-energized team. They've only played 2 best of ones, though. Does that energy continue now into the semis?
I mean, they had a whole day yesterday to kind of chill, get their jet lag in order. Maybe it was a great first day for them, and they're going to be able to come into this last one and say, hey, we know we could do it the first time. We beat SAW already. We can make our way through. This is an NA team. We're really good in our own country, but it could come down to just do they have what it takes to do this again? Is this not just a fluke?
We'll get into both of those teams in a bit, but right now the veto is on our screens, and you can see there that Wildcard has made a nuke pick. What do we think about that, Alan?
Yeah, both teams ban Mirage normally, so chosen to float it all the way through this veto. I think the hard thing about this matchup, Sam, is from both perspectives, we don't have a good read on their map pool. FlyQuest, frankly, we just don't have enough data, especially in terms of international events. And on the reverse, the standing situation is a big one, because what maps is Friend comfortable on? Certainly when I've coached teams in this position, you tend to just play maps you've already played, because you know what works and what didn't work, and you go off the back of it. You just don't have your normal cards as it was. So I'm not, in some senses, it's a very surprising veto, but I'm not surprised given the position these teams are in.
Yeah, but we saw FlyQuest on their Dust 2 on the first day, and I feel like they played such beautifully simple Counter-Strike that they were able to win so convincingly. And if they're able to bring that back to Wildcard on the second time that they're playing it in this tournament, it could really upset them. But Wildcard have a lot of key factors that are happening right now that I feel like it could be anyone's game for that map.
I'll be curious to hear what FlyQuest is thinking coming into this, and also maybe to find out what exactly they did yesterday on their day off. Mike is with one of the players now.
I've got Vexite here ahead of their playoff game. Now, you guys have maybe been the surprise of the tournament, not just that you're making it through the playoffs, but that you did it very comfortably in the opening BO1s. What do you think's going right for the team here?
Although our results aren't really showing it, like, we understand that most of the results sort of stem from bad mistakes, but like little mistakes, you know, like not a big fundamental change or anything. So we're sort of just trying to polish up our little mistakes and really focus on ourselves. And I think getting a few wins, you get the confidence going a bit, and it just makes the rest of the games a bit easier. So hopefully today we're just coming in, playing our game, and playing confident.
Now, your opponent here, they're playing with a stand-in. They're maybe the other big surprise of making it to this final day. How do you think you match up against Wildcard?
I honestly don't know anything about them. I watched a few of their games, and like Sonic seems a bit wild, like some of the times he plays and stuff. I saw him make a few interesting plays. So I guess he's someone to look out for, and I don't know, I think most of the game we're going to try and play our own game and just focus on ourselves, although it's really cliche. Like, I think that's all we really want to do. You can't do much for University of Sub. You just got to play your own game.
Well, I look forward to seeing it. Good luck, man. Back to you, Sam.
So FlyQuest mentions there they need to play their own game if they want to win this. What game does that look like, Alan, for a victory?
What we've seen so far is proactive CT sides making moves, trying to be the team, forcing the issue onto your opponents. Inns has been almost certainly the best player in this tournament so far. He's looked phenomenal. So across the board, it is punchy Counter-Strike. Counter-Strike they weren't necessarily playing for the rest of the year. And yeah, I mean, they're also obviously looking ahead to further events in this season too. They need to maintain that brand of Counter-Strike. So as they're saying, I wouldn't necessarily change a thing from day one. If they play that sort of Counter-Strike, I think they're in a brilliant position.
I feel like it's very questionable though, because Wildcard took Anubis away from N80 in that best of 3 that they played yesterday. So Wildcard have something that's happening against FlyQuest right now, especially since they were able to take Anubis. It was a complete rundown on their CT side, and T side was so shut down for all of M80's plays, so it's going to be very difficult.
We're seeing the players from FlyQuest on your screens right now. There's been some question marks around some of them. Apples, any question marks that you have?
Alistair is a very big question mark. I feel like their offer is not as consistent as we would really want him to be, especially in the very many clutch moments that he is forced into. I feel like he does get very nervous sometimes, isn't able to just hone in his skill and ability. But if he focuses on the game, like they said that they needed to, and just focuses on his crosshair and clicking heads, it will be better, but still, it's that mental that you have to get in check.
No question marks around Ince. We just saw him on the screen.
Fabulous. I mean, there's nothing else to be said for him. On this team now, with Dexter calling, he's back into star player positions. We obviously saw him in the past 3 or 4 years ago taking on those sort of spots, and he's been a revelation. He's played brilliantly so far. I didn't know Ince still had it in him, but he's here for that trophy, no doubt about it.
So the big hometown hero surprise, if you like, we're going to take away M80's title, give it to Wildcard. They're now the hometown heroes. Shocking victory yesterday, knock out the favorites. Here they are. I'm pretty sure they're going to be hyped coming into this.
I've got Susp here ahead of their first playoff game. Susp, you guys making it through with a stand-in, looking strong here. Hometown event, you loving being part of NACS?
Yeah, I like NACS. It's an amazing crowd here. I love US as well. Atlanta is very nice restaurants, nice food, and it's just nice being here.
Now, thinking about the veto a little bit, staying away from that Anubis pick, leaving that to the decider, what was the thought process there?
I can't say too much, but of course we got a stand-in, so we're not comfortable on every map. We didn't have time to go through like our strats. We didn't really get to know each other that well, but some maps are easier to mix than other maps, right?
Okay. Now, I mean, speaking of that stand-in, right? Friend coming in, you guys didn't really prac with him, focusing on the RMR instead. Yeah. He's coming in, he's been getting more and more comfortable match to match. Now that you've made it to playoffs, does that just make you comfortable, feeling like with Friend you can go all the way?
Yeah, of course it does. I feel like yesterday was a really good day for us. We felt like after coming back on the 2 last maps, we played really well after that two maps. But we upped our comms. We had a little talk before the first map, like, let's fucking do this, boys. And we came back fucking strong.
You did indeed. Looking forward to seeing it today too, man. Good luck.
Thanks, man.
Back to you, Sam.
Alan, basically confirming what you said. They've changed up their map picks to try and just accommodate the fact that there isn't time to prep strats or anything like that.
Yeah, you have to, when you're in their position, you have to view the tournament in isolation from the rest of your play, from the rest of your practice. So I'm not terribly surprised to hear that is the reason. Even so, I think we'd probably still agree here that in this veto against this team, they might have been better off taking a risk and going in for an Anubis first. So we'll see if it bears out. But yeah, this team, they're definitely the underdogs. And for that reason, they do need to continue playing their risky brand of CS.
Yeah, and I feel like we saw earlier that FlyQuest did ban Vertigo, which I think was very, very smart from them. How strong Wildcard looked on that map yesterday, especially with Friend popping off on that op. It was beautiful from Wildcard, and it was something that we haven't seen from them before.
We're taking a look now at the Wildcard players. Obviously, Sonic is a big concern. Stanislaw is been doing a phenomenal job at calling and setting up his players correctly, but I would argue the player to watch is the one that's coming up in a little bit, because Apples, yesterday, Friend did the business. He did the job he needed to do, but it wasn't always like that.
No, every single map that Wildcard have played at this tournament, Friend has gotten a little bit better every single time. Yesterday, he popped off completely on that best of 3, and it feels like he just needed some time to get comfortable, and they really needed to let him unleash his skill, unleash that op, and that has been the winning recipe for Wildcard.
Obviously, the stats you saw that were on your screen were from specifically yesterday, because if we looked at his first day stats, Alan,
yeah,
very different story being told.
Yeah, but as we were saying, it's the same with their map pool. They have to learn in tournament how to make this lineup work, and I imagine credit goes to Stanislaw and Vince behind this team in terms of how do you use that player? How do we be pragmatic and make the most out of the situation? And it was obvious the difference yesterday to day 1 where they just let Friend off the leash. And if he does that again today, he'll at least give them a chance, because if they sit back and they play passive against this very proactive FlyQuest team, it will cause problems.
Your semi-final here at ESL Challenger Atlanta is about to begin. One of these teams will be a step closer to that trophy on your screen, and another will be heading home. FlyQuest up against Wildcard starts the day. Skriv and Neokai, where are you leaning on this one?
Oh, you've set us up. You've set us up there, Sam. Honestly, I think for me, I've got to be leaning the way of FlyQuest. You and I actually sort of coming into this tournament, we're a little bit up on FlyQuest potentially. Yeah. And they've looked very good. They haven't really let us down. Probably, yes, a slight surprise, but like our cleanest team just absolutely ruined BB team to begin the tournament, and it's really been going up from there, to be honest. So I have to lean that way. I think Wildcard have done well. They almost as well for me have won their big game. They've proven they're the best NA team at the NA tournament, and I think that may well leave them satisfied. It's going to make it hard to scale up into this semi-final as well.
Yeah, and who knows, right? It really feels like with how things have sort of gone at the moment that, you know, Big or Saw could sort of do FlyQuest a favor and get rid of, going to get rid of one of the big teams in this tournament. Many people have argued that Saw and Big could have been seen as the favorites coming in, and one of them will not be making it to that final later on. So FlyQuest, of all the routes to have, they've got arguably the easiest one. But let's get this show on the road. FlyQuest coming as your favorites, our favorites too, but Wildcard do seem to have just something up their sleeve. When they got this sort of underdog mantle about them, they seem to play up to the occasion, as they did yesterday in front of the home crowd and against arguably the home crowd favorites of MAT2.
For sure. They answered the call. Alistair, can he get checked here? Stan is just so confident he's not even bothered. He's just running straight through. He knows Sonic's got his back. And he did indeed assume correctly. So 5 versus 4 comes in quite early on. Friend has found his way downstairs into Orbs. This is a bit of a weird one, actually. They break the glass. Stan with a lurking play, can't find success. Sonic's also gone down. He was still out in yard. Friend, as we have praised him, as we've looked at him as that player to watch, makes himself known with a really, really quick kill there. Gonna have to get a few more, though, to keep this pistol alive. Unfortunately, they are making an awful lot of noise here on the T side of things, trying to be very confusing and just draw attention. On that CT side, tap onto the bomb, not a real hold. Single goes, window's already opened. Just back towards it, big kill from him. Spots out another, can't get it. Julie's will best him. Friend there, vaguely aware of where he's at. The double doors are open, there is no kit available. They're expecting him at single door. He can't get the player off. Dexter ducking under the bullets will get the pistol for FlyQuest.
Big start, they needed it as well. Come in towards your opponent's map pick and set the tone on your terms. Nuke, the most statistically CT-sided map in the pool, and that's exactly what we want to see coming through from this FlyQuest side. Come in and showcase that we've got something about ourselves. Nice retake coming through into kind of getting on towards the site, especially after Friend should have been a presence towards top ramp. It becomes a bit precarious trying to push your way down, but unfortunately, he was left alone in that situation, and it was just a little tough. Had to hit a couple of headshots, and like you mentioned, Dexter, head tucked, not to be. Bomb plant, though, for wildcard does mean a buy. So something you'll take every day of the week. We got an AK-47 double Galil, a Deagle, and a Scout. So it's not the worst investment going, but damage out the gate. Susp spam through the smoke, down to 19 points of HP. And there's a world, and now he get tagged again, that he might actually just drop the Galil over towards JBA. Stan doesn't expect the aggression. Alistair gets one and gets away.
Totally caught off by that. They really had no idea where he was at as well to even set up a trade, so something's gone awry there. It will cost them pretty massively, and as you mentioned, Sus being low. So this is a really disadvantageous spot to find yourself in. Not a lot of utility remaining. You know, it just kind of gets worse and worse the longer that you look at it. A minute left on the clock is maybe the only thing going for them. What is the plan? Where is the gap? These are the questions they'll be asking, trying to rely on Friend here to just creep forwards, potentially find an entry, take his time.
Keep an eye out for this as well as we get to the mid to late round. One nade left for FlyQuest, no kits. So if that bomb does go down, they're going to be under a bit of time pressure, but time is more on the pressured side of wildcard right now. This needs to go down. Susp finally cleared off. Dexter will find one more as well. MP9 up close, can't get the kill, but Dexter can mop up the trade. At least Friend all alone with a Scout. Too tall an order. Only the one casualty is a really nice round out from the FlyQuest side, and this is going to give them a really strong start into things here. We're talking about now a pistol and a bonus buy, or I guess a force buy, taken in your favor. A 3-0 start is more or less a guarantee. Funds are going to be very low out towards wildcard because they got nothing really in that round, and this is exactly what FlyQuest wanted to do, coming in towards this map. And you know, it goes back to the conversation we were having about why have we not gone to Anubis, and what is kind of the choice to say, why has it been floated towards the end rather than picked into, because it did look like a good map for wildcard, especially on paper, and not as strong for FlyQuest. I think for them, they absolutely prefer to go in towards a nuke here than the Anubis.
Yeah, it does feel a little bit interesting. I mean, we got the insight. They talked about it a lot on the desk, but it seems like it is just something that maybe trying to find some healthy middle ground, right? The first day, especially for wildcard, did look difficult, and as Apple so rightly pointed out, it's Friend that sort of struggled and then has scaled up and gotten a little better. So maybe they are consulting him a bit more directly of like, how do you feel? How do you feel about this? You know,
yeah.
Especially for this team, one of the big caveats that we talked about was the fact that they play so heavily around Fuzi and the Orb. He's not here. Can Friend fill that gap? And I think they've very quickly been trying to figure out how to do that, you know, and they've done quite well in that sense.
I mean, the interesting thing for me as well is when you look at Permitter, of course, the team that Friend plays for regularly, obviously standing in here for Fuzi, but the team that plays for regularly, they actually prefer Anubis to nuke, or they're better on it. They play a little bit more nuke, but to way less success. So it's one of those for me where, I mean, obviously there must be a pretty big conversation where he's like, I just prefer AWPing on nuke, as you would. Long range as a site is a very AWP heavy map. But Yeah, I mean, it is one of those where you felt like if you looked at it on paper, obviously that's only half of the story. His confidence seems to be on Nuke, and so far, one apiece as Liaz will get caught as well. Sonic's pretty low, and down goes Stans. That's definitely going to put the advantage back in favor of FlyQuest. Ins, as he gets his, Sonic will respond more or less exactly the same time. The one thing you got to keep an eye out for, though, is just the fact that Sonic's so low.
Yeah, really good find from him, given that low HP. Slow creep downstairs here. In's making a fair amount of noise. Not sure if it will have been heard. Sonic goes down up top finally, but how will this look? They've got to check all their angles. They really do not bank on someone already being posted up down here. Easy for Alistair. They weren't looking at him, and it's such a tough angle to clear as well. So just a positional game. Does not happen, unfortunately, for the wildcard boys. First rifle goes the way of the Aussie contingent, and this is a very, very good look for them, picking up where they left off. The winner's mentality. They're feeling pretty confident in themselves. And I think Vexite, you know, as compared to Susp, gave a very insightful kind of interview. It just goes to show that I think they have been putting that time in, and they have been able to vocalize and articulate their problems as a team. And then, yeah, they can communicate that a little safer, a little PR-wise to the interviewer, of course, whoever it may be. So really, really solid look from them.
Yeah, attack pause called early here by Wildcard, and a moment for them to just take a breather, have a conversation, and try and now, as we go back in towards a gun round, try and find some success here. I mean, we're looking at them to really have the responding kind of, you know, Vince, the coach, who is obviously going to get pretty vocal himself, knows that this is in a situation where you probably need to be getting at least 4, if not 5 on your T side, and so far for Wildcard, they've really yet bar that pistol to actually look all that competitive in these rounds. Early nade does a lot of damage. And already the fight to go in favor of this FlyQuest side. First for Vexite, seconds coming through for Dexter as he doubles down, and Vexite and a little bit more to his tally. Friend left all alone in a matter of mere moments. Picks up an M4, sure, but good luck. He's basically got to pull off a 1v5.
Yeah, looking to do some damage in this round. Ultimately, nobody else has been able to do so. The double stack, not expected round the corner. Friend even has a little giggle at the setup, but ultimately it goes the way of FlyQuest. You're not going to get much off of that, are you? Half by bursting through smokes and everything onto the A-bomb site. Like, very rarely does it work unless you've got some insane flashes. But they know that. So it's all good. Slight throwaway. Trying to just get into the big rounds really on the wildcard end. Work a little bit of communication, a little bit of that team play. They have started slightly cold here, and again, on their map, yes, it is that less favorable side, but we need to see something from them in the near future. This also comes after that timeout, so we're expecting bigger and better things here.
Yep. Friend had Alistair trapped in towards that right-hand side, but he does manage to evade the first shot. It takes a pop shot, Friend drops off that angle, but they've got back red control. They've got top silo as well, and one down over towards the lower blue box, so it's a pretty decent outside presence shown here by Wildcard. You leave those 2 plays in towards lobby to hold for those crunches and to hold for CT aggression. This is the sort of standard default that we do at the moment, bit of outside pressure, and it's a waiting game. Wait for somebody on that CT side to make a mistake. In's playing the crack angle there. More of an information gather as the util starts to come through. Wildcard can slowly start pushing their way forward. Cross smokes out here as well. They're going to try and break them open a little bit. Might actually go a bit deep, that. No, it's okay. But one is still crossed.
Yeah, got to be aware of this possibility, honestly. They have done quite a good job on the FlyQuest side as well, not being afraid of sending someone down to that B-bomb site, which some teams, you know, much prefer the retakes and keeping control of the upper side of the map. Dexter is going to be here. Should be able to get himself into a decent position to stop them. 25 seconds, just about to get this bomb planted. Not a good look. As Wildcard running low on time. FlyQuest getting more and more and more ready for this. So many bodies here. That does allow a lot of fights to come in, I suppose, but it's Dexter, the first man in on B, that lands the double spray down. Sonic was upstairs holding for any flanking opportunities. They do not come. He will hold his AK, and he will get to do that, but this is looking very, very scary indeed. These rounds, there are kills. It's not completely hopeless, but They've not really got many bomb plants. They've not really been contesting the sites that well.
Yeah, off the rip, this has been a very clean show of things at the moment. FlyQuest looking very comfortable with a 6-0 up. I mean, that's the exact start that you want to be seeing coming in towards this nuke. And on this CT side, looking very comfortable, as they have throughout this tournament so far. FlyQuest are on a real streak at the moment, not only just in this tournament, but before it as well, domestically, including what we've seen so far, 10-match winning streak for them, including the two of Bet Boom in their opening game, 13-3, and Saw in that second round, 13-9, which, you know, we didn't, and many people didn't expect them to win that. Saw was seen as the favorites in towards that game and arguably even this tournament before it started. But FlyQuest have looked near perfect, more or less all the way throughout. We haven't seen them have many of these kind of glaring errors that have actually been quite problematic internationally at that tier 1 level. So far, so good. Dexter playing a very good game as well for him at the moment. He's loving life in the server, 9-0, Ins 9-2 as well. Both of them popping off, and that's exactly what you want to see. A strong rifler of Ins who's so reliable, showing that, and Dexter as well, who's not looking weak at all. Alistair, he'll make his name known, as Sussman's going to get caught as well. One player into a silo, spotted, tuck his head. A precarious spot, you don't want to peek up as well. It's not really a fight you want to be taking with a rifle, especially against the AWP. And while that was going on, more bodies drop over towards Wildcard. They're left down to 2 in what was like sub 30 seconds. I mean, they've now got a minute 15 to try and figure out a 2 versus 5. It wouldn't even be the most outlandish thing to try and call for a save, but they're not given that luxury. JBA gets one, insta-traded.
Friend creeping in, might be able to take a name into the grave. Oh, that's difficult for Liaz. Ins is low around this corner as well. Doing a good job of, you know, just buying time for his teammates to come in. I think he knows that potentially his days are indeed numbered.
1v2.
It's not impossible. Yeah. It's not impossible here. It's all about whether he's aware of this flank, and I don't think that he is. He's hanging around a little too long. Dexter will get the freebie on him, unfortunately. Yeah, man, kind of wild. A really, really good mix-up, I think, from FlyQuest in that round. They've been playing a little further back, a little more reactive, right? And again, we've said that there's been chances at the bomb sites, but not quite the plants necessarily, and letting them get in a bit further this round. Sure, some of the aggression comes their way, but they were much more confident in their angles, in their positions to stand guard. So they're proving that they have quite a versatile game here. Wildcard, Stanislaw, maybe running out of ideas. Nothing seems to be sticking.
Yeah, it's one of those as well. I mean, if they don't get the next gun round, or even before going into the next gun round, I wouldn't even mind another attack pause. You cannot let this go 8-9-0. I mean, at that point, we're already talking about it potentially being game over on map 1. And it's Wildcard's pick as well. Dicey spot. They need to have some foundation before heading into the strong side of CT. That is for sure. Next, will drop a flash just in case there was a bit of a hot pop. Tech9s will get one, and actually a second behind it as well, but Vexite's still yet to be cleared. They know that Alice is in towards heaven with an AWP. The bomb will drop, and they get down Ven.
This could be interesting now. This could really open up the round. Liaz is here in good time. Can't quite drop that bomb, but at least confirms its location. He's going to, again, have to buy time. Susp is holding for drop-downs. They're not going to come. It is heavy ramp presence here. He's going to have to join his teammates sooner rather than later. Down to just 2. FlyQuest not wasting any moments here, holding all these angles, make sure no peeks come their way, but it's still a dangerous cross past the windows, of course. Going to try and take it quickly and hope that they can get the drop on the site. That is indeed going to be the answer. Big damage done by the Deagles, but caught on the reload and a perfectly executed 3 versus 3 retake there. Really could have been dangerous. Sometimes you can disrespect the Deags, go a bit ahead of your teammates. That was pretty much perfect.
Yeah, firepower advantage there, but I just think they outplay them, right? They know that they don't really have the util to work with, or, as you mentioned, that firepower, so they just play it perfectly. They know that they do have a bit of time pressure, but they just, you know, execute that to perfection, and don't really give Wildcard many options in that post plant. A bomb plant isn't bad, but it's not great. We can't be taking those silver linings anymore. You're 8-0 down. Back into a buy as well for Wildcard. 8Ks out across the board, and a fairly decent full belt of util across most players. While Sonic has used some of his early. Alistair, elevator angle as well. They've just sort of got past him. He's going to silently get down and then not so silently reposition. Missed shot, bit of trouble. Going to drop a nade as well. It'll bank relatively nicely, but he's being hunted and he's still alive somehow. Pressure on, tail between his legs. He's trying to dip away, and he isn't given the luxury of that. Friend will get the kill, and now will get himself an AWP.
Yeah, this is good. This is good. A bit more oomph from the wild card attack. It feels like JBA on the pre-fire trying to get it done. Dexter nearly does find that second, not quite. Bomb makes its way down. They have decided to commit to the B bomb site. Stan again for the plant here. A blow off the double doors. Not sure which side that came from. I would assume the T side, given that double nade there that obviously didn't find very much. Molotov coming in. Friend trying to keep them at bay. They get split up. The AKs will rip them apart. It's down to Ins. And he wants very little to do with it. They do have a lot of money available, so I'd maybe give it a look in, try and take some guns away. He's clearing the extremities, hoping that there is another number he can just reduce. It's not going to be the case, so maybe it is a look at the exits here and potentially unafraid to sacrifice himself. I'll take that and then get out of there. He picks up another M4 with exactly the same skin on it, but there you are. We'll go down to the bomb anyway. And Wildcard finally get themselves their first round.
Better late than never, but this probably needs to be a really strong finish into the tail end of this half. I think we probably want to be getting 8-4, just like we said, to have that foundation, have something to fall back on. 8-4, you get a pistol, you get a force, get a gun round, and the game's tied up. I mean, it's a lot of things that have to go right, and you already touched on it. There's plenty of money left over for FlyQuest to reinvest in, so they're not feeling the pressure. They're not feeling really any nerves at the moment. That was just a pretty decent execute. They hunt down the AWP to give them that spacing towards the site, and the rotations were just a tad too slow. And unfortunately not able to get back in towards to deny that bomb or even pull off the retake. They get picked off one by one. All in all, pretty good. I think for Urkas at the moment as well, the coach over towards FlyQuest, not a lot he really has to say in this spot. I think for him, he realizes they're in a strong spot. They're not feeling too much pressure. That was just a good round, but a lot of things went right for Wildcard, where in previously they haven't, because FlyQuest have had a pretty good read. So yeah, buy back out. AWP's out both ways to start up the round, rather than Friend scooping it off Alistair's corpse. So we'll see how he wields this. He's going very aggro towards our side, and it will work in his favor. Inns just gets blindsided by the aggression. The pace is beautiful, but Liaz for two. Dexter as well, going to add to it as well in a matter of moments. Stan the man left all alone. The IGL going to lead by example here in a 1 versus 3, and this feels surely too tall a task for him, but he snuck his way down Ven, and he's got a gap down towards B.
He's always got the bomb, this guy. He's planted in the same spot quite a number of times, so we'll feel comfortable here, one would assume. Quick move down the vent, get the utility out, create myself some space, he says. Flash comes in, and he's looking to move aggressively. Reading the situation quite well, but of course it all comes down to whether he can land the headshots. It's a simple game Counter-Strike when you put it like this. Good spot for him, just can't split the difference. And they will get the better of him, unfortunately. Still nice to get a plant. It will continue facilitating these future buys, but I mean, one and then done is just really not a good look.
No, it's not. They're looking for that AWP as well. I think they should be able time to get it. And they do. Perfect time, some would say as well. So all the little additions there, the cherry on top as well of scooping that all back up, something they don't have to reinvest into. It can drop back over to Alistair. A little bit of a quiet game out from Alistair so far. He hasn't exactly had the impact just yet in comparison to Friend, like that opener who looked really, really decent. But this all comes down to the rifling court. Liaz, Vexite, Dexter all having their moment to shine in that round. And a 9-2-1 again. This is a very, very lopsided first half. Just to remind you all, this is Wildcard's pick, so signs aren't looking too good at the moment. We shall see. As we head into the penultimate round of this half, if FlyQuest lock in double digits in this first half, surely it's done. And Alistair for one, looks for two in the flames. He can't find it. The JBA or trade.
Yeah, it's a good move. It is a good move for Wildcard, something that they can work with. Have had to pull back, though. There's a lot of outside presence, as always, from FlyQuest. They don't want to commit too hard, and they've had a couple moments in the recent rounds, particularly in that previous where it did actually start well, and then another play was being made, and that one went south and ended up costing them. Sonic catches the aggression, grabbing a chill here. JBA keeping attention outside. Inns wants this fight. JBA gonna give it! And he demolishes him. What a shot. What a shot for Wildcard.
Will he expect this, though? Because that was the essentially the top secret player right there that was playing that, and he catches him, sure. So I don't think he's going to expect Vexite in this timing. He's a little bit disciplined. He looks for a second, and his support can't see it. Avoids the orb shot as well. His friend a little caught off guard by it. And then Liaz is completely unknown in this situation. So one up towards Heaven, one in towards Main, and he probably wants Liaz to take first fight. That gives Vexite now a bit of space to work with. They know one single door. Vexite's made his presence known. 1v2. Isn't even good for the first as well. So Wildcard, good round for them. And in front of the local crowd as well, that's exactly what they needed. A 9-3. It's, I don't even really want to say workable because it doesn't really feel workable in all honesty, but it's better than nothing.
That's true. That is very true. I think at this point, with how negatively it has started, unfortunately for Wildcard, they will take anything. And again, you always have that internal belief as a player, as a team, that you can pull anything back. If FaZe can do it, so can I, maybe.
Yeah.
But
one way of putting it.
It's a good map. It's a good map as well for that. But yeah, they're not helping themselves, having only created space for 3, and they might not even get there. We're being hopeful for them. It may well be the double digits for FlyQuest, which, when we're on that realism conversation, that's a game over in the first half. Any team worth their salt should be able to close it. It's a good look here for both teams in terms of the bye for the final round.
Alistair posted. He knows, right? He saw that util thrown earlier, but they didn't actually peek off of it. Now the outside smokes come. Inns might want to try and get a bit active here. If that nade comes over, Inns might want to try and fight behind it. No, he knows, he hears them running in. That was a team flash. That catches Stan. He was blind running into that fight. JBA gets one, but the response on the AWP is great. They keep the numbers.
Yeah, it's a good look. They've got themselves a lead. They have lost the control, and the drop down comes in, of course, but I think they will have a little bit more opportunity to go hunting for information and should start to become savvy. They are going to be late down here, I feel. Liaz will be the first one in, but if Wildcard keep up this kind of pace, although slow, should be able to cross in to get that bomb down. They took a hesitation. They took a pause. Oh, the Shadow's been spotted. Friend knows he's here. Just really want to bait in the peak. Go for something aggressive. It's actually Dexter that goes, but eventually Friend's angle will pay off. It's down to a 2-on-1 though. Sonic doesn't have loads of time to work with, looking to take the early fight before getting the bomb down. It's not a lot of time. He's got to go, and Alistair, he knew what was up. The no-scope lands for it. Double digits for FlyQuest. This one looks all but over. We'll find out in the second half.
Secrets, no secrets, no secrets.
Always thought I could walk through fire, blow up the storm and see the light, yeah. I told my friends that I could run on water, and they said nobody can. They'll see me flying through the sky, yeah. Play hide and seek behind the clouds. I show my friends that I'm not scared of dreaming.
It would seem now and I are a bit cursed for the one-sided games, to be honest. We've had, I think, no maps go double digits both ways, if that makes sense.
No, yeah, no, 100%. We've had the best we've had was we got like 6 rounds out of the T side yesterday.
Yeah,
and it was like,
yeah.
okay, something here. But speaking of something, Vexai, hello, this is quick, this is aggressive, and the Glocks at this sort of position are always at the advantage, on the move, up in your face, and well, unfortunately, nothing JBA could really do there. Sonic really does have to do something here, though. If he can deny them going up, that'll be huge. Guess one looks for the second not to be, as Vexai continues to tear.
Yeah, really good round in from him, the difference maker here for FlyQuest. Still, 4 guns versus 3. So wildcard, technically they've got a few more. Now there's only 2 guns on the FlyQuest side, and Friend's going to go unchecked for the double kill. There you have it, the first stepping stone to recovery for wildcard secured.
Yeah, and of course, wildcard, they're not new to coming back from behind as well. We saw them yesterday with a mat down against M80, reverse sweep as well as the underdogs. And who's to say they can't do the same here? Many people, in fact, but we'll have to see whether that'll be the case. That is what they need to do. Get the first pistol. If they can come in towards this next one as well, solidify that. It's going to be a buy-in towards the next round for FlyQuest. We're talking, they probably need to win 3 to 4 gun rounds in a row to get to the point of tying this game up. It's a massive ask, but if FlyQuest can do it, why can't Wildcard? We'll have to see. For now, though, low buy out for the T side. Got 1 Deagle to work with, 1 P250. No armor, no util. So realistically, probably no chance into this one. But for Wildcard, good opportunity to get a bit of cash. Those MP9s can farm up a little bit of that SMG kill bonus. And there it is. 1, 2, and 3. 3 in the name for Friend, 3 in the game as he mows them down.
A little bit more as well. Maybe the ace here potentially on the eco. We'd love that, but Ins will take a fight against us. Flawless for Wildcard. They are rolling here, a bit of something happening. But
this is the big one though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the long road ahead as well, It's really going to be difficult from here. But this will give us a good tell. This will give us a good tell. Friends looking good for sure. That's what they want on the AWP.
It's true.
But yes, this buy, one would assume, is going to have a lot in it from FlyQuest. They have the room to take the risks.
Oh, well, a bonus round for Wildcard, of course. No casualties until that previous, that require a reinvestment. So the triple MP9 comes back into play. And I mean, still, as his AKs and a Galil on the other side, an MP9 in the right position, in the right hands, can still be a real problem. Slight bit of tank damage. JBA just gets spammed on the common angles by that Galil. Nothing really too problematic, though, at the moment. It's a slower start for FlyQuest, may I say, as they're having a look outside, taking that lobby control and just making sure that Wildcard don't regress. This would be that kind of the perfect buy to go for a lobby crunch if you're on that CT side. Triple MP9s, couple of flashes, send them in to the gauntlet, but they are playing it slower and waiting for FlyQuest to come to them.
Yeah, very much waiting. Ultimately, this is a slow roll from FlyQuest. Minimal utility remaining, only the smoke here. That's really going to be able to do anything super impactful. They dropped another one. Okay, fair enough. So yes, we do have enough for the outside roll. And Dexter is here ahead of it quite quickly, maybe looking to do something with this. It's a change-up, right? He's not trying to go down secret. He's setting himself up on the edge of mini. Flash comes in. JBA was ready for that, though. Stanislaw also finding one on his MP9, and the setup looks good here from the CT side. Everybody going down, just Vex sights, and one in the cranium for him to close it out.
That's a massive bonus round conversion as well. Like we said, no real reinvestments coming through, so they're building up a real nice amount of cash on hand in those back pockets. And it will mean that they put themselves in a really strong position. And again, those MP9s can come in towards the next round because you know that FlyQuest aren't going to have a buy here. No bomb plant, barely any kills. They're not going to have the funds to facilitate reinvestment. So this is big. This is where Wildcard can start chipping away at what is quite the extensive deficit here. I mean, we'll see actually a pretty early tac pools get called. But understandable for FlyQuest. They know the wealth of a lead that they built up in that first half. You know, very, very strong. 10-2, 99 times out of 100. You don't come back from one of those on a LAN environment at this caliber of an event. For FlyQuest, they look a little shakier towards that T side. And so far as well, I thought this tournament, the T sides have really been where a lot of teams have been finding strength, right? You know, setting the tone, dictating the pace of the game to your tune. And I think, yeah, Urkat's going to try and rally the troops a little bit. We're not expecting, like you said, a huge investment towards this one, but if we can get a bomb plant, go for a pop somewhere, especially now they got Tech 9s as well, run and gun, get up in your face, that's the perfect time to do so.
Yeah, they have to keep it on, right, and not allow Wildcard to build up the all-important momentum. They've gone for something simple. Down the vent they will go. Nobody falls. Barely any damage taken even. It has cost them everything in terms of the utility, but they get down, they get the bomb plant to return on investment, and now it gets scary. Vexlight with a keen headshot. Inns is in behind. Wildcard have no information to work off of here. 3 of them coming down secret as well. Really not advantageous. Inns can't get away with the gun, so at least there is that, but this is still not looking great. Big find from Friend, but a bigger trade from Liaz. All down to JBA and Stanislaw. Dexter has let them cross. He does get checked. Stanislaw head on a swivel into the 2 versus 2. There is another player coming in from behind. It's Alistair to try and stop them on the bomb, try and distract them. This is all over the place right now. It's down to Stan, and Alistair will get him. He can't spin around fast enough. You see what it means. A big round for FlyQuest, shutting them down early on this comeback campaign.
Oh, Ali's loving that one as well. He knows how big of a round that is to be taking. Minimal investment. Tech 9's coming through, and they go for, like you said, something simple. It's a vent dive. We've all done it in our MMs, in our competitive, our premieres, or whatever. It's one of the most basic calls you can make, but sometimes simple is best, and in that instance, they did everything right in that post plant. They get active. They don't just sit around on the site and just wait for the fights, because they have to get up in their face, and they have to use the Tech 9 to all its advantages. On the move, up close and personal, and yes, really well played from FlyQuest. Great call from Dexter. Completely catches Wildcard with their pants around their ankles, and that's a bad one to lose as well. It's giving FlyQuest so much confidence. You can see how fired up they got, and they're now only 2 rounds away from taking their opponent's map pick.
Wildcard not changing too much up here, as they do need to, yes, not lose, but also maybe make a move to force this round in their favor. Somehow, Dexter gets down below.
Yeah.
They seem very, very ready for this, though. A couple players already posted, but will they respect how quickly he's got down here, where he's going to be playing from? Friend has a shot baited out. But Dexter being down there still gives that presence. Bit of fear of the B hit as well comes in. So this is a strange game state right now for FlyQuest. What are they going to do with this position? I think even they themselves, this isn't a set round. This isn't a round that they've worked on. It's all sort of by feel and calls and guesses. But still could make something work here downstairs. Vexlight with a quick find through the smoke is absolutely criminal. Friend falls on the AWP as they suddenly burst round. Dexter's ahead of the pack as Sus tries to get into position. It's a wild round and so hard to really know what you'd even call that, but FlyQuest have done well in the chaos.
Yeah, great adaptations on the fly there as well. I think Dexter does so well. He basically is calling around himself because he's got into an angle which gives them so much information. Baits out the shot from the AWP, knows that Friend's playing there rather than playing outside, for example, or deep on towards kind of heaven. So they know where he's posted up. They know they can kind of try and force him into an overextension and do exactly that. Really well played. And I think, unfortunately, Wildcard, they don't lose that round in terms of even the small things like getting out called. They just lose their aim jewels. You know, the first one's through a smoke, which I can give them the credit. I think Vexlight gets a little bit fortunate, but then, yeah, the 2 around that, It's, yeah, it's tough. It's tough. Friend, I think he overextends a little bit, right? When you're with that orb, you don't want to be pushing up the stairs if they're already down Secret in that sense. He did lose track of Dexter, and he could have been anywhere, and he just didn't expect 3 of them to be already down Secret, already up in his face. Even if he got 1 shot off there, he gets traded, the numbers still stay in favor of FlyQuest. So match point, or map point, may I say, on Wildcard's map pick, but it's in favor of FlyQuest. And they are, yeah, they're having a whale of a time. They're not really looking at all uncomfortable, and I think for Wildcard, they use their final tack pause now to try and save some face here, but this is a big task ahead. 7 rounds in a row required, and that is just to take us to overtime. It surely feels impossible.
Wildcard never really waking up into this map, unfortunately. This also feels like somewhat of a late timeout, you know.
Yeah.
Really should have come a bit earlier, you might argue. So, heads not firmly in the game on that wildcard side of things. Maybe indeed some question marks around the nuke from us, but also themselves, right? And they might not have as deep of a strat book or experience to sort of draw from. It does feel a bit strange that this has looked very flat, as we like to say here in the booth. Some time to build up a few rounds, however, and just prove to themselves that, you talked about Angels in the previous round,
yeah,
that they can win those going into the second map. There you are, JBA downstairs does take out Dexter. They try and respond in kind up top as Dexter makes the call. Will it be the correct one? The MP9 does a lot of damage, but doesn't secure any kills. The other MP9 comes in. Trades are here, and it's all left onto Alistair.
He knows he's got a bit of space, though. He did spot one. They were both of them spotted, and that's his situation. But he's lost the foot race. Alistair will try and get down. Friend has spotted and tagged him. It's surely done at this point. Molotov will come down, though, at the very least, and he's not required to go B. He's got so much time to work with here. Just shy of a minute now, but this is not the worst situation in the world. Flash nade, but he's just so low. He can't afford to take a fight. That is a 50-50. He has to try and find gaps and get in behind, and at the moment, it feels pretty unlikely. And Wildcard are playing this perfectly too. Neither of them are taking damage, and they're just sticking together. They don't want to give him the opportunity to isolate fights, so just play the trade game. This is all you can ask. Even if they get a bomb plant, they don't really care. It's just make sure we stick together and don't allow this guy to get two 1v1s, essentially.
He's going to stick to A. They will be in towards heaven quite quickly. They might even be able to deny the plant here. He's maybe spent a bit too much time on it. Yeah, and this is the thing with the nuke clutch situations. When you lose track of someone, just don't stop moving. And the CT side do that and indeed get the drop. So it's unfortunate. I thought for just a split second, I was like, if he drops down the vent.
Yeah, exactly.
We're on.
It's like the most complicated round in your head as well,
absolutely.
right? So bless him. It's tough, and I think the thing that he always had looming over him was just how low he was. He knows that he has to be just as unexposed as possible, and it was just never going to happen. Tough ask, but not a tough spot. FlyQuest go right back into a bye. The end of the world. If Wildcard win this round, though, economy gets broken over towards FlyQuest, and we can start slowly talking about something. Friend, another opening kill. He's now 5 for 2 in opening duels, so he's really, in these early rounds, making a statement, and it could get even better. Sonic for one more. Good outside control as well, down to 3 in a matter of moments. FlyQuest getting, I think, just trying to force it a little bit too much here.
Potentially, I'd maybe argue as well a couple of lazy movements, right? They go ahead of those smokes outside. That's sort of like a classic pro player lack of discipline. When you're 6 rounds up and still feeling good, you feel like you can maybe get away with it, or you are indeed just overconfident. It's a nice return frag from Alistair. There's a few more going to be required here, of course. Not really happening for them. I think they're just trying to isolate some fights and get the catches, but nothing coming. Wildcard will see them off once again, only losing 1. So if this had come a bit earlier, we'd maybe be a bit more excited for it. There's still a lot more work to be done before this gap is fully closed, and I feel like Dexter quite vocal.
Yeah.
Think a timeout taken here. Yeah, looks that way. So they understand, they respect that this one's right on the edge of getting dangerous, especially now, as you mentioned, with their bank being not the best. So they have to stomach it here and then close it in the next one would be the idea.
But the thing is, don't discount the Tech9s. They won 1 with them where they just got, so quick, and they're already down vent again. I'm assuming JBA must know he's gone down. He wasn't exactly quiet about it, but Sonic for a double. So that maybe dispels a lot of the doubts that we had of, can they once again Tech9 rush around out in their favor? I'm thinking probably not now. We've got 1 to the head armor, half armor of Vexite. Alistair's not even got any sort of investment because he wants that orb.
Yeah, I mean, when you say their down vent, it was just 1 that managed to get in, to be fair. So, funnily enough, if maybe 2 or 3 more had gone down with him, we could have been talking about a full vent dive once again. But not the case here. Dexter hanging on the edge of the smoke. Ooh. All right, one of the attempts of all time, but he makes it. That's certainly one way to drop down the vent. That just looks so funny, though. He's like psyching himself up inside that smoke. They're just after the bomb plant here, really. Vexite sacrificing his life, in theory, to allow that to happen. Might be able to take something on the P250. Not quite enough. Alistair is nowhere near. Got his own little fight going down outside. Nearly does get the better of that. Unfortunately not. But again, happy with the return on investment.
I'm going to assume that JBA just ran out of ammo in his M4 because while
he
using
only
the
shot
USB
like
there,
3 bullets. I think he was just like
just
in that
confident,
sort of spamming a little bit, and then maybe looked at his mini map or maybe doing a bit of a comb or something, and he just was surprised by this guy that appeared out the smoke. You know.
Do you know? I'm going to say it's a confidence play. You know, you're on a pistol, I'll go on a pistol. I'll show you who's boss here. It's a little bit of a individual type thing, but yeah. You know, a round that we weren't really expecting a lot from, in all honesty, and especially because they played it slow. I think with those slight investments on the Tech9s, if you want to make something out of it, you've got to try and be a little bit audacious, and then just play a default, and it doesn't end up working out for them. Wildcard up to 8, so we are getting a bit of a game here. At one point when FlyQuest had hit 12, Wildcard had only won 2 true gun rounds. Now they've won a few in a row. Another one here could be massive, flash and a boost, and that's simple as Dexter gets gifted a freebie to open things up.
Yeah, that is a naughty move. Really nice flash. Just super free kill, and that's what the CS is all about. Trying to create the easiest kills. Stanislaw spots ahead. Can't do much about it. Has to concede his position as well now that he is known. So FlyQuest probably the best position they've been in as a team in a good while here. Should be able to convert, you feel. Plenty of utility remaining, etc. So got to do something with this now. If they can't close this kind of a round, I think that's when we start to worry.
Yeah. Man advantage. Decent information as well on towards Wildcard. But Sas will catch Liaz with that HE. So down he goes, and now the numbers are level. We'll change things. Friend, how's the reactions? Good is the answer. Quick shot from him. And he delivers. Alistair going to get caught as well, and he's looking for a second. He might just be given the opportunity, but Vexite on the swing. What a find, and Stan left all alone. 1 versus 2. The IGL's got to step up, and he's a known quantity. This is not an easy retake.
Rotating around towards Heaven, just sort of considering his options here. Do you want to go all the way? Do you want to go up the ladder and try and clear that? Meanwhile, in all this, Vexite has read the situation pretty well. He's going to sprint around and look to try and get the backstab eventually. That timing for Stan is absolutely insane. Whether he expects his player behind is the next question, man. Vexite's just not going to panic. Maybe a bit of a step on the ladder, and Stan will save the round, the 1v2. I thought his days were absolutely over. Not going to be the case, and the game continues.
Big brain from Stan as well. He's read that to perfection. He realized this site is a little bit too empty. No one's playing out Fireheart. Nobody's playing over towards Ven, and it's a nice little 180. That timing was absolutely expert.
It looked quick. It looked quick. You know what I mean? Like the spin around. I'm not sure if in the panic of the bomb being... Yeah. Because obviously it's a little bit of tech to move up those ladders at the speed that, you know, really solid movement players do. So just that one rung, you know, it could have let him down. Difficult to tell, but it seemed like he knew he was there rather than just kind of reading into it, right?
True. Was a plot for Heaven, though, so that felt like a premeditated post plan in that sense. It just, the timing was off. The guy playing Altven has to stay alive a little longer, or at the very least play considerably more passive, maybe over towards single door, for example, and try and lock things up from there, but not to be. 12-9. We're getting a bit of a game on our hands here. 4 in a row out from Wildcard they found. And it looked like FlyQuest were on track to closing this out, especially off the back of a 10-2 first half. And there's only 3 rounds in it, but with a bomb plant, with the kills they got, they buy back in. They got loss bonus. Loss bonus was bomb plant at this point is consistent investments. But it's not no longer what we're already looking at. We need to see them get this far around. Wildcard are putting the pressure on, but it's not a good shot from Liaz. Sonic gets a little fortunate he can't train that crosshair perfectly, you know, get the first.
Friend in a good spot here as well to solidify the lead. Sonic is lucky there. Friend getting a bit caught, lands a tag through the box. Able to drop down though, and you know, this is all good news really, just with how strong the position of Wildcard is looking. Stush finishes off one, can't take the second, grabs the information though. What are we doing with this? Bomb is still in the hands of FlyQuest. That's literally all they have now as the final name beside Vexite goes down. 4 for him to find. Round is surely over, and Wildcard keeping the dream alive here, you would say, Neo. And I don't even know really that it matters all that much. If Vexite takes a gun or 2 away, they've built up some cash. This is looking considerably dangerous now. 2 more rounds to get it into overtime.
And now we've got the kind of the pick your poison type decision, right? Do we buy in here, even though our money's not exactly conclusive, or do we buy in towards that round number 24, the final round of the half? This is not an easy decision for, you know, Dexter to make in this spot, or maybe even Urkas if they do call for attack. So a really awkward spot in a sense. We'll see how things play out. 12 to 10 though. They are going to go for that slightly lesser investment. Tech-9's back out. They've won a round of this before. So we'll see whether they can go 2, well, I guess 2 for 3 on them, because they did fail at one of them a little bit earlier. It's a slower round to start. Yeah. Outside smokes, but there is a pretty sizable gap there for the orb to work in his favor. He might be able to get a pop shot, and he will, Friend. Good work. Second not found, but it's JBA who spans down well, and it's all slotting into place. We're going the full 24 here, it seems, as Alistair's left on less than half HP.
Yeah, obviously the gap just gives the game away as well, right? Only 1 kill from it, but it's enough that they can prepare themselves. And especially on Nuke, that is going to be everything. With those outside smokes, is it a fake? Is it a full send? No reading or guessing required. Alistair once again in these clutch situations. It was Vexite last time around. He's looking to maybe take some money with him, actually, I think would be really, really nice for a final round orb. Not going to happen, though. Jump scare as he opens the door. And FlyQuest, at once it looked like they'd just taken their foot off the gas. It's going to be a bit of a slower finish. It happens. You hit 12, you know, game's over, whatever, guys. But now they're no longer in control of this game, and it should go to overtime, to be honest, with the way that these rounds have been developing.
Yeah, momentum is most definitely on the side of the North American team. And on the CT side as well, they've looked completely like a different side in that sense. And for FlyQuest, pressure is absolutely on their shoulders. Now it's time to test your mettle. Final round of regulation. Round number 24, 11 to 12. Only 1 or 2 ways we go. Overtime or FlyQuest stealing the map at the final hurdle. Already in a couple of cases, FlyQuest starting to run a little low on Yuto. He's got nothing left. He has only got a flash. They burned a lot of it early and nothing's come from it just yet.
Fair few changes here as Wildcard look to really set up for an A hit with the AWP on the A bomb site as well. I think they are potentially reading into some of the tendencies here of FlyQuest. You can see, though, 4 players on the site itself. Yes, you know, Mini is eyes on outside, but all the same, they really are set for an A play. I don't think it's necessarily going to end like that. FlyQuest contacting outside at the moment, again with the L smokes here. Hopefully a little better than last time, but there's no one really around in the heaven angle to capitalize. Oh, Nick goes in for an aggressive move there, loses his life for it. Maybe the trade-off of information is going to be valuable enough, but we'll come back to that moment. It might be super impactful. 30 seconds left on the clock here. Liaz takes the AWPer down. Susp is in early. He's traded quickly. It's Stan and JBA, the dream slipping through their fingers here. The bomb not planted just yet. It's actually being faked out to try and draw them. JBA drops 1. No bomb plant coming in. 4v2 turn 2v2. That's the big kill. It's all on the young gun to clutch it.
Molly down as he tries to bait out this fight. He might just get it as well. We're going to take in the flames. He's going to try and cross on a dink on towards JBA. He catches a little bit of chip damage on towards Alistair, but it may not be enough. He is barely alive. 1 foot in the grave, and the coffins are getting nailed into place now as well for Nuke. JBA, will he clear? He won't, and it will be 13 to 11. Finest of margins, final hurdle, but FlyQuest will take Nuke. They steal away Wildcard's map pick, but my God, were they made to work for it. You thought from a 10-2 half, it was impossible to throw, but my God, did that get way too close for comfort.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, Wildcard giving us a game, Wildcard proving to us why they moved into the nuke. For a while there, it looked like this was going to go by the script, you know, It was going to just make sense. And Wildcard proving that they should be in this position, they should be in this semi-final. A really good showing from them to bring that comeback, but ultimately cosmetic, unfortunately, Neo. So it's tough to say. Nuke, a difficult one to break down, I believe, so I'll leave it to the professionals on the desk.
So just a shout out to one of our co-streamers, Maui, and his community. He actually posted something on X before this game. He posted a picture of the wildcard team and very tongue-in-cheek posted, "Is this the new face of North American Counter-Strike?" It's a bit of a flawed selfie, but after watching them lose Nuke the way that they just did, still somewhat attractive to me, Apples.
Yeah, I feel like they got a lot of space that FlyQuest was leaving for them. Their CT side was perfectly done, all those rounds in a row. There were no holes that FlyQuest were able to really poke, and they had to, at the end, play together and be able to defeat them, but it was hard. It was very hard.
Yeah, game of two halves. Absolutely, the first half, utter dominance. FlyQuest couldn't do anything wrong. We'll talk about some of those players later on. Second half, they lost every single opening duel, it felt like, right up until that last round where Liaz just finally decided that it wasn't going to continue anymore. But yeah, I mean, massive credit to Wildcard, because how many teams would just tap out in their position?
100%. Let's find out, though, because obviously this is a best of three. One map is done. We've got another one. And Mike is on the ground. He's had a chance to catch up with some of the coaches, some of the players. Let's find out what they're thinking.
Yeah, I got some words from both the coaches. Vince said, you know, obviously they'd like the comeback to have worked out, but he said they're a little more prepared for Dust 2 now. They fixed some things from yesterday, so they're feeling confident. Meanwhile, Aircast on the other side was actually surprised that the Dust 2 was let through. It was kind of one of those things where not necessarily the first read, but kind of the secondary map they thought would be in there. So FlyQuest feeling confident, if a little surprised by this veto. Back to you, Sam.
So in that first half, Alan, FlyQuest, 8 rounds uncontested before Wildcard had anything to answer. What was it about the way they were playing that allowed them to go on that run?
I mean, Dexter and Inns were absolutely sensational in that first half. Inns is the out player, Dexter's the door player, and they can just combine to have so much influence on the map. So those two were a big factor, but I think just as a team, they were comprehensively out-reading their opponents. They're making good moves, and Wildcard were not in a lot of those rounds, unfortunately.
I feel like Wildcard was playing very predictably as well, and that's kind of what almost happens when you have to throw your entire strat buck out the window when you're playing with a stand-in. And there was one round where they took Secret, and FlyQuest was like, all right, we have to go down lower, and Wildcard took so long to get down to lower that they were already there waiting.
Okay, so you mentioned these two players. We can see them on the scoreboard now as well. Impactful in that first half. Let's take a look at the reason for that, because we actually have some of their highlights for you. The Instant Dexter show, that was what it was.
It's been the Instant tournament. I guess Dexter's the biggest standout. Just versus, I mean, Inns has been so good so far, but yeah, good reads, good moves. As I mentioned a minute ago, they're in position to influence the map so much, and the number of rounds where FlyQuest are just in the right place at the right time, having 3 on B when it's lower, having numbers A when they need it. Very, very rarely in that first half were they made to feel uncomfortable, and obviously that tune changed quite a lot come the half swap.
Of course, though, in that first half, there were glimmers towards the end of hope for Wildcard, and we got a chance to see what it is that actually allows them to get those wins. What was it, Apples?
When they decided to slow down and let FlyQuest figure out what was going to be happening on their CT side, Wildcard, I feel like, were able to overwhelm them, pick apart a couple of their rounds, and get the first opening picks from Friend. There were sometimes that opening picks weren't even... Oh, yes, here we go. Okay, Friend does get this opening pick in round 10 here, but you see FlyQuest push ramp big here. This is like a 3K here from Ints. It was just perfectly done from FlyQuest. They got the knowledge that Friend was pushing outside, and they decided to take more space away from the T's.
That was obviously in the first half. We now move to the second half, and like Alan said, it was a tale of two halves, because all of a sudden, Wildcard, they had the advantage on the CT side.
They just played with absolute disregard for even themselves potentially going out of the tournament. Let's take a look at one of those rounds, though, that ultimately doomed the side of Wildcard. This was a near-on full eco for the T side in FlyQuest. They got down bent with players. They caused absolute raucous on that lower bomb site. And ultimately, the way we need to reflect on this round now, Sam, is we're in overtime if they don't win this. It is fortunate. Maybe Wildcard made some mistakes, but if we're going off true gun rounds, they were not in that map. It was the pistols that saved them from some serious embarrassment.
Were you surprised, though, after round 16, the one that you just saw? Because I kind of felt, I mean, I still wrote it down. I was like, well, there it is. FlyQuest has won it. Wildcard still came back and got some rounds on the board and kind of didn't give up. And like you said, in another situation, some team might have just rolled over and died.
I mean, they played to win. They played this entire map like they had intent to get this to overtime and get over the line. We heard from Mike that behind the scenes, they still felt fairly positive, even when the ship was sinking quite a long way. So they gave themselves chances. Friend was uber aggressive and so dynamic on this map too. So if for nothing else, they are in this series. They can definitely give FlyQuest a good run.
I feel like Friend's aggression works a lot better on their CT side than their T side, because when they have their positioning and everything, Friend can be like, all right, I'm going to go pick here, I'm going to go pick here. And they have the rest of their team able to kind of support around that. And that's exactly what we saw on their CT side. It was so strong. FlyQuest could not find any holes to be able to get. They had to go all 24 rounds. So very difficult, but still a win.
FlyQuest has obviously stolen Wildcard's pick. Now we move to Dust 2. That is their selection. Can they close the series out 2-0?
From how much of a struggle I saw from FlyQuest, I don't know if we saw the same spark this early on that we saw on Friday from them. I feel like they need to have a little bit of a break, a little bit of a, all right, guys, how do we play more together? Because it felt very disruptive and not all together. They were just making simple mistakes that shouldn't happen. They need to clean that up.
I think this will be a 2-0. I think the way FlyQuest played against BB team on day one was sensational on the CT side. Yes, maybe after that when we can ask some questions about T side and how they open up rounds, but I would have thought a quick conversation, a few small tweaks, and they're good to go, Sam. I still think they're in a good position.
Your first semi-final is well underway. FlyQuest up against Wildcard, and the North American hometown heroes are putting up a fight. They are going to have to come out swinging, though, if they want to even out this series and stay in the competition.
I keep your picture in my room, 'cause it gets me in the mood. You're still a friend free in my head. You got me so confused. My mind is full of you. Still want you in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. On my mind when I am up too late. You got me so confused. My head is full of you. You keep slipping away. I learned the hard way. But something's gotta stay. Don't let it go to waste. Do you remember all of the long nights, warm in my bed, nightfall to sunrise? That's what you said. You held me so tight each time again. I keep your picture in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. I'm on my when I am up too late. You got me so confused. My head is full of you. Don't win silly games. Don't leave me hanging on. Keep me hanging. I said it once, I'll say it again. Your love is what I want. Do you remember all of the long nights, warm in my bed, nightfall to sunrise? That's what you said, and you held me so tight each time again. In my room, I'll keep you safe. Don't stay away too long, pulling back and forth. Still got me paralyzed. Got what you came for. One thing that I've kept. I keep your picture in my room, 'cause it gets me in the mood. You're still a friend free in my head. You got me so confused. My mind is full of you. Still want you in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. On my mind when I am up too late. You got me so confused. My head is full of you. I keep your picture in my room, 'cause it gets me in the mood. You're still a friend free in my head. You got me so confused. My mind is full of you. Still want you in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. On my mind when I am up too late. You got me so confused. My head is full of you.
ESL Challenger is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Kadia, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, and Logitech G.
We're feeling excited. We haven't been to a tournament since Malta. We're eager to get back into it. And it's also on home soil. Wildcard's an American organization, and we hope we can represent them well here.
Welcome back in Dust 2, and the NA representation unfortunately not looking quite as planned, but still there was a lot more substance to that game than maybe there should have been after the first half. They didn't quite get it. A tough position to be in, bro, honestly. When you're one round away from the overtime after a comeback, you bring it down to a 2 versus 2. I cannot imagine the emotional ride that is. And now as we move into this next map, have they had time to recover? You don't have loads in between. There's a few young players on this team. There's a few inexperienced players on this team. So Stanislaw in particular, I think, is really going to have done a lot of work to pull them back into things mentally. They look to kick off aggressively here on Dust 2 as we get underway. Straight up middle. No kills to come in. FlyQuest, I think, expecting it.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see how this map is going to go for Wildcard. I thought it was kind of so close, but so far, We'll come back to all the points in a moment as Stan and JBA get one apiece, but Vexite doubles down. And now, the numbers are in favor of FlyQuest. It might just get better. Sonic gets caught. Friend left with it all to do. Interesting point to note as well, for Friend, who traditionally plays on Permitter, Dust 2's their perma. More often than not, they've played it like 5 times. It's not a map that they play basically at all for a side who play a hell of a lot of Counter-Strike. So how comfortable is he going to be? Surely he plays this in his PUGs, his FPLs, but in a team-based environment, it's a whole different kettle of fish. We'll see. For him, 1v3 feels impossible. No kit, does have armor, but no chance. Ends up close with the PT-50. We'll see it off. FlyQuest, draw first blood.
And they do so well. No real stress in that round, as it was, I would imagine, as well, an emotional ride for them. Seeing the game slip away from them on Nuke.
It's probably the worst way to lose it, right? I think you'd kind of rather, as weird as it sounds, like lose 13-3.
Yeah,
you can just kind of mentally forget about it. But when you've committed so much, you know, to getting in that comeback and get so close and then losing it must be heartbreaking.
I would imagine so. But it doesn't happen, so it's all good, in theory. Moving into the follow-up round here, there is indeed a force buy from Wildcard. Scout over Deagles, few 5-7s in the mixture. They try and go for an early frag towards long, doesn't happen for them. Remaining dynamic heroes, they will move over to short. Also, I would imagine very little opportunities to do anything here either. But at the very least, it is good energy from Wildcard once again. They're not just conceding and keeping their heads in that previous map.
Along we go. Nothing spotted. Molotov will clear cart. That's not what they have to worry about. It's about this short push that's coming through. And they're wrapping him behind. Dexter will hold for this. But it's left eye peek for him, so sometimes you see them lose this fight, and it exactly like that. Stan has the ever so slight half-second advantage on that engagement, and he makes it work in his favor. But Liaz, Inns are all there to start to mop them up. But 2 versus 2, this is not over.
Sonic's got himself a Galil as well. This looks pretty good here, I would say. They definitely could pull this off. Sonic trying to find that initial headshot. Molotov down as well to make Vexite's life awkward. Down goes his partner, Friend on the scout. Big frag. Wallbang headshot to get it done. The eruption from the crowd. The force buy is indeed Wildcards. And here we go, a game on our hands. As I said, the energy looked really good from Wildcard and a deserved force buy win.
Yeah, that's a massive one to be taken as well for both of them. Really, really important. You know, in that situation, Friend and Sonic play it perfect. They play together as a group, and they just know we've got to isolate fights, and they just hit some nice shots. Simple as. It was a force buy for them, so losing that would have put them at a real innate disadvantage in the start of Dust 2, but that's completely flipped the script. That's a big shot from Friend. He has just a few pixels to work with, but it's more than enough. So far this tournament, we've had 4 force buys when the CT side have lost the pistol. That's the first one successful, and what a time for it.
AWP out pretty quickly as well, as Friend is not wasting any time on that. Big tag onto Alistair to kick the round off. Of course, the buy is all over the place from the FlyQuest side. Kind of have to go for it, unfortunately. Deagles looking for the early fight. Friend is ready on the boost. Simple stuff here for Wildcard. But they, again, are not going quietly. It's very, very proactive from the CT side.
It is. Alrighty. Friend, a shot up close for a second as well, but they actually are now out up and towards short. They're trying to push down on the site itself, and they're getting pretty close. They might just plot right in the face of Stan. They're playing towards Gandalf of Inns falls. Surely we're not going to get a plot out here. Denied, and the spray transfer is sumptuous from Stan. Leaving Vexite all alone. Deagle in hand, no armor. Surely no hope. JBA at range with the MP9 concludes this round with 0 casualties for Wildcard. It doesn't get any better than that when they respond with a force buy of their own, and you just don't give them the luxury of the kills. Great round. Wildcard, they take a lead. And for the first time as well.
True.
First time this entire match, they take a lead.
Yeah, it's funny to think, but that is indeed the truth. Big round from Stan. Big round from Stan. Absolutely brilliant stuff, as I spoke about. A really key component of this team, obviously, but of this kind of bounce back. He's going to be the guy that's been here many a time, I would imagine. Many an underdog situation. Stan, a legend in his own right, but sort of feels like his career has been an uphill battle for a long time, never quite fitting into his teams and rosters. Maybe Wildcard's going to be the place to do it, especially alongside the young gun of JBA for all 5. Yes, sir. Keep him coming, he says. Fantastic stuff to get him on the board.
Now, while they're ecos, and we can talk about, you know, the quote-unquote lack of impact or whatever, you know, I had a little conversation just upstairs with JRT in the green room, and we haven't seen enough, I think, from JBA so far throughout this tournament. For somebody who plays a lot of high-impactful roles, who's thrust into star positions, he's not been playing that well throughout the tournament. We've primarily been looking at players like Sonic, for example, who's been really consistent all the way throughout. Stands at his moments in the fragging department, and of course, Friend in that previous map. But we've needed JBA. He went a little bit missing in towards that previous map. That's a good way to boost his individual confidence. We need to see a good map out from him, but especially against the guns. That was just pistols, but it's a good start.
It is a good start. I think it does wonders for your confidence. It's a good feeling. We might talk about it from a very pragmatic point of view in terms of that impact, but it feels good to find all 5, especially in quick succession. Short control coming in here. I'd say FlyQuest, for the flow of the map of Dust 2, actually getting up here quite fast. So Friend does have to be careful. Might think he's in at good time. Surely no one's crossed, etc. And there it is. He loses his head. Thankfully, big man JBA is in to defend this A-bomb site, buy some time for his teammates to hold things down. Stanislaw gotta find a well-timed peek here. Molotov forces him into it. He still takes his time on it. Will spot no one there. Will start to warn Susp. And now the B hit is on its way.
Smoke actually expertly timed. They're going to have to go through this at least a little bit. One gets out just in front before the plume, and he will get his, but Inz will trade, and now they've got the B site, and this is not an easy retake. B site Dust 2, statistically one of the hardest sites to retake in CS2, and this is really tough. They just not got the util to work with. Stan's got a kit, but he's low. A 2 versus 2 with deep in routes in towards his post plant. This is not an easy one to try and pull back in your favor as wildcard. Will be split up and divided in this push. They're going to try and go at the same time as well. And what a shot from Sonic. Stan spotted towards the window. Sonic waiting for his time to peek. And oh my, Sonic, what a time to shine. We've sung this guy's praises. And what a moment for him. That is a beautiful 2v2 retake converted. And all off the back of Sonic's crisp, clean shots.
Yeah, this is the wild card that we saw. The wild card that beat M80, really, and surprised us pleasantly. They have managed to find their feet quite quickly on Dust 2, and it looks very, very good indeed. Rounds like that as well. Those are the key swing rounds, the against the grain, against the trend kind of moments. B-bomb site really, really is an indictment of the post plant there from FlyQuest, unfortunately. So bomb goes down. They potentially could have gone for a buy here, actually. It may not have had too many AKs in it, but it wouldn't have been the ugliest thing in the world. They decide to go down the middle instead.
Yeah, it seems like they want to prioritize Alistair getting that AWP out, which I can understand. Dust 2, very AWP prevalent map as well. Oh, got 4-1 though. Exactly what you want to see, starting off in towards your CT side with strength and looking like the side that was of the second half of Nuke, not the first half. That's exactly what we wanted. It just felt like they actually just took a while to warm up in towards the series, but if this is now wildcard to kind of bring us to the rest of the series, who knows? We could even see a repeat of what happened against M80. They lost map 1 and reverse sweep this. Sonic for 2, looking for 3. Hello, he'll get it. Sus, one of his own as well. And Liaz left all alone. Nice shot from him, though. Pure instincts, and he'll get it, but surely a 1v4 now afterwards feels too big an ask. Sonic walks away with a monstrous round.
Okay, we got the front row boys. They are absolutely loving it. Yeah, I think rightfully so. This is a revitalized wildcard. I think I was chilling after the map. I was like, this one's probably over. This one's probably over. The Dust 2,
Dust 2 looks so good.
Yeah, exactly,
right?
exactly. That's a big part of it is the fact that I think that the Dust 2 was maybe a map that FlyQuest worked on just to have solidly and fresh in their minds coming into this tournament. That's what it looked like. Maybe, arguably, the BB game could have been a flash in the pan. Maybe we're seeing a bit of that now. And maybe, of course, putting your best foot immediately forward on the very first map. It's all tactical because that leaves them with the most recent tape to work from. Why was it so dominant? and the brains behind Wildcard can clearly lay it down. There is also the other side of the coin where we've had JBA on an ace, Sonic on a couple multi-frag rounds already in this game, actually. So it could also just be the fact that it's Dust 2 and individuals run rampant here. Liaz out early will manage to hide away. I did think that this is a bit of an interesting smoke. They've pulled it out a couple of times, actually. It seems like it's some sort of bait play. It's worked very well in this one. Dexter activates on B as well. So an aggressive round from FlyQuest against the code for them. Moving out long, it's really not a fun area at the moment. On this iteration of Dust 2, they find great success. It's an advantage. It's plenty of control. Dexter's almost done a full loop of the map.
Yeah, a two-pronged attack. A little bit out towards B, a little bit out towards A, and they just get all the space, all the information to work with. And Dexter, gets one more of his catcher's friend. Sonic for him, I mean, you know, for Wildcard, they're not exactly low on funds. So even if Sonic was to fall here, it wouldn't be the end of the world. But it's still probably one of those things for me where I don't know if you're going to even give this a go. A 1v3, AWP retaking, it feels a little bit like a waste, but exit kills aren't bad. Get the first. Is this going to be a commitment play, or is he actually going to give this a look in? Rotates out towards long, has a kit, has nearly a full battle of util, but it still feels like with how he's slowing things down and all the rest, that this isn't. This is just him looking for exits for the most part. Bomb halfway ticked now, just shy of 20 on it. I think we are just calling for the exits. He's kind of set up in the right place for it. One back turn, the other there as well, and he's making this expensive. Sure, FlyQuest are going to take the round, but it comes at quite the hefty price.
Yeah, if there was someone holding long and he wins that fight, I think he definitely speeds up. But obviously, as soon as he steps, as soon as he runs, he gives away the element of surprise. So not much that can be done. As you say, it is that sort of silver lining type moment.
Yeah, I mean, there's still going to be a buy here, but it's actually going to be potentially a little bit uncomfortable. There might be somebody you have to drop in towards a Galil if they want the full battle of util. So that could be relatively interesting. I know money was a little bit low on Alistair, for example. So yeah, we do get that Galil out. It's Vexite who's going to wield it. Alistair gets his orb. He's 0-7 so far, so it's not exactly been the easiest of starts for him. Had his troubles as well in towards that first map where Friend was top fragging over towards Wildcard. He looks very comfortable on Nuke, and he's been okay so far. It's primarily been the Riflers who've been pulling this team up for the CT side. So Friend, this is a big kind of head-to-head for him. It feels like he's in the driver's seat right now. He does look like a little bit more of a comfortable player, despite being the stand-in.
Liaz is in a really dangerous spot. 3 players all around him. So he's going to have to play his kind of info game, I would imagine. Weird sort of setup once again from both sides. In terms of these smokes, Vexite uses it to his advantage. Still a man advantage for the double AWPing CT side here. Nade doesn't really do an awful lot of damage. Bomb has gone down. Double AWP on the retake, never really ideal. More nade damage, but again, not really all that much. Dexter in behind the headshot box will get one, looking for a bit more. They're giving him the chances. Support is here as well, down to a 2-on-2, but I mean, this is not looking good. Combined HP of 51 for these two CTs. A fake flash sort of thing wasn't meant for him. It seems to have worked. Tap on the bomb, hold on the bomb should be enough. And they will indeed pull it over the line. A very, very close fought battle considering the 4-on-3. But as I said, those AWP slow down proceedings. So stressed out of his mind after that one, but they will get it.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Alistair as well, he goes over towards long expecting the rotation, at least one of the 4 players to come from that position, to basically play for a split on that retake. But they just group up as a 4, all coming through CT and short, all coming from one direction. And because he's so out of position, the bomb's not planted for him. So even if he'd got, you know, he was a little bit closer, it still feels basically impossible. Miss flash there from Sonic. Not the end of the world. Friend, though, he potentially could be under a little bit of pressure. They're going through the flames as well, and it might not favor them. 1 for 1. Molly will go out, and Dexter goes up on high. That's a really good change up in the levels there to catch the AWPer off guard.
No smoke on the doors, though. No smoke on the doors. Trying to bait them in. Dexter is stuck behind closet. Somehow it has worked out. What the hell is going on in this round? I mean, FlyQuest have strewn some chaos. Dexter gets a little lucky. It felt like they did have the position. They did have the nades. But he, in all that carnage, just managed to, you know, absolutely paint the picture for his team. So very well done from the IGL. A wild round, it is safe to say, from FlyQuest. I believe a timeout here, rightfully so. I think both teams will benefit from chilling. May well be more technical in nature. We got a little referee getting involved.
Oh, yeah, maybe. I did see Vince talking there for a second.
Yeah.
So my assumption was that this would be a wildcard tack, just because things started well. They don't want to let it slip. They don't want to allow wildcard to spiral. You know, the Death touched on it. We touched on it a little bit. It was 8 rounds in a row for that kind of that first half. Oh, the first half of the first map, and it was a really solid showing from FlyQuest. And they just don't want to allow them to put up those sort of numbers again, or even get that snowball rolling, because they're quite difficult to stop once they get going. But looks like we're all getting ready to go, I think, in a moment. Stoic at the moment for Stan, though, to get things back underway. 6-3. If Wildcard can guarantee a lead on this CT side, that would be good. We've gone for the Force Buy. AWP, M4, MP9, 5-7 and a Deagle. Not the easiest of buys. You've got to play a little bit off the cuff here. You've got to be a little bit audacious, and that's what they're going for. But it's the low mana Sonic going in first, and the trade isn't bad, but the answer back from Vexite's better.
Yeah, FlyQuest with a keen opportunity here to really close this gap. Another B side, by the way, something that a lot of teams have been very, very scared of. FlyQuest liking the B site, it feels. Works for them initially. Can they close out the round, however, is, of course, the big question. Deep position from JBA on his Deagle. Should get checked, but you see the shadows here, so it can really be a skill fight. In's trying to bait him in, trying to spam away. Does he hear any damage going down? The answer's going to be no. Flash is good, and Inns will find the kill. Just Friend and Stan remain then, so not looking too good. Bomb's actually going to rotate around. Dexter ready for this. Pre-fires there from Stan, but they're expecting A. As you can see, the cross smoke comes in as well. That will sell it, and the B-bomb site should be taken.
Yeah, Inns may have A, but he's a lurking presence here. And they're going to go for a split on the retake, it seems. Will Inns be cleared? Will he get his shot? Oh, it's a little labored from Inns. Uncharacteristic, down he goes. 2 versus 2, just as that bomb goes down. So time is there to work with for Wildcard, but they don't have a kit. Keep an eye on this. Friend doesn't have armor either. So this is a really precarious engagement, and one which Stan doesn't fare too well in. Nice little peek out there from Alistair. Gets his, and Friend, without that armor, he is not giving this one the time of day, which I think is absolutely fair enough. Money is going to be a little bit distraught over towards Wildcard in this next. For Friend, he's basically going to be the only one with any sort of investment. He might pick up a little bit of armor to go around it. It might be one of those where they use the pistols to try and facilitate fights for him. We'll see. Either way, though, FlyQuest up to 4. Breathing down the neck now of this wildcard side as they're looking to tie this one up before heading in towards that second half. And that would be big. Doing that on T side especially would really give them a bit of a leg up, you'd feel like, in the map.
Some really nice moments actually coming in from both sides, to be honest. Few pre-fires, few really solid flashes from FlyQuest. So it's good to see, I think, the level of the Counter-Strike definitely elevating as we've gone into the semi-finals. Much, much tighter ship from both sides, particularly FlyQuest, I have to say. Wildcard, they are in the lead here, but it still feels like they're really battling in every single round. Dink lands. Trying to sell that there's only one, I suppose. Flashes coming in from both ends. Another peek on the USP. They really just want 1 or 2 players to send themselves in and let this AWP get into the mixture. Obviously, FlyQuest playing a much safer game than that.
Yeah, the only issue as well is that they were peeking 1 by 1. If those first 2 pistols went together, there might have been an idea behind that, but not to be. Inns in the smoke, through the smoke. Friend, quick reaction. Inns will get caught. I don't know if they're really even going to consider this round, basically. You know, Friend's got AWP, half armor, not exactly a lot of money left over. Sosna got an AK. I don't think we're really giving this one a look in. I think we're going to keep out of what we've got and try and utilize these premium guns in towards the next round to try and lock in a 7-5. But it will be FlyQuest now, just 1 away from tying the game up before heading in towards that second half and actually recovering quite well from what was a bit of a bad start as well. They were 5-1 down at one point. looking a lot healthier. P250 sticks around. Stan will get his. Wins out the IGL head-to-head. He really wants that AK, but he's so scared about peeking out. He doesn't realize that he actually would be free to go and get it if he wants. I think he's probably hoping that the bomb will kind of blow it in his direction. And he should be okay. Let's see. There it is. And look at it. So, all good. Actually, 2 AKs and the orb saved. Not bad heading into the final round. But it's all well and good having the guns. You've now got to make this round stick. If we get a 7-5 for wildcard, we're feeling a lot more comfortable. It gives them room to work with. We know they have some clean XCs when it comes towards their pistol rounds as well. And T-type pistol in particular could be quite spicy. Who knows? But the one thing that is still looming for me and worrying is it was the T side of wildcard that let them down. You know, they only got 2 rounds on it, and it wasn't exactly by any means competitive in 90% of those rounds. So we need to just hope that that first half of them just warming up, and actually they've got an idea about how to make this Dust 2 stick. But we'll see. As we do get a bit of attack pause in a moment for a conversation. The Vins as well, it's stressing the importance of taking a slight lead in towards that second. And for Urkas, it's about, you know, completing this recovery, giving them space to work with. Jumping across. Orb will spot 1, but Friend gets a clear cut over towards B. Ooh. Good opener from Vexite off the back of that flash.
Nice return from Stan. Nothing else to come off the back of the corner, though. They will, again, on the FlyQuest side of things, just send a lot of players to a lot of different spots. Really confident in their individuals to win out some fights. And as if by magic, 2 at once in 2 different spots on the very same map. So there you are. Numbers looking good. Dexter in towards short. Not necessarily going to be needed. It's all down to Friend. Where has this come from? A super, super aggressive round on all counts from FlyQuest. And they've not lost really a single gunfight apart from that one towards the very tail end. So that's one way to close things out. The lead isn't there for Wildcard. The comeback is for FlyQuest. And the Counter-Strike continues in a few minutes.
So I'm calling.
Much closer affair here on Dust 2, as close as it gets, in fact. The pistol will split the difference to begin the second half. Wildcard fighting to stay alive against all odds, and, well, they will kick off pretty cleanly. Flash comes over the top, just finding not one but two, and suddenly there are only two for FlyQuest.
As mentioned, Wildcard do have pretty clean executes when it comes towards their T-side pistol. This is a pretty important fight as they both just walk into Sonic. I don't think he really even expected the second, but the bullet connects nonetheless. And Wildcard taking an important one. They have actually had some clean moments on those pistol rounds, and that's another one that goes in towards the tally. Very good teamwork, play off each other, and hit the shots, simply as. And it'll be them taking that slight lead back in their favor. They were 5-1 up, half-ended 6-all. They started off their T-side well, and we're a little bit hesitant as well about this T-side just because of how weak it was over towards Nuke, right? 2 rounds out of a possible 12 is what they got on Nuke on their map pick, so it wasn't exactly the most defiant of showing. Hey, Force Bites come through, and already the frags are going in favor of Friend.
Yeah, looking pretty clean here, as you would expect. Once again, out via long, it's really good to have that kind of conditioning, I think, early on in the game to be like, okay, as a CT side, we have to pay a bit of attention to long and expend some utility there. Ooh, backside. Weird position. Yeah, I think there's potential he could have caught someone off. It ends up being the other way around. He gets caught. So nothing coming. Alistair to hold the cross here. Oh, okay. Lands the tag. Fair. It's not going to do anything. But it's cool to see a flick like that land. All the same, he'll be saving into the next.
Yeah, that'll be that. Saving if he can, though. I'm just worried about whether he gets hunted here. Friend seems to have a fairly decent idea about what he wants. In towards Pit, Friend waiting for his opportunity. The Eagle and a Scout would like to move on towards the next, being this a force as well. There shouldn't be a bide, really, for FlyQuest in towards the next. And that step would have been heard by Friends, and now they can start to swarm. They smell blood in the water. These Sharks are hungry. He's probably in trouble, and he is. Friend, good round. He started off with 2, and he finishes with 3 right at the end there. Nothing saved, nothing gained for FlyQuest, and a 2-round lead that Wildcard now hold. This is okay. This Dust 2 is looking considerably cleaner than the T-side of Nuke already.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just that big question of whether it does continue for them. FlyQuest, such a really, really almost like perfect map of Counter-Strike against BB to begin their ESL Challenger run. So they do have it in them, for sure. Wildcard also proving that they've got it in themselves. Once again, pressure at long might not win them the round out and out, but it does get them that first kill here. There is a lurk coming in. Liaz behind here to try and get the catch. Sonic is aware. He is absolutely dialed in here on Dust 2. Mac 10 does get bested, so there's your 1 kill. Just gotta be careful not to give this guy the $600 kill bonus, really. Friend is low. Don't get too giddy, I think, considering, yes, it's only 1 player, but it is that Mac. He's baited Friend into the fight. He will win it, so there you are. Money made. He's back round for some more, he says. Still sticking in, trying to, again, bait another fight with the sound cues. Round definitely over, but this is, you know, $900 kill bonus coming in for Vexite thus far. Surely not at this range with no armor, and he knows it, so maybe a Mac 10 player in the next round?
Yeah, I mean, he's been playing out through upper tunnels, so not actually the worst place to have a Mac 10 either. If you can try and get up close there, go for a bit of an upper tunnels pop, it could be something, but we're speaking as if he was surviving, and he doesn't. And he goes right at the end there. So, this is good. 3 rounds ahead of FlyQuest. In the spot that they're currently at, getting ever closer to potentially pushing us towards a decider. And that decider was the map we wanted them to pick into. That Anubis, a map we know they can play good Counter-Strike on. So it could be a very spicy tail end to the series if it does go to a 3rd. Not there yet, but all is in the court of Wildcard for sure.
It absolutely is. The cross was dangerous. No heads lost. tit for tat on the nades here. As Wildcard more set up towards B. Seems these teams are not afraid of this B bomb site. Not quite as cookie cutter in terms of their T-side approach, which is nice to see.
Yeah,
to be honest, I will not lie. Mid to B smoke coming in. It looks like they will indeed act upon it. Small failure potentially. I think that was maybe meant to land cleanly. Maybe it was a bait. It felt like Sus was ready for that fight. Doesn't happen. He loses his life early.
Ali plays anti. Can't get a shot, but he gets out alive, so he'll take that. And reposition over towards Ram. JBA still lurking in towards upper tunnels, but he does have the bomb, and he's isolated, so he does need to be careful not to do anything too audacious or not to lose his life. As Vexite started to go aggro, this could be actually quite awkward. JBA does get the support rotated back over. Stan doubles back, gets his. Vexite, second time now he's been caught pushing either through or in upper tunnels. In the last couple of rounds, the time's taken 30 seconds. This feels like they're setting up still for that mid to B, but I say that, and the bomb rotates back over towards Xbox with a bit of a push coming through. Yeah, they're going back towards A. Bomb going to go via short, 2 out via long as well, and there's 2 players from FlyQuest to meet them.
Stan will find Alistair. The AWP shot misses over there. Liaz trying to hold the line and unfortunately thought he was, maybe a bit more hidden, a bit more protected than he actually was. So this is looking good here for Wildcard. Bomb going to go down. Dexter, really the only damage dealer left. And they call it. They will move to save. Wildcard going to hit 10 before FlyQuest have got anything in this second half. Really, really impressive stuff. And looks set to continue even with the save. I don't know that FlyQuest will get a lot in terms of the weaponry of the next. Dexter, he kind of knows it, really. Trying to take some guns away himself. Yeah, so by all accounts, should be 11 for Wildcard on the verge of it anyway.
Yeah, I mean, money's going to be broken here, so you're spot on. I don't really see them, try to tempt fate with an investment around the AK. If it was like an AK and an AWP, I could understand it, but even with the loss bonus here, I think more often than not, teams would half buy this around the AK and then full buy in towards the next. But it's tough. It does feel at the moment, the way things are setting up for FlyQuest, that they're on the verge of potentially even trying to play for overtime, which is never a situation you want to be in. Obviously, Wildcard were close, in all fairness, but as you mentioned, the cosmetic comeback, as we like to call it, all for show, but wasn't there in the end. A good round, and I think a really good kind of mid to late call coming through as well from Stan to double them all back over towards the A site, especially when there'd already been B aggression in towards tunnels. Stan catches Vexite, and a lot of players and IGLs would make a call immediately off the back of that and be like, right, one's dead towards B. There's surely either no one on B site itself or like a doors player who's come from the mid position, so it should be weaker. But Stan doesn't fall for the ruse, and thank God he didn't, because there was one more up close ready to take those fights. So good work. I am seeing bits of an investment, but like you mentioned, it does feel like the half buy around the AK rather than the full investment. So 2 MP9s and a couple of great pistols. Dexter, what the hell is that? The revolver. Yeah, the R8 has come out for Dexter. It's not often you see that. Funnily enough, the only other person I've seen that in a pro game recently is Stan. And that's why you don't pick it up, ladies and gents. It is ass.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair enough. It looks pretty cool on the hood, I'll give it that. It looks like a real, cowboy revolver.
Yeah.
That's where the fun ends with that, though, I think.
Don't feel like one.
Yeah.
We all remember the first 3 days of it, though.
Yes, well, of course. That was a good time. That's what we're all trying to get back. Yeah, no. Looking good here for Wildcard. They will clear out the B-bomb site, clear out the middle area, break that smoke. Alistair left alone. Down he goes. Quick one for Wildcard. Exactly how you want to play around like that. Yes, you're expected to win, but you want to just completely shut it down, because your opponents, they're being realists. They're like, okay, not expected to win this, but, maybe we take a gun away. Maybe we, try this bit of aggression that we've been thinking about doing, but it's quite risky. Let's see how it goes. And they just get flattened. Absolutely no room to maneuver here.
It's true. Wildcard looking great, though. This is the buy. This is the big one from FlyQuest. Lose this, and we're probably losing the map, and it's really awkward, actually. In fact, Sonic semi-panics. He should go down here, and he will. It's the HG of Dexter, and Inns will come in to support and get one of his own. It felt like Sonic was guaranteed with that kill, but then sort of in two minds about should I even fight here. Little does he know how blind Dexter actually was.
Potentially the first one for FlyQuest. 5 versus 3 should be closable. There is utility left. There is an AWP left, and Friend has been playing very, very well, actually, as we opened proceedings saying, you know, not a map that this stand-in typically plays with his usual team.
Yeah.
Okay.
He definitely pugs it. He definitely plays it in
He's
FPL.
having a bit of fun here. The round's not going to be won out. He's the only one to find a kill, but the flashiest kill of Dust 2 so far. A lot more work to be done, of course, by FlyQuest, but at the very least, they stopped them hitting that all-important 12, right? There is still this last required box to tick, let's say, for the wildcard side. FlyQuest could definitely get their claws in here.
Frustrations on himself, but it was quite a cool little jump in towards CT. I think to expect anything more would be a little bit outlandish. It was already a lost round at that point. Friend, he will get out. He gets given this. And not really wanting to test them, and understandably so. The long control from Wildcard, bar that previous round, has actually been really good.
It is true. This round, FlyQuest not opting to contest. Yeah, they've got the old major smoker to just keep them at bay. Friend, though, he knows what's up, that usually this smoke is kind of a facade of defense. So he goes through it. He finds the opener, Wildcard, in prime position. Information being gained by Vexite, however. So I think they'll be more and more ready for the A-hit here.
Sosp holding for a bit of either short, top mid, or Xbox aggression. That angle does hold them all, and he actually might get a chance. He moves a little bit deeper in towards mid, but Vexite, he's already been caught overextending a couple of times, but I think in FlyQuest's current position, they have to do something. They can't just sit around and wait for the bodies to come to them. He doubles back over towards upper tunnels, and he might be tempted. This is actually keeping an eye on that minimap. That could be quite an important fight. If Sus can win that out, or even if he gets this space, he's actually caught a bit of timing, but no, Vexite holds him. He nearly had the best flank going if Vexite was looking the other way.
Not the case, though. Break of the smoke comes in. That felt like it was actually from the T side, and it's worked out in favor of the CT end. All the kills going in favor of the Blues. It's Friend that remains to try and pick up the pieces. There's not many of them left on the ground, and unfortunately he gets flanked out by Ins. Big round from him, holding that impassable line on the A-bomb site. So, FlyQuest actually picking up some steam here. Considering they were down a man, it's a pretty good recovery.
Exactly. This is now starting to get quite spicy. FlyQuest, these last few gun rounds have actually looked very clean. They've got a really good lock-in towards the A site, and that's where maybe they're kind of training this wildcard side to eventually go for a bit of a B pop, and that's where they can try and catch them off guard. Friend, good opener. Alistair, he tried to test him down range, and it doesn't work out. Had a slow start to the map. He was 0-7 at one point before he got his first kill. And he still hasn't exactly recovered personally, as he's 8-13. All good for that first. The pistol, the only pistol at JBA. They trade site tags.
Nate does a bit more damage. They need a kill back, though, on the FlyQuest side. You know, chips here or there is not going to do it. We always like it. Gives us something to talk about, right?
Yeah.
But in terms of where this round needs to be, Dexter will take a big tag. So again, Wildcard set themselves up nicely. Later on in the round, that's going to come back to bite the Aussie in the backside.
For a guy whose team permabanned this map, Friend is looking pretty good right now. 19-9. He's really warmed up in towards this tournament. His first map or two, you could even argue, weren't exactly that great. He looked quite nervous, which understandably, you know, he's coming towards the team. They spoke about, you know, Stan spoke about it quite honestly, saying, we've not pragged for this tournament. We're not preparing for it. We're just all eyes focused on the RMR. And, you know, we haven't had time to, or we don't really want to play the pracs with Friend. We're focusing on what matters most. And, well, doesn't look like it. Not at the moment. Especially not against M80 yesterday. Vexite slips the net, but only goes 1 for 1. And that's not good enough, because the numbers stay in favor of Wildcard, and they've got the B site now.
It's got to be a save, really. That is very unfortunate. If they had Alistair back, if they didn't have that gap in mid and he gets a flash through that smoke, it really could have been big. Maybe we're not saving as Friend keeps them coming. Spotted out Dexter here as well, so I think the hunt is going to be on. This is a really big 12th, therefore, to land on the wild card end, because the buy in the next, I think it'll be present. There's going to be a couple players missing. However, Dexter trying to hold on to this all-important AWP will lose his life at the cost of a frag. So there you have wildcard moving up to 12.
Fella's loving it.
Yeah, the energy picking up, the energy picking up. And maybe that's going to be a big part of it here. We'll get to chat to them regardless of what goes down here and just get a bit more information out. I would imagine that the energy is something that is really positive, you know, in these kind of smaller crowds, but it's a bit more intense and everything, just to hear every voice in your favor, and you can see it is playing off
as well.
Yeah,
because I mean, even if you just mirror their opening game to that game, you know how nervous he looked at the start and how confident he looks now, and it's obviously showing in his performance. However, just as we're kind of bigging him up a bit, he does get caught off guard. My Dex, this is a B pot. Vexite's got to go huge here. He has the spawn advantage, then will get his, gets the second as well. Massive. So game not done just yet. 12-8, probably gonna be 9. Stan has got to pull off a 1 versus 4. Even the first is a big ask. He doesn't take any damage, but his position now known. And without the bomb, sure, he's got a minute 15, but this is just nigh on impossible. And the big thing as well is that for the T-side, despite the wins they've been having and maybe the back and forths you can talk about, they don't have loads of money, right? Yeah. They're still in a position, just Leah's completely unaware of that potential, but they're still in a position where, you know, Friend's not really going to have a buy-in towards the next round because they're on min-loss bonus. Yeah, it's going to be weird how they want to go about this, because JBA can buy in, Sonic can buy in, so can Stars. So Friend maybe just goes into like a scout. He doesn't mind picking that up. I'd assume a buy is what I'm saying, but
it's not over yet, man.
It's true. The thing is, you lose the buy, we're talking about then again going towards like 23, 24 rounds at least.
For sure.
We asked the gods, the CS gods, for some close games,
we did.
right?
We did.
You know, for those who've been tuned in all weekend, we've had all the one-sided ones. Yeah.
But when I do, it's for Counter-Strike.
I think Stan's got to just try and keep this AK alive. I think, that, like I said, you know, for Friend with his money just a little bit feeble, it's just not worth losing it. Yeah. Let's just have something to fall back on. He won't need to reinvest in towards the armor. He can drop something over. It can be okay.
I think it's quite clever, though, in a sense that, you know, he obviously had so much time to save with. Like, the proactive save to just kind of make them think that he's still giving it a look in, still going for it. It's kind of smart, actually.
Because look at the other side. In the previous round, Dexter did a not proactive save, and he just got hunted, right? If he had got moving and actually if he kind of, you know, taken that pop shot when he was over towards ramp and then immediately ran towards long, gone over towards, you know, a CT spawn or whatever and started like running around, maybe something could have worked around, or gone over towards T spawn and trying to hide somewhere there. But you are right. It gives you sort of, you're in control of it.
Yeah, it's a bit funny how it works, especially on like a T to CT situation, you know, the T player saving. It's like, obviously they can still win that round. It's a bit different the other way when it's like, okay, he's on the A bomb site, we've planted B, we kind of know where he is. Even if he is, moving around or being annoying, we can still shut it down.
Exactly.
So I just think it's a bit of a, you know, cool thought experiment of maybe changing up the saves slightly, just being proactive.
And he got a kill with it, so
it's true.
Taking every day of the week. As expected, Friend goes in towards that scout. And it will be 1 Deagle, 1 Galil, and 1 AK to join Stan's saved one. So they did go for that force sort of as predicted, but it's just about how well this goes. You lose this, and we are talking about them potentially going the distance. That'd be FlyQuest up to a 10th. Wildcard with no money, so they probably get an 11th. And again, we hit that round 24 sort of vibe. So Wildcard, they do have that pressure on their shoulders, which they need to be careful of. They also don't have a lot of util either, so they can't exactly do the bait and switches that they like to do in these rounds.
Very quickly out mid here from some of the wildcard boys trying to gather that information. Once again, it is the mid to B play, but they have a slightly more unorthodox smoke around it. It's not worked for them in the past. Here it is also a bit strange. Just gets traded out quickly, ready for some kind of a B play. Vexite does well to even find one. 3-on-3, but the bomb is slowly alone. I don't know, this is just so strange. The tag comes through the doors. There's damage done everywhere onto Wildcard, but with control of the B bomb site, they have the upper hand. Friend finishing off 2. It's all down to the Orpa of Alistair. He's back here throwing smokes, man. There's nobody around to help him. He does take one with the molly, finishes off the low HP Friend, brings it into the one-on-one. Stan, though, plays the patience game and will catch him. Head turned. So well secured in the end. Wildcard, they gave us a fright, but they've given us a third here now.
Yeah, we're going the distance as well. Just as things went against M80 yesterday, lose the opening map, take the second, push us towards a third, and we've already slightly delved into it, how that Anubis is a map on paper that feels pretty good over towards Wildcard and not so strong over towards FlyQuest. So this gets very interesting. Friend, another masterclass of a map coming out for him. He has warmed up all the way throughout this tournament and he keeps on getting better and better. And at the moment, FlyQuest haven't found a way to shut him down. This series has just got spicy. Des, what have you got for us?
Guess who's back? Back again. The FlyQuest we know is back. It's probably the end. This is exactly what we were talking about at the start of ESL Challenger Atlanta, was this uninspired FlyQuest. And unfortunately, they gave us a little bit of hope. But I feel like in Dust 2, Alan, we saw exactly what we've been seeing leading into this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, they've been a topsy-turvy team. The highs have been still relatively good, but yeah, the lows engage all too often. I will say a factor in this map was first half, they got reset, second, lost that economic game. Second half, lose pistol, can't get anything done on their force spice. So that's always a tough position, but forget those rounds. On the gun rounds proper, you wouldn't know that was the same team that did a number on BB. On their CT side, it looked completely different. They never got any traction. Quite an underwhelming performance. Yeah, difficult to watch.
Yeah, that nuke looked completely different than the first round. And I feel like they weren't ever able to get activated on their CT side as much as they did on the first game that we saw them play on Dust 2.
So Mike is on the stage. Let's find out what the coaches are thinking after the series got equalized.
Grabbed a quick word. Vin said he loves Friend, which can't be too surprising after that Dust 2. Feeling very confident about the Anubis as well. He told me 13-3, so that's the call from Vin's. Over in the FlyQuest camp, a little more taciturn. Aircast said, we'll see how this Anubis goes. What do you think, Sam? What will we see?
We saw Mike on the stage. We'll see him again on the stage. That's what I think. Let's talk about Wildcard. What did they do right?
Play to win. I mean, we keep saying it, a bit of a broken record at this point, but they make moves, they get aggressive, they're not scared to take risks in different scenarios. Friend, I don't know what conversation they had between the first day and these other days, but he looks like an absolute monster in these rounds. Yeah. And he's clearly confident to make those moves and get aggressive in a way he was not on day one. So it almost certainly has to be the reality that somebody said to him, you have free reign. This is our best chance. And he is making use of it in a way that I can't believe this player is doing on LAN. I mean, forget about the standing situation. For him, individually, this is a breakout tournament.
Yeah, and another thing about Friend, I feel Wildcard, they have this mental about them that they will not get pushed down. FlyQuest is a big opponent for them. M80 was a big opponent for them, but they've now gotten the chance to do a reverse sweep again in this tournament. And FlyQuest, I feel like their mental, it's just not there. They're very easily disrupted by something that's not going their way. But Wildcard, every single time that maybe they were not getting around, maybe something wasn't happening, especially on Nuke, they were always able to come back into the next round. There would always be something from them, some kind of spark that we have not seen from FlyQuest yet.
On the side of Wildcard, another standout for me, the Orpa was there, but Sonic as well, Ellen.
Yeah, he was brilliant in that first half. So many afterplants. Round 5, of course, a good example of that. And, you know, it was a very, very scrappy first half. The round before this was a monster retake, and this one was completely ridiculous. Drop peek from Sonic, instantly clears the play in towards Kara in a moment's time. And we often say this site is probably the hardest site in Counter-Strike to retake. They make it look easy, and I know they did win it cleanly in the end, but it's those early rounds that give them the scope, the position to close it out cleanly. Had they not won those afterplants early in that first half, we could be in overtime right now.
It went like how quickly they were able to get the shots, able to finish it, just clear out that site, just felt completely different than how we saw them play on Nuke. It felt like sometimes on Nuke, they would kind of slow down a little bit. They would be making mistakes, but they were pointing out FlyQuest mistakes. And I think FlyQuest got a little bit embarrassed from that.
Talking about those mistakes, I mean, it was even at the half, right, Alan? And then it felt like in the second half, Wildcard pushed ahead. Were they taking advantage of some of the mess-ups from FlyQuest?
Yeah, we need to talk about the differences between this game and that BB game. CT side in this game, there were more errors. They were much less proactive. And round 16, that was the first go-around of that second half, was a brilliant example of what was going wrong. So, in this round, it's 5-on-4 for the CD side. It looks good, but they just lose all this space towards long. Alistair here is caught off because they cede so much room. The Vex side push equally is because they're ceding so much ground. And think back to that first game of the tournament. Every single round, somebody was pushing mid, somebody was pushing tunnels. The entire time, FlyQuest knew exactly what was happening on the map. On this CT side, they never knew. And when they did know, it was friend shooting them.
We're now going to Anubis. That is going to be the decider. How does this play out?
It's going to be strange, I think, for FlyQuest. They have to go and take a good look in the mirror and see what happened between today and Friday to have them play that Dust 2 map so completely differently.
I mean, it's a best of 3 now. That's the difference, right? They could run the sprint. They struggle with the marathon.
Ooh, potentially. The thing that scares me for FlyQuest is obviously we come into this veto and we spoke about it in the pregame is Anubis in some senses was the obvious pick. It was the obvious pick for Wildcard. It's not a brilliant map for FlyQuest.
No.
They haven't, obviously domestically, they're going to have some good results, but internationally, we haven't seen a great deal from them. So their best chance was to win this series in 2. They're in a lot of jeopardy now, and if they play similar Counter-Strike to they did at the end of that second map, Wildcard could be in the grand final. It is absolutely possible from here.
Damn, imagine that. A North American team in the grand final at ESL Challenger Atlanta. I know the crowd wants it. I'm not sure how everyone at home is feeling, though, so let us know in the chat. As we take this quick break, when we return, we'll find out if American dreams can, in fact, come true.
Hey Future Pros, back on Anubis, this time with a nice multi-nade set you can throw to help your teammates take the A site. For this exec, you will need a smoke, molly, and a couple of flashes. Your smoke will be for heaven. To throw this, get into the corner next to this section of the wall. Aim at the point where these bricks converge. Then jump throw the smoke. Your molly will be for default, which is a very nice position to have cleared out for the T's entering the site. To throw this, remain in the same spot and aim just to the right of the middle point of this top pot. Then jump throw the molly. Lastly, use this lineup here and jump throw both of your flashes. This will blind many areas on the site, just watch out for anyone playing fountain or the close wall, as it won't fully affect them much. Good luck taking A.
You've reached the age where everything in Counter-Strike is a challenge. You've played this game for over 20 years. Your smoke lineups miss the mark more often, and you can't entry frag the way you used to. And now there are other games that make life a little bit easier. But you don't have to remain unsatisfied. FPS dysfunction is nothing to be ashamed about, so ask your stack about CS2 today and join 1.8 million concurrent players who have already turned their limp, bot-level bottom fragging into a whole new experience. Open skyboxes allow for a whole new world of nade lineups, so you can get as sweaty as you'd like.
Yes, let's go.
A revolutionary sub-tick system brings back those ultra-sensitive headshots, so you can frag like an 18-year-old FPL star again. A revamped matchmaking and in-game ranking will have your queues popping again, and again, and again.
Let's go.
Volumetric smokes with improved swelling to help you fill choke points of all shapes and sizes. Multiple game updates a week will have blood rushing to places it hasn't been in years. So you don't have to suffer from FPS dysfunction, settling for lesser games. With CS2, you'll be standing tall, polishing your trophy in no time. Make sure you're healthy enough to play CS2. CS2 may cause uncontrollable rage. Smokes may be blown open unexpectedly. The subtick system may actually just be 64 tick. You may experience intermittent microstutters. Feeling like you're moving in wet cement is possible. CS2 may be forced upon you at a moment's notice. Spraying impotence is a common side effect. CS2 is incredibly addicting. Please frag responsibly.
He can't do a thing here. Cello just wasting his time.
Wait,
crazy shot. Hang on. Backstab him from Sunpat.
He's done it. He's won the round.
Frozen knows. There's one. Alistair in the corner. Molotov towards heaven. That'll be time. And Frozen might make something of this. Alistair gonna get caught. 118. We pulls on the bomb. He's still alive, but he's still finding. Bye-bye Ings. Bye-bye FlyQuest.
For a Zaka, edge of the smoke. Double kill for him. Oh no, Hooksy into the 1v3. How have we got here? Zaka on the edge of the smoke.
This position is perfect from Ins. 10 seconds left. Not going to be easy, especially now they've lost their heads. It's Ins with 4. Dominant defense.
In the corner. To the first. Get to the second as well. Manesi put himself into the 1 versus 1. No Starry was in rotation as well. And Manesi just knocked him out to the final 1v3. That is a monstrous way to close it. This isn't going to be easy. He's all alone.
Oh, the flash is so good. Let's Melon, though, can't get the kill. Zaka does manage to trade it out. A collateral lander by Munisi. He keeps on dragging. A pillar of strength here from Munisi, looking for the ace, denied away. Nexa surely has to clutch this up now. He's through the smoke, going to move his way in. He spotted Star and gives his position. Wants that to keep Lid Vision alive. Zaka finding 3-4. Oh my God, Zaka.
Walk up with this all holding, and Nathan Schmau's lining up util. Jimmy tries to bail them out, but Nap with the ace does not let them in.
The scout remains against 4. Oh my God, this guy! No scope merchant! What is that? What?
Vibe is pretty good right now. Definitely know that we have a lot of things to work on compared to our results in the earlier start of the year. But yeah, Vibe's always been pretty good.
Map 3 getting underway here. The vibes are good, apparently, coming into this one, says Dexter. We'll see about that, because Wildcard turned it on. It felt like the second map was going to be the end of this, right? They've traded each other's picks, and Wildcard take that really nasty D2 that we saw from FlyQuest on the first day. But here we are, third map ready to get underway, and I don't know, man, I really cannot split the difference right now. We've seen some really good moments from these teams, some really poor moments from these teams, so it's difficult to say.
Yeah, you know, I don't want to jinx them in a way, but it really does feel for Wildcard they're looking so similar to how that exact series went against M80. Start slow, opening map, not the greatest for them, but the second they warm up in towards the series and get a bit of time to get going, they start playing to their level, on tune with each other. I mean, we've seen great performances come through from a few individuals over towards Wildcard, but in particular it has to be Friend.
Yeah.
What a player he has been so far. I mean, the 23, I think he finished off in towards that second map, and he looked absolutely fantastic all the way through. Yeah, 23 and 11, a 1.69 rating, was loving life in the server. And the big thing now is about, can we get somebody to shut him down? Alistair's had his moments of weakness. He's negative across the series so far, where Friend is absolutely flying. But on the other side, you know, long-time Wildcard, we've got the likes of Sonic. Sonic's been playing really, really well, especially considering JBA there on your screen has had, you know, map number 1 wasn't exactly the best for him. Map number 2 is a lot better. So similar thing of warming up into a series, and Stan, I think, not only is his calling been really, really solid, but just the way he's been playing individually too. So at the moment, there's a lot to like for Wildcard. They're looking on the up. Stocks are rising for them. But FlyQuest, you can never count them out. They're a side who know how to come back from being down under in a way. And I think the thing for them is they've always, in most tier 1 tournaments, been seen as an underdog. Yeah. Now that they are the overdog, can they play like it?
Well, we're about to find out. We questioned why Anubis was not earlier on in this series. Now you feel potentially Wildcard have got an advantage in that sense. But underway we get. Grand final spot on the line, and the first headshot lands. The second headshot comes in from Dexter. P250 ready to fight here. There's only 3 suddenly remain for Wildcard. The pistol prowess that they've had in this series seems to have fallen off. This does not really look all that defensible for the CT side. They've lost the A site. They've got a low HP player. Inns may well just be able to end it here. He's spotted out Sonic at the very least, so days are numbered. Can he take anyone with him? 1 is the answer. FlyQuest kick off pretty clinically there.
Yeah, it's not a great pistol round from Wildcard. They just get isolated. Dexter gets 1 to start things off. Alistair gets 1 on the complete other side of the map, and it's actually just a very simple pistol, all things considered. So, not what we wanted to see from Wildcard off the back of what was a very good map. You'd hope that they can continue that consistency in towards map number 3, the map that we wanted them originally to pick into. But there's also probably another side of this, where for FlyQuest, they probably expected Anubis, the way that we expected Anubis, and maybe they've done their prep for this. This is a map which has had its weaknesses at times for the Aussies. But coming in towards this event, something that they may have cleaned up, especially for this matchup in particular. If they did expect Wildcard to pick into it, they're going to understand how they play it. We do have the force out for Wildcards. I'm always not really a fan of this. See if it pays off. Triple MP9, 557.
3 on B. Could be the correct call. We'll see. It's a very wide default here from FlyQuest. They're not really over exerting themselves. Not looking to pinpoint a particular area of the map. They're expecting something to come their way. They might be correct later on into the round. It does seem there's some shifts from the CT side, but not an awful lot. It's more setup-based. Flash is nice. JBA blinded up. Friend takes the early fight. JBA can't back him, so Inns makes it out. JBA does actually catch Vexite, maybe straggling a little. So 4 versus 4 in a low HP Inns. It's not bad for Wildcard.
It's not. I mean, Inns basically feels like he's 1 foot in the grave. Oh, in the flames, yeah. Gonna fall. Sauce, that's unfortunate. Stan goes a little early there as well. If he was closer, Liaz, that feels scarier. But Sonic, it's a big, big ask for him with this MP9. Now he's given away his position. Will he even get 1 is the big question here. Dancing on the pillar, dancing around backside, and there's just too many people to look at, and he couldn't do it. Last man should be dead, and the flash is perfect. Down goes JBA, and a failed force by a lot of damage, but actually only just 1 kill, so it doesn't really net them anything.
Yeah, man, it's very unfortunate. The weaponry seems like the difference there for sure. Maybe if, again, they stuck around to help each other out on the B-bomb site rather than that early aggressive move from Stan, like you say. Benefit of hindsight and all that, but yeah, it is unfortunate when the dust kind of settles. We can say, damn, one more clean spray down or one more like MP9 rather than 5-7 could have actually won that out for them. But bitter pill to swallow. Swallow it you must. Move into the next, and nothing to be expected here. A few deagles. You give us 1 kill, 1 saved AK would be really good. Dexter holding things nicely here, spotted out a few more. He knows his job, just keep their attention on him while the rest of the team goes prodding and poking.
Well, for him, he's done a good job of just getting a little bit of damage and keeping attention drawn over there, but just as they do that, the B-side's taken already. The bomb's come now to join them. This should be a very simple round. I don't even know if they're going to kill out of this, in all honesty. They're kind of playing all the way further back. There's a bit of a belt of util on Alistair as well. Now he's got that bomb down, so they can drop a, a smoke and a molly and just secure this and not give them any chance of making it expensive. You don't want to feed the D-goal. You don't want to do that, friend. We'll find his. Alistair with the utils, the 1-4, but Vexite double with the MP9. Then gets traded as well, down to 2, and it's USPSs. It's asking a lot. It's not to be. So a couple of casualties, sure, a little silver lining. Is what it is, but it's a 3-0 start for FlyQuest. One that they really needed, especially off the back of what was a bit of a lackluster Dust 2.
Liaz was so blind there, man.
Yeah.
Every time I see the flashes come in, I just think of that Tarek clip. You know, stop flashing. Probably can't say the rest of it, unfortunately.
Rest in peace, Rank S montages.
Oh,
remember that?
Don't get me started.
Yeah, ESCA Rank S, like those. I saw one recently, like someone made like a throwback thing. It's like a month old or something. Really good video. Or like Everybody Hates Brax, great video as well. Those throwback moments. That was NACS at its prime, baby. But it could be at its prime today if Wildcard can take a win here, move on towards the finals. And who knows? We're not going to start those. Stan gets caught through the smoke. That's just unlucky.
Yeah, FlyQuest hearing you saying no, not today. It is Australia through and through. Little sprinkling of the Kiwis as well. Friend. Slow contact. Very slow contact. Gets fragged out from behind. Susp and Sonic will suddenly be the only 2 left. Wildcard, unfortunate for them, as again, they just cannot stand strong. FlyQuest seem to be really getting the better of them here.
Bomb goes down. Round will be done. Dexter does fluff his lines a little bit, so Sonic gets his. But it won't make a difference. These are just consolation kills at the tail end of things, really. One more Sonic, maybe? Yes, he'll take it. A little bit expensive, but money's not an issue over towards FlyQuest. It doesn't make a grand difference. Round is what we're needing for Wildcard. We can't let this be how Nuke started. 8-0 down and looking all over the shop, right? And
you're not going to do it twice.
Exactly, and the way, in a comparative manner as well, Nuke is the most CT-sided map in the pool statistically at the moment, and Anubis is the most T-sided map in the pool. So FlyQuest get the advantageous start in towards this map, and if they can get a similar sort of amount of rounds on the board, we're talking things like 7 or 8. I mean, that's already a really good job done, and that's something that Wildcard have to deny here. They cannot allow them that sort of a luxury. Very unfortunate for Stan, as we mentioned. Dexter gets his first, but the seconds behind it are actually really solid. And they just spread out so evenly, and they put pressure on all sides of the map. Weird spot for Wildcard. All about and play, though, for Friend. He was brilliant with it in the last map. We need to see it again.
We do indeed, very much so, and we need to see it soon. Wildcard struggling, Friend making a play. They've given him the free reign to go for it. He gets an early peek. There's no one on the other side of it. Funnily enough, his flash a bit too effective, sort of scares anyone off. In through middle come FlyQuest once again. Seems to be a pretty firm problem area for Wildcard at the moment. Trying to make a move. 1-for-1, not going to cut it. Arguably gives too much information across for the T side here. Stan does trade back. That's a big kill. That evens up the numbers. They've not really got the bomb anywhere near A, so a moment of respite for the CT side.
Yeah, maybe. Molotov as well. Depending on the timing, it's absolutely perfect. So they now splits up this T-side aggression and going 1-for-1. That molly completely pulls apart what was execute. The timing is perfect because it splits them up. So Inns goes out in front, and yes, he gets one, but there's no one there to trade out his death, but they still got the sight because, I mean, Friend's nowhere to be seen.
I know, he's really convinced there's someone near him. I don't know.
It's a long way away. It's a long time to rotate over. They do have a kit, but it's on Stan. Has to go huge here. Oh, good reaction from Stan as well. As Vexite going to get caught, and Alistair thrust into a 1 versus 2. Post-spawn with an AWP is never easy. And he has no idea where this second player is, and he does not know at the moment that he's creeping up behind him. Time of the essence. Down he goes. Round finally taken for Wildcard.
Yeah, well, thank goodness Stan hit the flick of the game, you know. It gave time for Friend to come in. That long flank ends up indeed being a flank rather than just like an untimely rotation. He really seemed convinced that there was someone holding for his position. Maybe needs tightening up ever so slightly, but here they will not pay the price. It is, in fact, their first round. We might get to see them on the replays here, but Stan actually managed to find quite a few key frags. There was that one towards middle as well. So 2 out on A, really big round in from him. And that gets him on the board. That also, again, speaks to where this wildcard team has been at. Stan, I think, has had a great turnaround over the past few days, really getting into his element.
It's true. That round looked lost from the start as well, just in the sense for Wildcard, they lost his opening fight. I thought they were maybe internally going to call it a little bit, but thankfully, they don't. Liaz, how's the reaction? Oh, it's tags both ways. Liaz takes a little bit more damage, but does he expect one's creeping out? He's not even looking close left, so he might not. That timing from Sonic is actually expert.
Yeah.
Liaz jiggle peeked, and just as he tucks his head, Sonic moves out. Yeah. I don't think he's going to get cleared here. I mean, he's doing the due diligence, and Liaz proves me wrong. Really good clearance. He definitely didn't spot him, but he knows his angles.
Yeah, just got to be careful. Knows the play, knows the wildcard as well. Seems to really be leaning on these B moves. That's unfortunate for Friend. Big miss. Stan with a trade back. Gonna need a few more of those. It is just Susp. He's yet to get a kill. He just about finds that. Vexite with a ridiculous play through the Molotov will give them control of the site, and they are desperately trying to get it back. JBA, there's a smoke to go through. He doesn't want to fall in the footsteps of his captain. So, yeah, save call comes in. There's bits of spatterings of money. He personally has none at all here. So, makes a lot of sense. Grab that AWP, and maybe we can give it another go another day.
Yeah. I think Friend actually got slightly unfortunate. Just underflicked there. Didn't quite line it up with the doors. I think caught maybe a little bit off guard by that peak, and down he falls. If he got that kill, it actually changes the narrative of sort of how this round feels, but wasn't to be. It's still very much in the hands of FlyQuest at the moment. 5-1. Wildcard still yet to show up in this map number 3 properly on home soil. As now the hometown favorites as well, with M80's departure yesterday. We're not seeing enough out of them on a map in which they're meant to be good on. But, you know, we already touched on this. I do feel like, especially the way things are playing out so far, and especially with how FlyQuest are approaching these rounds, they've definitely seen into what Wildcard are doing in a traditional sense. Yes, it's not a traditional lineup because Friend's in the making here, but it is sort of these setups getting pulled apart, and they know exactly what to face and how they rotate and how they default at the moment. Unfortunately for Wildcard, they're just getting caught off guard. So, like you said, that AWP save gets reused in towards the next, and because of the leftover money, we sort of have an okay buy here. I think the only thing that worries me a little bit is just Util, in a sense, Wildcard likes to use quite a bit of it early, and it won't have a lot left for a retake if needed. But for the most part, firepower, that's fine. Sonic with an MP9, he can wield it.
That's what we're playing for. The trophy, of course, the lion's share of $100,000 here this weekend. Would be nice to get them straight into your bank account in dollars as well. No conversion fees needed if Wildcard are able to win out here this weekend. Still time for it. 7th round getting underway, and as you said, it is very much a nice round here. You wouldn't know how close things are kind of coming, and the save situations, and Wildcard not able to get themselves into any substantial positions here. Another lean on B from both teams. They really have been fighting and scrapping outside of B main.
try to drop Molotov in towards E-Box, try and force them back, but it actually does clip the other wall, so it doesn't go exactly where expected. Sonic eats that grenade, but dropping a Molotov will try and keep them at bay. They're pushing through the smoke here. This is a big call, but Liaz, good for one, good for two as well. Entry pathing was beautiful there. He sort of volleys himself, but doesn't make a difference. They've got the site. They've got E-Box control too, and already Wildcard might just call for the save here. There's not really a clear in route back in towards that B site, and it's not an easy one to retake at the best of times. Never mind where they're at now. In a 3 versus 5, no chance.
It's been hard. It's been very hard here for FlyQuest. A lot of very close fought rounds in the past few, though. It started to really ramp up, really take off. Almost clinical in nature. You have to bear in mind as well that, you know, Wildcard one round comes off the back of Stan's individual performance. Yeah. That's something that they have been able to tap into across the board. We have a few members struggling here, so this is getting very worrisome. FlyQuest playing really good Counter-Strike, though. The B-bomb site, their main port of call, and it goes incredibly well in this round. No contest.
This is really good, though. Liaz looking very solid individually. 8 and 1 for him. Dexter not too far behind either. At 7. Pretty solid showing, all things considered. That's the crowd out here as well in Atlanta. So far, it's been a good event. I know apparently it's been quite a popular one. Saw many a crowd building up for, of course, the NA Derby yesterday. Also for the most recent celebrity going around at the moment.
Yep.
Showing off the DreamHack.
Yep.
Haley Welch. I think I pronounced that right. I think that's her name.
Are you a fan?
How can, like, of what, I guess?
Incredible. We'll leave it at that. We'll leave it at that. That tells you all you need to know, I suppose.
Avid listener of the Talk Tour podcast, Scriv, over here.
Yeah, well, indeed.
Special guest episode 4, coming out next Wednesday.
Yeah, giving our thoughts on Counter-Strike. Which map should be removed from the pool.
Yeah.
Who's the best player of the year? I heard her guess was Norbert. Either way.
A little bit of a rogue one there. She wants Cobblestone back as well. So.
She's just always looking for the clips, mate.
Yeah.
Speaking of looking for the clips, Alistair also going in for it. Nice find from him to open things up. Counter-Strike back underway. Took them a while to get going. It's the CT side that make a move. FlyQuest actually read into it, and they were very, very ready for the bits of aggression. It does feel like they've got Wildcard in the pocket at the moment. Sonic gets his kill, but that is all. Down to just Stan. And of course, another saving situation here, one would assume. FlyQuest taken off.
Yeah, Stan, I guess just keep hold of what you've got. I mean, this is really tough viewing. This is looking much more akin to what Nuke was like in that first half. FlyQuest just dominant, dictating the pace of this game and not even breaking a sweat in doing so. I mean, these rounds, unfortunately, they're just so easy. I mean, you can even just tell by raw stats. If you look at the deaths, Alistair's only got 2. Liaz only died once, right? I mean, they're not really losing fights or feeling uncomfortable or looking, nervous at any point, which is one of the big things that Dust 2 showed. They had weaknesses. They had gaps in the armor, and at the moment, it's completely been fortified back up. Wildcard, I wouldn't mind another pause. Just another conversation. Maybe going in towards this next gun round and just saying, right, this is how we're going to get the round. This is what we spotted so far. Get Vins on the mic as well and just try and get this guy to kind of rally the troops a bit, because the energy feels very low from what it was in Dust 2 when they're doing so well. And you can see, Friend hyping up the crowd and everybody getting loud and stuff. And now it looks very muted, and it feels very muted in the game as well. Mistakes creeping through. And it's tough. It's very tough. 7-1. Generally speaking, this is a T side of the map, so you want to be taking at least 7 rounds on the T side, but 1 for the CT is not good enough. That's for damn sure.
Started to unravel massively here as well, to be honest with you. But some gaps being found. Friend was aggressive through the smoke. ASAP. It's not looking good, man. This is a difficult kind of look as FlyQuest again somewhat prepared for this, Neo. There is still aggression coming round. And it continues to fail, unfortunately. Yeah, we talk about this a lot, but the way in which the rounds are happening, that is the big difference here. FlyQuest 8 on the horizon. Tech9 out. A little bit of an awkward dink. JBA still goes down, and Friends on the other side of the map once again. So another save situation. There is absolutely no way in for Wildcard.
It's true. Friend will save. They should know where he is as well. He's been playing the same place more or less every round so far, in through E-Box. So they're starting to hunt as well. He's probably going to get caught here. I think Dexter's got his number. And he's just got the timing. He's not got in towards this spawn. So down he goes. A little even, but got there in the end. 8-1. Oh, yeah. It's looking and feeling very flat in the server. The crowd's still got a bit of energy, which is good. But I think Wildcard really need their energy, in all honesty, because this has been a quiet performance, a tough one so far. We will have that attack pause, thankfully. Vince will get on the mic. All the things that we wanted. Get this guy conversing with the team. He has to fire them up here. You could maybe argue that the semi-final was an overperformance from Wildcard playing over standard in this tournament, but the way they played on Dust 2, the way they took down M80, maybe it's, you know, the hope that kills you, but they felt that there was belief there, that they could make a little bit of a run. They could even upset as well, FlyQuest, especially off the back of how well that Dust 2 went and the evident weaknesses that still plague this FlyQuest side. But no, not to be. And a sigh and not of relief, it has to be said, for Stand there as that round fell apart once again. 8-1. What a showing though from FlyQuest. While Dust 2 was pretty tough, they have not pulled any punches here in towards Anubis.
Yeah. Stan maybe knows as well that what is happening here is not necessarily down to the calls or the moves or people not knowing what they're doing. There is an awful lot of not winning the fight. Susp with 1, JBA with 2. You don't like to point fingers at players, but 10 rounds in, give us at least 5, you know, like it just isn't there for them, unfortunately, and it is having an impact, a negative one at that. He said, it is the hope that kills you. It does indeed die last, sir, as they say.
Yeah.
So maybe Wildcard can keep themselves in it with a slim recovery into this second half. Once again, aggression being watched for. Dexter, I think, has got the ultimate underlying idea correct here, that it feels like Wildcard are a bit desperate. They feel like they have to do something in these rounds. Can't just sit and let the executes come their way. And FlyQuest, Dexter, they have changed their game up quite substantially here.
Yeah, it feels like a time to try to force it a little bit. And in doing so, they're getting caught off guard, but just like I speak, Susp will get his, but in doing so, as Susp makes that move in through mid, it sort of indicates that there needs to be a move on the other side, and that's where they start pushing in towards this B site, and they'll realize soon no one's here. It's a timing play, but Inz actually goes a little slow. He lags behind there, and he'll get caught. So yes, they've got the B site, but it's not exactly fortified. I'm looking the wrong way. It's all down to 1. Alistair, 1 versus 3, surely impossible, and it will. Gets a tag through the wall, but not good enough. You can say long time coming or better late than never, whatever anecdote you want to use. All we care about, finally, another round on the board for Wildcard. They get a second. If they want a chance, I think 8-4 feels like a bare minimum for me.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I think they'd be very happy with that as well, given the possibility of a dangerous scoreline.
Yeah.
So they will take it. There you go. Yes, boys. I don't lip read professionally, but that one was pretty easy. Either way, a bit more going to be required. We have a lull in play here as well. Talking things over, keeping things cool and calm.
Not 100% sure, but if I'm right in saying this is the 3rd tack pause we've had, but it surely must be the 3rd one out for Wildcard as well. So using them all up early, they know how important it is for them to get a bit of stability at the tail end of this half. We know they've had good moments in the pistols as well, so maybe trying to bank on that a little bit. But yeah, I'm right in saying that might be their 3rd tack pause already in this first half for Wildcard. If that is the case and things go a little south in towards the second half at all, Vin just has to sit there and watch. Yeah. No more in the locker, so that'll be tough. You get the buys out both ways. Friend back in towards the AWP. Both him and Alistair lie on 4 kills, but so far this series, it's really all been Friend who's been making a name for himself.
No one on the other side of the smoke as the nade echoes out. Pretty tense here into this round. It will be a very, very deciding moment for Wildcard in particular. Out through middle once again. It has been a problem area. Stan giving them control of it on the jiggle smoke peak. Oh my! Dexter takes him though. That is quick. That is fierce. A lot of damage out from JBA. Friend's got too many targets and shoots in between the legs. That's unfortunate. Another save situation. And yes, you might have the right idea, but Dexter again knows what's up. Hell of an entry in, as he is far and away the top fragger here. Really impressive stuff for FlyQuest, and they're right back to their winning ways.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, talk about leading by example for Dexter as well. He's looking great. I mean, he's doing so much to call and play around himself, but he's also delivering what he's asked as well. That's all you can really look towards in your leader. And yeah, perfect stuff. And especially considering when there's been times when they've really required him for a bit of impact. That round in particular, stunning stuff. It may not seem like much, but going 1 for 1 in that situation where they know they have the numbers advantage, it just works perfectly. So Sosp and Sonic, they'll save. They keep hold of 2 AK-47s. We head into the final round at 9-2. And just like the first half of Nuke, there is a world here in which FlyQuest can take a 10-2 half. And like we said, 99 times out of 100, if you get a 10-2 half, it's more or less a guarantee that you're going to take the map. And in this case, the series are moving on to the grand final.
Yeah, it's very difficult though when you find these sporadic rounds and, you know, when you've tried many different methods of aggression, passive, sight stacks, etc. It just gives the message that you don't quite know where the wins are coming from. And maybe they felt this in the water, and that's why we didn't see Anubis as the pick. Yes, the stats might be there, but just something in the recent practice, or you know, the higher level teams, they know they don't actually play a good Anubis. They just sort of end up winning it against more domestic opposition. All food for thought.
Airburst Molly there, by the way, so it keeps hold of that really strong position by the pillar. Normally they get forced off that. I think that's maybe why they call for a quick cancel on the execute. That is bold from Dexter.
He's felt confident on his entries, to be fair. Sonic keeps the practice coming in. Alistair had a pick of targets there, manages to take one and survive. Inns is the lurking presence here that's coming in a bit late. He's hoping to catch someone dropping down. Won't be the case. Has the correct read, though. Maybe heard a footstep. JBA in behind. Gets the flash. That is criminal. Manages to dip under the smoke, making Alistair's life hell. Inns goes down. And we do see Wildcard pick up that final round. A long road ahead. They couldn't do it on Nuke. Can they do it here on Anubis? We'll find out.
Now tell me, how's I supposed to know she's a devil and you take her bait? Just when I'm good to go, that's when she's gonna make you wait. That's fine, I'll take it slow.
A little bit more NA magic going to be required for this, as Wildcard have kept themselves in it despite a 10-2 half to start the series. Despite the Dust 2 that looked so good for FlyQuest, they have somehow stayed alive. Now a 9-3 deficit to come back from. Not going to be easy by any stretch, but they go on to the stronger side. They have been good on the pistols. They look to do so again. It's tough for Sonic. He's traded quick, and the burst from the other side of the map will find success as well. Friend and Stan all alone potentially to save the semi-finals here.
Yeah, one of the things that made FlyQuest so scary in towards Nuke was their proactivity on CT side. They loved getting in toward advanced angles and, you know, taking fights on their terms, and that's another prime example of it, getting up in their face early, take the action to them, and don't allow the T side to set up. Friend, nice flick and a find, as Liaz will get clipped, but still a lot more that needs to be done. As Friend and Stanislaw, IGL and Stand-In have got to really pull them from the dregs in this one. They've got to pull them up from what is a tough spot, but now the bomb plant, maybe. And the smokes are down in good places. It's semi-workable.
Stan is trying to get the ideal timing on this one as well. Friend hears all these footsteps hiding inside of his own smoke. Ins on the Julies. It's kind of the perfect weapon to deal with a surprise attack. He will still lose the fight, though, and now the B main control comes in. Really solidly done. Stan hiding on the edge of his own smoke will be spotted, unfortunately. I don't know. It's a good move from Friend, but yeah, they're not in the perfect spot. There's not a lot of time at all. Round the corner, Alistair will take him. They revived it, but couldn't convert. And that seems to be the message of the day here for Wildcard, unfortunately. Potentially the beginning of the end.
Yeah, I think the unfortunate thing, just like with that round, as with many of them in that first half, it's close but no cigar, right? They've got the idea there and they just cannot convert in those 50-50s right at the tail end. Good for them to even get into a position of getting a plant down and having something around that, but ever so slight mistakes ended up being quite costly. Alistair pumped up there. It's good to see. 10-3. What a task that Wildcard have got ahead of them. They are going to go for that force buy into this round. Expected with the bomb plant. What they bring to the table. AK-47, Galil. Double Mac-10 and a Deagle. And the bulk of the utility on the back pocket of JBA with that upgraded pistol. A flash, a smoke, a molly. Another smoke as well on towards Sus. All basically relies on them. Vexite for the first is good. Friend will get caught. Already one dropped, and Sus will also follow.
Yeah, damn, he's Vexite's out and then he's back in, looking very comfortable here for FlyQuest. What can Wildcard do? Really, really difficult situation in this round, regardless of where the game is at. 5 versus 3 to come back from. Inns has got a really deep position here, a lot of information, cutting off the dark angles. Gonna hear some footsteps maybe as well. Not quite sure. He might just be out of range. But there's no need to panic on the FlyQuest side, right? No need to stack a bomb site. No need to sort of overexert your defenses.
Might hear that. They're pretty loud.
Yeah, I think so. That's a little kick of the water, unfortunately. Always difficult to remember. Utility coming in here from Wildcard. Inns wins his fight in the double spray down for Vexite. Sees the round off. Damn, not a single player going down. This is not looking good. That was the moment Wildcard needed to find the return round and keep things alive. But it seems they cannot.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. They had one flash to work in that round. It gets used earlier, and they have to just try contact peek coming through A main. I mean, it's asking so much of them, and it's actually just pretty simple to shut down in the end. Vexite does very well at the start there as well, and then another double at the tail end to finish. The youngster as well. Really solid stuff. He plays some tough positions, you know, B site, Dust 2, A site here on Anubis on the CT side. They're not easy at times. You can get isolated, you can get overwhelmed, but he never seems to succumb to the pressure. And unfortunately, that's what's happening to Wildcard. They're drifting, they're dwindling in this situation. 2 more rounds is what FlyQuest need to book themselves into a spot in that grand final, vying for that, their trophy here in Atlanta. The quad kill from Vexside as well, as we spoke of, is a perfect way to inch yourself closer and closer. We're force bind again, wildcard. You can say maybe they lost the plot, but I don't think they've got too many choices, if I'm being completely frank with you. A Scout, a Mac 10s, a couple of them, and the Tech 9. And, okay, decent damage. The first kill and the nade on top of it.
The money runs low, but everything else has to stay for wildcard. They've slowed it down, looking to burst in towards this B bomb site. There is backup on the way for the CT side of things. Ooh, little bit of a splash once again. Vexside, though, attempting to keep them at bay, does some good damage. It is going to come down to these players on the site itself. Dexter is here quickly. Alistair on the MP9, just giving the room, giving the site up. Does not mind. Dexter comes round from behind, getting a bit weird. Bomb's not been planted just yet. They're unsure of timings. They're unsure of repositions. Molotov is nice. Alistair can't confirm the kill, though. That's going to be a big deal. Bomb plant coming in now that they know the location of these two players. No real utility to work with here now that that smoke has gone down. Dexter finds a spam on the edge of it. He does have that kit, so keep your eye on where he dies and whether Alistair can use it. Got to be brave here and make your way out. They've crossed each other inside the smoke. It is just to hold it down. I don't think the bomb is planted for him. It's on the other side of the site, so if Dexter can get onto it, they're going to know that. It's actually Alistair that goes in for the defuse, and just about Dexter is able to take him down. A seemingly unwinnable situation for FlyQuest goes their way. The stars aligning for the wrong side, it would appear, in Atlanta, unfortunately. Wildcard, a 9-round deficit now.
Yeah, and I think Dexter does really well individually there. I think he calls it perfectly. The timing of him and Alistair working together, expert stuff. And on that flank as well, he draws a bit of attention to himself. He gets a little bit fortunate with that spam, but the seconds behind it, nice and easy. So, yeah, great work. And what ended up being a nice place to plant, right? There's a Molotov down over towards Dark. It's stopping Alistair rotating in. They get to set up. When they trade places in that smoke, like ships in the night, they go past each other. It actually works against Wildcard, unfortunately. 12-3, map and series point. FlyQuest lining themselves up for a grand final here. And the chance at winning that lion's share of 100 grand. Wildcard, the recovery they need would be heroic. I don't know if they got it in the locker. Friend looking to kickstart things as well. Damage will be dealt, but they burst on towards the site. 1-for-1 trades.
Ooh, bomb being delayed slightly. That could be their downfall here. Dexter coming in. Double, triple from Dexter in at Dark. He's had a great game. He looks to finish it in a pretty nice way too. Friend all alone. Surely not, we say. The bomb not planted. I mean, thank goodness, because he wouldn't be able to do anything about it. FlyQuest have taken it. Our first team in the grand finals do so in pretty clean fashion, it is safe to say. A fantastic performance out from them in that series. Yeah. Difficult bounce backs. They have to contend with comebacks. They have to contend with a surprise on Dust 2, but Anubis was all about them. No stress at all. And yeah, to top it off, like I say, Dexter with a hell of a performance from the IGL.
Yeah, the villains here on home soil as well, but I think they're used to that at this point. I mean, commiserations has to be said over towards Wildcard. What a performance from them. An overperformance, arguably, playing with a stand-in, 0 practice with him, and they made their way towards the semi-final. So credit to him. Friend really showed up on LAN, and I hope to see more from him in the future. But it's FlyQuest who booked their spots into the grand final. Sam, what have we got for us?
FlyQuest are your first finalist here at ESL Challenger Atlanta. The surprise going through there, because I don't think a lot of people had them on their bingo card to make the finals. Some questions probably after watching Dust 2. We worried if they had lost that momentum, but this was super clean. Got the job done. Fast as possible, Alan. I mean, they sped through Anubis.
Yeah, they didn't put a foot wrong, won both pistols, rolled it on from there. T-side was absolutely formidable, and on the defense, a couple close rounds, but the clutches were hitting home and hitting hard. Yeah, couldn't have gone better for FlyQuest. Of course, not the way Wildcard wanted to exit the event, but they've already outperformed all of our expectations, so I hope they're not disappointed.
I do believe that Mike is with the Aussies now on stage, so I'm sure they're celebrating. Into the finals they go.
I found myself and Alistair in the finals here at an international tournament here in the good old US of A. What's going through your mind, man?
I'm just happy we're starting to show our true potential. You know, we've had a pretty rough run recently, so it's good to come here and actually perform.
Now, I do have to ask a slightly less happy question. What happened on Dust 2? It was looking so good day one. What happened there?
Yeah, I don't know. They were really chaotic. Sometimes that can be frustrating and hard to play against, especially a map as new as Dust 2 to be playing it again. So hats off to them. They caused a lot of chaos, and they were just fucking everywhere and hitting everything, so it was pretty annoying.
Annoying indeed. All right, now you're into that grand final. You're one step away from this trophy. It's been a bit of a rough time for you guys in a lot of ways, ups, downs, all around. What would lifting this trophy mean for you?
It'd be huge. Like, to come to an international event of this caliber and be able to walk home with a trophy, we'd be doing ourselves proud.
Well, we'll see if you could do yourself proud. Good luck, man. Look forward to seeing you in the final. Pride on the line here, Sam. What do you think?
Pride on the line. And talking about pride, I think North America needs to hold their heads up pretty high. Apples, I was suitably impressed with Wildcard to do what they've done with a stand-in. We can be pretty, I think you should be pretty excited for the RMRs.
They kept it pretty close, a lot closer than I think a lot of people thought coming into this third map. I feel like FlyQuest was pushed to the limit, a lot of clutches that they had to do. Obviously, Sonic, 10 kills, not as much as you'd want to. The round differential, not great, but still, they did show up at some points, but FlyQuest just completely shut them down.
For you, I mean, moments of brilliance from Wildcard.
Yeah, obviously the last map, we didn't get to see a lot of that, but as I said previously, their expectations coming into this event was probably just to play some decent CS. Their focus is clearly elsewhere given the stand-in situation, so they did phenomenal in their games to reach this point. The game against an M80, nobody really favored them coming into that, minus John perhaps, going into that series, but they played excellent CS, and in terms of building a foundation they can move upon when they have their full lineup, we've seen a lot of positives, and I especially think Stanislaw, given the amount he must have had to micro in this tournament, proved that he's not to be overlooked in terms of the calling department in a scene that does lack for leaders as experienced and as well-rounded as him.
So we'll take a look at some of the players now that have made all the difference here during this game. It is the US Air Force Aim High coming up on your screen right now. And Apples, when you take a look at these two gents, obviously, how did you think Friend coped in that stand-in position?
I feel like they let him unleash a lot of his excellency on the op. We saw it a lot on Dust 2. He was just getting really, really wacky and zany, playing a lot of crazy Counter-Strike, just kind of jumping around, getting the shots that he needed. I don't think he popped off as much as we could have wanted him on that CT side of Anubis. It's a little bit more difficult, and especially if you're playing as a stand-in, I feel like Anubis is a lot harder to really slot in, especially if you're not playing normal A main or just normal mid. It feels like you have to have a lot more team time strats, a lot of team time utility usage and everything. And FlyQuest, they haven't been doing great recently, but in this tournament, I feel like we've seen them play together as a team a lot more.
It's a good advert for him if he's on the lookout for something else.
It's kind of the blessing and the curse of European Counter-Strike is that once you get below a certain requisite level, you're just not getting seen in the big events because you're not going to make it. And that's been Friend's position. I'm sure he's played plenty of good teams, had good performances, but they're not as memorable because they're online and then they're not in an event of this stature. So wherever he goes moving forwards, I don't think he's actually signed to Permitted, even though he's playing for them. This should do wonders, and he's proved himself they can do it on LAN. And again, he probably hasn't had many opportunities to play games like this on LAN on bigger stages. So a phenomenal player in the making, and be it an international team or back in Poland, he's got some skills. The top teams of his region should pay attention.
Could you imagine how much more of an effort, or I guess force, he would have been on this team if they had spent maybe a week together practicing? I feel like Wildcard could have made it to the final if they had done that, just because of how strong Friend is.
I mean, I cut them some slack. It's a very difficult position because you have bigger events in the grand scheme coming up.
Yeah.
So it's like, do we sacrifice a week and try and make a stand-in situation work? Do we look towards the long term? It's a bit of Sophie's choice. Maybe they could have, maybe they shouldn't have, or who knows. But given the practice they had and the way they developed over the tournament, this was absolutely best case scenario.
Best case scenario, and it is positive going into the Americas RMR for Wildcard. We do, however, say goodbye to them. We have our first finalist, FlyQuest. The Australians signed with the North American organization, so still some some NA representation happening there. They are stepping into the finals, and now we will find out who will join them. Big versus Saw is coming up next.
I would like to go down.
Molly backside. A speed. Split. Door.
All right.
Yeah.
Nice!
Good shit.
Lucky ramp left.
Annex.
Annex. Send it.
That's outside.
Go double, guys. Go double. I'll
Double in.
One bay max.
Nice.
Double. Double dead.
You make it. It was a mega.
Yeah, anyway, Josh. My dude.
That's a mega chill.
Eyes out.
I have a molly.
Come to me. Pick up me. I'm holding this. Walk on the ramp, okay?
Yep.
Nice! Flashing.
Well, I picked up the other flash.
Top mid, oh.
He's gone back to cat. Hindsight. Nice. Play.
Up dead. Okay, Goose.
Just. Then. Oh, fuck. Blue city.
I have your seat. I'm coming to help you.
What smoke, Peter?
I'm taking duels.
Yeah, crouched.
That.
Nice.
Taking still.
Try to go flat.
Nice.
Taking still duels. Where?
I'm crouched.
Close. Got it. Passion is so fucking good.
I'll be on him.
One side when you can double fire. Temple flank, reset. Flash on. Fire still. Joe did. Okay, you can fire.
Guns up.
I'm killer.
Touch behind you. Swinging. Clear. Get temple.
I'm flank. I'm safety.
That's okay, man. Meaning temple swing.
Nice!
Let's go, guys. Let's give them a fucking show and win.
Fucking W guys. Fucking do this shit now.
Push it. Come on.
It's the elbow.
1v1. We are never giving up, Brain.
Come on, Rocky, you're fucking insane!
Okay, no! Absolutely disgusting! And FaZe look towards the finals. Suddenly FaZe find a gap. They find a way again. Time is ticking. Nurse to the smoke. Brokey runs right at him. He's out of ammo. To the nose. Nurse's heart must be pounding out of his chest. And will confirm victory here on Anubis. And the dream reignites for a grand final showing in Dallas.
We are buying.
We're buying.
Yeah, we should buy. Are we gonna play double maze setup?
Yeah, sure.
Dead cave.
I smoke window now.
This is open. I'm gonna go big boys. Let's kill. We can do some nades. Go banana. Side dead. Mati, banana.
Let's fucking go, you idiot! Up here!
Nice,
Triggers!
That's nice. That's on me bucket. He's on me bucket. Okay, please, baby.
Nice.
Good job. Banana then.
One mace.
Two mace, one more. Want to go B.
Bananas. Banana.
They're gonna go B.
Red. Left side, Rookie. Left side, red. Let's go!
They're pull up and one CT. They're from my
side and I'm only CT. One CT boy coming temple. Nice, Pablo.
Lobby, rush.
I will install the can with top. Nice. City is strafing me.
I'm living. Good job.
Let's go! This is Ents going quick. They tried a quick B play earlier. It did not work. It was shut down, but this time it's just Carrigan, and he gets cleared out. Snappy has no issue with the SMG. It's speeding up and cutting through the defense. No, that's classic Ents, man. They just steamroll.
Main pushing banana.
Snappy's already in. He's already deep. He's already going to be wrapping around and preventing rotations.
Dead window.
Take CT, Marco.
This is about to be the 6th round in a row for Ents. They're doing what they couldn't do on Mirage, which is rip the momentum out of FaZe's hands.
Nice comeback.
Nice try.
Down, hit one.
Their T side is not that strong when we have practiced against them. Let's go, guys. Let's play as a team. Offer flashes. Remember, trade each other. Call the space you have. Call what you don't have. Call the gaps. It's all good.
Nert's one of the sharpest players available. He'll swing on out. Of course he will! Decapitation! Handed out to Carrigan and Twists.
Rush. Op CT again.
Team. Donut. Scream. Get the point. Oh, we have smoke up.
Main smoke, yeah?
Donut smoke by the high.
Yeah, no. Get donut.
Can be donut.
I will smoke donut, okay? So I made you.
I don't see donut.
They can be close. I will go you.
On CT. Smoke donut. 2B CT.
It's a shot for Rain. He's very lucky to get away with that, and that does set up Robs. Sets him up with a chance. Robs does it! That is simply brilliant from Robs.
Okay. Donut dead.
Pushing A.
Xbox dead. 3 more. CT 2 dead.
Nice.
Ray needs to provide something because Carrigan's in a lurk position. He is there, and he's going to make it work. That's it. That's perfect. Look at Carrigan, and now activates. Here on North American soil, trying to fight their way through to the final. Just trying to elbow his way through, but Robs is ready, and he'll take a lot of damage, but the play is in B. Twist continues.
Take on.
Nice. Hide model. Flash. Boom. Dildo.
No. I will kill him.
Take on me.
You are sick, bro. You're so cool! That is the moment that gets Ents back into this, and it is Madden who rises up.
Be clear. I'll take B.
Window on them.
One more.
Yes,
window dead. I have window first.
No mid. Dead.
Nice. Searching on temple, okay, guys?
Nice, boys.
Nice, let's go!
OG double pick, boys. Yeah, OG double pick. Let's try to smoke. We one way shit.
When they're smoking, guys, when they're smoking, middle one way. They will be afraid to go out.
One out donut.
From A indoors.
Snapping A.
Are you safe?
Op shooting an A.
End A.
End A.
Ending A.
You guys are gonna fake me.
It's clear.
Take it so as you can.
They're gonna pull the defense over. Remember, the bomb is still gonna finish at the A bomb site. Madden needs to do something big. All 5 players from Ents are on the wrong side of the map.
Can you rush donut now, boys? To
Yeah.
I'm ready. Okay, rush donut. Flashing going.
One more noob. 2A, 2B, safe go.
Go and hold the donut for you.
Donut clear. I have donut.
I flash right side and we take temple back, okay?
Yeah.
Flashing drive.
Temple up,
temple up.
I'm with the city. I have it.
2 temple.
I have donut.
I'm flashing in front of Bubba. Side, default. I'm dinked. Look at that.
Donut dead.
FaZe are dragging it back. It's overtime looming, and FaZe have done it. Carrigan finds the way to the perfect round right at the end. He had him on a string, pulled him every which way, whichever way he wanted.
Elbow one. I jump down. One banana dead.
Banana.
Hey guy last.
Nice. Over that.
Nice.
What's going on?
Teammates.
Let's see. One more repeat. One more banana. One more.
He's not red.
Quick B. Flat B.
Maze one.
Nice. Walking zero now.
Up there.
Flash opening.
One more here. No.
Let's see. Right side pin. No right. Yeah. Taking side now.
Every side. No.
What's it up? I don't know.
Good farm.
Right one.
2v2.
One to elbow.
Another gamer.
He's done it. The other guy's done it.
Cover up under you.
Molo. Two molos on pin.
Default. Fun. Maybe he went to cave.
Ents did not expect to have a chance in this, but suddenly one is presented to them.
Give it smoke, Pavel. Give it smoke. Give it.
Smoke.
They have to take it. These are the moments that don't come often.
Yeah, Molo full bomb. I gotta go banana, bro.
The molly's not used for the plant either. It's used to try and dispel them. They're moving in. D has onto the site.
D stick
Maybe
it?
he has to tap it, get on it, stick it through. Robs isn't getting it. Oh my goodness, D!
Let's go! Well played, Merchant Pavel.
And still uncomfortable to plant.
Left side plant. One temple.
Nothing GT. Hey lobby. Hey lobby. Donut.
And it is Brokey who thrusts himself into the clutch. And Brokey, he knows you're in his temple, you're in his home, and he is going to look for you.
Nice, Brokey. Good fucking shit, Brokey.
I love you, good.
Okay. Let's go.
Yeah. Go away. Be ready to go away.
Hit up.
Nice. That's very good.
Stay player.
Together now. Nice.
Hold on,
Send for donut.
Hold on, I can't review.
Hey donut.
Here's it, goes on in. Oh, he denies! He can break them again!
Brokey, you're fucking insane!
Brokey, man.
Everything they've worked for in Dallas could slip away. And it's this A play. Flash limps out.
3, 1 green. One Molotov. Also. One more on A. South. No. Inside, by the smoke.
Behind, side.
Nice. I'm planting it.
Oh, can they hold on to this one? Think of how crushing it would be. Reigns blinded, and double overtime is looking likely. It's Kerrigan's turn, and he can't find the clutch. An impossible situation, and Ents once again outlast.
Is it right?
I have best pawn. I will fuck them up.
Okay.
Is it dark? Is it light? Am I
Let's stay. The rushing gate.
And Robs hears all the footsteps. Madden's coming through.
That donut.
Stay in donut.
One side.
Side one.
I flash CT.
Plan. I ga backside. Take backside.
Sided.
Yeah.
Template.
Nice.
There's a second angle to this attack onto the bomb site. Oh, Brokey goes quick.
Oh, he's
he goes
moving.
fast. Before the plant, Sun Pius handles it.
Elbow pushing.
Elbow pushing.
Look for him. We have molly also.
Just sticking it?
Yeah, take it.
When the molly goes in, that can make the difference.
It's too late.
He's burning and the defuse is already through. Carrigan's gonna take it. Sure, some bias at the end makes it look nice. There was a little bit of spice, but it's certainly the round for FaZe.
It be dead.
Nice! Fucking nice ball, Lars.
Is it dark? Is it light?
Nice.
Am I there?
Together now.
Good job.
Can you
Be dead.
One more.
Pushing one more.
FaZe Clan, they do not break through. They do not get it done. And this game is over.
We are never giving up, Bray!
Default. Long.
Tobias, he cannot lock it in. He cannot confirm this round.
He's gonna
and now
stick it.
Diha on the defuse again. Oh, it's dastardly. Oh, it's the defuse chance, and he's done it.
Great place, Pavel.
1 second. Jordan. Dildo.
As Robs is now in a 1 versus 1. And this round is certainly beckoning for FaZe. The 10 is the run, and the Robs round again. FaZe better play, but this is gonna be enough. Rops, he finds the only sanctuary, and Broky will help, breaking them apart time and time again. Just some bias, and FaZe have a clean round.
Flash. Flash up in. Fucking door. Good face. Try dead.
Okay, close.
I smoke him.
Outside.
One more.
Okay, hold the phone, this is gonna slow down. Rops is on a flank.
Mini elbow. Opzakken. Don't it.
D-Hut doesn't care. Get out of here. He says as Rain twists back. It is only Rain.
There's been one up pushing mid.
Window.
And cannot feel comfortable running out, but they try, but Rain's already here.
Left side. Let's go, boys. Woo!
Play that for the game.
Nice, the two boys. 1A, 1B.
Some bias, and Madden once again find a path to be competitive.
Can be right side. Should be right side.
He composes himself.
Up elbow.
And the timing just works so well for him to drop back into cave, and they pull him in.
Elbow last up. Nobody's behind. Chill now.
Madden denied. No bomb plan. FaZe Clan get the first round of overtime 4.
Keep flashing.
Out there coming.
Follow him in.
Side. One more dead.
Corner.
Last alone. LG has to be dead.
I smoke city. I'm only with 10 for guys.
Go ready.
Uh-oh, you can't plant there! Not in face of Rops!
Is he peeking? Could be peeking. Side to side.
No chance, no rounds for Ents in this side of overtime.
They limp out with 3 players, and they attempt to plant the bomb. Ents are cracking under the pressure. They are starting to break.
Let's get it on CT, boys. Don't lose hope, eh? Don't lose.
Round by round, guys. We can make it, okay?
This series is gonna be legendary. Let's win it.
Oh no, they line up! Sun Pius!
Ents stay in this matchup.
Ich can miss. I have a smoke here.
I'm dead.
Nerds, he's the man that is tasked with dealing with it, and he is not going to do it. But Twist falls. Madden hits the shot. Remember, Diha is still here.
Goes right, but pushing out.
Outside. Out there, both sides.
Playing for Donut. Temple CT. Temple up. CT AK.
Look at Rain. Oh, this timing is so sick. If FaZe can just hold on long enough, if Rain can get there quick enough.
Up Temple.
Hold Temple.
Pushing CT or something.
Can be out CT.
2 CT.
Ice cream.
Top side.
One more side.
Hey, lobby.
Behind.
CT.
It does come down to Rain, but the defuse is in. It's not spreading, and we have to go again.
What a retake from Ents. I cannot believe it.
The never-ending war.
On their feet, 3 in a row to bring it right back.
Up that.
That should be close, man.
CT. Ice cream.
Yeah, Diha wanted stance on the bomb side. He wanted to get behind the boxes, but realized he didn't have the timing. Nerds, oh, he stops it. That's massive. The delay is everything right now. Time is everything for Ents as they shift over.
Donut switch fading. No, I smoked it.
Okay.
Xbox front, left in.
One default.
I flash here, man. Behind us. Off that city. Template. Template donut.
Donut.
And Rops is going to watch for it. The molly, it can go out to the side. He'll use it. The glass smashes against the wall, and so will Ence's chances of picking up this round. Rowe is ridiculous. He is inevitable. Encourages the Ents players to fall back into a more passive setup on this B site. Here comes the utility. Here comes the move. And here comes FaZe Clan running right into Snappy. They do not get past. Snappy whops out the staff and stops them from getting anywhere near them. Running
Rain.
Come on.
Scream. One side close, scream. Scream. Right side. Scream. 2v2, half alive. The front robin.
Snappy's behind. Rain is going to go. Ow, he's going to go back, and he gets that angle right at the right time. Sampaias brings his off on over. It's a brilliant kill on the first. How bright can he shine?
Nice, bro! Sampaias!
I'm only doing that.
Only did also. Flashing long also. Flash ABC. Out, 3 jumps.
Okay.
Maybe out. Flashing one more long. Flashing. Out. Oh, side. Side. Bill, I'm behind. I'm only long and I just walk at ABC. Just take it. I'm blind. Every day, I have helps.
You can see how paranoid they are about him coming around the back.
Flashing elbow, hurry. Geo smoke waiting. What's up? Robin, can you flash some smoke here? Yeah. Dildo.
2 kills away. Looking at that grand final. Snappy and the Ents side have done it. A war fought between FaZe and Ents. Every round, more and more. But it is Ents who come out on top.
ESL Challenger is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Qiddiya, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, and Logitech G.
Welcome back to ESL Challenger Atlanta. On your screens right now, the German powerhouse, that is big, taking on the Portuguese Cinderella story, that is Saw. Both of them want that spot in the finals to face off against FlyQuest and ultimately lift a trophy on a stage at DreamHack Atlanta. All to play for, all up for grabs. And John, this is going to be a banger. I would argue this is a grand final matchup.
Yeah, I was going to say exactly the same thing. Honestly, this was my pick for the grand final matchup in a lot of ways. I was hoping M80 would get through, but I was thinking Saw and Big would be the ones to get through. We had so many heartbreak, honestly, happen throughout this event. Let's not harp on it too much. But, I mean, really, it could be potentially more exciting than the grand final matchup. We'll see what happens and who gets there, but I think this one is actually going to be quite a brawl.
Quite a brawl and a lot of good Counter-Strike.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like Big has had such an easy, not an easy run, but they showed exactly why they're here. And they had those great 2 best of ones. Saw, though, had a little bit of a harder time moving their way through the bracket, had to come up through the lower side and maybe a little bit shaky, but they're here and they're ready and they want to show it.
It's got to be difficult for Saw because before they were the underdogs. They were always kind of the team that we dismissed. Then they have the Cinderella run at Cologne, and now they're the favorites. And I think Matsura said it in an interview building into the pre-show where he said, it's hard. All eyes are on us now. We've done this once. We have to deliver at another event. And unfortunately, this is the event that everyone's expecting them to deliver at. That's a lot of pressure.
Yeah, and they were the top seed coming into this. They were the favorite. Everyone was picking Saw to win. Went through a little bit of a heartbreak, a little bit of some hard times for them, and I feel like that does affect your mental a little bit. If you felt like you were supposed to be at the top, now you are at the top, but not quite just there yet, and you have these big titans that you have to go up against. Big.
Yeah. Look, I mean, I would argue that the mental is not really that hard hit for Saw. I guess I'll disagree there because I think Muteris, Roman, Story, and Jerks, they've been together for 2 years, and Muteris and Roman, 4 years and 9 months. These guys have been through it all, the ups, the downs, the lows, the highs, everything. So in my opinion, I think that they'll be able to just persevere throughout what was very challenging on their way here, right? Losing the FlyQuest, who actually looked really, really good throughout this event. And then against BB team, we thought there would be a 2-0. They went the distance. It was comeback after comeback. And then finally they went on Ancient. So for me, I still look at Saw in a positive light. And I don't know if I'm convinced about Big yet either, Sam.
Fair enough. The veto's on your screens right now. This will probably weigh into how we're feeling about this matchup. What do you think?
Look, I mean, this feels like a very Saw-centric veto, honestly. Like Nuke, we've seen how good they are on it. I mean, yes, they did lose up against BB team, but I feel like that Rooster win was pretty convincing. And I mean, it's still their best map. They played it 21 times over 3 months. They're very comfortable there. And you look on the other side, and the pick over from Big, which was Ancient, I think that's a very good pick for them on their side. And it's actually a good one to go up against Saw, who looked a little shaky there, even though they got the win.
I don't know if you've got these stats on hand, so I might be throwing you under the bus here. What is Saw's win rate on Nuke?
I don't have the win.
You don't have that? Okay, no
problem. I know they're 16-5 on it, but I don't have the win rate.
67% win rates, I believe.
Yeah.
I just pulled that out of my head. I'm kidding.
It's probably close.
Naraka has been doing sign language with me behind the camera, but 67% win rates. Well, kid, it might be 76. He's saying that I got that wrong. I couldn't even read his
76
hands.
sounds more accurate because they've won quite a few matches. So.
Well. Turns out that all just fell into a burning pile of dog doo-doo. So you know what? Let's just go to Big, who's on the stage right now with Mike.
I've got Crimbo here ahead of their playoff game. Crimbo, what'd you get up to on the day off?
Practicing a little bit, you know, but yeah, we're watching the games, enjoying some good food, and yeah, but still been gaming because job not finished.
Job not finished indeed, and now on the other side, the next opponent. This is a Saw team that's been surging of late. They've been rising up through the ranks. How do you think you match up?
I think they're, yeah, as you said, they have been showing some good CS, but I don't care too much about the opponent. Doesn't matter who we face. We're just gonna play our game, and yeah, let's see how it goes.
Now, a comment on your guys' game, so to speak. You seem like you've been gelling nicely with Regon in now, maybe adapting, maybe shifting some things around. Where do you think you are confidence rating in terms of full strength?
Well, I think right now we are at 70% maybe. I think it's a good percentage to say because we have, you know, some games in the past we should have won. I think the Pro League one against Mongol should have been ours. And if we get stuff like this and we can show our full potential, then I think, yeah, we can be good.
Looking forward to seeing it, man. Good luck. Back to you, Sam.
What do you think of this iteration of Big now that they've added Rigon?
I feel like it's a lot stronger than it used to be. And obviously we saw it in the first best of ones that they were able to play on the first day. And honestly, I really feel like Rigon is a really solid player. Obviously in the first couple of games, we didn't see him pop up as much, especially as much as JDC, but he was definitely solid in there. And I think you had a point about that.
Yeah, no. I mean, I was just looking around my notes here, but no. Rigon honestly has been really impactful in terms of their entries. I talked about it before, and I think that he's a big piece that they've added. They put him in an interesting role because usually you'd want to see him come in and maybe be a bit more of a star rifler, but that's okay. I mean, he's doing his job. For me, the big re-addition is Searson, right? Like he actually came back to this roster. Didn't do too great at the beginning, but I already talked about this before as well. Toby, the Searson Whisperer, came through, and man, Searson looks so sharp right now.
Do you think that he makes the difference for this lineup?
That's a really tough question. I would argue that right now it's JDC and Searson that are the two players to watch. And it's interesting because they were actually brought back, well, not JDC back, but brought to the team together, right?
So JDC on your screen right now, I mean, he had a really good day one.
Yeah, it was phenomenal. I mean, he was all over the place and he was making life difficult for both Audic and M80 at every single turn. Like when you thought they would find momentum, JDC was right there to shut them down and shut the door in their faces, really. So for me, it was a nice surprise for Big to come out so convincingly in those two maps. But honestly, it's still like they passed the eye test in those two maps, but no BO3s played yet for them.
I'm gonna cut you off there because I just loved how the crowd started cheering for Tabs in there. What a vibe, man. And you saw the big grin. He actually said at the start of the day, loves playing in Atlanta because it's something, well, loves playing in the US. He says he wants to tell his potential child about it one day. That's the story that he'll tell. Rigon on your screens now. He is our player to watch. You've both spoken a little bit about him. Has he done enough in this lineup as yet?
I would say it's a question mark for me because he didn't necessarily come and turn heads in terms of his performances lately. But like I was mentioning, I think the key is he's become more of a specialty player in terms of opening up space for this team, but not necessarily the one I would say is like the star of the show where I was talking about JDC and Searson. But still a very interesting player to watch as he can be a game changer.
That is really important to have those players on your team, though, that can support your players and make sure that the star riflers are able to go and star rifle, get the kills that are needed to turn the tides of the game.
Absolutely. No, I agree 100%.
The Portuguese brethren are all together, ready to play, ready to face off against Big, and ready to chat to Mike about how they're feeling.
I've got Muteris here ahead of their game against Big. Muteris, do you know the last time you were in the top 4 of a tournament at a DreamHack?
I don't really remember. So top 4. Well, the last that I remember, it was 2012. I don't know.
I think I've been doing some checking. I think 2014 DreamHack Valencia was the last time. That's 10 years ago. Roman was with you at that one. What does it mean to be back here 10 years later?
Well, it feels great in the US, so everything seems special, I think. So yeah, we are very happy to be here, and we want to show a great CS to the people.
Now, obviously for you guys, having risen up through the ranks, expectations are now a lot higher, right? Coming into this one, it was maybe a little bit of a tougher road to get to today. But now that you've gotten here, now that you're in the playoffs matched up against Big, how confident are you?
I think that we are very confident. Of course, Big, the last game that we had, it was in IM Cologne, and it was a very hard game. So that's what I'm expecting. They are great guys and great players. So we need to be at our best if we want to win. But let's see. I think that the victory from yesterday, it was really important for us. It was a crazy game. So yeah, we are very happy to be in the top 4.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing what you can do today. Good luck, man. I got
10 years ago, they were on a DreamHack stage in the Final 4. What I want to highlight there is for 10 years, those two players have been carrying Portuguese CS on their shoulders. For 10 years, they have been battling through Tier 2 and Tier 3. And it was only, what, like 2-3 months ago that they had that moment. The moment that any Counter-Strike player dreams of, walking onto the main stage in the cathedral of Counter-Strike. What a meteoric rise so fast. And at the same time, what a beautiful fairy tale story. Because most players who grounded out for 10 years in Tier 2, Tier 3 have kind of accepted that, you know what, this is our lot. This is where we remain.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely fantastic for them. And considering, like, you know, we talked about a talent pool in Portugal, not exactly huge, right? So there's not that many players to go for. And then you have these two guys, Muteris and Roman, who have stuck together throughout it all and finally managed, like you said, to play in front of the cathedral of Counter-Strike. I just think it's absolutely amazing what they've been able to do. The grind is so difficult sometimes, especially in Counter-Strike with so many maps to play, and it has to feel phenomenal for them not only to do that, but to be here right now with a chance at the grand finals right after IM Cologne.
Let's just wrap it back up though to what we were talking about at the start of this, Apples, which is Soar's story that one time where we saw them in the playoffs of Cologne, or is their story the many times we've now seen them rise up? Because ultimately that chapter gets written today in the semi-final.
I absolutely think they have the chance to be able to push forward to the top here today. I mean, you said it earlier, Big is the gatekeepers of Tier 1 Counter-Strike, and this feels like a really important test for SAW to be able to take and see if they can ace it. They have all the pieces that they need. They have so much talent on this team. Story on the op is able to turn so many rounds. Mituras in mid is everything going to be able to be calm on their side, that they can breathe, take a breath, because this is a really, really important game for them if they're able to make it to the final.
Do you think SAW or Big look more solid from what we've seen at Challenger?
Again, it's so hard. Like I said, you've only seen 2 BO1s for Big, and yes, they've passed the eye test. If you look at those 2 BO1s, you say, yes, Big looks stronger. I think it's indisputable, but it's Audic that you played the first one. I don't know if I value that one too much. And then M80, I value that a little bit more. Nice convincing win there, but that's just one convincing win. And now they're going to have a tough opponent in SAW. So for me, it's like 55-45 in favor of Big right now.
I don't think I've seen enough from Big at this tournament at all. I mean, we did have 2 great best of ones from them, but it was a little bit harder against M80. And SAW, we've seen so much from them. I feel like they've gotten to the point where they feel comfortable in their positions, in everything, where they can take a breath, like I said earlier, and be able to win this for themselves.
You know, hosts are not supposed to have opinions. We're supposed to sit on the fence. And I do love ignoring that. I love jumping and throwing my opinion out there with absolutely no context. However, in this particular matchup, when it's Big versus SAW, I'm not going to make an opinion. I'm going to stand firmly in the middle here because I just cannot call it. I think both of these teams are on the up. And it would be way too difficult to determine where it's going to go.
I think it's difficult, but I'm going to put my cards on the table. I'm going to say SAW are going to take this one. I think Big are in a bit of a, I don't want to say transition period, but it is kind of that, trying to make their way back to the top in terms of rankings. And I think SAW have enough in the tank here to get the win and push it to the grand final.
Do you not think, though, that the veto plays in the favor of Big?
I would argue the other way. I argue it plays in the favor of SAW because Vertigo isn't really a map, if we get to map 3, isn't really a map that big. Yeah, you got to get to map 3, which I think they will, by the way. Once you get to Vertigo, I'm going that far, I guess, it's not that great for Big at all. 1-3 over the last 3 months. Yes, the competition has been very tough for Big. We can't ignore that. But if you look over at SAW, they've just had generally more success. And I would also argue that their competition has been very high because a lot of that was at Cologne.
Okay, but hear me out, Apples. We spoke so much about SAW and how strong they are in Nuke, but yet yesterday, BB Team had their number.
Yeah, BB Team, I feel like we couldn't really expect anything consistent from BB Team. And I feel like SAW had almost suffered the consequences from that. They were very up and down. Anafani, sometimes he would be able to do like the craziest lurk around heaven or hell. And then the next round, he would be completely shut down by everything that they were doing. So It's going to be interesting. I think Nuke is a good map for Saw, but I do feel like Vertigo would definitely go in their favor if it makes that.
Have I made you both doubt yourselves a little bit? Yes, I have. I saw you. I asked some questions. Now you're not sure about your predictions. You don't know what's going to happen. Neither do I, which is why we need to get straight into game because I want to find out who is going to the finals.
Yes, indeed. I mean, very much looking forward to this one. It's got to be the prime matchup of the day, to be honest. And again, I'm kind of agreeing with Sam a little bit. You know, it's hard to split these two teams. Which way are you going to lean? I would have maybe coming into the tournament gone with Saw based on their recent form and the fact that they have managed to keep it up online. That's a massive trend that we see with these sort of tier 2 teams. They have their Cinderella runs and then it just sort of goes back to normal. You know, they were caught up in the excitement of Cologne or whatever, but Saw have actually turned it up and looked very, very good. However, big into this tournament, they look pretty good for me. They look pretty good. I guess it's harder against M80, but I really like what I'm seeing, and I think this is the best iteration of Big we've had for a while.
I think this is really, really difficult to call, because you look at recent results, Saw beat them at the IM Cologne play-ins, right? So that's the only recent result we've got to go off, but how big are played so far? Will that work in the best of threes? We're out on towards A already. This is quick, and I mean, JDC's the first line of defense, and he will get the first kill as well. Story and Muteris both going to get clipped as Tabson comes in for a bit of support as well. The post-part's not exactly bad, though, as U-Jerks and Arishdosh combine. This is wild.
It absolutely is. Crimbo's going to get a catch. Roman not really checking his angles as meticulously as he should. Arishdosh gets another really clean round. It's U-Jerks to finish it off, and the two of them will take over the A bomb site. No assistance needed. The contingent from FDW so long ago, right? A lot of excitement between those two players, and together they have slowly but surely, definitely surely, scaled into a really formidable force.
Yeah, big day as well from Arishdosh. You know, a sweet little three-piece from the Sweet Rice Man himself. I mean, that was pretty nice. He isolated those fights brilliantly. Clean headshots, and they needed a bit of a hero in that one. We are going to get the force buy out from Big, so this should be a comfortable round, and we're going to go for a vent dive. Nice and simple, nice and easy. 3 make their way down without really facing all too much pressure. They get the B side quickly. We went for a bit of a gamble outside, and it hasn't paid off, and this actually could be a bit of a shooting gallery as well for Story. Has the advantage at range, but he does get dinged, and he quite smartly dips away. I don't need to lose this Galil, or not yet, but Rigon. Hey, they don't lose the confidence despite the lack of firepower.
Yeah, definitely. It's a really nice round to kind of just lay that in and feel a bit free, I suppose, in your approach. They're now protecting this Galil as well into the next round. Really would be a big help to get it out. I suppose Saul, with the confirmation of this one, have a bit of a decision to make. USB's not looking bad, and this is one of the things as well. We talk about Big in a very different way to the rest of the teams in this tournament. A lot of tactical prowess, of course, but I think that comes and is extrapolated from the fact that they are mostly in Tier 1 tournaments against Tier 1 teams where the individuals can struggle in places to match up against, you know, top 5 players in the world. For sure. But at a tournament like this, and even against Saw, yes, who have looked good, I think the mechanical aspect is going to be underplayed somewhat. There are some really, really skilled players on this team.
Yeah, when you look at kind of recent results out for Saw as well, I mean, bar that FlyQuest one the other day in that best of 1, I mean, it's been a really decent set of wins in their favor. It's a real sea of green, in all fairness. The current form for them is fantastic, but then it's just the difference of current form overall, I guess in the macro sense of the scene right now versus current form in the micro sense of this tournament. Because we just can't forget how good Big looked, right? Those opening couple of games were fantastic. 13-2 against Odic, 13-7 against M80. Already down to 4 for Saw as U-Jerks gets caught early, but this is technically a bonus buy, so we're not really looking at them to win this round in a sense, but if they can get a bomb plan out of it and a couple of kills, you take that as a small victory in itself.
Yeah, you would indeed. Curious to see Muteris just on the Glock, however. I think that might be a little whoopsie.
Yeah.
He's surely realized, but it's all good because, you know, one of his teammates has died. So, doesn't matter too much. Still looking at this disadvantage as an issue. It continues to get worse. Just 3 remaining now on the side of Saw, and a severe lack of utility as well. So they're going to have to find some heads. Sisson's first test on the AWP. He passes. May well be able to do a bit more from in here as well. Slightly nervy as he looks off the angle, nearly does go down. There's a catch on the backside, but it's an information play from Rigon.
Yeah, he kind of dies for the cause there. He knows sort of what they're set up for. They've got this top ramp control, and now it's about just making sure they can't finish anywhere. I mean, they've got 20 seconds, so I don't know if we're even just calling for a save here. Now we're creeping towards 15 seconds, and by the feel of it, it looks like this is not a committal play. These guns kept over. They're going to have a buy around it in towards the next. It'll be fine, and it'll be workable, right? That's all they care about. I just think they realize there's absolutely no point letting these AKs die for no reason, and also dropping them in towards the hands of Big. So first gun round, or first round with an investment from Big, goes pretty successful. I mean, Rigon basically the only one who falls, and like we said, it was for the benefit of the team in that sense. So a pretty, quiet round all in itself. Settled within the first kind of 2 engagements, more or less. We are looking towards Big. And I think the Des did a really good job of highlighting JDC in particular. I think he's somebody who's looked great throughout this tournament. And I think just for Big in general has actually really given them so much to work with. But another player that I'm going to keep an eye out for is Searson as well. When he first joined in towards this big team, it goes without saying he was really uncomfortable. Averaging like a 0.96 rating or something in the first 3 months. He looked very much off his game, but recently he has looked top-notch. But they get baited into that fight. They just walk into the pitfall there, set up by Saw, and it works brilliantly, and they're all just slotting into place. JDC, best of luck, fella.
Try and take some guns away. He is going to get the drop onto one. Here's that bomb going down. There is a small opportunity for him to isolate some fights, actually. Few of the Ts are quite far away from the main crux of the action. JDC, though, I think he's already called the round, really. So he'll look to back off and look to exit. He's got, a man that stands in his way. Clutcher extraordinaire will take his head keen off. So Saw shaping up nicely here around where Big kind of walk into them. Was it necessarily required when you have the proverbial upper hand?
Yeah.
They'll be asking themselves that, and it's tough, isn't it, right? They had the right idea, just timing slightly off. Really well played. The 1-2 punch, left, right, good night. And a few nice headshots to close it out.
Yeah, the drive-by was really clean over towards ramp. So a real solid one. And being that the first true gun round, previous one was a bonus buyout for Saw, that was the true investment coming through, and it looked very clean. Get a lobby crunch out here. I don't mind these at all, especially with this sort of buy, but Roman manages to escape, thankfully, pretty unharmed for the most part. At least alive. That's all that matters. And now he can hold for if they try and wrap behind outside. Rigon's up and towards roof. He's only got a 5-7, so he doesn't have the benefit at range. But while all this commotion's going on over towards lobby, they're already down secret. They're already making inroads towards B. And Roman, you'd expect, should get this, and he will. The second, not so much. Traded out. So that's an AK to work with, at least.
Yeah, definitely. I think in terms of the positioning of the rest of the CT side, this one will be just ceremonious. Should be over easily. Maybe another gun to take away would be nice. Saw are taking their time about it. Unsure if there's sort of some stacking players. What are they planning? Is it actually a force, right? That's one of the things, how much money it has been spent here. There is, of course, this M4 still in the mixture. It's absent. Creeping round.
Fair play.
Nice find. Really well done to just have that wherewithal to not go down.
I'll tell you for free, I ain't looking there in my ML
I know,
games.
I know. It's fair enough. That's why they pay him the big bucks.
Yeah. Good due diligence there. It is just about these exit kills at the tail end here for Big, and in all fairness, Tabson might get another. JDC's making a lot of noise over towards Garage, so it might actually bait Story in, and he goes to the pistol, but the drive-by with the Tech-9 is nice. And they actually don't need to push from here. They can save fine over towards that stairs position in secret, and they do. So 3 stay alive and around a 4-1 scoreline. It's pretty good.
How?
Go on.
I guess because he's got no armor, but JDC takes way more damage than the players, it feels like, who are, much closer to the bot.
It would be the armor, yeah.
Still, though, the blast radiuses on this map.
Pretty tonk on.
Kind of crazy.
Yeah, they're kind of massive. So a little drive-by, though, from Story. 4-1 scoreline. I mean, generally, when I cast Nuke, I'll say it every time, I look to 5 rounds on the T side, and the fact they're already this close for Saw is showing how good they are. And it comes back to, early decisions. They're opening best of 1. White was floated in that best of one. They saw are one of, and people have made arguments them even being the best team on Nuke at the moment. Definitely one of them at the moment, and they play like it. This is really solid. JDC is taking a bit of damage, but Irish Dosh has snuck down Ven. And he doesn't have to move here. Even if he's a known quantity, in a way, it works because it just baits attention over there. And they're going to just be drawn to making sure that he doesn't get away with anything for a bit of a freebie. So that's a very strong angle to now hold, and all he has to do is just pause.
Saw do a really good job on the level of communication, the level of like across-map coordination that he's down there, and maybe not even himself, maybe it is just a protocol to hold when they have this position, and they realize they have a lot. They could take the risk of sending him in. They could bank on the fact that he's not really been thought about or spotted, but why not work around what you have, which is that free secret control, and then you can just trickle the timings and make it awkward. Oh, jerks up top. Not going to see it, not going to feel it. Smoke starting to go down, bomb being planted here. This could be big. It seems like they have crossed him. He's got a good idea, maybe heard a little step. However, there's 3 in the lobby. He will go down, having only spotted 1. So a 5-on-4 now ensues. Rosdosh has been glued to this spot for a minute and a half nearly.
Yeah.
They're actually just calling it, though, again, because they feel they have a lack of control, a lack of direction to get downstairs. Saw getting in their heads here.
Yep.
This is the Nuke threat that they bring with just how strong this map is for Saw.
Yeah, and I think a lot of these sort of situations where you see that discipline coming through for Saw, you have to credit people like Berry, right? I think he has cleaned up a lot of these things for the Saw side. We always knew that mechanically they were so crisp, right? Especially that core that came from FTW, Aristosh, U-Jerks, and Story. They were all mechanically very talented. It was just more about how much of depth do they have, and can they make advantageous positions or situations work in their favor? And I think this is where Barry's come in and cleaned up a lot of these small things. I mean, he spoke about it where they've just been going back to the fundamentals and going back to making sure they do the small things right, because they add up in the big scale. And of course, so far working for them. You're going to see a pause called by Big, and I mean, understandably so. Kakafu going to get on the mic here, and I think he absolutely needs to rally the troops a little bit, because it's looking like quite a muted performance from Big early doors on CT side, on the most CT side of the map in the pool. And I'm sure, without a doubt, they were expecting Nuke to be picked in here by Saw. It's their go-to in every series. But this is a thing, and we kind of touched about this a little bit on day one, right? You know, teams can pick into it and say, I think we've got a decent idea of how we're going to counter-strat them. But everybody's been saying that. And very, very few teams have been able to make Nuke look comfortable against Saw right now, which is why they're regarded as one of the stronger teams in the world on it.
Yeah, it's a very different approach. I wouldn't necessarily say that Saw bring like a structural T side that you expect. I'd even argue with all these rounds that they've won, I don't think we've seen an outside execute come in. You know, they play off of maybe getting one player into a clean spot, and again, just that level of coordination between them is a key part of the T side. They play around lobby, they play around not necessarily early fights, but just taking those fights. I think they understand like a fundamental of Nuke is having T-side advantages is so valuable. So they just pick up one kill or even a positional advantage, as we saw with the Rosdosh down the vent in the previous round. Oh, they have a great sense of the timings, and you can see there, Searson, he's switching, he's up, he's down, and they take a very favorable peek together. Story finds him in between angles, and Saw should be able to capitalize off the back of that now. Crimbo in towards the ramp, does have some assistance, could get messy over here actually. Tabston a little tentative to go for it. U-Jerks with the two-piece, there's a player outside, you know, it's all over the place, so hard to read, but the bomb is going to hit the deck here with only 30 seconds left to recover this 2 versus 2. It may well have just slipped away from them.
Yeah, I think if this round's going to be on, it comes from Story. He has to get this kill in towards Squeaky. Got the right idea. He spots the elbow. You know, he knows he's there. Pop shot, but it's very difficult to wallbang there. He can't do a lot of damage, so position given away, and he is given the luxury of crossing over. JDC goes for one, look for the second. U-Jerks will trade. Time ticking, 10 seconds. Swing and a fine! U-Jerks! How are we getting away with that? He had no right to win it. Starts the round, and my God, does he close it. That's brilliant.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. U-Jerks waking up. He has looked fantastic over the past few months for this team, a name that again, we'd come to watch a name that sort of burst onto the tier 2 scene. Maybe didn't turn any heads, you know, for the high-level game, but we knew there was a bit of something in this player. And it's a long, long time since we've seen him really come alive, but recently, for sure, maybe even we talk about the addition of Berry, he's potentially worked him in nicely.
Yeah, because I think the issue with Ujerks for a while, and we used to touch on this quite a bit, was that sometimes he'd be the best player in the server, and sometimes he'd be the worst, right?
Yeah,
he would fluctuate so much. It was like his skill ceiling was so high, but his floor felt low at times, and that was the issue. You know, you come into games, and we would always say, you know, the pre-show segments and be like, what Ujerks are we going to get today? Are we going to get the one who's going to just take over the server, or the one who's going to go a little bit missing? And I think, like you mentioned, since Berry's come in, I think he's cleaned that up quite a bit. He's just brought him back in towards, this is how you should play, this is what you should do in certain situations, this is how you give yourself all the advantages to work with, and my God, does he look great.
Loud nades outside, the AWP getting involved. Big have got a different message in this one. In your face, they will get that first as well, but it leaves Ramp vulnerable. And again, Saw know this map like the back of their hand. Outside, okay, well, we saw 2, potentially 3. We know what is up. However, getting in towards B is going to be difficult. Ramp is one piece of the puzzle. Again, they are aware that there should be some presence here via the secret pathways. Smoke's going down. Might give an opportunity across to the CT at single to get in. Again, not rushing things. A minute left on the clock. No need for this bomb plant. Going safe, going in the smoke. Spam is there from both angles, but nothing landing. An aggressive move through single. JDC overwhelmed and falls. Story's got Ramp with the AWP. You know, this is such a weird game state right now, especially for the retaking CT side to deal with. They have to find a way to break back in. Single door, it's going to be tough. There's 2 watching it. Ujerks takes the first. Roman's also got his eyes on it. They're just all over, swarming around, finding these frags. Tamsin somehow in behind. Again, a breakdown in communication, a breakdown in what the hell is going on as Saw keep the chaos high. Playing by feeling and playing well.
Look at Ujerks as well. No rest for the wicked here. He wants this kill. Oh, he won't get it though. Seen off. Searson does sigh some relief. Hashtag Saw sweep. And yeah, I mean, they are arguably seen as the favorites coming in towards this game. So who knows? But a really, really nice one, all in all. And again, it just for us at the moment feels like the raw instincts out from Saw, but also just this team cohesion is superb. There is no gaps in the armor. The second a post plant comes down, it's wonderful work. 7-2-1. This is not the scoreline Big wanted. Starting off this series in a tough old predicament. They've been trying to change up the tempos a little bit, but it's not exactly been too bountiful. A couple of pixels spotted at Searson's head. He's lucky to get out of there alive. Same can't be said round 2. He dips back in towards back right garage.
Again, another change up from Big. Searson going to win his fight up top. Actually not been looking too bad. As we mentioned him, one of the players to keep your eyes on. Searson has been delivering. It's not resulted in an awful lot, unfortunately, with only the 1 big round, but he has certainly been on the map for sure. Single door burst downstairs. Tabson is around here, but it's so tough to get those multiple kills that they so desperately require. JDC, big kill from him. Molotov in. A Ross Dosh, yeah, goes down to it. Not much he can do, hoping for a fight. Never comes his way. Ujerks alone against 4 now.
There's ever a time to show up, it would be now. There's one. Does take a healthy amount of damage though in the second. He's not going to get fortunate Rigor. We'll see it off, and finally Big get another round back on the board, but it needs to be one of many at the tail end of this half. I think with how rough things started, I would probably say an 8-4 they'd be okay with. 7-5 feels quite unlikely just because Saw aren't going to slow down. They've still got money left in reserves, and they're still in a comfortable spot for now. So I think if they can get an 8-4 for Big, it's potentially workable. Then we're talking about you get a pistol, you get a force, first gun round, game tie. But like we always say, a lot of things have to go right for that situation to be taken. But that's much better. I think they take their aim jewels well, and they just understand what Saw are trying to do. They don't give them the luxury of it.
Searson again looking to find the opener here. Does happen for him. Crimbo finding one through the smoke as well, as big turning proceedings in their favor the past couple rounds. Something has switched. It's not quite aggressive, not quite passive. Searson does overstep the mark and loses his life. And again, Saw looking to fight, looking to catch you off. It is working. A Rozdosh two-piece for him. Make it 3 for the round. And now just Rigon and Crimbo. They say, where the hell has this round gone? Where have my teammates gone? Crimbo standing strong. Rigon behind could be huge. They've not considered him at all. It's down to the 1 versus 2. Can he get the timing here? Should be able to drop this player, and the bomb does so. Half HP for Mutiris. Where the hell is he? Has he gone up? Has he gone around? Don't quite know. This, again, is the Saw MO. Keep them confused on a leash. He will be spotted out this time, though. Nade gonna go in. Not happening. Mutiris picks up the pace, goes up the ladder. Goes down the ladder, goes up the ladder, looking for a clean 1v1 here. Is he going to get it? The answer seems to be no. Nade goes in, misses Rigon completely. What is happening here? Mutiris just edging forwards, looking for the fight. Rigon even corrects his posture to make sure he wins this one out, only taking 1 point of damage, leaving 1 point of damage on Mutiris, looking to siphon the soul away from the IGL of Saw, and he will indeed do it. Huge round from Rigon on the timing.
I think that adjustment of posture might have helped. He didn't take a point of damage, and he played around that box in towards CT well. This is better for Big. I will say one thing that was really nice out there from Saw is they changed their default. Their default at the moment has been leaving 1 over towards ramp, 1 in towards lobby, 3 towards outside that takes secret control. That time, when they spam down to the smoke and then get a kill towards credit card or config, they then change it up and say, right, let's take garage control, let's wrap in towards hell, let's try and put the pressure back on towards them, and it nearly worked. I just think maybe overcomplicating the situation a little bit. Bursting on towards A, not working well as JDC gets 2. Still alive, given the reload, and as he reloads, that's when the fights come back. All down to the Mac 10, he runs out of ammo. Big find 4. This is better. And heading into the final round of the half, they might actually recover a little bit.
Yeah, hopefully, man. This is indeed the game that we wanted out from these teams. Ever tense, ever hard to predict. Particularly while Saw are in the mixture, but a big response. It is a Saw classic. Change up the pace after dropping around, especially in such a lead. It does come close, it does get uncomfortable, but Big starting to get used to the gloves off Counter-Strike here. No wrestling in the mud with Saw.
Yeah.
Really, really good stuff the past few rounds from them. A weird buy once again here for the Portuguese.
We'll see. And in this final round as well, it's a lot of reliance. Has to be said off the back of Arash Dosh. AK-47 is the only premium rifle. There's a couple of Galils for Story, Mutiris too, but this would require something. Mutiris, that's not bad for the first. Crimbo doesn't get cleared, not effectively, as he will get 2 just about with his final bullet before his demise. 3 versus 3. AKs, now a couple of them to work with. Story also got 1 to wield, but that's taken a fair chunk of damage. And Roman's not close enough to be able to pick one up himself. Hang on, Deagle, here, up close. Oh, that's a misstep by Rigon. He tries to get information, and that's good when you have the numbers. When you don't, it leaves gaps in the armor, and it's now all down to Searson. Scriv surely unwinnable.
Yes. Yes. Indeed. Very unwinnable in the end. Oh, my goodness. A wild finish coming through, but yeah. I don't know, man. This is feeling very, very difficult from here on in.
I came in the league, went straight for the title. No time to idle. I'm finna get it, put that on a Bible. This is survival. Gotta treat every move made like the final. One by a mile. Nobody believe it, they all in denial. Look at me, look at me. Still in the show, that's the crook in me. They want me gone with the hook in me. Asking why is he here like I shouldn't be. I've been on grind since I old. 10,000 hours the motto. They see the bag is coming out, they flocking to me like I won the lotto. Dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Snakes in the grass, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Thought they be scheming and said adios.
a vengeance. Back on the grinds, back to the business. Hey, God is my witness, they watching my moves like shows they binging. Hey, best keep distance, all of my haters send best of wishes. I get to the bag with the quickness, no I don't need no assistance, no. Yeah, no playing it safe. I said let's get it, you say not today. What can I say? You ain't gon' go for it, get out the way. Yeah, got no time to waste. Can't be with me if you're not at my pace. You're not at my level, you're not in my race. One foot on the gas, I'm pushing the brakes. Dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Snakes in the grass, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Saw they was scheming and said adios. Yeah, I gotta get it. Get it, don't mindset. I gotta get it, don't mindset. I gotta get it, don't mindset.
Taking my pain away, nothing else more to say. Everything that I have, I'll give. First, you gotta pick a side. Now you got a team and you're rolling with the pride. Wanna play the game, make it to the end. I'm gonna bring it back again. I feel it inside. I'm reaching my stride. I'm standing my ground. I won't give in.
A recovery from Big. It's not much, but it is something. They now move on to the harder T side. Saw the Titan on Nuke, and they are proving thus maybe could make quick work of them here. It all begins with a pistol, as it so often does. Knife out in the vent. Why not? Seems like they are faking the drop down, but he's going to get it. He's going to get it. Tabson. Oh, no, you've fallen into the trap. Unreal stuff. Now the rest of the team has to kind of ignore that and try and move down. Muteris, as well as the kill, is also in the prime position to stop them crossing.
No.
He's going to do just that. Keeps the kills coming in. The power of the knife, the pistol ace on the cards.
Oh my, that's actually ridiculous. That's read like a book. They know exactly what they're going for. That is perfect. I don't think Crimbo, king of the clutches, sure, but no bomb, no chance. He hasn't got a clue here where they even are. Because they've only seen one player.
I know.
They have no idea where the rest are.
Unreal. Very rarely seen as well. Usually, you know, a pistol will like reveal itself on that angle and then everyone will just sort of jump across, especially in a pistol round, you know, try and ignore him, but they all took the fight. Crimbo does take him down, denying the ace. He's got to get this bomb back. Oh, no. Hold on a sec. Kills are coming in for Crimbo. This is getting problematic. Both of the CTs are split here as well. So for my money, maybe one more clean fight. Okay, they understand. They recognize they're going to give the bomb control back and not let this one really slip away. Molotov in. That does force the fight out. Crimbo wins it. You jerks is all that remains from the spot where Muteris did so much damage earlier on. There's not a lot of time. He could still do this. Of course he's going to fake it out. And of course U-Jerks does not bite. There's still time to get the bomb plant in though. This is where U-Jerks might move. He opts not to. He is afraid of the clutch menace. That is Crimbo looking for an ace of his own here. Who wins out? It will be U-Jerks round the corner to deny, and he'll take a moment to relish in it too. Pistol won out by Saw, but it was no mean feat.
I cannot believe that Crimbo's got even remotely that close to a 1v5. That is ridiculous. Like we said, he has zero information about where they're set up. He has to clear every corner and every crevice going to make that possible, and they just feed in the fight. And the one main thing you have to look at there is the way in which Saw actually approached that. Yeah, credit to Muteris. But this fight from him is great, but the way they approach after this, they allow him to isolate fights. They give him 5 1v1, and that's the worst way to go about it. Credit to U-Jerks. But my God, that was close. I mean, a sigh of relief, but he's done absolutely excellent in that instance. So credit to him.
Bro, he was around the corner. I'm sorry as well.
Exactly,
He was around
exactly.
the goddamn corner.
We all know
Can't
it.
lie.
Classic CS2. But one thing that is to mention as well is that as what is different to the norm, Big actually win more of their rounds on this map on the T side than they do the CT side. Whereas for Saw, it's basically evens, 51 to 49%, but it is a little bit more CT sided. So for Big, that's the one thing going for them. They do feel a little bit more comfort on this T side, which is the opposite of how many teams feel on Nuke. So while the first half wasn't great, I'm not going to count them out just yet.
It's true. Pistol would have been absolutely fantastic, though. Springboard for them. They did get the plant. They did get this man making a lot of money, so he pulls the AK out where you least expect it, to be honest.
No kit in play for Saw, so just keep an eye on this. If this bomb goes down, it's going to put a little bit of pressure on this one here.
Rosdosh up top, going to see the toes first. He comes off the angle, though, as the utility comes in. He's now second-guessing himself. Has to be sure of this one. They're ready for him, but like I say, he sees the toes. It's a really dangerous angle. That AK is going to go down. It will be immediately scooped up. Meanwhile, downstairs, what the hell is JDC doing down here? But Muteris is on cleanup duty. Just 3 remaining. They will manage to find a kill. They may well have secured a bomb plant here as well, but Searson still up top. He's now only got a scout. He misses the shot. Ooh. He misses again, and Roman will see the round off ultimately. You jerks, an easy find. Could have been any of them. Double digits here for Saw on Nuke.
Getting close now as well to seeing this off bit by bit. They're starting to dwindle, unfortunately, this big roster. And credit to Saw, though. Another great round coming through on the angle there from Irish Dash. He just knew what was coming, and he actually waits a little bit as well. He could have immediately panicked and shot at the feet, but he waits until a little bit more of the body showing so he can pepper them up, give them no ability to escape. So great work. A lot of these rounds feel like they're dictated by whether Searson can get an opening kill. He's 4-1 on opening duels so far, which is really solid.
Yeah.
Rigon fell off silo the long way. He takes a lot of damage. Chunked up a bit by the nade, but he takes like 40, 50 points there.
Yeah.
By full damage, which is not what you want to see. That's just a bit of a panic. He flustered in that situation.
It's been a shaky game in that sense. A few unforced errors, I think, from Rigon. I'll leave it at that. The whole big squad have been struggling, of course, here with only 4 rounds. And it looks to continue. Rifles making quick work. MP9s looking for some money. The teeth grind to get a few more. Just down to Crimbo here. Oh, 10 HP. Oh. Spam down. No escape. No escape. So, barely a point of damage there done, I believe, as I caught the left-hand side of the screen. 11-4 now. Big, I think, knew this was going to be tough. Reality comes crashing down for them.
Yeah, I got to say as well, Aristosh, he's a real joy to watch playing that A anchor position. You know, statistically, it's one of the worst places to play on Nuke. You don't get as much action. It's normally, you know, looking towards these outside players or even kind of playing in through mini. But I think he does a really good job. He's very good at adapting every single time. Slightly different position, whether it's Rafters, Mustang, up and towards top pod, changing his angle on top pod as well. So, real good player to watch. If you wanted to improve your A holds, very good at keeping things active. That's a big nade. Real healthy one as Searson's down to 54. Not the way you want to start off. Muteris, I like this. He's not committing to the fight, but he's just keeping the attention drawn. On the swing, though, he loses the Angel.
Nade. Breaks the smoke. The gap was there. Story can't quite find the shot. Meanwhile, over at ramp, aggression coming in. There's damage done, but no frags. That is, of course, what we are all about here. So Saw on the back foot. Story could get caught quite easily. Wow. Lands that shot, however. Crimbo maybe thinking he had that position in the bag. Not going to be the case. And it swings back to even. But before I get the words out, Rosdosh will take JDC up top.
And they might not expect you just towards back site itself. Very common to go play over towards single door here. And now he's known. He only gets a tag. Searson, who took so much damage from the nade earlier, is still alive somehow. This door might pop open in his face. Oh! Aristosh lines them up. That should be the round. No bomb plant for you, sir. And time starting to tick. 30 seconds. And even that would have been a luxury that Rigon isn't given. Aristosh, fortunate as ever, but that was clean.
It's getting hard now, isn't it? Big, I think, conceding the fact that this is just not their map, just not going their way. They start off strong. Crimbo does well. then Story hits the crazy shot, then there's a flank on the flank, you know, then this situation is difficult. They just can't quite get it.
In this situation, if you're the coach, if you're Kakafu, how are you bringing Big back into this?
I think it does have to be a realistic kind of look, right?
Sure.
This Inferno that's coming up next is obviously something that they must have been planning for. It's not made many officials recently. They've been saving it slightly. So just keep their heads in for that. Burst through the ramp smoke kit. Does find success 1 for 1.
I do like that though, right? Rather than kind of going back to their default that hasn't been working, let's just group up and just try and take fights. Let's just go quick, change the pace a bit and see if we can catch Sora off guard. Something they've actually struggled with all game.
Yeah, professional Counter-Strike, it is ultimately a game of 3 maps. So there's a lot of that energy coming into this kind of a round where they need to prove to themselves, to Saw, that they are a formidable opponent here. 4-on-2 save. In fact, 4 sorts, so we will have an extension of play.
Oh, save? Question mark? Yes, just about for Irish Dodge.
Yeah, we call it like
never mind.
an active save.
Yeah,
you know. There's plenty of money.
Yeah, Story
for him in particular.
Yeah, don't want to reinvesting in towards that AWP. He'll just post up on the corner. And I think if you are Big, right, this is the only way you can approach this sort of situation. Round by round, one at a time, and just hope, right? You can't look long-term here. You can't try and say, okay, let's, this is how we're going to get back towards overtime, and this is what we're going to do, this, that, and the other. You've got to just look at it in a more micro sense of the scale. This round, this is what we're doing. Once we take the round, then we keep moving forward, break the economy, and that's the next steps for them. But yeah, I think the worst thing you can do is just try and think long-term here and say, right, we're going to push it towards overtime and try and go off hope alone. That was a good round, though. Big change up in terms of the pace from Tabson, good call, and they just go straight in towards the fights. And immediately off the back of it, we will get a tack pause coming through. Good opportunity as well for Barry to get on towards the mic and I guess just settle. If there is any nerves, just make sure, guys, don't worry. It's 1 round. We've still got 7 more map points in our favor. We're not under any pressure. I mean, primarily, this is about Kakafu and Tabson trying to combine heads here and try and figure something out.
I mean, this is one of the things as well. It feels like both coaches kind of know that you've got to use these timeouts. They also know that it isn't necessarily down to this map. You know what I mean? They just have to keep everything cool. On the Saw side of things, they respect that, okay, we need some momentum and we need a really, really emboldened position moving into map 2 and potentially map 3. Big, meanwhile, it is about, okay, look, we're playing this out. Ignore the score at the top. We might be able to mount something here, but don't get too emotionally involved quite yet.
Yeah, don't drain yourself here. We've got still the potential of a long series ahead of us. This one felt on paper from the get-go like it had 3 maps written all over it. Gutierrez has spotted the shadow there, so he knows he's wanting towards top part. Story trained on the angle, how quick your reactions. Not quick enough, but he will be given at least a space to get away because they don't hunt him down.
No, could have been some backup there. Don't want to take the risk. They've located the AWP as well, which is obviously a very important part of the CT defense. You jerks. Maybe spotted a crack. Maybe hearing a few footsteps. Still going to be a creep forwards here, but it is a 2-man setup. Double spray down for you jerks. He's lost some of his friends, however. The bomb has dropped in that spot, so it's awkward, to say the least. Story, a nasty surprise at the top of the ladder. He has revealed a couple. They will work their way through to eliminate the main contingent of Big. Just Crimbo is all that remains here. And he's not rushing for the bomb. I think it's smart. Unfortunately, couldn't win out the fight. The map goes the way of Saw. No huge surprises. Maybe a little flat from Big, you could argue, but Saw, they're all about Nuke. It is their map through and through. They've beaten some really, really serious teams on this one, and you can see the vibe's still good. JDC still got a smile on his face there, ready and waiting for the Inferno that's coming up next.
Yeah, we've got a long series ahead of us. We've got this this Ancient, we've got this Vertigo as well. The real, I guess, question mark is if it does go towards Vertigo. On paper, it looks good for Saw, but that is a different story in itself. Ancient's going to be coming up next, but that nuke was one-sided. Saw looking fantastic. Let's see what they've got for us on the desk.
Thank you, Naokai and Scrim, for commentating that map, and we'll hear from you in a little bit. While the highlights run on your screen, of course, like they mentioned there, Saw winning their map pick convincingly. Let's take you right back to the beginning of this particular map. What did we think of Saw's T-side?
Honestly, it was really effective because they were exploiting the gaps in Big's defense. You saw Big, I don't know if they were trying to anti-strat or something, but at one point they're on a 5-man save after Saw get into the B site pretty much for free. And Saw's like, okay, you're going to give us that much space. Let's keep taking it round after round. And that's how they piled up all those rounds to get to 8 overall in their first half on their T side. But I mean, Big finally figured it out. Finally, they were taking more initiative. They were taking aggression towards outer yard and actually managed to get early frags and then forcing Saw to mid-round and make adjustments. And that's when some vulnerabilities were exploited. But even then, Saw looked good. It was just down to 1v1s that ended up, in most cases, going Saw's way.
I mean, there were so many 1v1s, but there was also a lot of wide swinging that I saw from Saw. We saw the confidence that I was expecting that wouldn't always be on this map. Nuke was a little bit iffy for me, but I feel like Saw, they grew into this. They were ready to go, and Udrix just kind of popped off every single time that I feel like he could have. Wide swinging in B ramp and just completely clearing. I feel like Big had maybe a split second of time to maybe think about shooting back, and at that point, there was no way back from them in their CT side. I feel like they played a little bit too aggressive at some points, then didn't play together. They were not taking space effectively, and Saw was just exploiting that completely.
We'll talk a bit more about Saw and their playstyle, but first, Mike has a quick catch-up for us as we see the results of the first map.
Managed to run down the coaches in that one, Sam, and Barry reminded me that not only were they comfortable on Nuke, well, the last time they met Big on Ancient, they took them 13-5 in Cologne. So, feeling good about that second map as well. Meanwhile, Kakafu said his message to the team, refocus, regain, play the way they know they can. What do you think, Sam?
I think that was very insightful. Thank you, Mike. We'll talk a bit about what was said there in a bit, but I want to go back to Saw. We asked about the T side. Did they continue a lot of what you saw throughout that game when they moved into the second half?
Yes, I do think they did. And sometimes it maybe slowed down just a little bit. They were forced onto a couple of ecos, but I don't feel like there was ever a point where Big was really in control of this game at all. Saw had the upper hand, had the read, even though there were a couple rounds that Big was able to get the shots on them, were able to get aggressive outside, take that outside space a little bit more than Saw could have wanted. Even on pistols, Saw was lethal, and it was aggressively lethal for them.
Yeah,
do you think that there is a particular round, JRT, that kind of showcases this dynamic play style we keep talking about when it comes to Saw?
I would say round number 7, honestly, because in this round, I felt like Big had a good setup into ramp, but then Udrik's just like, okay, I'm just going to push up and get that one, which was ridiculous when you're watching from the perspective of the other side. And the follow-up afterwards on the player trying to come out and challenge. So really incredible stuff. And even down to when it was a 1v2, I believe it was, for Jerks, he managed just to clutch it out and win it for his squad. Beautiful stuff there, and adapting to the situation so wonderfully given the circumstances.
What do you think is lacking from Big's game at the moment?
Confidence and also creativity, because I feel like that's all that we saw from Saw. Even when they were shut down from pistols, like they were wide swinging. They're like, all right, let's try here. They had so many rounds to be able to play with that they felt like they could get more creative. And Big, it felt stagnant. It felt very predictable. They were just playing the defaults. There was no like, all right, let's all go do this time. Maybe we can push ramp. Maybe we can cut them off in lobby. But it felt very flat.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. Like they were unwilling to go outside their structure. They were unwilling to adapt their gameplay to what Saw was throwing at them, continuing to try and, okay, we're going to keep trying to go, especially on the defensive side, keep trying to keep this going and see if it's going to work out, especially in terms of their B-site defense. Then finally, they make adaptations, but it was too little too late. And then once the side switched, I mean, Saw had their number with the aggression again. I mean, the epitome of it is Invent Muteris is waiting with his knife. I mean, that's a classic kill on Nuke, right? With the knife. Then he comes out afterwards and gets 4 more popping out in towards Secrets. So for me, it's just, and that ended up being a 1v1 round, which was a great work by Crimbo, but still, the beginning of it was just that aggression, getting into the faces of Big and not letting them get comfortable at all.
What are your expectations for Ancients?
Honestly, I feel like Ancient is going to go, I mean, this will be weird after what all we said. I feel like Big is going to win this one because I think they're more comfortable on this map than Saw are. And I think that their structure, their gameplay style and everything, that type of style fits well for Ancient. And I think they're more willing to get aggressive down mid, which is really effective in their match. I believe it was up against Audic. They were really abusing Audic in mid. And if they can do that here against Saw and make them uncomfortable, they'll be fine.
I feel like this is a different Saw than we saw yesterday and the day before. This is a new team that is revitalized, invigorated, and ready to take on Ancient again. And I think while Big is a big team to go up against on this map, but I feel like they have the confidence here, and Big may have been taking a little bit of an ego hit.
I mean, if there's anything we can say about Big in this event, is that they've looked incredible on Ancient, because it's the only map they've played. They've won 13-2 against Audic and 13-7 against M80, who do have a good Ancient as well. So for me, that's why I'm leaning in their direction for map number 2.
But like Mike said, the last time these two teams met on Ancients, Saw was victorious, 13-5. Can that happen again? Will they clinch out the series and make their way into the grand finals? We'll find out in a little bit.
Think you've seen it all? With FaceIt Watch's Point of View Selector, you can experience the game from any pro's perspective. Use the multi-view feature and customize the stream with up to 4 angles. Control what points you see while earning rewards. Drops are activated and lucky winners will receive FaceIt points. And if you ever miss a match, VODs are now available. Get instant access to demos with multiple POVs and commentary. Watch it, control it, FaceIt.
You ask if we could talk, but then say nothing. Maybe you just had too much to say. 'Cause when you call me up, you just want one thing. And maybe in the end you'll get your way. But I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah, if we should take it slow, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna show ya I'd do anything for you, girl. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna know. We just need to stop and take a moment to slow things down, work this out. I got your love on tap. We're in the moment, and maybe that's what we're about. Tell me what you want me to be, baby. I promise I can be the one you're craving. 'Cause I think that I know what you've been chasing. And girl, I'm sick of waiting. I'll be yours for the taking. But I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah, if we should take it slow, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna show you I'd do anything for you, girl. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna know. I just wanna know. I just wanna know. I just wanna know you, baby. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah, if we should take it slow, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna show you I'd do anything for you, girl. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah, if we should take it slow, oh, 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 yeah. Just wanna know, I just wanna show you I'd do anything for you, girl. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna know. 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 I just wanna know.
hands off of what is mine. Yeah, you know that I win, and I know that you won't. Maybe you should leave this will alone. Yeah, you know that you lose, and you know that I don't. Maybe you should turn around and go back home. Don't say I didn't warn you, but now it's too late to change your mind. I can change up to turn back. I bet you wish you could turn back time. Say, yeah, you know that I won, and I know that you won't. I am a legend. Yeah, you know that I win, and you know that you won't. Maybe you should leave this well alone. Yeah, you know that you lose, and you know that I don't. Maybe you should turn around and go back Within the body of a woman lies the heart of a man. It's a feat of engineering you could never understand. So tell me all your secrets, and I'll tell you all my lies. I've been walking with the angels, I've been talking in my sleep. An electric conversation, pins and needles in my feet. It's a full-on fascination with a twisted combination. We can catch the lightning.
ESL Challenger is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Qiddiya, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, and Logitech G.
Yeah, to be fair, we have played bad online matches recently, but we personally prepared a lot of our map pool that we feel comfortable against anyone, to be fair. Especially against now these teams which are here, they are not the very best at the top, but they are still very good, of course. But other than that, we just also worked on having a good mood, especially in worse or in bad situations. And this is something we hopefully we can pick up on, and this is something we are looking forward to.
Hello and welcome back in, folks. Looking down the barrel of this second map. Big not really giving us an awful lot to work with. A few what-if moments. The Crimbo pistol round, of course, was something that dreams are made of. Did not quite happen for them. It felt towards the end, though, that they were like, okay, we gave it our best shot. They're a formidable team. Maybe not one of our most comfortable maps in the pool at the moment. And thus, they are now looking forward to the next two.
Yes, I do think this is the perfect one it's going to head into. We saw how good they looked against Odic, right? I think JDC in particular was incredible on this map when they played on it the other day, and I think that's the big thing I'm looking towards. Can we get that level of performance out again? This has been a map for them recently that's looked very strong. We look back towards Pro League, wins over Complexity 13-10, wins against the Mongols in OOT 22-19. So they've got these under the belt, even beating VP not too long ago as well at the Fall Showdown. So this is a map in which Big have beaten decent teams on LAN, and this would be exactly where they can take a map against Saw. But it's all about staying alive now as well. Can they stay alive in the series and be in for the potential going to the grand final? Ancient is where we head now, and for Big, it was a lackluster shoving in towards map number 1. They need a complete turnaround here in map number 2.
Starting off towards A, it does seem like a fake utility setup here on the B site. Saw not really biting, might draw someone in from middle, but they're still pretty ready for the A hit. Shadow spotted now as well. Rosdosh up top. That's what the Julies can do. The quick switch across to the second. The bomb has spilled forwards as well. So decisions being made for Big. Tabson has acted upon his smoke hit, made his way quite deep in towards B. So they've got the bomb. They're able to bail out. I think they should fully make it across. Bomb going safe. It will be JDC to hang around in middle. Mutiris with the flick. Age, just a number for this guy as he lands a really nice shot. Tabson moving forwards though, finds 2, brings it into a doable situation here. He's done a lot of heavy lifting for the squad. Hiding away in the corner as well. The bomb still not planted, but it will be momentarily. I think Saw know what is up. Wow. Mutiris out. Patience on the Tabson side. It's just going to be Searson now. He's actually not committed to the bomb plants. They don't even necessarily have that. Searson chasing this kill down. Feels confident for it. Mutiris just tapping away, leaving him low. Eventually loses his head. But surely a winnable 1 versus 1 now for Story, you would assume. Plant will come in. Story not too close to the action, but a reset into this 1 versus 1 now.
I do like how Searson's now played this. He's planted open, and he's gone to a position which, if he was going to go through A main, it would take a long way to rotate around. He knows he's got time to work with. His expectation was originally done. Now he's put out Store, and he's tagged him down low. Searson might just pull off the 1 versus 2 and a 3K overall, and he's playing time. That's good. Story doesn't have a kit. The question is, does he just stick this? I kind of like it. If he sticks, this is kind of genius. Gets off the bomb. Another tag going to come through as well, but time too far. Searson has run out the round regardless of Story getting the kill. Big draw. First blood here on Ancient. And we've got to look at this map as well. You know, we spoke positively about Big and saying against Odic they were fantastic. This is a map in which they played internationally to a good level. The same can't be said for Saw. They've had a couple of rough performances on this. You look back towards Cologne, for example, 13-2 loss against Na'Vi was really difficult. Even before that as well, lost to the Mongols in overtime on this. And also as well, you know, they've got that 1 of Big, which maybe they might be looking back for to try and get in their favor. But results in general are a lot more spottier for Saw in this sense. And that's where it feels like Big have the advantages. The one man we're going to look towards is this man, JDC, both on CT and T side. His elbow control was excellent against Odic, and he's looking for a similar type of performance.
Yeah, lovely warm-up game against Odic, it feels like, you know, so just tap back into that and you should have another ultimately fun time. There has been a trade back, though. Mutiris on this MP9 is going to be a problem later on in the round. They're banking on B here. Saw will... guessing correctly, but maybe Mutiris can stem the tide, slow them down. It's a tough angle. He gets pre-fired round. Rigon knows what's up. And thus, 4v3, probably a save with this bomb going down. They're nowhere near the action. May well look to take Searson's dropped weapon away. I don't know, though. You're not going to win this one, that's for sure.
Especially because this is a forced investment as well. Having this by, or at least 3 of them brought in towards the next, it's better than nothing. It's those small silver linings that we like to talk about, but I mean, we'll see. It's going to be big, though. 2-0 start. So far into the 1 casualty as well. All that we want to see. For Saw, the way that they're going to find ways back into this, first step is trying to get some mid control on the CT side. Don't allow JDC to run riot. That's what he did, obviously, previously and has done for a while since coming in towards this Big lineup, and it's what makes Big so scary there. Mid control on both sides is excellent. Once you've got mid, you've got like 80% of the map at that point, and all the decisions to make, all the quick rotations. So that's probably point number one for Saw, which needs to find, and then it's about getting proactive down ramp. We didn't see, for example, Odic recently in this tournament, they didn't do that enough. They didn't get the information on what shelf control is looking like and how this cave presence is over towards Big. So they're the two positions that I would look towards to try and take a bit of active map control and try and start some engagements in your favor. A, you can play a little bit more passive if you want to, and it's fine.
Nades out once again from JDC. Going to see a lot of him in towards this area. It seems, again, something that Big recognized as well. So already getting him used to this area, conditioning his opponents. May well go down here, trying to bail him out. Not going to happen. Story finds a double. Thanks to some Kevlar as well to really keep him alive there. Bomb goes down in the meanwhile. May well be another save situation, to be honest, right? The Galils will help your case into the follow-up round. Story sticking about, can't get anything done. But yes, the Galils will make it into the next. It's a boost to the coffers. Although, that being said, Roman is quite close. Oh, why are we quick switching for no reason?
Yeah, that just felt
bad habit.
Habitual, right? Exactly. Yeah, that was a habit for him there, just to be quick switching sort of for no reason. And yeah, unfortunately, it'll cost him his life. He, I don't know, even had the drop there, it did feel. But in the end, it doesn't matter. Aristosh will save with that one Galil. And they will have a full investment in towards the next two, which is the main thing we want to see. But we have to see Saw come in towards this next round. And in the same way they did in towards Nuke very effectively, is set this tone. Don't allow Big to play their game. They didn't allow them to do that on Nuke, and they made them feel so uncomfortable, and that's why everything worked for them. They're going to do it again here. It does look like we're going to get a semi-early attack pause getting called in here, but I do like this by Barry himself, right? He wants to just have a conversation before we go in towards this next gun round. This is what we have to do. This is how we're going to find our ways kind of back in towards this map, and I think it's a good time as well. Get Materials on the mic too. The experience of Roman as well, but obviously we always look towards Barry himself, Bem Julio, as the Portuguese say. The boss of this side has really helped them out. Big, I don't think they need to change up anything at the moment. Everything's going to plan.
Yeah, absolutely. It's still early doors. It's still not really been too challenging for them. You know, these half buy, full buy, whatever you kind of want to angle them as, ultimate forces from Sword. Not really threatened too much. This one looks pretty scary. A lot of nade damage there onto Rigon. Roman tries to find the timing. Somehow the bullets don't quite land. My goodness, Rigon is lucky to be alive. A Rozdosh will be overwhelmed in middle. Things look up for Big once again. Maybe the gods of Counter-Strike shining down upon them, wanting a 3-mapper out of this, as I think we all do. So a reapproach now from Big on the utility.
Materis, he's lined up and he starts tapping away. He's just breaking small little holes in the smoke, hoping to get a gap. Story did come off the angle, and as a flash comes through, he'll be wary of peeking back into this. This is setting up for a B hit, and only Roman's here. There's a move coming through mid as they now start to get red room control, but Roman is going to be isolated in a moment. This could be tough.
Yeah, man, the B-bomb site doesn't really seem to be super favorable for Saw, it would seem. Roman does get one, a lot of damage onto another couple. I don't know if that was like a headshot through the body or if it was a team damage, but ultimately, room to find a frag, not gonna happen. Down to just U-Jerks, he is in the thick of it here. Will be spammed halfway through that wood, not ideal, and indeed with no opportunities presenting themselves, he will back off, so. Interesting kind of setup, maybe some shifts coming in from the Big default. Maybe Big didn't lean too much on B the last time these guys faced off. I don't know, it's strange. It is strange. A really, really weakly defended B-bomb site. A good 2 or 3 rounds in a row now.
And it feels like for them, in that situation for Saw, it was about trying to reclaim mid control and then play as a bit of a split, but the timing was so off, unfortunately. Because there was a smoke still dissipating over towards Red Room, it took them a while to actually get that mid control. And then Roman, like we said, just gets left isolated. This is good. Big are getting fired up. Exactly what we want to be seeing. I think at the moment as well for Saw, in a bit of a tough spot. We've got 1 M4 to work with, 1 MP9, and a few upgraded pistols. It's hopeful, to say the least, in this buy, but it's not a full buy. It's not a commitment. The expectation is Big, take a 5-0 start.
Yeah, one would assume so. Maybe Saw can come alive in this round. They have now overcompensated at B, looking to sort of test the aggression, and it does find success. Gutierrez on the 5-7 up close in donut hit. They are ready for him. Got to check all these angles cleanly. The shadow does come in, but he can't find the frag still. That's pretty nice. One is good. Tabston, timing, just gets spotted. Low HP actually gets them both. That could have been huge, but it is unfortunately backfiring for Saw here. Roman remains alone, and Tabston takes him too. Huge round in from Tabston, the crowd on his side, and Big can't stop winning.
Yeah, that's quite unfortunate. I think Aristosh just panics a little bit there, and he shoots early. He shoots on sort of instinct, and he sees just a little pixel to work with, and just that alone sells the round. Unfortunately, they had the flank, and it what felt like a guaranteed kill. If they had just played discipline there, Tabston falls, and they get a gap to work with in via CT, but it's not to be. Tabston, great work. A good start as well, 5-1 out the gates for him. Searson 7-3. We're all about the ears a little bit, in particular Tabston. Ignite over, JDC will take a chunk and a second behind it, so he might be in a bit of trouble here. And yeah, the flashbang was perfect. JDC, unfortunately, no chance in that one. So an opening for Saw, and maybe one that they could wield in their favor, because Story catches one on the cross.
Yeah, it's a nice find, actually. Again, it's a really good read from Big. Every time Saw try and go for some kind of aggression, they leave gaps. They leave big gaps in their defense. Unfortunately, this time, that AWP was there to semi-fill them, and it's enough to scare Big into slowing down. Bomb's also been left in spawn. That's an oversight for sure. Smoke comes in. Searson, nothing he can do here. So I think it might just be one of those boring old saves. They've got plenty of money, but just feels unwinnable from here.
In a 2v5. I know, you know, Crimbo got 4 out of 5 in the 1v5, but this one, yeah, surely no chance. And I think, like you said, that slight oversight of leaving the bomb. I think if the bomb wasn't committed, well, I guess not committed by being left in spawn, they might have had decisions to be made here, but I think they're just going to shell up it. Keep hold of what they've got. One flash and a nade is not the best thing to try and hopefully keep yourself alive, but also up the crossfire. And it's going to be a bit of a slow 30 seconds as we see this one off. It will be Saw finally getting their first round on the board. It's, you can say it's been a long time coming, but they haven't actually been all too competitive in these rounds. This is the first one which feels like it's got just a bit of something behind it and could lead to a few more following it. Because there's no casualties, they get to build up a little bit of an economy in the arrears, and that's what we want. Off the back of that first map as well, Ujerks and Aristosh, both 18 kills apiece, had lights out performances. Ujerks 110 ADR, Aristosh 95 ADR. So they both had a whale of a time. Crimbo didn't do too badly, 93 ADR for him, but still feels like a lot that needs to be done. That's a good start. That's the only way you can start. One at a time, start building yourself up in towards this game.
That's the big shot, though. I think if Story misses that and doesn't reveal his presence, doesn't find efficacy with his presence, they would have just sort of crossed into a more open site before the rotations got in. So, big round, big impact. Let's see what Big can find as a response. Boost coming in. Ujerk seems ready for it. Maybe a barrel spotted up there. He will go back in. Clean peek. Dink lands. Is there anything else? Oh, I don't know about the re-peek there, sir. You'd already pulled off 2 or 3. Take the damage and get out. Roman ready and waiting for some kind of a boost or some kind of presence. Tabston, sir, nearly gets lost in the smoke. I don't think that was the intention. Molotov forces Roman back. Big have the upper hand, but this feels like a weird round. This feels very nervy from Big, in fact.
I like this from Aristosh, but the only thing is for him is that by doing this, he leaves Donut completely exposed.
Oh,
now he doubles back on the worst time. Surely Crimbo gets this one for free. He hears all the steps coming through Donut. Crimbo was spotted. Yeah, he was, but it doesn't make a difference. Crimbo, he had the drop, he had the number. However, Materis is still here in good timing. Good for one. Can't get the second as Rigon responds. And that should be the round, surely. A 2 versus 4. Yes, it's been damage dealt, but this asks a hell of a lot. Story can't hit the shot on the cross. Bomb now will be planted. No, I speak too soon. How is Story given the luck getting out? How has Story got 2? Big have completely fallen apart. The communication is all over the place. And it's now down to a 2 versus 2. Story misses, but still alive. JDC might be all that's left in a moment as Crimbo is low.
That is messy. It is brave from both sides there. Even the peek in from Crimbo to try and fight the AWP that's just dropped 2 of your teammates. Really, really dangerous stuff, but the risk, it does pay off. Roman trying to isolate some fights here, just trying to discover anyone, really. It's
no kit.
Not happening, no kit available. He loses out his initial fight anyway. It's so damn close. If only he dropped the main player, he could have played a bit faster. So that is tough, I would feel, for the Saw side of things. They cannot get themselves in the groove here. Something just kind of slipping up. Pretty sure this might be another timeout here as they figure themselves. Yeah, it's that repeat, man, you know, just got to relax slightly. They're feeling too, I don't want to say confident, but just like they have to do something, especially after how things went down on Nuke and how effective that was for them.
It's one of those where there's a time and place to get active like that for you, Jerks. But once he gets the initial damage, I think in his mind he's like, he's so low.
Yeah,
you know, anything I connect with is a kill there, but I don't think you need to. And that's where you do look towards discipline and do look towards him trying to be reined in a bit. He's actually a really, really solid anchor over towards that side. He's definitely, you know, for people looking to improve, on specifically the B side, he's definitely one to look at. He's very, very good at playing around that pillar position in particular, but yeah, I don't think he needs to peek there. I just think because he dinks him in his mind, he's like, all right, let's just finish it off. And yeah, that panic actually does cost them, not, I wouldn't say the round, but it cost them a lot of space. 1-for-1 trades early. JDC and Muterius both get in the action in the early part of this. Ujex, look at the ramp aggression though. He's maybe not learned his lesson, or maybe learned to get up in their face. One, not the second. A little labored. Oh, Rigon gets two.
Roman needed that. Roman needed that to keep the hopes alive. It still is possible. Story's got the AWP set on the site. There is a very quick flank coming in. They don't seem to be giving any credence to. The bomb, of course, has been dropped. A quick check, but it's kind of lazy from Crimbo. A tough angle for him to work from as well. You know, dropping down on the ramp, I guess, whatever you'd call that. Muterius keeps on going. Brave once again. That seems to be the word of the map thus far. Story drops Searson, and there you have it. Saw may have had a round in the previous that sort of crumbled for them. Big have also made a few mistakes to let that one slip.
Yeah, in a weird way, that's one of those rounds that it felt like Saw don't deserve. It's actually just Big have completely lost that. Big had that in their hands, and I think they call for the pause, which isn't a bad idea, but they just don't expect him to keep pushing through spawn, which, for the confidence of him, it worked. So
I got that one. Vamos,
yeah, I like that one. Well, they're going to need to get hyped up as well, and that's a good round to take. 6-2. This map at one point was the most CT-sided map in the pool. Not so much anymore. It's very puggy, and Ujex likes to fight. There's two for him. Drive by with the MP9, and Roman gets one more. 1v3 in a matter of, what, 10 seconds?
Yeah, man. I mean, Big trying to answer back in an angry way. He used that frustration positively, and unfortunately, it doesn't go well for them.
Crimbo's stomping his feet through the water.
Yeah, he's angry. He's angry. I think also, you know, a few players sort of trying to test it, right? They seem to have worked on, although I believe we're on the old patch, aren't we, actually?
We are. We are on the old patch. Not the patch with the armory
changes.
Update, as they call it.
Yeah, and sort of the water was one that crept in, right?
Yeah.
But I'll kill that point. It doesn't matter. Still, water makes noise or whatever. as it should.
Yeah.
You know? But they don't know. Where the hell's Crimbo? No idea. They've just found him, though. They have just found him.
They've still got the bomb, though, so that's the main thing. And the other thing is that time's now starting to tick, but Crimbo, king of the clutches, right? He's got one of the highest clutch win percentages. You never want to count him out, especially not after how close he got in the 1v5.
Yeah, this one doesn't look too good for him, though, unfortunately. They've got full control of the bomb. They know where he's at. It's hard for him to find, like, a sneaky route in, so he has to really defy the odds, really just slam the heads. And that can be easy when you know where players are at, right? You get the pre-fire, you take your second, and you just sort of line everything up in your head and synapses. But if you are just clearing the angles, you have to pick one way or the other. So he doesn't fancy it, which, again, always feels strange from this guy. Oh, get off. Get off of that. I don't want to see it, mate. I don't want to see it.
You naughty boy.
I don't want to see it.
Rein it back in, Sunshine. We've got a game to play it.
He's thinking, he's pondering, you know. That's the Jame way. It clears the mind.
And the sinuses of 6-3 for Saw. As they start to chip away at the deficit briefly. They could get 7-5 or 6-all would be a real luxury. But if they can get 5 rounds here after what was a 6-1 start. I don't think that's the worst place to be in the world. They'll take a recovery like that. Crimbo's the only one for an investment. It's going to have to be met with a HE as well. Actually just goes a little short there. 1 AK, 1 Deagle, 1 P250. The only one with armor is Crimbo. So if he falls as well, it's not exactly like someone's the priority to take in. None of them got armor, so it's just, do what you can.
Lane control for Big comes nice and easy. Doesn't really seem like there's much argument from Sort. They will potentially send Muteris in quite late. Lovely idea. The boost comes in. And a keen headshot on that AK. Exactly what you want from the AK as well. So that's a nasty angle for Muteris to deal with. It's the first kill that comes in. You don't know what is on the other side as well, right? You've got this saved AK. Have they bought around it maybe? Have they gone for a risky move? So, your approach here from the Source side is obviously very, very different. No one out on A for the CTs right now.
I guess the only thing they've heard of Deagle, so that in their head they might maybe like a Deagle armor buy, right?
Yeah,
so they might think it's like some sort of investment here. You can see that's why initially they're playing quite timid. Crimbo should get the advantage. He will. Story gets the trade, but they're giving Crimbo opportunities.
Yeah, and they've left the AK isolated as well to just softly, tacitly sell a fake. The bomb itself is actually going towards A. They do have an advantage still. There's no armor on the remaining 4. JDC does get a catch. What is that second kill? He just spun around and absolutely slammed Roman. It's all going to be on Story, 2 on the USP. He's now probably discovered that they've not got armor, so maybe if he can get his hands onto an automatic weapon, he is singing, but this is not going to be easy. Oh, don't tell me. He's giving it up. He's giving it up. That's a little wild, a little wild. Still, we are playing this super tense game right now. Would have loved to see him go for that 1v4. Doesn't happen, and Big, with almost 0 investment, have nicked away a 7th.
Yeah, that was an eco. You have to call it as that. We can't even give it the title of a hero AK because it was a saved one. So they've just lost to an eco, which for Sora is not good, but it's great for Big. Really well played. I mean, JDC's basically won it for them there. It felt like even when the bomb goes down and whatnot, it's still a lost round because they just win off the retake. But JDC does excellent work. Gets one. Quick 180. Head on a swivel as he gets a second. The boost is brilliant for one. It's a good way to kind of get that AK active. But it's this fight here. That is just instinct. He must have heard the step as well as he jumped off. Yeah. But I mean, even he's having a chuckle about it. He knows how crisp that was. Like duck hunting as he plucks him out of the sky. But Story says, we're not done just yet. Nice opener from him. And the buy around it is very, very funky. Quad MP9.
Yeah, maybe speaks to, again, trying to pull off some aggression, some close angles. Will mention Story, despite the 3 rounds for Saw, is looking really good here. Again, a player on this Saw team took time to get in to this position. He also started off on like a 3-month stint, and then they removed him. Right? Yeah. Ultimately, I don't know what was going on there. We don't know the behind the scenes, but that definitely feels like he came in, he wasn't quite ready, he wasn't quite mature enough or something along those lines, and they just got tried and true Stadodo back. But since around 2022, they've added him in, and he's looked really, really solid.
Yeah. Another one of those players as well who could really benefit from Barry too. He's worked with a lot of pretty good but no, Arish Dash, he had the drop, he could see one, but Tabson's holding for it, and JDC, there's no way in hell Story thinks about this. Plays disciplined, he waits for a second, but it doesn't come. Muteris gotta go huge here. Gets spotted out by Crimbo on the AWP. As Roman answers back for one. This may be a temptation to save here, for being completely honest. The AWP's on the crack angle, and I think of how low Roman is, and with now an AK in his back pocket, let's just keep hold of what we've got. But this is the awkward thing. Sora just going for constant saves, and at some point, you start to think in your mind, did we just give one of these a go? And this felt like a decent one to potentially even give it a go. They only just got that bomb down, or even the one earlier where Story got the 2 in the 1v4, and he knew they didn't have head armor, but unfortunately not to be. Big locked themselves in towards 8. We had an 8-4 half in favor of Saw in the first map, and we might get it on the other way, or maybe even worse.
Potentially. I think Big have definitely done their homework on this map, it looks like to me, right? As you mentioned, they've played off against each other before. Big on the negative end of that, and it can be difficult to deal with. That was a while ago, I suppose. That was at the Saw Cinderella Story at Cologne, the very start of it.
Wasn't it? It
was
a massacre, 13-5. It was like, I think very much so. They've been like, we can't let this happen again. And
yes.
I actually feel like as well, with how well we saw them play against Onyx, I know obviously it's not really the greatest sample size or the greatest team, no offense to Onyx, but it is one of those where they've obviously changed up a lot recently to make this map a stronger part of their pool.
Definitely feels that way. Roman's got to deal with a couple early on. He takes one. Meanwhile, in towards middle, they will find success. Aggression, stores, textbook MO looking good. Just kills all over the place right now as it's almost like a pug on Ancient. You said it had stepped up in that sense, but a change up ultimately from both teams. Bomb going to go down. Crimbo's still healthy and still in the post plant, still in the clutch situation, especially if Tabson can't oversend here. Gutierrez does creep through the smoke, looking around, getting some information. Tabson stood well to find one there. Really well timed. Will get traded down to just Crimbo. He has crept away into cave. Will they expect him? Footsteps heard. Clean frag for the first. It's a 10-second hold. Surely not, says Crimbo.
No.
It doesn't look like he's thinking about it at all. Going to try and pick up the pace towards the very end and will indeed deny him off. He's got the sense of timing down. 9-3 at the turn of the half. Let's see how this one pans out. Big could not give us a recovery on that first map. A pretty flat showing from them on Nuke. Much better here on Ancient. Can Soar keep the dream alive? They have defeated this very opponent. on this very map. So we shall see. Something has changed in the water for Big for sure. All starts with a pistol. All starts with Mutirius taking that first fight. Roman will drop to Rigon, as does a Rozdosh. The ramp presence is problematic. Rigon comes in from the side and slams them down. One-man army. A quiet first half, maybe not required. He's denied the ace, as we keep getting teased with these aces in this series. But Mutirius, of course, has got 4 more to get through.
Yeah, big ask. Can he do what Crimbo got so close to doing, but ultimately failed in Nuke? It's exactly the same position too. And no, is the answer. Tabson shuts them down at just 1. And it will be big. I mean, that is masterful from Rigon. Really, really crisp shots coming through from him. Like you said, quite a slow first half, but he picks his time to come alive. He was bottom of the scoreboard before that, now lies second. So now 1 round can completely turn you. Yeah, exactly. Those shots are so clean from him. He's loving life, loving it. Big up to 10 already. So no real buy-in towards this one. That means Big, realistically, should be up to 11. They're essentially in reaching distance of pushing that towards a vertigo, and even more one-sided than map 1 was.
Crimbo ready and waiting for the Stampede to come his way. A little difficult. Contact flash is in. It sort of blinds a few too many. Ooh. They will manage to get 1 down here, but the Julies of Crimbo finding 3. Some lovely flashy rounds out here from the pistols, but also, of course, Big. It does feel the gap getting wider and wider. Really gone to great lengths for that sign. Comedy gold.
Spent way too much time on that. 2 hours last night getting ready for this game.
Respectable, though. Jokes are funny.
Cheers, mate. 11 is where we find ourselves now, and Matt, I mean, this is just being so one-sided. Sora have offered up really nothing. We get in towards his tack pause as well in a moment of, I guess, brief respite from what has been a really tough game for Sora, an opportunity for Barry, again, to enter the conversation and try and help this side out. But, you know, on the other side of Akaka for him, he's probably got one of the easiest jobs in the world at the moment. Basically just reiterating, keep your head down, stick to the game plan. We're so close. Let's push this towards a 3rd. Let's give the people in Atlanta a game they want to see. Getting ready for that grand final. Great work with the Julies there. 2 pistols, 3 kills. Easy as that. Potentially could be the last full buy out for Saw. We'll see. Story starts well, and Ujer gets quickly in towards the A side. He gets a lot of mileage on this D side, and this is a prime example of it. He's going deep in towards Temple.
Yeah, really quite deep. They have moved fast here. Not ready at all. Saw back with a vengeance, as Big did, trying to start their campaign. It would be a hell of a thing if they could complete it. They certainly are indeed capable. Mutirius hanging around, grabbing exits, but not going to happen. 0 exits, in fact. So we'll confirm they are saving at the very least. Big have to concede. Big have to respect, though.
Yeah, fair play. Change in tempo. Saw, get up in their face, rush on towards that A site, and that'll be that. Story gets that first. It's just Ujerks who just goes so deep in towards the site and make sure there's no real way they can get back into it. So you can really ask. It's a good way as well to try and get around in your favor, a tempo shift like that. An upgrade from the Galil to the AK as well at the tail end, just as a cherry on top. Only the 1 casualty on Mutirius, so a really solid round all in all. For Big, no, not worried. They're not under too much pressure. They still get the full buy coming right back in towards the next, but very simple. All in all, 2 kills basically conclude it as simply as that. JDC lucky in a way that he turns around as he's jumping up. Stays alive. Up in play for Searson here. FAMAS for Tabson, and then the M4s across the bay. You notice that JDC was in particular very good here in towards mid. Another Prime showing another opening kill for this man. Now 4-1 in opening duels in this game thus far.
Replenishment of the nades. It is a lull in play here as Saw try and figure out how to get themselves just in the competition, really. Not looking good. 3rd map surely going to be required. We felt through and through it was a 3-mapper. Deserved of it to one-sided first couple of maps. And that is I suppose, what you and I are in for. But hopefully the third brings something quite exciting, quite tantalizing indeed. tabseN hidden up in the corner. This looks like a really good setup, to be honest. They've got 4 on B as well, ready to go.
Oh, don't clear him.
Yeah, he gets half checked. Story trades it out. It's a lot of damage done. Not looking good here. 12 on the horizon. U-Jerk's getting a couple thanks to the Molotov as well. He's unfortunately unable to do anything else. It's all going to be down to Story. The spam through the smoke. Yeah, really dangerous for him to stick around there. Unfortunately, that'll be 12 secured. Big right back to their winning ways, and man, Saw have just not been in this Ancient at all.
Yeah, I have to say as well, I think tabseN's really read into Saw there as well. They've got a default that they like to do where they throw one molly over towards Pillar and one smoke in towards short. tabseN reads it and rotates everybody off the other side over towards B. He knows that's where they're trying to finish it. That's how they like to play, especially when they go down to 4 players. They group up and they play as a pack, and tabseN's read it like a book there. He knows what they're going to do. They drag everybody over, leave one player in towards Red Room as an insurance policy just in case they try to late round double back. Smart play. JDC this time doesn't go aggro, tries to play passive, but gets mollied immediately. And Materis makes sure to clean up the kill. Blind, but you take him all the same. Rigon, he's made noise, he's gone active with the smoke. Does he expect U-Jerk's up closer? This Macton at this range could be deadly, and it is on the drive-by, gets his. I don't think we're done just yet.
Potentially not. Potentially not. There is still room for recovery. The bomb is not really dedicated to a particular side just yet. So if guessing correctly, Big could hold them off. tabseN's got 2 to get through. Shadow there. He's so close to the double kill. That would have been everything. They still are going to be walking into the den of the AWP, but he's somewhat alone. A late activation from Mutiris as well. Could be very dangerous indeed. searsoN's got to guess correctly. Bomb still not dedicating in just yet. Saw very, very, very nervy, just trying to sell some kind of a fake. searsoN bested up close. The bomb is headed towards Crimbo for a second. Might not be in the end. Again, they're just trying to really confirm where is this last player. They've decided B is clear. They've decided we'll take the bomb there instead. They don't want to lose anyone. They are firmly sold on the comeback train.
Yeah, I think Crimbo saves her as well. There's no point. 1v4. Keep hold of the AK. They won't really get a buy-in towards the next round either, so this should be at least a bit of a brief break from what has been quite a painful map so far for Saw. Get a 5th now, should get a 6th as well. Even though they don't have a great long-term economy, they've already had 1 casualty, so they buy back in, no issues. Roman's really struggled to get active in this game. 4 and 13 for him. He's kind of desperately trying to be that first man in and just actually basically give space for people like U-Jerks and like Story, for example, but he's been struggling individually. Crimbo, he'll just keep hold of the AK. And I guess the KD's 18 and 3, in all fairness. It's not a bad stat line to hold at the moment. Just over 100 ADR as well. 100.2 at the moment.
That's 100 ADR where I come from.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, it's just over. We're being real technical here. But yeah, you're spot on. Alrighty. This one, like we said, there just isn't really the funds on hand here. I don't think this is the sort of round where we want to be force buying around an AK. The only, I guess, opposite side to that is we have so many rounds to work with for Big that they may just be like, why don't we gamble here? But I think the general way you play this out is that you kind of just low buy this and buy next. And yeah, that's what we get. A Deagle out for Rigon.
Oh.
And, well, JDC's quickly clipped early in towards that one as Materis will find his.
Gotta be careful here. They have crossed in. He gets dinked out. Crimbo is not checked for, not thought of. The AK really does have to pop off from this position. Nice pickup from a Rozdosh. I think, unfortunately, yes, the AK still exists, but he's got no one around him to help out. They're also, again, maybe looking to go elsewhere. Maybe if players come towards me, it also becomes a mission of like, I'd kind of like to keep the AK, you know? So he's not getting super proactive over in Jag. The Deagle lets us down. So just Crimbo remaining. Saw will get themselves 6. Still so much to do, but it is looking better and better.
It's true. It is true. Bit by bit, they're giving us at least the pathway of how we're going to get back in towards this map.
Oh.
Hang on, though, yeah.
Wait a minute.
They might overhunt a little bit. He has a kit.
He's got a kit.
He's got a kit. He's got a flash. that jump, I don't think would have been heard, but his back turned and gun barrels spotted. Oh, Roman does step himself, but it will be the kill taken. Sigh of relief, I think, for a second there, but...
That's so close as well, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, if he hadn't have seen the barrel, if he'd been tucked in a bit more, I think potentially the kill and then, you know, panic defuse or something like that.
Thankfully, not to be. That would have been a really embarrassing way to lose the map as well.
It's never nice.
Staying alive in this. Yeah, 1v5, you don't fight as well. That would be quite funny. But not to be. For Big, money is still just pretty uncomfortable. Just a low buyout, 5-7s. At this range, though, that is prime potential for JDC to line them up. We're not getting eco, surely not. 2 AK scooped up. A Deagle and a P250 alongside them. What is that swing from U-Jerks as well? He's got alone. There's no need to fight like that, and Arishdosh left all alone. And a 1 versus 3, which feels impossible at 13 points of HP. How have Saw let this one slip?
Not looking good at all. I think it is indeed over. I think that Vertigo will be required here. Big certainly got their minds in the next map they have for a couple of rounds. But yeah, man, just going wild and catching Saw off guard, who look indeed frustrated. The U-Jerks move, you know, got to do something and just not been their map. Doesn't quite make sense. Feels like it should be with the history these teams have. A is somewhat open, and Rosdosh will take the bomb over here, should be able to plant. And they maybe don't recognize that he does have the bomb. Slow move around. Crimbo will start to give it a bit of a look through Temple. Could actually deny the bomb plant with where the timing's gone here. Rosdosh can't believe his luck, you know. He's trying to clear some angles and also find a kill. That's sort of what you want to do. Thin the numbers before getting said bomb down. Plant comes in, and Crimbo will take him. So Big managed to find it. Third map is indeed going to be secured here. Expectant, Neo, I think it is safe to say. A very one-sided affair, but for both teams flipping across. Very, very strange kind of game state. Not super close, super cutthroat quite yet. Vertigo, will it set itself up for that? It's difficult to say.
It is. You know, last time that we saw them pick up a win on this was actually a bit of a time ago now. It was at the IM Clone play-ins against FlyQuest. It's not a great map. They're 1 for 4 on it for this big side. So definitely one that we've got to keep an eye out for. But on the flip side, Saw find themselves 4 out of the last 5 they've won. Granted, maybe not the same caliber of opponents, but it's a good map for Saw and maybe not as much for Big. So it's a question mark. Is it going to be confidence and consistency leading in towards map number 3 for Big, or is Saw going to bounce back on a map that they do actually quite lack? Desk, what have you got for us?
I was going to try to answer your questions, but then I realized if I could answer your questions, I'd be coaching one of these teams, and I'd be in Atlanta, so I can't do that. Highlights on your screen right now. I mean, it's basically just a mirror of what we saw in the first map. Each of these teams dominating on their map picks. It's going to come down to Vertigo. That's the decider. What was it about Big's playstyle that was able to dictate this?
Honestly, they were just strong from the outset. I think they're comfortable on Ancient, a lot of confidence coming through on both sides of the map. But I would say just at the beginning, it was overwhelming on the T side for Big. Like, Saw had no real response. And I'm really impressed with the individuals like Chiron in particular, who really carried them forward at the early goings of the map.
I think something that also helped them and their confidence a bit, because the first map that they played, Nuke, it didn't look too great for Big, but they also won both of their pistols this map. And I feel like that was like, okay, we can start off a little bit more money. We can start off with just a little bit better guns than them. And they were able to control a lot more of the map than Saw probably could have wanted them to.
Yeah.
Let's have a quick check-in with Mike to find out what he heard from the coaches after the series was equalized.
Understandably, Sam Kakafu a little happier about that one. I asked him about how he's feeling going into Vertigo. He said they've been working on it a lot. He thinks it's a pretty puggy map right now, and that it's ultimately going to come down to clutches. I talked to Barry as well. He said they're feeling good about the preparation on Vertigo. It's been a good map for them lately, and he's still feeling well prepared and confident in the team. So both coaches singing their team's praises, but who's it going to be, Sam?
Who's it going to be? That is the question. And obviously, neither of the coaches giving much away to Mike as well. What was Saw lacking? We've spoken a lot about what Big was able to do, but in your opinion, what was Saw lacking in this?
I feel like we only really saw Story on the map. There was a little bit more towards the end. We saw a lot more of Erosdas and Mutris playing a couple more kills coming from them, but Story was really the only player that we saw getting the kills, getting a bit more space, like on B site, and pushing out to get aggressive. So he was really more so on his lonesome there. And it came down to a lot of clutches just with him. And that feels a little isolating. You're away from your team. You're like, all right, I guess I have to clean up all the pieces here. It's all on me. And maybe that was like a mental game for him at that point.
Yeah, no, I mean, I kind of echo that. I feel like Story was the only one kind of showing up here for Saw, but I think it was just more than that. Overall, they couldn't get their game going on their CT side. The defensive end there was nothing, and I mean, they were making the wrong decisions most of the time in terms of their aggression when they decided to go for it, and I didn't feel like they necessarily had that grip on mid that, Big was pulling off on their CT side.
Well, that's the thing, right? Big, for me, has fantastic mid control.
Yes.
And that's what you need to kind of go up against, right?
Absolutely. I mean, JDC he wasn't the top fragger, don't get me wrong. Crimbo ended up being that, but I think he was heavily top-loaded towards that first half, and then JDC on CD side was just doing so much in terms of critical rounds, charging down the 5-7s at the end, the 2 frags that he got to really close this one out. And then there was another, well, I won't talk about that round yet, but there's another round where he was ridiculous on the other end of the server.
Which
as well.
round was that?
That was round number 7, actually, Sam.
7,
And
okay.
he was really, really impressive, honestly. And it felt like it was an anti-eco situation, right? And it felt like he honestly wasn't going to be able to do anything in that. There was the hero AK that was coming through, actually a saved AK that came through. Then they managed to get a couple of frags with that AK. He picks up the M4, just swings around into Donut, finds one, then immediately looks the other way to get the follow-up. It was really quite impressive.
So you've highlighted some of the rounds, but I know that there was one specific round 10, that you really wanted to break down. So we'll pull it up on the screen so that JRT can give us a little bit of insight.
I think that was actually the round I was talking about. I just made a mistake, guys. Round number 10 was the round.
I mean, I asked and then I didn't know, and I was like, I'm just going to let him run with this because I don't want to
this
interfere.
is it. I just described everything for you guys. Now you can watch it in all its glory. But JDC was absolutely insane in this situation, and you saw like there was an attempt to come back there, but JDC really did a great job of helping his team shut that one out.
Yeah, and I feel like they were like really outplayed in mid. There were a couple rounds I think that they were like trying to come out through elbow. They would molly jump up, and then they'd be like, okay, we molly jump up, we can go up shelf, we can try and fight cave. But no, they smoked that molly, decided that they were going to jump up shelf, and it was so quick in just a millisecond that Big was able to make those quick decisions, get those kills, and then B lane was completely theirs.
Yeah, and I think that just took all the wind out of the sails for Saw as well, because you're in an anti-eco situation. You finally have a bit of an edge where you can get back into this one, and you're just shut down in the most disappointing way possible in a situation where you should have had all the advantages. But I mean, on top of everything else, one thing on Ancient that's currently in the meta is that A site gets often left open and exposed because you try to take that mid control, and that's how Big were able to win that round. They just walked onto A and like, okay, we've got this now. We got the opening 2 frags, and JDC does the rest with the rifle.
Well, there you go. We've now evened out the series. We are looking for a finalist here at ESL Challenger Atlanta. They are moving on to Vertigo. Quick thoughts. Vertigo, how does this go? Who wins this in the end?
Big.
Okay, cool. I mean, I actually don't disagree with you. I think that is a possibility.
Okay, I'm going to say Saw because I mean, I'm sticking with my prediction from the beginning here. I said I was going to go 3 maps. I said we're going to go to Vertigo. I think Saw is going to take this one. They're the better Vertigo team right now, and it's not a map that Big are necessarily familiar with, but, the coach saying, oh, it's kind of puggy, so maybe we can do that. That's actually an alarm bell for me. I'm like, oh, you're talking about it being puggy. Maybe it's just trying to throw off their opponents, though, but still.
Okay, but that's also how Wildcard said that they were going to be playing their entire series, and they also kicked a lot of butt on Vertigo.
I would argue that Stan might say that, but he's also going in with a plan every single time. He's one of the most structured IGLs we have in North America, and there's no way he went in there just pugging it. I can't believe it. That must have just been to try and throw off his opponents for sure.
It's so close.
Yeah.
It's hard to call. We're going to take a quick break, and when we return, Vertigo will decide who goes through to the finals.
Trace, that's a wonderful pin. Don't tell me. Clone 2016 limited edition? It looks so soft.
Your compliment was sufficient, Hugo. Hey, Harry. Nice pin. How the hell are you?
Chad has mistaken me for this dickhead Harry, which seems logical because he also works for ESL and I cast with him regularly. Harry and I also go to the same barber, although I have a slightly better haircut.
Chad, congratulations, man. I saw the reports. Time game went well.
Thanks,
yeah,
man.
great stuff. ESCA tonight?
No can do. Got an 8:30 res with the pros, man. Trying out a new crosshair, though. I'll swing it over.
New crosshair. What do you think?
That's very nice. Look at that.
Gave it a go yesterday. 1 on the thickness, 0 on the dot, and 1 on the outline. It's great for visibility.
That's very cool, Stunner. But that's nothing. Look at this. Daring yellow. Thin outline. What do you think?
Nice.
Jesus. How did a nitwit like you get so tasteful?
I cannot believe that Machine prefers Rush's crosshair to mine.
But wait, you ain't seen nothing yet. Check out this bad boy. Statement read, almost a statement in itself. Dot, for that pinpoint precision. And let's not forget a little bit of girth. Goes a long way.
Impressive. It's nice, it really is. Now let's see Chad's crosshair. Look at that subtle neon coloring. The tasteful thickness of it, oh my God. The gap is perfect.
Something wrong? Stunner? You're sweating.
Hey Future Pros, back on Vertigo with a couple of ways to smoke into the elevator on the A side. First, the easy way. To throw the smoke, get into the corner of these sandbags. Aim in the middle of the window along the right side of the top. Use mouse 1 and mouse 2 and throw the smoke. A very easy lineup to block off some powerful lines from the CTs. Now for a slightly more advanced version, line up with the edge of this wall next to the sandbags. Aim in this gap shown. Then jump throw the smoke. This waterfall variation will land above the opening and spill down, creating a flush wall. Both smokes have their pros and cons. For example, the second smoke can allow CTs to spam the edge and get them some info, while this is not possible with the first smoke. However, depending on the situation, a CT could push out the first smoke and fight the site from behind it. But knowledge is power, and if you're aware of these tricks, I'm sure you can play around it.
Now tell me, how's I supposed to know she's the devil and you take her bait? Just when I'm good to go, that's when she's gonna make you wait. That's fine, I'll take it slow. That's when she's gonna make you chase. Burn by her fire and all I know is she's the devil I can never control. Take pity on me. That woman's gonna steal my soul.
ESL Challenger is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Qiddiya, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, and Logitech G.
Sometimes some teams have struggles and we try to fight them. I think that right now we are trying to fix some things inside of our team, but we are playing, I think that we are playing really good. We have kind of the momentum of the last months. I think we did a great job. And right now we just want to come here and show our work and let's see how it goes.
Welcome back into the third and final map here. Big flattening Saw flattened them to begin with, so it has been a pretty one-sided affair between the two teams, and we end up on this here decider. Vertigo, I think the phrase goes, all good best of threes end in Vertigo. That's what they say, isn't it?
Yeah, well, not Inferno anymore.
No, I don't know. I mean, Vertigo as a map has been a very big point of contention, controversy within the scene. There are some teams that are not massive fans of it. Maybe Big is going to be one of them, unfortunately. It seems Saw, however, are looking good in recent form. Who's going to make it to that grand final alongside FlyQuest? Of course, a really, really difficult question to answer. Both squads, for me, I think they're deserving of it. They've had good tournaments. It has ultimately been a long road to get here, and this is going to be a stressful map for sure now.
Absolutely. We're looking forward towards this one, and it should be a banger. I hope you're all looking forward to it as well out there in Atlanta. We've seen the crowd getting loud, getting proud out there. Seems actually quite heavily leaning in favor of Big. I've seen quite a few cheers for those guys.
They always have a team, man. It's good to see, you know, the NA teams unfortunately checking out. Of course, we'd pit them against each other. It's only fair. We can't actually have an NA team in the final in North America, but they have indeed chosen their champion. And both squads seem pretty happy to be here. It's always good fun. It's a great location. We hope many more events of this caliber will end up in Atlanta. Vertigo, though, ready to get kicked off here.
Yeah, Atlanta, thank you very much for joining us as well. We've had a blast all the way throughout this tournament. I know you guys have been enjoying it out there in person too. Let's get this one on the road. It's basically a best of one to decide who is moving forward onto the grand final. Who moves from a prize pool of 10K to 20 or potentially 50,000 US dollars. One map decides. Could even be at the bare minimum doubling your prize pool. Not bad story. In the flames as well as he was flashed off. They will take this control, but U-Jerks for the first. The tap through as well. JDC does take a tag, but the bomb goes down. This is scrappy as Tabson gets one. The answer back from U-Jerks as well. A very quick pistol, and U-Jerks continues to tear. Tabson gets tapped, and they look for more as well. Runs out of ammo. Mutiris bails him out, and Roman cleans it up. It's wild, it's wacky, but it's Saw who draw first blood.
They absolutely needed that as well. It started off very, very negatively into Ancient. So a good pistol here, a clean pistol, and uncontested pistol is a fantastic send. They will indeed take it. They're able to buy themselves a bit of breathing room for a moment or two. U-Jerks really starting off well. I honestly thought like it was going to be quite a good decision from Big. They pushed a lot of players forward into the face of that CT side. There was just no one there really, and they left their flank exposed. Plant means a buy. Galil out for JDC. Beyond that, there's not an awful lot. They've opted to lean on the utility instead.
By a very small margin, Big find more rounds on their T side generally, so you've got to hope for this to be pretty solid out from them. Obviously not the start they want, and maybe not the follow-up either. First is actually going to go the way of Big, though. A lot of damage dealt, and the nades do rain in for some more. Diving into the flames as well. It's a wacky one, but yeah, Grimmer gets away with it, and they might be winning a round.
Goodness me, what is going on here? They have not slowed down. They've not stopped holding W until the bomb gets planted. They will win out the force buy, and that's a pretty decisive showing as well. This is going to be a scrap, isn't it? No one really pulling any punches onto this third and final. map of the semi. Really, really solid stuff. And yeah, there's not much to it. They just burst out mid, catch the players off guard, and keep on going, keep on rolling. Not very big-like at all. This is a map, really interestingly, and maybe I'm reading into things a bit deep here, but of course, Rigon comes across from Guild, from B&E, and at one time, they were very, very formidable on this map because of the energy and the aggression. I think it's just a very simple thing that maybe Rigon has spoken to them about, that it's like, look, if we're going to play this map, we have to come in with pace. We have to come in with firepower. We have to mention Rigon will lose his head right at the start of this one.
Yeah, so maybe a little bit too much pace for him in that one as he does get caught. It is a force buy back in for Saw, but they just don't bring a lot, unfortunately, to play with here. Credit pistols. Oh, and a nice shot from Crimbo as well. Materis gets cleared. That's good as well. Control and a nice smoke, which Crimbo doesn't actually have to act off. It's actually trying to bait the other way and try and force Saw into a move as they're trying to counter him, but patience could be a virtue.
Smoke goes down, covers the cross. They don't seem too frightened by it. They will still send the attack forwards. JDC just creating a bit of space here. Rosdosh in at Gen. Good angle for him. Not the best weapon, though. Big damage. Secures it. Still being kept even. Bomb not really got a clear path to the site. It's Crimbo in at middle that is running interference right now. Rosdosh goes down. They can continue moving forwards, and well recovered there by Big. It felt like a pretty good spot for those pistols. Not going to be the case in the end, but my God, this is not slowed down. There's not really been any time to breathe here for any of us.
Yeah, that's a massive one, though, from Crimbo in particular, because what he does there, gets that first, drops the smoke, and then he just doesn't move the rest of the round, and they come to him, and it's exactly what we were saying. He's waiting to bait fights that are in his favor, and he just sits tight in towards mid, and one by one, they peek him from exactly the same angle, and he'll take a quad kill for free. So well played indeed. Big take a lead, and they should add more to it in just a moment as well. As we mentioned, there's been no respite in this game thus far. Rigon's made noise. He's just been tickled by the flames. He's under pressure. How is he still alive as well? And how is he getting killed? He should have been dead a long time ago, but even getting away with one there felt like it was never going to happen.
Nice cleanup in the end from Crimbo on the AK. Takes them all down. No saving coming in.
9-1, dude.
Yeah, he's flying, mate. He's flying. Big round in the previous as well, so
yeah.
Great showing. Really, really great showing. Again, so aggressive, man.
Yeah.
These teams are just fighting it out. We do see a lot of squads. Maybe we'll start to see it when the rifles come out, but they like a good tit-for-tat nade throwing here or there, just not really showing any presence, keeping you entertained on ramp, and then they'll end on B. That's fairly common. Feels like something that Big would enjoy, but not the case, man. AWP is out for Searson. No AWP on that CT side thus far.
Very true. Little bits of util for the CT side. Not a full belt, but a first fight, which goes well. Story delivers, he swings, and he'll shut down Crimbo in that red-hot form and limit him at nothing in this. U-jerks. He might have actually spotted a pixel just through the gap in the top there, and that could work in his favor. He doesn't want to over-peek here, but he might stick around, because that Molotov, I don't think it spreads in his direction. Roman, good for one, and oh, Story and Roman combined for more. JDC left all alone, and he was just known over towards B stairs, so this round's done, and it might have been done flawlessly too.
He's going to look to save for a minute here. I don't know whether he will get the opportunity to do so. They're definitely going to be after him. The explosiveness continues on Vertigo. There he is, caught by the business end of Mutiris' M4. We've got some Saw fans too. We got some Saw fans too. So all to play for. The crowd behind everyone, the energy in these halls has been stepping up throughout the day, and I think it will culminate in the final. Both squads want to be there. Both squads maybe feel like they need to be there to call this a successful tournament.
Yeah, you know, it's for Big. It's about kind of reclaiming that former glory of being a solidified Tier 1 team and a fearsome team on the international scale. And it's, for Saw, it's about proving that they deserve that ranking. You know, 8th in the world currently, and they deserve to be considered Tier 1. Right now, even despite their recent performances and heroics at Cologne, for example, and even previously in the year, qualifying to the lands via Blast, right? It's still where the general consensus for a lot of people is that they're not quite there yet. They maybe don't have as much on tape, and I guess the silverware alongside it, which does give you that mantle. They can take an ESL Challenger Atlanta. That would be a huge way to shut the doubters, but JDC, good for one. Irish Dosh as well, he's dancing around. Oh, he nearly gets a second from Gen.
JDC keeps it coming though. It's you Jerks at the back end. There's just so many bodies. When you kill one, two more spawn. You Jerks continues fragging, 3-piece for him. Crimbo, 9 and 2 in the clutch. This is exactly the recipe that he wants. That bomb is in on the B-bomb site already. Job has been done in that sense. He just needs one of these kills quickly. Playing it patiently.
No util here, so from basically either side bar one smoke on Roman. This is going to be raw gun duels.
This is so hard to win, though, honestly. He's been somewhat spotted out on the stairs as well. But yeah, approaching B with no utility and no information. So many angles for you to get double swung from. Not much he can do there. Doesn't land the keen headshots. Sure will indeed shut it down.
Alrighty. We're back. Tied square. 3 apiece. And while obviously Crimbo came out the gates flying, U-Jerks had his moments as well. That double kill in particular was very important. And the third behind it that he nailed as well. It's just what U-Jerks can do. I mean, those two go head-to-head. Young star riflers who can get very much in your face. And yeah, prime example of it. So, wonderful work. All tied square, but unfortunately for Big, funds have run dry off that strong start. So no real investment here. We got a couple of the Eagles, and that's as good as it gets.
Yeah, nothing much to speak of. Maybe just trying to send the feelers out there. Bit of chit-chat into the next round, I would have thought, as well, from the team here. Hanging around at the bottom end of ramp. Slow encroachment forwards. Crimbo could get a catch, and he will. Any more for any more. U-Jerks is around. It's a dangerous spot to be in. He does well to find that spray down setup. Mutirist here, and the nade maybe helps him out, but they will indeed secure it. No sweat off the brow. Saw now in the lead.
Yeah, all right. This is good. So, if they can take this gun round, they're going to set themselves up for a very strong CT half hit on this Vertigo. And that's exactly what you want, especially considering the one thing that let them down was that really slow, start in towards Ancient that never really got going at all. But, a 9-3 half is very difficult to return from. So we do see what may, to some, feel like a bit of an early tack pause, but I think it's a perfect time to have a conversation. You could tell that Big were sort of doing the tack pause without calling a tack pause in that previous round as they bought a bit of time down towards that lower ramp, but now they can get the coach involved. Kakafu, he can, I'll say join in on the mic. He looks like he'll just leave it up to Tabson in this one, but on the other side, we could see that Barry was getting very vocal. He knows how important this is. You get this next gun round, you can lock in a couple in a row and actually get to the point of solidifying this half despite how the rest of the rounds go.
Okay, let's see. Big have to find a return here, I feel. The pace has been so high. The stress level's just unbelievable in this game, man. Trying to track everything, follow where all the fights are going down. It's getting wild. And this is how Saw like to play. This is a realm in which they are familiar. Tabson left on 30 HP. There's not a lot of the German contingent that remains. Roman in and around default does go down, but they're just all so ready for it. Tabson alone. Bomb plant is going to be difficult. Winning the round out feels impossible. Orb swapping in between the angles. Leg spotted. Does get the pre-fire and finds the head. He's got this flank coming in, though, and it's just all about where these players are at. Tabson trying to play things nice and slow and clinical. He's going to throw the smoke down and actually goes moving through it himself. May well have been heard. He's been seen in the gap. Unfortunate, the old Vertigo, you never know what might have happened, but not here, not today. Saw win out another clutch.
Yeah, nicely done. That is big as well in the sense that they don't get a bomb plant out of it either, so they don't really, again, have that money to fall back on. They've got a bit of loss bonus, sure, but that isn't a very, very important round taken by Saw. And I like the way in which they're playing it as well. We saw them a little bit towards that previous map where it did feel like they're just a tad bit timid in terms of some of their engagements. This time, they're taking the fights to them. The perfect way to play Vertigo as well. Get up in their face, don't allow Big to set up and take map control and then make a decision in the mid to late round, which we know Tabson loves. How important we can see by not there for Big. Not expecting a lot out of this. There's some armor to go around, but in the case of Searson, who wants money for the AWP, he has nothing, and head armor, a luxury that JDC and Rigon can't afford. So that makes those M4s very scary in particular. They are looking back over towards ramp, and Roman here to meet them. Behind that smoke, they wait though, and a Molotov will slow them down if they wanted to go to short. He knows his lineups, he gets his tag.
Bit more damage done as well through the tarp here. On the right lines. Ooh. Got the right idea. Will get overwhelmed. Got to be careful peeking into this one. The Deagles can turn the tide quickly, and they do so. Ooh, this is dangerous. Armor is there, of course. Searson's found himself an AK. May not quite realize it yet, again, with just how fast everything was. Crimbo, another headshot lands. The Deagles taking over and leaving a Rozdosh in the impossible situation. Recovery required. A really big round. If Big can get it, and they will, the drop comes in. JDC from behind. A huge find for Big.
Wow, that is huge. That is a huge round to be taken. A minimal investment. Armor, like we said, was even something that Searson couldn't go into, and he gets a couple of really important shots that rain off, and Crimbo shot on towards backside with a beaut. Even for Searson here, I mean, these are some quick shots of the Deagle. He doesn't have armor, basically one tag, he's a dead man walking, but brilliant work. What a round to take. What a round to try and flip the script as well. It looked like Saw were going to lock in a 6 there, lock in the guarantee at a tie game at the bare minimum, but the way they were playing, potentially even a couple of more behind it. Not this time. Big aren't done just yet. They want to get a solid T-side. We said statistically their T-side as well is one for them, which they have a little bit of favor on. A slight bit, it must be said, but who knows? Once again, another pause that comes through, and another opportunity to just converse. I think primarily it's Sora want to utilize it, especially after losing a round like that. You can get a little bit tilted, a bit of head loss after losing against Eagles.
It is true. It is true. You also have to accept it happened.
Yeah.
And it's early enough in the game. Be thankful the reverberations are not going to be that big.
Yeah. Nade and smoke over towards top stairs. A slower one here, though. I mean, we were saying it was lights out from the get-go in towards this map. But when the guns come out, it will go back to a bit more of a default style of Vertigo, where it slows down and it's about kind of creeping your way forward, playing off the back of these rotations. You try to get some advantages to work with. You chip them away bit by bit. Like that, a story takes a significant amount of damage to the HE.
Really big round here. I think if Saw can shut down what's happened in the previous, then again, it may not matter. It'll be a round that's forgotten. If not, it could be the linchpin moment of this first half and of this semi-final even. So both teams feeling that. Both teams know how important this one is. The difference in atmosphere compared to the previous round is really palpable. Shaping up towards B, 30 seconds remain. Story is low, but he's close to the action. There's another flash available here. Rozdosh going to get it down. Story does not move on it. Ujerks has got the M4 looking to cut off the mid players. Not going to happen. Story is somewhat alone here. One walks into his crosshair. One is not going to be enough. Roman's left to do it all. He's found two in this 1v4. They're still a little panicked. There is an AWP in the mixture. The Molotov is late. He works his way through, can't find that kill, and that was, of course, the big moment. Does not happen. And now the conversion for Big happens. They've evened things up. And it's still all to play for. Saw, however, the big thing is the money that goes missing now.
Yeah, just ran out of ammo when it mattered most as well in that M4. Gets the first two, which is so good, but limited magazine there. Nice response as well. They split through mid. Rigon, I think, does very, very important work despite falling at the tail end of it. Like you mentioned, Saw the buy not there. The same problem Big had earlier. And they don't even get the luxury of the Eagles as Big had in the round that they converted. This is just going to be on that slightly lesser side. Healthy grenade comes through. A lot of damage dealt there. Story in particular. 5-4. The boost comes through. Tabson. Basically, there's 1.5. At that point, the reaction is nice. Good flick. He's still got it.
He does indeed. He does indeed. It may well end up being one of the bigger what-ifs in World Counter-Strike, but
yeah, for sure.
Still time, and
a
reform. Get it back. Here. He needs his M4. He needs help. Help me!
No,
Roman. will take him down. He literally had like half a second to get that kill as well.
I think. Did he think there was? I think he thought there was a gun there or something. I don't. Oh, unless it was just a complete mistake. Yeah,
he dropped his own. You know,
which made me think that he thought the but like,
not.
I think he just made a pure mistake. Yeah,
it happens. It happens. You know,
yeah. It's one you can laugh about because you know, it was one round already and it was hopefully unimportant, but really well played from him. Just making sure.
There's no one around him.
Yeah, I know. That's what makes me feel weird. He just kind of throws it away and then looks at it like, oh damn, like
it's a bit too far away.
Me, yeah, but. Either way, big. Heading into the final round of the half. 6-5, advantage in their court. Yujo's going to get active. He wants a fight, and he'll take it, and he'll take it with ease. Not the second, though, as CSN and JDC combine well.
Looking good here. They've got control of this bottom end of ramp pretty comfortably. A nice nade does go in, takes a few chunks out, but another player lost is not ideal. Story's got to make something happen here. He knows it, trying to rotate back around. A Rozdosh will clear mid tentatively. Pick up the M4. Story trained and ready here on the edge of the scaffolding. Spots the barrel, but JDC reaction shot to shut him down. Rozdosh is all alone. He's on the site. He's in the right place. Keen headshot. They might even bail on him. Not going to be the case. They will still look to take the fights out here. Big gaps everywhere, of course. And a Keen 7-5 comes in for the German majority.
We really know it. I got to really hold it. Whoa. We're gonna know. Who am I? This dude can't fly. Who am I? And who cares why? Keep it going up now. And do what you do. That's right. Keeping it up. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down and down. We're gonna get down. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. We're gonna get down and down. And when the night is done, you like that interaction. We're going up now. Just keep it on the floor. That's right. Gotta be up till you take no more. We're gonna get down, down. We're gonna get down. Get your satisfaction. Everybody just wants you there. Give them some attraction. Come on up and just pay the fare. Down, let's pay the fare. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Final half of this here semi-final. It feels deserved between these two teams, potentially of that grand final. maybe has not quite delivered in terms of the maps just yet. Hopefully Vertigo will keep it up. The scrap begins again as a quick move towards B. Muterius will roll first, has to lead from the grave here. They are very ready for this B hit on the CT side. Does that even matter though? Searson trying to still hold the line. Oh, it's Tabston that finds that all the same. Too many bodies to deal with. Roman in the clutch once again. Never really finding success from here in that first half. Quick onto the first. He's not seen the second man. It has come across. The headshot doesn't land from Rigon. However, another opportunity at it. Oh, fades into the smoke, trying to hide away, just starve the information. Make him panic a little. Smoke goes down. Got to reapproach the fight. Maybe. Has he sold? That he's going away. Headshot lands through the corner of the wall. Can he get the crisp find here? Roman struggling to get it done. That first was so nice. The second is yet to land. My goodness, neither of them can land the bullets here. Both reloading. Take a moment to readjust. Rigon again adjusts his posture and it will work out successfully. He knows what's up. He feels good about it, and Big pick up the pistol.
He's 2 for 2 in the readjust the posture clutches. He did it on Nuke and he does it again here. Oh, wow. That was really messy and very quick as the game started in that first half, but I really do feel like Saw actually just slightly threw that away. I think the way that we should be going about that is once you get those opening couple of kills that come forward from Arishdos and U-Jerks, who get them the space past stairs and on towards the site, we've got to just clamp down and take control, but they don't. They dip away and they pause for a second, and it allows Big to set up. MP9, 1, looks for 2, gets it, 3rd on the tally, and Searson is collecting cash, baby. Rigon will have 1 more. 2 his tally, and it will be just the Eagle. Arishdos? Unfortunately, I don't think so, mate. And without the bomb as well, it doesn't really make too big of a difference. They can just allow him to mess around on towards this B site. He'll get caught in a second, I'm sure. And down he goes to Crimbo.
No! He fell off. The body, like, just
51
flipped backwards. Yeah.
That's a lot of cash actually just made in that round. That's 4 kills of SMGs there as well. So they're printing. And you can see a bit of stress, bit of distress on the faces of Saw. They know the situation they're in. They're 9-5 down now. No pistol, no follow-up. If they lose this gun round, we could be potentially talking about the beginning of the end.
Very true. The tension builds then as we move into the final stages of Vertigo. Big weren't really our favorite coming into this map, right? It's a small sample size. It's probably a map that they have indeed been putting some time into. They generally approach all 7 maps, gives them a bit of freedom, a bit of comfortability. The Mirage ban for Saw is a real sore thumb in their veto, actually.
Yeah.
They do have a good couple of maps, but perma-banning Mirage does make life difficult for you, but then, of course, best team of all time, that's what they used to do.
True.
Either way, Vertigo is where we're at. Big are defying expectations somewhat. I figured if they were to take this, it would be a close one, but they are starting to really stretch ahead. This is the barometer of the second half.
This is the round. I feel like if Big find this, considering it's a bonus buy, that's got to be curtains, surely. Or at least the start of them. This first full buy for Saw, we fall flat here. It's not only 10-5, it's probably 11-5 at that point, and surely it's a mammoth task, which isn't up to scratch for them. First spotted, Searson, first shot connected, U-Jerks just at the smoke plumes.
A lot of damage done to the rest of this T side as well. It's looking good for Big. Story is the first to pick up. He will go down eventually. He's created something for his team. Can they work with it? Flank has been heard there in towards short. JDC finds the close kill. Rigon on the Deagle gets it done. And Big surely have done enough. It feels so damn good. The high five's not that clean, but the counter-strike was pretty good in that round. Gives them double digits, gives them the 11. They deny the bomb plant. So it feels like they are absolutely in pole position here.
That's got to be it. That has to be it, surely. Searson does so well. The first and the second as well behind it. Just to push out the smoke here. It's a good reaction alongside Rigon. And it all just slots into place. Rigon getting hyped, which is good. That's what we want to see. A great round from him. 2 kills. Very clean. And winning a bonus like that is massive. Drive-by from U-Jerks, but insta-traded by Searson. as he's happy to take fight to range, and the pressure, no scope not connecting. Story will get one in the flames. Tag on towards another as well. It's Scrappy against the Pistols, a 2 versus 2. Sauron out of this just yet, because Muteris, he thinks he slipped the net, but he's being held from both sides. Roman gets an AK in the 1 versus 2. Surely not doable in this spot. Flash over. And Roman just creeps by as well in the back lines. This may go overlooked for a moment. Back turn, JDC caught napping. Pants around his ankles in a 1 versus 1. Roman's got the side to himself, and it's a long flank for Crimbo.
Complete silence befalls Vertigo here. He will eventually make his way towards the bottom of the ramp. Roman checking the close angles, keeps moving again. Such a smart idea in the clutches. It seems like he's going to carry on and just hit this B-bomb site. So Crimbo is quite far away from this particular venture. Speed picked up. Roman confident in himself that B will be clear. Digits being tapped in. Crimbo has picked up the pace, maybe a footstep heard as well. So Roman will have a good idea where he's coming from. The smoke leaves a gap above, and Crimbo's quicker, Crimbo's stronger. Roman head in hands after that. Knew he needed it. The 11th round for Big comes in. Thank God for the bomb plant, otherwise Saw would have to concede and play for the overtime. May not be the case here. We'll see what they do.
Yeah, they had to take that. That 1 versus 1 feels like it sums up this map. Advantages have, for the most part, always been in favor of Big. And now they are cementing them. Crimbo, we always call it the king of the clutches. He just doesn't lose those. The 1v5s, fair enough. But in those 1 versus 1s, Crimbo has always got his head screwed on right. And like you said, that gap in the smoke, it actually just works massively in Crimbo's favor. It's actually such a clean angle for him in comparison to the other side.
Hey, listen, man, Roman had it as well. He just didn't hit his shot. And I think that'll be the big thing, obviously going to affect the mental. And you saw him after that clutch.
He was tilted. And I feel like that's probably the vibe for Saw at the moment. Bit of head loss, bit of tilt as well. Understandably, because this is a series that they felt like they had an opportunity. They got that first map. They got it cleanly too, and on track for being reverse sweeps. Crimbo good for the first as well, playing on top of double stack. And Searson through the smoke finds Story.
5v3, Searson looking for another. He will miss out. Jerks actually finds 2. Big moment for him. Muteris catches 1 through the smoke on the other side of the map, so all of a sudden it's unraveled. 6 on the cards here. Roman can find this one cleanly. He does indeed. Tabson will just save it. Saw by themselves a lifeline.
There's money left over for Big, so with that Tabson save, they can buy in. It'll be fine. And they kept alive. The lifeline is still in their grasp, but far from being in a position of putting the pressure on Big just yet. Orb will be picked up too, so that's a nice little addition to have. Just gotta make sure that we keep it alive. It looks like he might just slip the net on this hunt as well. I'll say that. He's getting a little close here. Tabson, he's exposed on his right-hand side. He's tunnel-visioned in. Roman's going all the way around. This is a timing play. He's been spotted, I think. Yeah, he has. Under pressure. He's in the open now as well. I'm sure Roman will see him in just a second. No, they go the other way around, and he might just survive. Yes, he will. As he gets that kill, I'm so surprised he gets away with that. Roman actually goes to join Muteris rather than playing and splitting the difference there. Round 4 Saw, which is good. Like we said, Big will buy back in. That'll all go straight back over towards Searson. They're going to buy out around it. It'll be fine. So job far from done for Big, but they're close. Just 2 rounds away. And Saw need a pretty meteoric run to get back into this. It's asking a hell of a lot.
Orb rings off, doesn't find anything. So that's unfortunately revealed. And now, again, Big go into this sort of guessing game as you do with a saved Orb.
I would have thought they would have bought around this. They've done it before, where they've gone into like MP9s. We saw that quad MP9 1 Orb buy is something that isn't uncommon, especially when you've got a healthy lead. But at the same time, they've got plenty of time. Not under the pressure yet. So I guess the main thing is just don't lose the Orb here. If they lose the site, for example, just see us and just get away from here.
Yeah, I would say so. Still feels like they're sticking around. I think they should have enough money to buy the AWP into the next, actually.
Yeah, they will.
So, you know, it's not the end if he does go down. A Rosdosh, here's them rotating away. Story will train in. Just try and keep the attention, but the bomb is actually headed to the B site. Should be an easy enough bomb plant, little anticlimactic here. We get a few fights as a Rosdosh is hungry for it, try and get some numbers up for this T side. It's going to be a long old road. Another one of them, you know. It really has been a story of potential comebacks that have never really gotten going. Maybe Saw can change that with some pressure on their shoulders.
It's true. The rope looks like it will stay alive, which is good. Might be a little looking for a hunt here. Tabson with the 5-7 and Rigon with a deagle. It doesn't matter all too much. Like we said, they got money to work with in the next for a guarantee. And Saw, deficit at only 4. I say only, but it's at least workable there. That's 2 gun rounds of difference with the broken economies around it. It's not an impossible trajectory, as Saw do feel like they're starting to warm up a little bit in towards this game. Not quite the snowball just yet, but these are the right steps. 1 round at a time, take them relatively cleanly as well and put the pressure on. But the difference is now we've got to see this happen on the next gun round too. If they can get this next one, then Big will start to feel a bit of pressure. They'll start to potentially ask questions, maybe take attack pause as well to try and ice out Saw. They don't want to let these guys get hot. When they warm into a game, it can be very difficult to stop.
All right, let's see. This is going to be a good tell, I would feel, if Big can shut them down here, of course. But, you know, if it goes super dominant for Saw, then I think we do start this conversation around the comeback.
I say 11-9. That's where we can open that door.
There's no saves here, you know. It could be potentially that easy 8. It's not miles away. Only a few rifle rounds, which of course is what you work on, what Counter-Strike is all about. Story's going to open up. Oh, Crimbo egregious. 18 kills. That won't be one of them. Searson will manage to find a trade back. Rigon is here quickly towards the B bomb site. Looks to drop the bomb. Not going to happen, and the rotators have been dealt with. Big losing their nerve ever so slightly. That is exactly what the doctor ordered. Saw will kick things off on their comeback campaign very cleanly indeed. Tabson not going to spot. U-Jerks actually finds the kill. All the same, that's very, very dominant. And you can see there's a little tense breath of like, well, we got to be careful here. We really got to be careful here.
Yeah, that's for sure. This gets really spicy now. I think for Big, they were in maybe such a comfortable position that they maybe slightly took their foot off the gas a bit. And it does feel like now pressure building. There's a really nice round, and it's something you touched on. If there's no saves out for Big, that makes matters real worse. And as you can see, by the investment in round number 20, this should be a relatively comfortable 9th taken on the board here. Investments are minimal. We've got 157, 2 deagles, and one of them's already dropped to the ground. And not in a position to be recovered either.
JDC looking to get excitable downstairs, or rather down ladder. Oh, he's got the monkey business. What a skin. Can he make it work?
Oh, hello.
Rosdosh is ready. It's not an angle you deal with that often. It is dangerously close, but he'll take it. So just the 3 remain now.
U-Jerks. Looks like he's going to be sent in first there. A lot of a nade in towards sandbags. No one there, so they can start moving the way forward. That's a good flash, but actually Roman does well to just get out of dodge. Second time I'm asking, not so much, but a second time for U-Jerks. He delivers 2 for 2 in that engagement. Looks for 3 as well, and he'll get it as well. Brilliant. Only the 1 casualty against the low buy. That's perfect. That's fine. We are getting close. Now it's 11-9. And Scriv, now we can actually start to discuss about the comeback. 2 rounds in it, and basically 1 gun round the difference. So if we win this next, this game could be tied 11 apiece.
This is pressure as well, right? The big side don't have that fail-safe of 12 to extend the game. When you're on 11, it is still losable. You know, you've got your sort of 3 different eventualities. You've got the win that you want. You've got the overtime that you would be satisfied with, maybe not quite happy, but it happens. And then, of course, you've got the loss. And when you get 12 rounds, you eliminate the loss completely. So they are yet to do that.
Both coaches getting very vocal. Berry over towards Saw and Kakafu over towards that big side. And they both realize the importance of this next round. For Big, it's about locking in that failsafe, as you spoke of 12. For Saw, finding this next round could be what's necessary for them to tie up the game. But Searson draws the blood first onto Story. ESL Challenger back. Searson continuing his aggression, and he will deliver for a double. Looks for 3 as well, as ESL might actually just go through this smoke. This is risky. Like ships in the night, it goes in ESL's favor. Second time of asking, not so much. It's very scrappy, but it's looking good for Big. As Arash Josh left with it all to do in a 1 versus 3. This is difficult, but he has the bomb.
All right, here we go. This is the do or die moment, it feels like. Absolutely got to secure this. If they want to stay alive, the 12 rounds, sure, they can get into that, but comeback's not complete just yet. It'll give Big control of the game back. Nice find onto the first.
There's a flank.
Oh, he doesn't know about it. He doesn't know about it at all. He's going to fake it out once again, though, just trying to put some panic into his opponents. tabseN is not slowing down. It all comes down to the timing. He will spin, but doesn't see him. tabseN takes it. Certainly close for a moment. I think his arm was still going round to get the full 180. And there you have Big hitting map, series, and grand final point here.
Close now. So all comes down to whether they can pull off a few in a row to take this to overtime. We've had pretty one-sided games throughout most of our time here in ESL Challenger Atlanta. Today we've been delivered with a couple of bangers, and this one still has the legs behind it potentially, but the sigh of relief there from Rigon, from Kakafu. They know we've got 12, we've got that fallback, and saying even if things go completely awry, it's not the end of the world. Yeah, time to converse, and this is a pause called by Saw. We saw Berry get very vocal very early off the back of it. He knows what's at stake. Big round from Searson. That first is great, but it's the second, the re-aggression that comes in off the back of the flashbang. Perfectly played. So what have you got for us, fellas? Anything left in the tank? Or are they running on fumes? Now or never. 12-9, Big. 1 round away from the grand final.
Rigon on the spot. Molotov goes down. Trying to force some fights out here. There will be some forward steps in from the T side. Just got to be careful. Nade does some... Well, actually, I was going to say some good damage just automatically, but it doesn't actually. Rigon will be quite lucky to get away. There's lots of damage returned onto the other side. Slow moving here from the T's. Don't want to be that first player to go down in this situation, but somebody's got to take a risk. Story has been quiet, where Searson has not, so maybe now would be a good time to explode into action. Minute on the clock. Not the best look here, as Saw have very little control to work with.
Very quiet. You can see how tentative both sides are. This round, utterly important. Arguably one of the most important rounds we've seen so far in this tournament. This is the grand final spot after all. First and second are good for Big, as Searson and tabseN deliver. Materials will answer back, but they just completely fall off the aggression. Rigon sticks around, so does tabseN, and that might just be the closer. Materials, all that's left, and he cannot deliver. Big locked themselves into a grand final deservedly, and we have to say goodbye to Saw. A showing and a half from both sides, but it's Big who step up to the plate, and now potentially for that trophy.
Playing fantastic Counter-Strike throughout the course of the weekend. Saw not quite up to scratch, not quite up to form. Unfortunately, and at the hardest test, they will indeed fail. It is close. It never felt like they were in those final couple of maps. And you can see, man, the big boys, so much energy, so much excitement behind them. What a performance and what a series from both teams. Of course, Big make it through to the grand final now. Back to the desk.
You could just see how overjoyed tabseN was with that. Into the finals they go. not to be for the Portuguese team. They found themselves in the lower bracket. They fought all the way back into the semi-finals. They did such a great job on Nuke, lost on Ancients, came here. It was a rough and tumble. It was a good slog, but it just wasn't enough. Big had their number.
Yeah, it was tough here on Vertigo. I think, maybe Big, a little bit puggier here on Vertigo, but they did an incredible job. The fraggers came up to the plate and delivered round after round, those two being Searson and Crimbo. Unbelievable stuff.
Apple, you did say you said Puggy would win it out, and it could win it out, and you were right.
I was absolutely right. I feel like when you're playing in a Puggy style, there's a lot that you can do. You're not just playing by the book. You're not just like, all right, I have to do this and this and this. Oh, we're on an eco. We have to go B. No, they can be like, all right, let's just go this way. Let's just figure out something new. And I feel like Saw was really caught off guard by that. And Big came out on top, honestly. It was really great.
We'll break down a little bit more about that victory and our finalists who are joining FlyQuest there. But first, let's hear from them themselves. Big's coaches with Mike.
I am here with the #1 fan of the Talk to a podcast. I'm here with Kakafu himself. Kakafu, you got to be happy with the guys right now. You're in the grand final. How does that feel?
It felt amazing. It was a very hard game. Props to Saw, but it feels very good to be in the final.
Now, before this map, you told me no one likes to play Vertigo. Do you like Vertigo a little bit more now?
I mean, we are confident on this map. Like before my time also in Big, Johannes played this map Thompson played this map a lot and they were really good. But we feel confident on it. I think the T sides are always messy, but you can always win. We're just happy that we can close it on CT side.
I want to talk about that timeline, right? You've been coach of this team for 4 months now. It's been a little bit of a rebuild, restructuring, figuring out that identity. When I spoke to Crimbo before the series, he said he thought you guys were about 70% of the way to full strength. What do you think now?
I think it's very accurate. I also think it's like around 70-80%. We're just working on us like every day, and I think everybody is also ready to work. And like the group is just nice. Like we have a very nice group. They understand each other very well, and I think that's the key to move forward.
But is 70-80% going to be enough to lift this trophy?
I mean, we always have to like improve in the tournament. So I think if we show 90%, we can lift the trophy.
We'll see if they can get 90%, Sam.
They keep playing like this, they possibly can.
No, absolutely. And we got round number 9 up here with the Deagles only coming through from Big. And this is what reason I wanted to highlight this round is just because it was so important for the comeback for Big, because they were down 5-3 at this point, and it was a 3-man stack on ramp there for Saw, and they couldn't get anything. Just the Deagles kept killing player after player. I couldn't believe what I was watching, and that's really the difference maker in my opinion. You win that round you saw, you get a way better first half, and then looking at how close that second half was, we could be looking at overtime or even a victory for Saw. So it's those micro details, those little decision-making errors or perhaps mechanical errors that were coming through from Saw throughout the entire tournament that really let them down in key moments.
Yeah, and I feel like they must have underestimated a lot of the Deagles. They were like, oh, okay, they're just getting pistols, you're just getting eco kills here. And we even saw a story, he poked his head out from headshot. He was like, oh, I can totally get them with the op.
Yeah.
No, instant Deagle. That is a very predictable angle when you're coming up a ramp with 3 Deagles, and I feel like you should have stepped back a little bit. That is a very, very hard angle to be able to shoot from when you're just being completely rushed from Big, and that was their exact, like all of their T side. You were getting rushed by them, and it felt like Saw, they crumbled a lot from that pressure.
Yeah.
2 of the standout players on Big are part of our US Air Force Aim High, because they were without a doubt the difference makers, and you specifically saw that here on Vertigo. Let's call them out. Crimbo, epic little game from him, and of course Searson, who we talk about so much. He really does make a big impact.
Yeah, Crimbo was ridiculous on map number 2, and then map 3 on Vertigo. It was just insane what he was able to do and how much he was contributing. But I do want to focus on Searson just because, you know, he had so many struggles with Big in the past. He wasn't really finding his rhythm, left the team, went to 0-0 Nation for a little bit, came back here to Big, and I mean, once Toby was added to the roster as well to support him, he has looked absolutely ridiculous with that AWP. He had a couple of critical moments on Vertigo. One of them was with the op on ramp in a huge round that could have determined the way the whole map was going to swing, and he gets 2 important ones immediately to shut down all hope for Saw at that point.
Yeah, and I feel like Crimbo, we saw his name pop up in a lot of clutch moments this entire series, back on Nuke, back on Ancient. And finally, I feel like it was starting to go his way a lot more in this map. He was able to get a couple 1v2s and 1v1s, just trying to get the plant down. And we were like, we were all like waiting, sitting, watching him like, Crimbo, come on. And he was able to deliver. He was completely perfectly done.
So we have our 2 finalists. We know who they're going to be. It is, of course, FlyQuest and Big. But before I throw you to a break so you can get ready for that grand final, I just want to say a big thanks. First time on the analyst desk. Joining us from ESL Impact, now here at Challenger as well. Apples, it's been tons of fun. You've been absolutely fantastic. I hope that you've had a good time. And I hope you're going to be watching the finals, obviously. But you get to put your PJs on now for that.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to go back, get my big sweatshirt on, and come back, as I need to see who wins this next.
Thank you. And of course, if you did enjoy Apples, let her know on social media. This job is hard. Sometimes a little bit of validation goes a long way. So tell her how great a job she did. Talking about the job at hand is to now lift the ESL Challenger Atlanta trophy. FlyQuest and Big are facing off in a best of 3 on that main stage in Atlanta in a little bit. Don't go anywhere.
Just got the news that you're still in town, looking for a safe place to hide. Well, you better close your window and lock the door, 'cause I'm gonna get you tonight. And I know where you are, so look sharp, 'cause here I come, I'm close, so get ready and watch out. Love has a way of seeing through all of your wants and the shadow of doubt. So just get dressed and know for sure I'm on my way to take you out. And I know where you are, so look sharp, 'cause here I come, I'm close, so get ready and watch out, 'cause here I come. Where you are, so look sharp, 'cause here I come, time's up, better be ready, can't stop me now, no, 'cause here I come, here I come, here I come. I'm taking my pain away, nothing else more to say. Everything that I have, I'll give. First, you gotta pick a side. Now you got a team and you're rolling with the pride. Wanna play the game, make it to the end. I wanna bring it back again. I feel it inside, I'm reaching my stride. I'm standing my ground, I won't
I made. Now I can change my fate. No one can take this heart away. First, you gotta pick a side. Now you got a team and you're rolling with the pride. Wanna play the game and make it to the end. I'm gonna bring it back again. I feel it inside. I'm reaching my stride. I'm standing my ground. I won't give in. I'm moving ahead. I'm back from the dead. I'm ready to fight again. Raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof. Find another way to fight another day. Find another way. Find another way to fight another day. Find another way to fight another day. Find another way. Find another way to fight another day. I feel it inside. I'm reaching my stride. I'm standing my ground. I won't give in. I'm moving ahead. I'm back from the dead. I'm ready to fight again. Yeah. Raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof, raising the roof. I'm raising the roof.
Some days you wake up like the world is on fire. Last call came late last night, you're caved in and tired. One more lover that will never be found, just another body in the cold, cold ground. It's a game show world if you think you can dance. It's good to be alive, give it one more last chance. I know the words burn you down like a cigarette, and when the ashes hit the ground you are a silhouette. Don't give up if you're invisible. Don't give up if you're invisible. These next few words won't be the last time you hear that you caught a little bad luck waiting for the last ones to clear. One more lover that will never be found, just another body in the cold, cold ground. It's a game show world if you think you can dance. It's good to be alive, give it one more last chance. I know the words burn you down like a cigarette, and when the ashes hit the ground you are a silhouette. Don't give up if you're invisible. Don't give up if you're invisible. If you leave us, we will never know. If you leave us, we will never know. If you leave us, we will never know. I know the words burn you down like a cigarette, and when the ashes hit the ground you are a silhouette. Don't give up if you're invisible. Don't give up if you're invisible. I know the words burn you down like a cigarette, and when the ashes fall down you're a silhouette. Don't give up if you're invisible. Don't give up if you're invisible. Gotta fight it for another day. Gotta fight it for another day. Gotta fight it for another day. For another day.
walk through fire, blow up the storm and see the light, yeah. I told my friends that I could run on water, and they said nobody can. They'll see me flying through the sky, yeah. Play hide and seek behind the clouds. I show my friends that I'm not scared of dreaming, and I'll do that again, over and over again. Suddenly, the heart and chest feel
league, went straight for the title. No time to idle. I finna get it, put that on the Bible. This is survival. Gotta treat every move made like the final. One by a mile. Nobody believe it, they all in denial. Hey, look at me, look at me. Still in the show, that's the crook in me. They want me gone with the hook in me. Asking why is he here like I shouldn't be. I've been on grind since Auto. 10,000 hours the motto. They see the bag is coming out, they flocking to me like I won the lotto. Dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Snakes in the grass, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Saw they be scheming and said adios. Yeah, I gotta get it. By any means. I gotta get it. I gotta get it, the mindset. Hey, back with a vengeance, back on the grinds, back to the business. Hey, God is my witness, they watching my moves like shows they binging. Hey, best keep distance, all of my haters send best of wishes. I get to the bag with the quickness, no I don't need no assistance, no. Yeah, no playing it safe. I said let's get it, you say not today. What can I say? If you ain't gon' go for it, get out the way. Yeah, got no time to waste. Can't be with me if you're not at my pace. You're not at my level, you're not in my race. One foot on the gas, I'm pushing the brakes. You dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Snakes in the grass, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Saw they be scheming and said adios. Yeah, I gotta get it. By any means. I gotta get it, the mindset. I gotta get it, the mindset. I gotta get it, the mindset.
Driving down the boulevard, I see you. Looking, thinking, could it be you? Shopping sprees all on my car. If you let me, I would give it all to you. Coasting, open, hoping for more. Dreaming, thinking what I have is yours. Realize, recognize 100 times I've cried. Top down, music loud as we cruise at 85. Wondering is this a dream or real life? A fantasy is what this feels like. 10 toes down for my baby. This life be driving me crazy. Your friends talk down, it don't faze me. Leaving you alone, well that ain't me. Driving down the boulevard, I see you. Looking, thinking, could it be you? Shopping sprees all on my car. If you let me, I would give it all to you. Driving down the boulevard, I see you. Looking, thinking, could it be you? Shopping sprees all on my car. If you let me, I would give it all to you.
straight for the title. No time to idle. I'm finna get it, put that on a Bible. This is survival. Gotta treat every move made like the final. One by a mile. Nobody believe it, they all in denial. Hey, look at me, look at me. Still in the show, that's the crook in me. They want me gone with the hook in me. Asking why is he here like I shouldn't be. I've been on grind since Auto. 10,000 hours the motto. They see the bag is coming out and flocking to me like I won the lotto. Dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Snakes in the grass, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Thought they was scheming and said adios. Get it, don't mindset. Ay, back with a vengeance, back on the grinds, back to the business. Ay, God is my witness, they watching my moves like shows they binging. Ay, best keep distance, all of my haters send best of wishes. I get to the bag with the quickness, no I don't need no assistance. No, yeah, no playing it safe. I said let's get it, you say not today. What can I say? You ain't gon' go for it, get out the way. Got no time to waste. Can't be with me if you're not at my pace. You're not at my level, you're not in my race. One foot on the gas, I'm pushing the brakes. You dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Snakes in the grass, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Thought they was scheming and said adios. Yeah, I gotta get it. Get it, don't mindset. I gotta get it, don't mindset. I gotta get it, don't mindset.
I keep your picture in my room, 'cause it gets me in the mood. You still live rent-free in my head. You got me so confused. My mind is full of you. Still want you in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. On my mind, but I am up too late. You got me so confused. My head is full of you. You keep slipping away. I learned the hard way. Something's gotta stay. Don't let it go to waste. Do you remember all of the long nights, warm in my bed, night for the sunrise? That's what you said. You held me so tight each time again. I keep your picture in my room. Don't wanna get rid of you. On my mind when I am up too late. You got me so confused. My head is full of you. Don't win silly games. Don't leave me hanging on. Keep me hanging. Said it once, I'll say it again. Your love is what I want. Do you remember all of the long nights, warm in my bed, not for the sunrise? That's what you said, and you had me so tight each time again. In my room, I'll keep you safe. Don't stay away too long, pulling back and forth. Still got me paralyzed. Got what you came for. One thing that I've kept. I'll keep your
ESL Challenger is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Qiddiya, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, and Logitech G.
I think the biggest strength definitely is our communication, if we can get it rolling. A lot of the times in our past events, it's been a bit down or a bit too robotic. Yeah, since we're going to be focusing on it, hopefully we can get it going well.
ESL Challenger Atlanta, the grand finals are here. The plucky guys from, I was going to call them the Duckies from Australia, FlyQuest, are in the grand finals. Who would have thought it? Alongside the German powerhouse that is big, one of the favorites coming into this. It is a strong European contingent going up against the boys from down under, or the Duckies, which is what we're now going to call them. My name is Sam. I'm going to be your host. Joining me to unpack this big final, Alan and JRT. Walk me through how the hell did FlyQuest get here? Because no one was expecting that, Alan.
Oh, absolutely. Everybody thought Saul was a slam dunk for the grand final, but FlyQuest did a numbers to them in groups. Looked pretty good in their semi too. So FlyQuest a surprise. I guess big as well. We didn't see them in the final either, did we, John?
Yeah, no, I mean, honestly, for me, FlyQuest did a good job against BB Team and Saw, but I would say the Solve victory was the most impressive one for me, and then afterwards they did a good job against Wildcard. I would consider Wildcard maybe the underdog in that matchup, but yeah, FlyQuest doing quite well, and then Big on the other side, each team kind of facing adversity in their BO3. We just saw it up against Saw for Big, where they lost the first map, but then looked very clean on the last two.
To get us here, of course, we had a bunch of fun Counter-Strike that we got to witness over the last 2.5 days, and some clutch moments as well. We have picked 3 of our favorite clutch moments that you get to check out and vote for, so walk me through these, boys.
Going all the way back to day 1 for this one, Sam. This is Mutiris over on Nuke. It was such a depressing round because it looked so good for their opponents. It is Mutiris. It's going to be free, don't worry. And here towards the end, didn't go brilliantly for his adversaries. Mutiris saves the round with the pistol, and that was the end of Rooster on Nuke.
Yeah, number 2, Stanislaw going absolutely nuclear here in a 4K 1v2 clutch at the end. He gets that 3 there and then plays it perfectly. Post plant, gets the shot, and wins it.
Rooster then getting all the airtime, not so much in regulation play, but here in the clutch moment, we see a little bit more. Slimy 1-on-3, and it has to be said, John, this actually was such a good clutch.
Yes.
And there were moments when he was getting rounds on this where we were thinking, is this actually game on? Is Rooster here to play? Despite Slimy's best efforts, didn't go brilliantly overall for Rooster, but he himself gave us some fabulous moments. So.
No question.
You think that maybe like the Rooster boys are in the audience right now messaging, hey, mom and dad, my clutch made it, so that they can vote for it. Like that's what we did. We came all the way to Atlanta for that.
Part of them made it to playoffs. That's all that matters.
Part of them made it to playoffs. There we go. Talking about those playoffs, their grand final time now. It is, I would argue, if we had to take a look at what we've seen throughout the competition, the 2 teams that made it through the winners bracket, that kind of were the most dominating forces in each of their groups, are here in the final. Seems fair.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think a big reason why FlyQuest are here is Ince in particular, because he has absolutely been ridiculous for this team. Every single map, he had impactful moments, and he was able to kind of carry them forward, especially against Wildcard when things looked a little rough for them. He was the one to step up to the plate, and on Anubis, it was kind of a blowout, but still, I mean, he was the key piece for them.
I think the overarching storyline for both teams is quite similar. We came into this event saying, we need a litmus test. We don't know where these teams are at.
Yep.
We've seen them in not their best form recently. Of course, Big with changes, yet to see Regon truly integrated. FlyQuest coming off the back of a bad Cologne Pro, they look a bit better, but we expect more from these teams. They play day 1, they look great. And we come into these playoffs and suddenly the memo changes, the mantra changes. Now it's about silverware. They're looking at these games thinking we can win this tournament, and especially after that semi-final from Big. The only thing that matters to them now is winning. Anything less than that would be a failure.
JRC, I mean, we had a chance because we were working on that semi-final with Big when they faced up against Saw, who were arguably the favorites coming into this. But Adam, we haven't heard your thoughts on it. You had a chance to see that game. What were you thinking?
I think Big rose to the level of their opponents. I think they showed depth to their map pool and pushed Saw around in that series. So thoroughly deserved to be in this grand final. And also, they played a very brash brand of Counter-Strike, maybe Regon's influence. They were so pacey on that T side of Vertigo. So a pleasure to watch, Sam, and no doubt about it. I mean, everyone thinks coming into this that Saw are a lock for the finals. They lost fair and square. Big were the better team.
On the other side, though, you weren't here early in the morning when we had a chance to see FlyQuest go up against Wildcard. I know that North American bias is strong for you. What did you think of that matchup?
Honestly, it was very back and forth, and I thought, once it was going to map number 3, that Wildcard might have the ability to take it away, but I thought FlyQuest had a statement map on Anubis saying, absolutely not. We are the better team here. You guys need to get the heck out, and we're into the grand finals. It was really impressive.
When you take a look at Challenger Atlanta, I mean, because we've done a few of these challenges now, a lot of the time, the mix of teams that come into the groups, you have a selection of these tier 2, tier 3 teams, and then you'll always have 1, 2, maybe 3 tier 1 teams that come in here trophy hunting. In this particular instance, though, I would argue that all 8 teams who made it here are these strong contenders in tier 2, tier 3, possibly the most open challenger we've seen in terms of new talent coming up.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Maybe towards the bottom, I'm not sure, but definitely I would say at least the top 6, had an equal chance of making it to this grand final. No questions asked.
I mean, Challenger's meant to be a proving ground for these teams, and I think a lot of them signed up for this thinking we need LAN experience. We need to play more events, ones looking towards the RMR and just saying we're not in a good place right now. We need to play some Counter-Strike. We need to go through that life cycle of going into an event, doing prep, working out the spots, the roles, all of the pistol rounds, everything. And obviously for teams like FlyQuest and Big, they have grown into this tournament. They have looked better as they've gone along. And whatever happens from here, they are no doubt in better position going into that major cycle now.
They're in a better position. But what about some of the teams like an M80, like a SAW, who were favorites coming into this, who didn't have a very good showing? That's not good for them, because this is, if I'm not mistaken, this will be their last event for the likes of M80.
I think SAW plays another.
They've got the Challenger Cato,
And they also play Elisa as well.
That's right.
So they have a bit more side, but like an M80 now, obviously this is not the greatest start to their major prep, if you like.
Yeah, that was a big disappointment for M80, I think, losing to Wildcard. And I feel like that's the only team that could have delivered that kind of upset against them, just because you have that rivalry going way back between these two teams and the players themselves. So that's a big disappointment for them. But at the same time, often you can learn more from a loss than you can from a win. So I think they'll go away from it still with a great experience and the ability going into that RMR saying, okay, we made these mistakes here. This is what we need to fix in order to have success next time.
And obviously everyone going to Shanghai now, this is a great opportunity if you're on the stage, Alan. You get a little bit of that LAN time as well, because for a lot of these teams, the majority of their competition is happening online.
Yeah, absolutely. And even some of the events like Pro League are more of a studio setup, so a bit of a different environment for these teams to play in. But yeah, as I'll echo John's sentiment, a team like M80, in some ways, a kick up the backside might be what they needed, because they haven't actually played that much international tournaments. They haven't got that much exposure. They haven't faced all of these different styles. Maybe they're playing a team, they're like, wow, we don't see that domestically. We haven't seen that yet in our international outings. We need to shore up that side of our game. So I know it stung here, but they played a good few maps, they got some data, and if they reflect on this correctly, it can be a positive in the long run.
What do we think about SAW, though? I mean, this was a team that came in here as the favorites. They were slated for big things after Cologne. They're obviously now prepping, like Alan mentioned. They've got a lot coming up after this. But that also means they don't have a lot of time to fix anything before the RMRs, because they're going to be on the road playing. Did they live up to your expectations? Did they play at a level they needed to?
Look, they made it to the playoffs, which is what I expected from them at the very least. And then, I was talking about this earlier. They had that meteoric rise, and we've talked about it a lot. And then there was bound to be a little bit of a drop-off. I'd say this is potentially that drop-off. Maybe it's that moment where they can kind of reset themselves and say, okay, we've still got a couple of events coming up before the RMR. We've got a chance to build up off of this and still a chance to prove ourselves. But I think they have to prove that they can actually hold that rank. I don't even know if they believe themselves that they belong in the top 10 right now, which is a bit of a problem.
Staying at that ranking isn't easy.
No.
Obviously, Cologne was this Cinderella run where everything aligned, but you're going to play tournaments like this where things are not working, where you're making mistakes, where some of your individuals aren't firing. I mean, you just are great towards the end, but the other star stories, a story and a Rosdos, they weren't there throughout this entire tournament. So this is the reality of top-end competition. They've got a target on their back. They're going to go into every event like this with everybody watching every game they're playing. And yes, they're playing a lot of CS, but if they use this correctly, if they reflect on the games, if they make the right changes, it can cause good things for them.
I heard that a little Hook Tour podcast lady is running around, and it would appear one of our players is following her. So we're going to take a quick break so we can go chase him down and get him on the stage. We'll see you in a bit.
Think you've seen it all? With Faceit Watch's Point of View Selector, you can experience the game from any pro's perspective. Use the multi-view feature and customize the stream with up to 4 angles. Control what points you see while earning rewards. Drops are activated and lucky winners will receive Faceit points. And if you ever miss a match, VODs are now available. Get instant access to demos with multiple POVs and commentary. Watch it, control it, Faceit.
We've had a couple grand finals where we fell short with previous iterations of the roster and stuff. Now we're playing with a good confidence, and I think we definitely have a chance to take it.
He spots up the elbow, he gets the first, but he still needs to get it done! Dexter has it, and onto the bomb he goes!
I think they're a really good team. We've lost to them before, so hopefully get some revenge. They have a lot of tactical depth. We're probably better against teams like that, rather than teams that play chaotic, so I think it's a good matchup for us. Hopefully we can do our best.
I mean, it feels amazing. I think emotions are pretty high. We need to calm down a bit for the final, of course, so we perform there, but overall, I'm just very happy. We've never been better before. I think we are reaching our potential. We can definitely win.
With Big having a slow temperament, they decided they were going to wait around and, well, will simply lap up.
I think they've been playing pretty good. All their games have looked very confident. I mean, they lost some map to Wildcard, but besides that, they are playing well. But we faced them a couple of times already, and I think we never lost. So I hope we continue the streak today, and we will give our best. Like I said, I think we never played better, so we will lift the trophy.
FlyQuest are ready to lift the trophy. Let's go, boys.
What's up, Atlanta? There we go. There's the microphone. How we doing, Atlanta? That's what I like to hear. We started this weekend with 8 teams, but before this roaring crowd, we have whittled this down now just to 2. Only one can lift this trophy, so without further ado, please welcome to the stage your finalists, FlyQuest and Big Clan! And now, before we get this competition underway, one last moment between the two captains here. Dexter, this is your third meeting with Big this year. The last two have gone their way. What changes today?
I don't know. We're just going to play better, that's all.
Simple as that. Tabson, it seems you've come all the way to Atlanta to find a little bit of a hometown crowd. Were you expecting that?
Actually, no, but I'm really excited that we have so many people behind us, and I really appreciate the support throughout the whole tournament, and I'm looking for a fucking good tournament final as well.
A good one indeed. And Dexter, meanwhile, we got a few FlyQuest jerseys in the audience. You think there are going to be more after this game?
Yeah, like 10 million more, yeah.
All right, well, gentlemen, one final touching of the fist here. And head to your battle stations because it's time to get this grand final underway. Atlanta, give it up for your teams. Starting, oh, they're running away here. Starting with Vexite. Inns. Liaz. Alistair. And the captain, Dexter. And representing Big, we've got Crimbo. JDC. Tabson. Regon. And Searson. We're almost there, Atlanta. I'm not going to hold you up any longer, but one more time before we get this grand finals underway, let's get loud. Let me hear you.
Is there anything more fun than taking a bunch of introverted gamers, making them stand on a stage, and then not allowing them to sit down behind their PCs until a crowd has cheered for them? Absolutely nothing more fun than that. I am so hyped for this matchup. We're hoping that the veto gets pulled up very soon so we can give you an idea of what to expect as FlyQuest, the team no one expected to be here, goes up against Big, the German contingent who seems to find fans no matter where they go.
Really do, honestly. It's unbelievable. But I mean, they're a popular team. They've been around for so long, so you kind of understand that fans are going to be international at this point. Versus the FlyQuest squad, who, I mean, Dexter's like, we're just going to play better. I mean, honestly, it kind of is in line with some of the tweets he's been putting out lately with the style of play, the adjustments they want to make. And to his credit and to the team's credit, you know, a little bit more aggression coming throughout this tournament has really yielded the results they were hoping for.
The veto is coming up right now. There we go. We can see that first pick coming out from Big. Ancient, no surprise there, Alan.
Absolutely not. They've picked it multiple times this tournament already. They look phenomenal on that map, as we saw earlier on. The questions, though, were all around this pick for FlyQuest. They had different options. I felt like it was Dust 2, though. You, John, you were more on the money.
Yeah, I mean, I was between Anubis and Vertigo, to be honest with you. And yeah, Vertigo came through, and I think this is actually not a bad pick. I'm convinced they saw something, honestly, Alan, that in the previous matchup, they said, whoa, these guys are playing a little too crazy here on Vertigo. We can maybe exploit that. So I think that's why we got there.
Do you think that they can exploit that, though? I just think as crazy as Big is, their fundamentals, in my opinion, are stronger than FlyQuest.
Yeah, I mean, they are. I agree with you. I mean, the fundamentals are super strong there for Big, but we do know that Vertigo's not a map they play very often. They were kind of pugging it out, but agreed. Yeah, it's still going to be tough, but I think FlyQuest obviously feels they have the best chance of victory there.
How does this play out for both these teams now that we know what they're playing?
Pre-map series, the way I see it. I think Ancient is a lock for Big. Vertigo, I would edge slightly to FlyQuest. If it gets to Dust 2, who knows how that's going to play out, because FlyQuest looked phenomenal earlier in the tournament, not so good in terms of recently in the playoffs. So I guess it's a question of what FlyQuest shows up on Dust 2 if we make it that far.
Yeah, I think FlyQuest just looked at the record for Big on Dust 2, because they had the choice between Nuke and Dust 2 right at the end, and they just say, you know what, Dust 2's not looking that great for Big. We have a little more tape on them on that map. Perhaps that's the one we should go to. And I mean, even though Nuke went well against Wildcard, they still wanted to see what Dust 2 would deliver. And honestly, it feels like a veto that could be a winning formula for FlyQuest.
Well, there you have it. The analysts are of the belief that this is an even matchup. It's going to go to 3 maps, all fighting for that trophy that is on your screen right now. We're not going to waste any time debating or discussing. We're going to get straight into game. Yumi, tea time. Let's head on over to Ancients.
There are 4 players here at this grand final who've been at the finals of a DreamHack Open or ESL Challenger event before. You head back to 2020, it's DreamHack Open Leipzig. Big beating out the other 2. It's tabseN and Surson going up against Dexter and Inns back then. A 2-0 whitewash versus what was then the Renegades. The question is history going to change?
Well, the thing is, when we look back at that history, that was also the beginning of the rise of Big in the first place. They've gone back to their roots. They've brought back old coaches, they brought back old AWPers. This big team are clearly trying to capture that same sort of lightning in a bottle this time over, ahead of events like ESL Challenger Atlanta, ahead of the major as well. Big are trying to build themselves back up, but FlyQuest have looked very lethal at this event. They've been doing a lot of development themselves.
And they've needed to. They've been sick of being overshown by their regional counterparts. The Mongols have taken the world by storm, while FlyQuest feels like despite support they might have been left behind. No, this is where they have a chance to prove that they too can hang with the best of the best, that they too can be a true contender for the tippity top of Tier 2 and maybe the gateway to Tier 1 like their peers before them once did.
Yeah, there is a lot riding on this tournament for, several of the teams entering this event. There were many questions about who would actually lift the trophy. We dispatched of Soul, Big already quelling those flames and showing us that they actually are playing a more refined version of their style. But I think a lot of that talk will come down to players like Searson. It'll come down to players like Rigon when we are talking about these players in the limelight and in the stage lights as well. We don't know just how well these guys are going to perform. We don't get many chances to see either of these 2 teams on LAN facing against each other in front of a crowd. Big may have the support of many in the audience, but FlyQuest could win a couple of fans today. The first map of ESL Challenger Atlanta Grand Finals. It's FlyQuest and Big to duke it out on Ancient.
It's going to be an A-side hit being planned now by the Germans. The question is, what's the defense going to be looking like? Liaz and Inns coming through in Donut will be waiting for this commitment to come forward. There's 2 smokes and a Molotov, one of which has already been used. Rigon comes in from behind, looking to open up, but his head's been open. Liaz makes a statement in his opening duel. JDC, however, both him and tabseN will combine to take down any further resistance. FlyQuest with the numbers advantage, but Big with the bomb down.
As soon as you got those 2 kills from Liaz, you thought that might have just been enough to actually just concede the site. But with Inns losing his life, even with the numbers disadvantage, you had to rely on something different. Crimbo with these dualies inside of the site. They run past the smoke and they run right into Crimbo's dualies. These 2 kills have been massive. And Alistair now quaking round that corner. Doesn't have the armor to trade. And so Crimbo can clutch. The big man that always steps up in those critical moments. It's Crimbo that delivers in the pistol.
It's the guns and the dentures both out early on for the home crowd favorites. It's practically a home crowd for them at this point. But the question is, will the pistol round be enough? We have to also continue seeing, obviously, one of the big points to keep an eye out for on FlyQuest will always be Alistair. He's had a very successful tournament, but he cannot falter now in the grand finals. This is where they might need him the most, because when you compare the opposition, right, Surson on the other side might be his toughest opponent yet.
Might be the most lethal we've seen Searson in many events as well. The type of plays he goes for, the confidence he's exuded this tournament. Alistair has had that much the same himself, but I think there's been, the microscope weirdly has actually been very focused on both these AWPers. So the fact that they've been doing well at this tournament is a great sign for either squad.
And it's for different reasons, right? As we watch out for tabseN, who's been taken down. Crimbo is getting plenty of chances to heat up, and he does end up being felled. And with that, FlyQuest, some great damage being dealt. I don't know if Dexter will have a chance to really save this. There is a Mac 10 of Rigon that's running right after him, but even $600 more being added to the tally. This is fantastic for him.
I mean, just even from the perspective of Big and saving the amount of players as they can. I mean, JDC has to be worried about even dying to the bomb at this type of HP. And even with the flash, he will fall. That's an AK into Dexter's possession. Big lose everybody, but they do convert on this secondary round.
And that's going to be an op that can be dropped from Dexter now as well
Yeah.
because of the extra $1,200 in the AK that you have going forward. It should be a good start for FlyQuest, and Big will have to battle up against everything with less than what they came into this round with.
Yeah, they put themselves in a really precarious spot. I mean, they're against USPs and they lose everybody for that particular round. Sure, the rounds are what matter, but you don't set yourself up well for this opening investment from FlyQuest. They actually don't veer that direction with the buy like you were talking about and getting that AWP out. It's just all rifles, but they also know Big are going to be a little light on utility. They can't have all the options as a result of that, but that's why they find themselves clustered up.
Alistair's holding a very strong angle, and an early smoke will reveal it, but they're moving past it. Regon hoping to break in, but the flash from his teammate blinds him as well. Alistair not feeling too good about it, but he'll still perform. Make it 3! And while Surson searches to find his ceiling, Alistair is breaking through the roof.
Fantastic work there from Alistair. It looks shaky. I mean, he got his Molotov down in time, the support flash catching him as well, and still he's able to manage out a triple. Alistair has had, honestly, at the start of almost every series, every map that we've seen from FlyQuest at this event, Alistair has always gone to a hot start. And so maybe there was that worry, if you couldn't find kills in the opening rounds, maybe he doesn't show that same level. But, I mean, a triple kill early is a very, very promising sign.
Forced buy out from Big, so it's not like FlyQuest will get to their easiest moments just yet. Backside has to be careful. If Big want to make this a cave side hit, he has absolutely no support that can come through for him. There's no aggression in mid, only Alistair there to watch out for it. Crimbo, a team kill is not great, but at least he compensates, and Inns will now be called to order. The star of FlyQuest will be delivered a quick little flurry of frags, and Backside coming in means that the only casualty for FlyQuest will be the one for Dexter.
Yeah, I mean, very confident in the way that they were set up. Even with Dexter falling, Inns was... it was going to be hard to clear out his position after you just found a kill very, very nearby. But nice to see that FlyQuest had confidence in their setup, and as soon as they realized the pistols were coming up the ramp, Vexite very fleet-footed to support.
And here's the good thing about Alistair coming through in this event and almost always having a good start, right? It's that Inns will seemingly always get the time to be able to ramp into a game, even if he's not able to get steady-footed early on. And that might be all you need, because frankly speaking, Inns right now, unless Crimbo's able to reach the form he had 6 months ago, could be argued might be the best rifler on the server.
Yeah, I mean, he could even be the best Australian that is currently in the circuit. It's the amount of output, the amount of consistency he's had, even in the turmoil and the turbulent period that FlyQuest have had. I mean, it's staggering to still be able to get those types of numbers.
While Big will be featuring only a Deagle in this round, it's all about the easy cleanup. Let's not forget, Big lost this many, 4, 5, all of them, players as well, up against a buy not too different from this. That's where Alistair has to be careful. He continues to challenge, and he's going to be punished for it. Crimbo's really coming into this with the sharpness of a well-honed blade.
And exactly what you wanted to see out of this particular map. If there was going to be someone to step up, Crimbo had a great performance against Tor earlier on as well. And a big reason as to why they took that map away from the Portuguese. But even with all of his kills, it doesn't result in much more than some damage to that CT economy.
And look, that's the thing about Crimbo, right? With the success that he was able to find, we were starting to have the conversation that maybe Big finally have a German Xantares, right? They, once upon a time, had to import that skill in rifling to be able to have a chance to do things like make the Cologne finals.
Yeah.
They were the original Cinderellas of Cologne.
And to be honest, you know, when Rigons first joined this team, maybe you thought he was supposed to be tailored up to be that very same guy for them, but you knew it was within their ranks the whole time.
Alistair, again, continuing to find success. But it's Dexter who's called to order. Quick kill found, and there's still 2 more to find. But it's Rigon who has to be careful. The flash goes too deep, but the contest from Vexite is measured. He isn't overcommitting. Rigon pushes forward, and Dexter's right there to receive. Every single one of the FlyQuest players feel like they're completely on the game.
I mean, they're all on the right side of the map too. I mean, Big have done nothing but cluster themselves up for these site attacks. Even in the early control so far, FlyQuest are reading into this more pack-based play that Big are trying to implement on the start of this T side, and it is working wonders. Even with Vexite sort of not clearing that close ramp angle, you needed Rigon to get that opening kill, but it's a current dry spell for both Searson and Rigon. Big will, I think, be forced to save in this circumstance.
And the funny thing is, the narratives for both these oppers was really the opposite as we came into this event. Yes, there was a lot of spotlight on both of them, but for completely different reasons. People has finally started to clock into how Searson's form had been really stepping up, but at the same time, all you could see on Twitter, on Reddit, on even some expert opinions, oh, look at this 0.89 rating from Alistair. The starts have been very different.
Yeah, they really have. And I think as well, there's a lot of credit out to FlyQuest in the way that they're adapting their game around Alistair as well. Even if we're talking about, his rating and his individual play. I mean, he's always been a sharp shooter for this squad, especially when it's domestic. But, we've had this conversation off camera about Alistair and is enough support? Are they throwing the flashes? Are people covering angles to help him out?
Alistair, you're in the crowd?
Yeah,
what?
wait.
There's two Alistairs?
Wait, no, that would be Searson, wouldn't it?
No wonder he's got 0 kills. He's in the crowd, not on the PCs.
Good to see so much energy rearing out of Atlanta as well even if it is for Big, maybe they're not so excited just yet. But there could be signs of life at any given moment. Crimbo's already given us a glimpse of what can be.
Look, if there's one thing Fallen's taught me, sometimes a quiet crowd is just as good as a loud one.
The librarian's taken the custodian.
Hey, that librarian's been checked out. He's retired a long time ago, even if not in Counter-Strike. He's not quite had the same performances recently, but that's where maybe there's a position to be taken. Who
Yeah,
knows?
I mean, there's a lot coming into this season when we're talking about teams developing back, whether it's been with roster moves or whether it's been, coaches or just trying to add some extra inspiration to their playbook. I think that we've had a lot of talk about mentality coming into this event from many different teams. And so, when you find yourself at getting that opening round, the second as well, can Big actually mentally reset when they get themselves into guns? Can we get Searson and get Rigon to find some kills? Even with the hero AK, Searson just gets annihilated by Dexter, and he wasn't done just yet. He just keeps on laying the hurt on these two players yet to find a frag.
His form was never questioned. Dexter's ability to shoot heads, be it on Greyhound, on Mousesports, or on FlyQuest, has been very clear-cut. And right now, Alistair, who lies in wait, the flash will force him off, but he's not lost his life for it. 2 of those AKs still taken forward, but what will Big find with it? Look at the money on the CT side. It is truly starting to rack up, and another one of these clean rounds is going to be maybe a bit too much. Big need to figure something out. And just in case you've forgotten, because maybe you were watching, oh, hold it. Don't forget JDC, never forget JDC. One of the top performers of the tournament so far. If there's anyone to deal damage at the end of the round, I would believe in him. But it's a difficult angle to fight. Dexter will stay alive, only taking a bullet and finding 3 kills in the round.
Yeah, JDC didn't have armor as well, so he needed to hit that instant headshot, and they were always in a position where the secondary player could come out to swing and trade. There is still energy in Atlanta, but these rounds are being dispatched of so quickly. And I think part of what you're maybe going to highlight is that for the newer viewers within the North American crowd, the Aussies, funnily enough, were some of the first to, I guess, co-opt a bit of appreciation from the North American audience.
Moved to Detroit to play Counter-Strike. That's how the dream was created. Leia's, of course, the only member of that core left within the Australian scene itself. And even that was a secondary iteration.
Maybe there's a new version we gotta appreciate.
Well, let's find out, because Big right now, this could be where their lead starts to feel a little bit small. Right? You have 2 players in Donut right now from FlyQuest. They start to rotate backwards. There's still not actually been mid-aggression. They've largely neglected that and prioritized the double Donut setup multiple times over. But look at how defensive they're playing right now. That's a sign of a team that wants to conserve utility and thinks that if you're going to be peeking into them, we'll hit those shots. And they have good reason to believe that, because that's exactly what they've been doing.
Everywhere they seem to go, they are finding this Alistair ult, but they're being given the business end of it. Fantastic work so far. And there needs to be some kind of counteraction in from Big. The instant dink onto Dexter as he was about to transition into Cave. This is awkward timing now, and with Inns at least getting the trade immediate, things could have gone from bad to worse, but FlyQuest keep it contained.
Still a chance over here with the smoke down for Big to climb onto the site. The grenade is fantastic. It keeps Inns honest, but even as an honest man, he's still very lethal. No, Crimbo finds him spraying in through the smoke, and that means that the bomb can be planted. You want to start pushing forward. It's Alistair now with the AK. Even the spam looking like it could have connected. Surson needs to break that egg and do it fast. Liaz, though, is the one who's making omelets back in Cave, and Surson all alone, nothing to do. He's found 7, but not 7 kills. It's 7 deaths.
It was just a slow approach there from FlyQuest. They were slowly strangling this big site B, and even with the smokes that were down, they knew that they had that numbers advantage that they could play off of. It is a little fortunate for Crimbo that he is able to connect on that spam, but there are many other ways back into the round there for FlyQuest.
And need I remind the viewers that this is Big's map pick.
Yeah.
Right? This isn't where you might have thought, well, FlyQuest have a pretty good ancient. They probably thought after watching Big play up against Saw that, oh yeah, we can take them. Well, maybe they did think that, but they're still not the ones picking into it. FlyQuest actually brought a vertical.
Well, that's exactly the thing, is that when we looked back at that Big Saw game, there was a vertigo played, and so the fact that they've angled that direction, maybe they thought they were trying to throw a curveball at Big, but this could be a big enough curveball as it is.
Still not really any fast plays out from Big, and I don't even know if they've realized how little presence has been shown from FlyQuest into middle, because obviously last time they tried to contest, it was Alistair's off from Cubby to take them down. Rigon is just confused. I keep getting Cave for free. What do I do now? And he needs to figure out the answer to that, and fast.
You see the counter reaction from FlyQuest. Even with them losing Cave control, they are getting information towards that B side. They know that ledge and middle have been occupied, and Liaz is still trying to cause some interference while this information is being relayed over, but Big are taking that space round the smoke.
Now, they won't have any flashes to force Liaz off, but this is still going to be a lot of angles. A smoke down, and it's going to be a little late. Doesn't matter. Liaz maintains the spray, and as Inns is waiting, Liaz is just 1 away from the ace. Steal it from him, it doesn't matter, because the number that matters is the 7 that FlyQuest are going to find unless Raygon pulls out the round of his life. I don't think his life is going to be featuring this one, not yet. Starts off with at least a little bit of damage, but there's nowhere to really go. You're being enclosed on from all sides. FlyQuest finds 7.
And the perfect read, and it's all based off of that play in through B. They cleared out the outer side of B through the smoke, then they get that smoke down towards the red room, and Liaz is in a great position to punish a Big trying to play ahead of that piece of utility. Like you said, there was no flash available, so they had to just go in with brute numbers, but as soon as that smoke starts to bounce at their feet, they know they've got to go, because they effectively have very little else to rebound into. The reactions, the reads, the shots being hit by FlyQuest right now, you would really think that, you know, coming into this event, we would have painted them as these massive favorites. They don't seem that challenged by Big.
Yeah. I mean, we've not even necessarily needed Inns to even show up that much. His numbers are low, but that's because every time they try to go to the B bomb site and he's been there, Dexter just gets the kills first.
Well, the thing about Inns is that he's like a hyper-mobile player, and so because of his ability to just find kills, if he's not having to rotate and then, you know, get trades or fight back into bomb sites, then yeah, his numbers will be low, but he's always another threat that Big will have to consider, even if they get close to a site.
Inns turns around, he's got 1, he's got 2, punished, yes, but Rigon will fall. Liaz, head on a swivel. And Rigon's head is on the ground. Vexite now pushes forward, finds it while blind, they cannot miss.
Fortune favoring the bold. FlyQuest take that mid control where it was seated before. Big get caught off, and still these shots are being hit, but it is Crimbo that is left, but it's his head offered up just around the corner. Went for a plant position that was audacious, and Dexter denies. It is an 8th round straight by FlyQuest.
And is that a little bit of cheering I hear from you, Atlanta? Feeling good about FlyQuest right now? Yeah, that's what I like to see.
Maybe there were more Big jerseys in the crowd.
But there's more FlyQuest voices right now.
They also need to win them over, don't they?
And right now, Big feels like they've lost not just the rounds in the server, but the hearts in the crowd. 8 in a row now. The only 2 rounds that Big have collected are pistols. And let's not pretend like any of these rounds really felt close either, right? They're losing in ways that you feel like everyone could be alive.
Hell, even the pistol, Crimbo 1 versus 3,
Yeah.
secondary round, they win it, but they have 0 survivors versus USPs. There's very little to highlight in terms of ways back in for Big right now, because when you look at these players that are expected to crack into sites, you're looking at Searson and how aggressive he can be. You're looking at Rigon and the type of playstyle that put him on the map in the first place. That was supposed to be the spark that changed this slow, I guess, too procedural, too predictable style of Big. And yet every read, every choice, FlyQuest are there and they aren't missing.
I mean, right now, it's not just the players that look better. I'm glad that you brought up the read. It's so strange to say, but Dexter feels like he's the better fragging IGL in both the fragging and the IGLing department right now on the server.
Yeah, crazy to think about.
A man rejected from Europe has found new waters back at home, and my God, those waters look nice to swim in.
This time mid-control will be taken, and once again FlyQuest play this more defensive set of positions, but that's because when they've been offered these fights, they have been winning them. It is on Big to drive initiative. They have to set intention, but because of the variety of the setups for FlyQuest, it's still a very cautious approach from Big.
I love what Vexa's been doing as well, by the way, because this isn't what I attribute to him, but maybe more on that later on. Dexter's back to Red Room, and this is where Liaz was the one to find success before. Maybe Dexter can do the same, feeling confident in the recontest, but Big are terrified, and for good reason.
They just cannot win a fight.
They just run. All right, Dexter's coming. Better run away. Maybe it's Liaz. Now they know, and now he's down, but that doesn't mean they've got full control over this B bomb site, which is their final destination. Searson, having showcased that he's moving back, might not be expected here, but he's certainly going to be checked for Inns. Not going to watch out. In fact, no, Inns is gone, and Liaz could pick up the pace, but the problem is the B side itself, where Crimbo's found Vex side. Still one to deal with. It's Alistair, and as hot of a hand as he's had, it's not going to be an easy opportunity to strike. Rigon's chased past as well, so while this fight goes on, he should be able to get one more. Target selection is fantastic. Liaz has found Rigon. The bomb is down, and now it's a one-on-one. Searson might have broken his egg, but he's not got time to do the rest. He can't get to the bomb, and Alistair only needs to stay alive. The clock is running out. They cannot win.
No matter what they do, no matter how big the advantage, this a 2-on-4. They were trapped. They knew exactly where at least one of these remaining FlyQuest members was. Liaz was pinned, and Alistair is able to sneak the site, and he reads that they don't want to peek him individually. They want to see if they can flank him from an unexpected position, but Alistair reading and hitting everything.
We didn't catch Liaz's shots on camera, but it's almost exactly the same thing. It's fantastic shot selection and prioritization into a round win that probably shouldn't have been theirs. Big just can't catch a break, and right now all they're catching is hands, and Vexite's the one delivering them. Maybe more to come as he wants to push forward. Another kill found. JDC on the ground, and Searson and Crimbo are now left spinning their heads in a turn. It's all going pear-shaped.
And there is only one man that stands left. Crimbo a 1-on-5, but this game so far has been FlyQuest through and through. It's 10-2 for the Aussies at the half.
Big have found themselves face to face with an unlikely Grim Reaper, one that wears flip-flops and shorts, but that doesn't make it any less lethal. FlyQuest up 10-2 at the turn of the half. Now look to close on Big's map pick. Crimbo and his dualies might be the only chance, because that's what it's felt like so far.
That's the only round that they can really attribute so far is Crimbo with those dualies, and Alistair playing close to that gap inside of Donut, but Searson there to rectify any lost ground. Crimbo does get his, but it's Searson that comes in with these 2 critical kills that stops this A-side assault. Dexter, last man standing, but far from out of the round. Doesn't have armor, but is able to find the first. Two more players around the corner, and Crimbo will put him to rest. It is a second pistol won by Big here on Ancient.
It was necessary, it was mandatory to even think for a second that they can mount a comeback. But right now, it's not about the comeback at all. Honestly, it is literally just about, can we find some confidence? And then we think about everything else later. Those 3 minutes to stew had to have this conversation in them. Guys, round by round by round. And FlyQuest know that too. FlyQuest are going to call the eco. They're not going to push the envelope. They want to play it safe and pull out their rifles when they have them.
I think what's staggering is that, you know, you reflect on that big Soul game. It's not like they had a massive CT side. It was actually on their T side that they did the most work. So for them to have been shut down so effectively on that side of the map, they are going to have to express and show a new level, as well as that ability to reset. But it's Crimbo against Ecos, and he will have every single one. The only consistent piece so far from Big just keeps on shooting well.
He feels like he's a one-man army right now, and he really hopes that that doesn't stay the case. Now, the good thing is Searson has also started to come alive a little bit more, and he is going to be absolutely vital as we look towards his CT side. If you want to have maintained success, you cannot do it without your upper hair. I mean, we saw that from Alistair in the first half, right? So there's a lot to live up to.
Somehow, Crimbo needs to channel his success into his teammates as well. CT side, very much a team effort, but Rigon is dealt with. Spam through a smoke, and Tabson will try a desperate move, and he'll succeed. The flash play didn't really catch effect sight fully, but around that smoke and the hypermobility of the SMG will. Still, there's a lot of pressure being applied over towards B lane. It's not as though FlyQuest can make any reads off of this decision. It's just ceded territory that they'll have to threaten later on.
But the bomb is headed back towards the B bomb site. Inns has already cleared out a pathway. The problem is getting the rest of your players there, because if JDC can find Alistair and if Dexter isn't able to at least get one before what seems like an inevitable demise, it's going to be a 4 versus 2.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. Taps and the rest of Big don't really seem convinced. I mean, they had fully rotated away players from that A side, and so now that Dexter has found a timing through B, now they know that there should be some pressure applied back into this site. That's why Inns was holding position for so damn long, but there's Crimbo, another critical kill. JDC, the flank, it will catch out Alistair. Bomb spotted as well. He'll double up onto Liaz, all the same. FlyQuest, they stayed static, they stayed stoic. They waited for Big to make a mistake by rotating away, but those kills are just so damn crucial. And it's from the people that you would typically expect from Big. In their turbulence, it was always JDC, Crimbo that came in. Even with Rigon dying at the very start of the round, Big had reactions.
I mean, Alistair and Inns were watching for those exact peaks, right? But Big, we have to remember, no matter what happens, this is an incredibly skilled lineup. This is, without a doubt, the most skilled lineup that the German team might have ever put together.
And that's when we're talking about Xantares as well on the roster. Communication is more free-flowing. The options available to them as well in these aggressive maneuvers, how the way that they can take over rounds actually seems that much more assertive.
And look, where we've given Saul a lot of credit for Muterus being the kind of veteran player who knows how to get aggressive when the rest of his team isn't able to do too much, when he knows that his younger players aren't having a great time, Tabson is no different, right? You saw that flashbang play coming out with the MP9. He doesn't follow it up by becoming defensive. He follows it up with another flashbang forward. He follows it up by pushing one more time.
Yeah.
Doesn't find the kill, but at the end of the day, the extra ground works out for them later on. That's one of the reasons why JDC felt so comfortable actually pushing in to get that flank out.
Some promising signs for Big at the start of this CT half. A pistol, the conversion, and then, as well, a gun round. I didn't even really clock that that was their first gun round win.
It's not been the easiest of roads, but listen, if you can get past this buy over here, you're up to 6. You maybe start to remember that only a couple of hours ago, FlyQuest against Wildcard on Nuke also had a very impressive start that ended up being a very close map nonetheless.
Yeah. And to be honest, after watching Saw make a comeback in the games yesterday, I'm not willing to call it quits until FlyQuest start to find a vulnerability. It'll also be a little bit more difficult maybe to get Alistair engaged on this T side. He's hitting so much with that AWP.
There is a clear-cut pathway through the middle of the map. FlyQuest have found this tunnel. Now listen, it does have bodyguards, it does have safekeepers, but it is a path nonetheless. The smoke will be blooming, the timing is good. They're going to start moving forward, and JDC might be able to spot out one, but he wants to push the smoke. Is anyone going to be watching for this? Inns is. He's got the deagle, close range. If JDC pushes, it should be easy. No! Missed chance and missed opportunity might be the missed round. Dexter and Vexite do frag in, but Cerson's there to put a seal on it. That gets scary.
Yeah, I mean, that's the type of shot that you'd exactly expect Inns to hit as well. If JDC doesn't overpower, it's very difficult for these A-side players to feel like they've got any support coming. They might feel like they're emboldened to have to take fights as well. But given that there was that pressure applied, suddenly you had this sandwich of Big. The FlyQuest members were kind of stuck transitioning from spawn to that A bomb site. So, I mean, also a great call from JDC to know that he kind of has to make that play, otherwise these players are stuck on an island. You see much deeper control here from the Big clan. JDC a lot of damage. The nade doesn't quite finish off the job. Dexter able to escape the clutches of that HE. But they have an AWP in Alistair. Searson also able to equip one himself. A miss in from the German AWPer. And then Molotov, Alistair also having a chance at it. Consider them warning shots for either side.
Warnings clearly received. They've backed off from the A side. Okay.
Almost entirely.
No trespassing here? Okay, fair enough. Now look, repositioning back towards B, you do have a lot of utility to take the side. You've got 3 smokes, 2 Molotovs, a couple of flashbangs. So this is a very strong execute that can potentially still be set up by FlyQuest.
The Tapson has a smoke as well, so it might just come down to timing on when he gets that deployed. It'll be very awkward. It will buy even more and more time for Big to stall. FlyQuest aren't going to feel comfortable jumping through that piece of util, even with the confidence knowing that they have flashes available. That's going to allow Big to actually cheat an extra rotate over.
They're going to have to go through the smoke over here, but maybe Dexter wants to take that first play because he's going in from cave, and that's where it is just a straight duel. Molotov start to come forward. The execute is here, and as Cersson moves past it, flashbang number 1 will not last long enough. Regon on the side lines them up, and Alistair's hope dwindles. He turns back. It's time to save. And FlyQuest, they'll get a parting gift, sure, but at the end of the day, Big have found 7. FlyQuest will not have money. This is getting scary.
Yeah, I mean, having that extra reinforcements on the B bomb site definitely coming to the aid of these B defenders. Tabson, good timing on the smoke, but then also you just have to watch Searson and what he's up to round that short side smoke. Even with him eating the flash, he doesn't get scared away from that duel. He knows that that smoke on ramp is still present, and as soon as they blow that smoke with the HE, Searson just is able to pick one off. And they weren't clearing for Rigon in particular.
And I know I said in the beginning that Alistair's good form always means that Inns has a time to warm up and show off his skills by the end of the map, almost no matter what it feels like. But right now, it's getting to the point where you need him. Alistair will continue to be proactive. He will continue to look and hunt. And look, there might be a kill found, but Rigon's not peeking without a flashbang. Crimbo perfectly assisted, and Vexite now looks to recover an AWP from the ground, which he will. But will he find anything with it? Aggression from Rigon might make this a quick turnaround. Liaz had a chance, but does end up finishing the kill. Does he expect the second? Yes, he does. Crimbo's earlier flash reveals intentions. But all in the meanwhile, they've lost their leader, and Sursen has lost what Inns is up to.
That could be a weird timing here. They're starting to switch responsibilities, but the AK of Crimbo will connect. Searson may have even realized that that was a possibility, and being up close like that may not have been conducive to getting the kill. Crimbo even continuing that pressure, but he goes maybe a step too far. That's a rifle that is then now taken away. But inside of A main does JDC sit, and this is completely unexpected. Vexite may turn, but yeah, needed to find a kill somehow onto JDC, but John DeCastro don't make mistakes like that.
Big looking good right now, Atlanta. But the problem over here is that Inns is not. He's had multiple chances now with that Deagle to be able to find a critical kill. And look, I know these are half-by rounds, but you see the opportunities that are there to prevail. Like, it's not like Big are playing these perfectly.
Yeah, they're not always having the immediate forecast on where these FlyQuest members are, and it is adaptations, and to be honest, it's again this just nice sharp shooting as well on sometimes immediate reactions or instinct, good flash timing, and this time they try and crunch towards middle, but Big stand tall.
That was it. This was the round. This was the round which Big are relying on to make this even. And not a single player lost so far, and I don't think that'll change. They know where Alistair is. John DeCastro in front of him, and boy, has he been dangerous in this second half. FlyQuest surrounded on all sides, losing the early duels, losing the late duels, losing every duel, losing every round in this half.
And it seems very reminiscent of how that first half played out, but the nameplates were on the other side of the server. And I don't think we're getting the same level of consistency, whether it was Alistair continuously finding openers on his AWP. It's not like the rounds are exploding in the same ways as they were for Big on their T side, but the problem remains the same. You need rounds, and with FlyQuest knowing that they were already so close to maybe even closing this map, did they get complacent waiting those 3 minutes coming into this half? Did they think that the job had already been completed?
It's easy to cool down when you're heating up so much. Urkos having some words with the team right now, and if there's any point where a tactical timeout and some sage wisdom from the Mongolian coach is going to be required, it is honestly now, because I'll be straight with you, I don't feel like Dexter's been calling a bad game on this T side. He's definitely helped his team find some good moments, but at the end of the day, shooter's gotta shoot.
Yeah, and I think as well, Big are doing a really good job of enabling all these plays with flashbangs, but even with them getting out towards middle, Inns is felled by the Searson AWP, and while Searson takes a dink right back, he is still alive and kicking, still fighting with this AWP up close and personal, but there's Crimbo to provide a bit more personnel inside of Donut.
Alistair's been given space to create a little hobbit hole for himself, but Rigon is very much waiting now. The bomb has access to B. Never forget that. Tabson has pushed all the way forward, and right now, FlyQuest, the problem is they don't really care about the money. So Alistair, he's hoping to find a timing, and he has! But he won't find the kill! Alistair's been having a hot hand all game long, but maybe this is where it will fail him. Dexter and Liaz without any guns to recover. Without any ground to gain, Dexter will peek out, but there's 3 players. He lines them up, finds 2, and Liaz now flanked by Thompson. Gets it done. JDC is low. Liaz takes it away. The 2 versus 4.
How have they managed it again? This time it's Dexter and Liaz, previously Alistair, but this is a round where they come in with pistols. I thought Dexter would get overwhelmed, swarm, but they line up for that Tech 9 at distance. And no buy is safe, no buy is sacred. They know that these are the types of rounds they cannot afford to lose when they just had so much success already on this defense. They fall to pistols.
And it felt like this would be the kind of buy to catch them off. It felt like FlyQuest was always an inch away from getting a crucial kill or 2. But this was a 2v4. This is the one that Big knew they had in their hand.
Their second 2v4 they've lost.
That is disastrous. Liaz featuring in both of them. But now the question is, can Big stabilize? Can Big make sure that they're still fighting back? The incendiary is well timed and FlyQuest will respect it, but it's Alistair who has the pressure on him. He's missed again, and now the repeat forward, the shadow spotted. He's feeling the nerves, but maybe Crimbo is as well. A labored spray in with a USB out. It's Surson a trade. JDC down, Surson still alive, and it's a flashbang to delay, but these players have the ability to back off if they want to. FlyQuest have that space in the map.
Yeah, Dexter was making sure that they couldn't get flanked that entire time as well, so that option to fall back was always present. I think there are shakes on both sides of the server. I think FlyQuest know they've got this opportunity to overturn that momentum that Big had been building. And Big know that they could just fall victim to these massive fumbles.
I love the repositioning from Surson out back to mid, just cordoning off one of the avenues of attack, but Tapson is double guessing. Tapson is double jigging.
Yeah, they're full spread.
And they have a smoke for this angle.
But there will be no support. It's not as though Rigon has teammates that are coming or are en route. Sure, Tapson will start to make his move. A smoke down. That Rigon blows open and they peek late off of it. Dexter finding that entry and taking control of B. Tapson does skirt on by that initial sightline, but he challenges back into the AWP of Alistair, and this time he will not miss. Searson would do well to save his AWP, but they will be able to afford a buy in that following round, and they know that they need every single piece of the puzzle. Yeah, Searson maybe hung around a little too long to maybe guarantee that exit, but it's not as though FlyQuest are going to let him save this for free.
Interesting pathing coming out from Dexter, and Surson might end up leaning into it. This is a critical shot to hit. If he lands it, then he lives. And it feels like that will be the verdict, but the verdict for Big Clan, I mean, Crimbo, unfortunately, he's had an incredible game, but it felt like he was set up for two over there, and unfortunately just couldn't get the first cleanly enough. FlyQuest, again, Dexter's been calling a fantastic game, and this is exactly what you like to see. Like you said, he makes that adjustment, makes sure that there can't be anyone pushing in from behind, and he remodels the entire game plan.
Yeah, I think that entire A-side hit was actually just predicated on them getting 2 entries. As soon as it sort of ground down to a hole, it came down to this 3-on-3. You know, Alistair had chances to get a clean kill, and they could have maybe scaled with it, but always keeping an option open. Dexter, yeah, as a lurker in this type of instance, but the versatility to close the round. 3 rounds straight now needed here from Big. This game has been streaky, but FlyQuest, maybe they've unlocked that extra layer that they need to convert. Liaz able to get 1 inside of middle, but it's a back and forth trade, one that Big will come out the better end of. And now that those smokes are down, once again, FlyQuest pump the brakes and maybe start to explore other areas of the map. Vexite probing in from ramp, and Rigon re-challenging in a one-on-one. There's still another player close enough by, but Tapson will not want to take that duel head first.
Vexite's so snappy right now. And for Big Clan, you can bring the home crowd to America, but you can't make them shoot for you. JDC is going to have to do that himself. Surson's still far off. And FlyQuest, they're making Big think. They're making Big sweat. They don't know where the destination is going to be. Alistair watches out, waits for any sort of aggression from Big. And as there's a Molotov on the side of JDC, as Alistair continues to be outpost, it's the bomb plant that might be the key to start moving out. But Alistair is planted safe. And he knows where they're coming from, but knowledge is not power, not right now. Vexite needs a full quad if he wants to win it, and being smoked off isn't a great start to this one. Bomb spotted in for the spam, but he doesn't have the lineup right now. Now he will, but he just can't get it done. JDC's sticking, he's low, Vexite won't get it, and Big will win the round by the skin of their teeth. They survive.
JDC got hit in the head through that spam as well. 1 more bullet out from Vexite, and he may have got himself into a position where he can win, but they had util available. Big, fantastic shooting coming back into that bomb site, but they start off this round so well. It's just proving to be that Dexter is, I think, really weighing on the back of their minds. Even Vexite getting access to Cave. Tapson had his back turned, ready to fight forward, but it's not like Big are having clear visions of how FlyQuest will approach.
It's certainly looking a little bit personal for Dexter, I have to say. Alistair wants to challenge Rigon, but he's been flashed off before Vexite's lost, but that's where Alistair can at the very least trade. Still, Big aren't too unhappy about this, but they don't have control in mid and they don't have control in cave.
Yeah, them being split 2-2 like this, FlyQuest will know that there is a very welcome chance that they may have reinforced this B site. Big have been very fast about their rotations. But again, a little bit of aggression, slowing things down, and making Big guess. And if they're not guessing, they're going to try and go for aggressive plays, but that is still being considered by FlyQuest all the same.
And this is exactly what Inns was talking about in the interview too. FlyQuest feel comfortable against these teams that like to think because they can make them think too much. Alistair, he's going to be given a chance and he's hit the shot. He's on a heater per dozen. Right back at you, buddy.
They're a little shook. I mean, just knowing that Alistair is so low health and that smoke is so fresh over towards B.
You also don't have any more utility to cordon off these players. You need to take the duels with flashes.
But there's no urgency from Big. It's still these two site defenders.
It's JDC taken down, and that's why you needed urgency. FlyQuest might be low, but now Surson has to complete a 2 versus 4. Plenty being taken by the Aussie side, and you're seeing them re-peek in. An op-shot miss, and one is too many. Crimbo's been the man of the hour, but his time might be up.
They're so damn low. One bullet onto Dexter or Alistair, and this round could be done. It has to be Inns that serves as the man set up to succeed and trade out this player, but he's Molotov out of position. He has to go so far back inside of the site, but Crimbo just simply does not have the position nor the util to make this uncomfortable here for FlyQuest. Inns will swing, and so these two low health members will have to get it done, but there is simply not enough time anymore. Crimbo will get every single kill, but FlyQuest will close on Ancient.
Big picked into this one, but it won't matter. FlyQuest come out. They have their hiccups, they have their shakeups, but it looked like they were the better team through and through. Never a question about it.
Who would have thought the Australians were going to have that incredible run at the start of this map? The start of the grand finals, when we're painting the pictures of all these reasons why they maybe cannot be enough here on the stage at Atlanta. They show up in droves. And I am so proud that this Australian side are doing it again on North American soil. But the Death will have more thoughts, I'm sure. Please, pull me away from this North American dream.
Let me tell you something. Many years ago, someone said to me, you should always start the way you intend to finish. And holy hell, if FlyQuest just started the way they intended to finish, they will be lifting that trophy. That first half JRT, just incredible from the Aussies. We've been so negative about them, and yet they came out swinging.
It was absolutely electric Counter-Strike, honestly. They were just they were going into angles repeatedly. Dexter in particular just taking fights at the B side to the point where Big's like, what do we have to do to get in here? And then he's just in off angles time after time. It is absurd how well FlyQuest played on their CT side. They gave Big no room to maneuver at all. And every time Big were trying to settle in for an actual execute, they were right out there to disrupt them completely. Impressive.
Did you expect that from FlyQuest right at the start?
Absolutely not. I mean, we came into this veto saying this is a lock for Big. They're brilliant on it so far during this tournament. And to echo what Michael said on the cast, fortune favors the bold in that first half. FlyQuest were playing like they were 16 years old, taking every fight imaginable. Dexter somehow has become the most mechanically skilled player this side of the world. It was sensational CS. I know it went really off the cliff towards the end, but I don't want to detract from that first half because that was phenomenal Counter-Strike. Very well deserved to go at massively. They didn't lose a gun round. It doesn't get better than that.
We're going to break down that entire map, but first, Mike is in Atlanta. He has a chance as this map finishes to quickly chat to the coaches. Let's find out how they're feeling after that.
I managed to catch some words from Aircast, asked him what they saw on Vertigo that made them want to go there. He said that in their last meeting with Big, they fixed the mistakes from that time. They saw some vulnerabilities earlier, and they're feeling confident about it. Didn't quite catch Kakafu. He had a bit of a head of steam headed into the prac room, so I guess we'll have to see what Big is cooking, Sam.
There's a chance they're cooking something. In the second half, they came back. They started to look really good. Crimbo was knocking some heads.
I don't know how you get 32 frags and lose. Like, that is just absolutely ridiculous how well Crimbo played the entire time. But everyone else behind him, maybe having some moments from JDC and Searson, but that's all it was, moments. They were absolutely clocked by FlyQuest on most occasions. And I mean, Dexter, we see him at the top. We already talked about him. We hyped him up. He is having an incredible tournament. Every single map he plays, it feels like he's the most impactful player.
I mean, in the world of Donk, we see a scoreboard like that. It's perfectly normal, but it's not.
Yeah.
It's definitely not.
No, he's not.
Crimbo's the only reason, well, certainly the primary reason that was a close map.
Yeah.
He's got to come out of that map looking at some of his teammates thinking, what more do you want? What more do you want? I have just given you this grand final on a platter, and we still couldn't convert.
Okay, we're going to talk about the first half because it is two completely different halves for FlyQuest specifically. So I kind of want to break that down. But in the first half, it just felt like FlyQuest had the read time and time again, Alan, on their opposition.
They were fabulous. They made so many good decisions. Round 11, though, was one of two pieces of divine intervention to get them over the line in this one. The real key moment is the player in towards Cave. I think it was Alistair walks out, and they are not covering that position. And what happens here towards the end, John, made us lose our goddamn minds.
It was absolutely insane. I mean, Alistair could not have played that more perfectly, right? He realizes they don't know where he is, looks towards ramp, finds the first one, then the no-scope on the turnaround. It was brilliantly done by FlyQuest. There is another round. I don't know when we're going to be ready to highlight it.
Not yet.
Okay, when we are, it is also absolutely ridiculous.
Too excited, John.
Yeah, I'm really excited.
Slow down. There is an order to this chaos. And on there is a little bit of credit that needs to be given here. So Alistair, I mean, there's highlights for days, and hopefully we can play them. This is a player that coming into this tournament, a lot of people and a lot of pundits had his head on a chopping block saying it's time for him to go. He just showed up in a massive way here in this final.
Yeah, he really did, honestly. And I am one of those people that was questioning him, to be honest. Like, he's sitting at the bottom of his team in terms of rating over the last 3 months. You want your Opera to be a little more impactful. Yes, I know it's CS2, but still, you know, you've got to be there. You got to be able to deliver. And he absolutely did here. It was one of the best maps I've seen him play in a very long time.
Yeah, that first half was fabulous from Alistair. We said it from behind the scenes, is he made it so difficult for his opponents to guess where he was playing. The number of rounds where Big are just defaulting. They're like, oh no, it's Alistair again. We're 4v5. We can't possibly win this round. He was absolutely sensational, and obviously that round in particular was quite the standout.
He is without a doubt the player to watch, because I feel like when Alistair is allowed to make impact, it's all the difference. My concern is when you move into the second half of this game, it's a much slower, much less aggressive FlyQuest, and all of a sudden Alistair isn't as impactful as you need him to be, and that is where my sort of spidey sense goes off with FlyQuest going, oh, we might have a problem here.
Yeah, it was really strange because things were going so well on CT side. You think, okay, let's carry that energy forward. Let's keep being aggressive. And after pistol round, which was maybe a little aggressive there, but they got read really well by Big, there was nothing. They were falling flat, just being patient, too patient, and not gaining map control at all. So you're just like, what has happened here?
That second half was like Groundhog Day because it was just the team names flipped. From the first half, FlyQuest, for the life of them, just couldn't default. They couldn't get out and get map control for free. Big was making it so difficult, and the thing that perplexed us is they were so proactive, so aggressive on that first half, and in the second half, they tried to be slow, reserved, calculated. They sort of misread what got them in that position in the first place.
But to their credit, it did work out in the end. They kept that slow, methodical play, and they found the gaps in towards Big, in towards the bomb sites for Big. So, you know, we criticize it, but they finally actually started getting things going. I think that they played a little differently, right? They were getting more map control. They were actually moving around a little bit more and taking advantage of the slower pace rather than just staying in one spot and waiting up the clock.
And then they had that spectacular round that John was kind of alluding to earlier, which kind of, I think, allowed them into a position to win the whole damn thing.
This was ridiculous. I mean, I thought they were done. And then Dexter gets two. One of them, I don't think he even saw, right? It wasn't even aimed for that player with the Tech 9. We might not see it here, but then at the end, just a deagle of Liaz gets the first, and then no question, no doubts on the second. Those chaotic rounds, round 11 and round 21, are what gave FlyQuest this map.
And I want to say, I've watched both the rounds back several times. There were small mistakes. You want to kind of look at Big and say you could have played this differently. But all in all, they were huge strokes of luck, massive strokes of luck, and they might have just put FlyQuest in a formidable position to win this title.
I would argue some of the highlights that we were showing were more luck than anything else. But when luck favors you, I mean, you got to take advantage, right? And now, this is what they've done. The Australian team that everyone doubted in the finals, that's the first step. Now they've taken Big's map pick. The big shock for us in the pregame was the fact that they went and picked Vertigo. We had seen Big on Vertigo up against Saw. I'm starting to think maybe I need to believe in the Aussies. Do you think this might be the right call for them?
I think it is. I mean, they already were thinking about it last time they played against them. They said, we fixed our mistakes. And even Mike was saying they saw them play on Vertigo and said, we feel like we can exploit this. And this is what I was alluding to in the pregame. So for me, this is very much a very real possibility at a 2-0 for FlyQuest.
I'm going to be very intrigued by this second map. The way FlyQuest ended there, in some ways didn't fill me with a lot of confidence. That was a hurdles race where they fell over the last 4 hurdles, fell over the finish line, smacked their head on the ground, and won it unconscious. I mean, going into this second map, they do need to have some conversations about how we maintain our form, how do we communicate, how do we stay the proactive, the aggressive team throughout the map. In a lot of ways, Vertigo plays similar to Ancient in that respect.
Yes.
So, you know, they are one map up in this series, but one faltering, and Big's right back in it.
Let's hope that the excitement we saw from FlyQuest at the start of Ancient isn't premature. They're going to have to keep it in for the long haul. We'll find out if they're able to do that after the break.
Yeah. La 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 la. Yeah. Your life hits hard, but I hit right back. I'll never back down. I keep it on track. It's the same day with no problems. I keep rising from the bottom. 'Cause when the sun comes up and I look around, I can feel that love, I can hear that sound. They're never gonna hold me down. I'm higher than the ceiling now, and then I need to worry about, 'cause I got no problems. I know it's gonna be alright. It's getting better every time. Nobody's gonna kill my vibe, 'cause I got no day was a war. Yeah, it kinda took a while. When they tell me I should stay, I just jump with a smile. Yeah, it's hard until you notice. Everybody's got their moment. When the sun comes up and I look around, I can feel that love, I can hear the sound. Listen up. They're never gonna hold me down. I'm higher than the ceiling now, and then I need to worry about, 'cause I got no problems. I know it's gonna be alright. It's getting better every time. Nobody's gonna kill my vibe, 'cause I got no problems, problems. 'Cause I got no problems, problems. 'Cause I got no problems, problems. Do you feel a little down? Say it. No problems. Let you in, but you out. Sing it. No problems. They're never gonna hold me down. I'm higher than the ceiling now. Had none I need to worry about, 'cause I got no problems. They're never gonna hold me down. I'm higher than the ceiling now. Had none I need to worry about, 'cause I got no problems. I know it's gonna be alright. It's getting better every time. Nobody's gonna kill my vibe, 'cause I
You ask if we could talk, but then say nothing. Maybe you just had too much to say. Cause when you call me up, you just want one thing. And maybe in the end you'll get your way. But I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah, if we should take it slow, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna show ya I'd do anything for you, girl. I just wanna know, oh, 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 yeah. I just wanna know. We just need to stop and take a moment to slow things down, work this out. I got your love on top. We're in the moment, and maybe that's what we're about. Tell me what you want me to be, baby. I promise I can be the one you're craving. Cause I think that I know what you've been chasing. And girl, I'm sick of waiting. I'll be yours for the
ESL Challenger is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Qiddiya, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, and Logitech G.
It's through Vertigo that Big got here into the grand finals, and it is through Vertigo that FlyQuest hope to take them out. Game number 2 of ESL Challenger Atlanta 2024. FlyQuest up a map and hoping to be up 2 very soon.
And this is the thing, when we looked at this veto, when we thought about FlyQuest picking into this map, sure, they talk about looking back at that previous game that they had against Big and thinking they could have done better, the improvements that they could have made during the interim between these matches. But you also have to think they may have looked at that Saw game between them and Big and thought, our strategies, the way we're playing, we may just be able to topple these German giants.
And that's exactly what Urka said to Mike as well between the games. They think they saw vulnerabilities, but it's not like FlyQuest didn't have vulnerabilities of their own in that first map. We didn't get to see ins come true, and regardless of that, regardless of not having their best player online on the server, FlyQuest still made it happen. Big will be hoping and praying that he doesn't wake up.
Yeah, I mean, there was a very slow starts as well from Searson and Rigon throughout that entire Ancient, so you're really having to put your attention on them. FlyQuest already missing some util just as they're setting up for an A-side assault. It's gone off of the map, and Rigon will be happy to capitalize.
He's going to break first blood for himself very early on, not like Ancient at all, but FlyQuest as well. A small mistake will not be making them crumble, at least let's hope not.
Yeah, well, not exactly a small mistake. They needed that smoke to actually bridge the gap between the ramp and the site, so a pretty costly one here for FlyQuest, and it is only getting worse. Rigon starting to feel himself at the start of this Vertigo. Some nice clean headshots in the pistol.
It's isolated players right now, Dexter and Inns, who want to make something happen, but Dexter only has one to deal with. Crimbo's gone, and Thurston as well. Back to a 2-on-2. FlyQuest have already won 2 versus 4s. Could this be number 3? With time, they have a chance to rotate as well.
That would have been a talk from Big during that little break between the maps about how on earth do they keep on losing these rounds. And thankfully, Rigon is having a round himself, but it is not without its threat still. They are heavily separated here on the side of Big, and so Dexter, if he finds this isolated fight, he could get another 1v1. It's all on timing here for Tabston. Does Dexter even believe it? Tabston missing his first few, so he gave Dexter a shot, but no problems here for Big. They do close the pistol.
A little bit of a reminder as well about what they were talked to about in the break, I'm sure, but it's good to see that Rigon has come alive early on. As much as we did consider him a bit of an ancient specialist on the old lineup that he was in, Bad News Eagles also feature some great performances from him on Vertigo. So to see him alive this early on, it's great to see.
It's also a map where you are expecting Rigon to play with a bit of bravado. Cannot be scared of taking these fights against the Aussies, even if they were humbled on that first map in the series. Rigon trying to take those challenges, but he knows that a full set of Glocks is coming his way. So far, so good. It is between Searson and Rigon that they sweep up all the attack on A.
And as we look to highlight Rigon, we would be amiss to mention that IMS is always a critical piece in the Vertigo for FlyQuest, right?
Absolutely.
This is a team that likes to freeze a lot. We saw that on Ancient as well. But on Vertigo, you need strong rifling performances because it's so much easier for the CT side to peek into you at opportunities like this. So you can't have IMS missing shots the way he was on Ancient.
Oh my goodness, this is very aggressive. And that lurk smoke thrown by FlyQuest will segment the defense here from Big. Up close is Searson, and they're overwhelmed. Both Searson and Rigon dealt with, but nearby is Tabson to alleviate that strain. They are still down that extra man, but Big keep a handle on that ramp aggression.
Dexter serves up the flash for 2. He's one of the ones at the dining table, happy to find the kill regardless. And now, as they've rotated back to the B bomb side, Crimbo, the man of the previous hour, is hoping that his time will come one more time as well. Now it's going to be a difficult spot when he can't get the first kill. Vexside brought low, but not brought down.
Yeah, tragic story for Crimbo coming out of that first map. 32 kills and a loss. May have been looking down the line, wondering where the rest of his heavy hitters were. You know, you look at JDC, Rigon, Searson, hell, even Tabson himself individually struggling to find some consistency. But against this buy, they know that the B bomb site is too far gone, so Big opting to save. And they may not have even had confirmation fully about how low Vexite was. Mike could have incentivized them. It's not like they didn't have smokes available or a kit as well.
And look, one of the really nice big advantages that FlyQuest do have as we go into Vertigo, Michael, is that FlyQuest, A, came through the group stage winning both their best of ones. They haven't shown that much material. But B, also, FlyQuest is the kind of team that doesn't really play that many events outside of the big LANs and the big international tournaments that they're in, right? So you don't have any footage on this Vertigo. So they are in a unique position where they're going to ideally come in with a lot of these small micro plays like what we just saw on ramp with these 2-man peaks, with these small little cell flashes, things like that should be a dime a dozen.
I mean, to be fair as well, it's not like Vertigo is being played so consistently across the board at those international events as well. So even if they are sporadic maps, it's no guarantee that those demos that you watch will be the same FlyQuest you see in the server.
Quick incendiary from Crimbo. He knows he needs to contest and can't just fade away the way he did in the previous round, but he's lost teammates in the meanwhile, and he'll lose position soon too as well. The incendiary quickly extinguished, but he still has to find a path of retreat. The spam makes that position untenable.
Able to get that away from a retrievable position as well, so no chances of holding on to that. Big losing another member in Rigon at A, and so they've lost 2 members on different portions of the map. This may be another position where Rigon losing out so quickly on A, they could look to cluster themselves up in a 3-on-5 and maybe have a quick out for a save, but no, Crimbo stood his ground on B, and so he'll lose his life. But there's no immediate decision here, and right now, the 2 remaining players for Big are postured on this A bomb site. That's a duel you have to win, though, if you wanted a way back into the round. JDC flubbing his lines, leaving Tabson alone. And now as well, it's been relayed that B has been silent for far too long for this bomb not to make its way over.
And while we have the time, as Tabson looks to try and save, FlyQuest look to try and hunt, would be a good time to also remember that for FlyQuest, right now they have a chance to do what no Australian team has done since 2017. Win an international trophy.
Yeah, to think it was that long ago.
5 players kept alive as they look towards that aspiration. FlyQuest will equalize and hopefully extend.
And I think, even if we saw more jerseys, I think FlyQuest have gained the respect of our audience in Atlanta.
Hard not to convert hearts and minds playing like that, playing with their heart on their own sleeves right there.
But some say that distance makes the heart grow fonder, and so now that FlyQuest are at your doorstep, maybe that love is re-sparked.
Crimbo's got the solitary rifle over here. And with the boost up, a play could certainly be made, but FlyQuest are going to be completely abandoning any sort of early presence on that A site. Liaz has already found JDC, and Vexlight has been known to go for individual plays, but he's just not revealing. He's not going forward. Crimbo is being teased right now.
This is exactly what you want, though, if you're big. I mean, Crimbo was such a force to be reckoned with on Ancient. To give him this rifle and get him on the board, get him registered here on Vertigo. Sometimes it is as simple as just getting past that initial hurdle.
That's what it felt like for Rigon and Surson too, right? In the previous map, it just took them so long to get there, but once they were in the server, they were pretty relevant pieces.
Yeah.
Crimbo, that'll be his shot, but he's slipped and slid, and that can sometimes be worse than not. Still time on the clock, and Vexlight needs to try and clear this out. There's a player. It's Tabson back on the B-bomb site. Liaz has got out his own teammate, but the trade is good regardless, and Rigon's USP will find damage, not kills. Being cordoned off by the AWP, has got support on his side, but that support is yet to commit. Rigon forced back as he dances in default. This is getting to be a very slow round, and with an M4 still in play, things could get tenuous. 20 seconds on the clock. FlyQuest have to be careful not to fall the way they came. Vexlight now rotating across the map, starting things strong. It's only Crimbo left, and with 3 players being low, it's certainly reminiscent of that round in Ancient, but can he get it done? Will he even attempt it?
I think Crimbo would actually quite like to save, but he also doesn't want to make too many audibles or get caught in transition. With everybody just so low health, you'd hope he could finish off a few of these kills and actually stress out the economy of FlyQuest, but not looking likely. They don't give him much. Fresh smoke that's down. And it's not as if there's a kid around. Crimbo still lingering nearby towards this B-bomb site. But as he came into this round with hopes of getting a cheeky kill, he still ends up empty-handed. FlyQuest keeping 4 alive and registering their 3rd on this attack. And Big fell into this trap before. Win the pistol, win the conversion, and then we had this 10-round streak from FlyQuest.
None of those early dentures being brought out this time from Crimbo. He knows that he really needs to start performing soon. FlyQuest in the meanwhile, I have to say, a little bit shaky in that round regardless, but as long as you get it done, that's what matters in a grand finals.
Yeah, I think even if they wanted to do things, I think they were being called off. You know, Dexter wanted to make sure that the whole pack was there to make sure they guarantee trades on pistols, given all that extra damage. But now that rifles are out here for Big, things can get interesting. Searson has an AWP available, and you see Tabson poking and probing towards short. Flash through the smoke. They actually move to try and take some ramp control. But Rigon is able to dispel that rather swiftly.
Vexlight knows that Tabson should be nearby, but instead he's taken the first duel. Tabson still yet to reveal. And with the smoke already there, Vexlight has a path of retreat himself, but he doesn't want to retreat. He wants to push through the smoke. He's going to keep on going forward and put himself in a position where Tabson can now no longer ever come to collect info.
It's a difficult angle to clear, one that has to be done with intention if you're Tabson. Vexlight trying to maximize his effective health by limiting the angles he's exposed to. Good Molotov will force Tabson back. And that will increase the longevity that Vexlight can provide. Full execute being lined up towards this A-bomb site, but Searson is on the line with the orb.
Time's running down low. Alistair's going to have a straight head-to-head. It's one that he won a couple of times over in Ancient, but now maybe the AK might be better suited for this position. Surson missed his shot. Tabson accelerates forward, but now he knows he's caught between angles. Needs to trust Surson. Will do so finally, but can't find Vexlight. The time, though, running low. Alistair's going to be the man to make a move. Goes in, gets the frag, but time, again, is always the enemy. Both players with barely a limb to stand on. Crimbo and Tabson, as the bomb is planted, will take it down with utility. Big stay relevant.
Yeah, and being able to have, again, this extra man that's rotated in, even with them losing out on Rigon on that A bomb site, as soon as they start to see the posturing from FlyQuest, the utility that was starting to send out, they just kept bounding between different positions. That ramp progress that was trying to come up and challenge Searson on that AWP. Suddenly you have to deal with this close range angle as well. JDC got involved, and every time someone took attention, another peaked, and FlyQuest weren't really sure where to look next. It's not a conventional crossfire, but one that is sort of darted with misdirection from Big.
And a lot of the rounds that FlyQuest have found so far have been off the back of very successful lurks from Liaz finding the first kill. Big have largely started a position to mitigate that. It's off angles where it's one-on-ones, but maybe there's off angles on both sides. Dexter, Liaz, unsure about who's supposed to be the one seeking elevation. Searson lies in wait. A corner that he's hugging and a gunshot to warn him. But Crimbo also has to be concerned. There's boosts across the map, and Alistair's the one who's break blood.
Searson could get caught. I mean, they mantle this box inside of middle as well. The U-tilt down. He's expecting Dexter to round this corner, but it's about who actually takes that fight first. But it's from that high ground. The instant flick there from Searson. Dexter's still controlling this middle portion of the map, but they can still rotate through spawn. It may not matter. JDC gunned down and taps it as well, caught and rotating to defend this site. It's a 1-on-4 here for Rigon, but round the smoke, he'll get his one. He just simply cannot retreat. FlyQuest, a staggered execute on B, but they do so with great success.
Absolutely fantastic. Again, the patience from FlyQuest just being showcased right there, and they come through with players who they think will just win their duels. This is exactly what we had on the CT side of Ancient. That's what you're getting to witness right here on Vertigo as well. Big have to make a move, and sometimes, in the case of Crimbo, he thought his move was just a reposition. He didn't even know Alistair could be on that other side.
Yeah, boosts are being disregarded. They are getting away with quite a lot. Big implementing one on their CT side as well that almost caught Vex side, didn't finish the job. But FlyQuest showing that they have a couple of those boosts themselves.
I mean, funnily enough, in that round, both teams went for 2 sets of boosts. Dabson was also boosted up at the time on the A site.
Yeah.
So yeah. It's like a bit of a mirror, but right now, FlyQuest are the ones looking much better in it. It's like one of those smart mirrors, got a filter on.
Some nice shooting against these USPs where in a prior round there was a little bit of strain.
Hey, what's in the past stays in the past, and right now Big must look to the future. Atlanta look to support FlyQuest. We've got those Aussie chants out, and Atlanta's feeling good about FlyQuest right now.
There is just so much support. I think the crowd are just enjoying the Counter-Strike. That first map as well was just, it was something to witness.
Yeah.
But you need a little bit of a resurgence out of Big for this second map to deliver in much the same way. There's conversations coming into Vertigo. It looked like Big may have started on the right foot, but it's only feet that are actually shown there for Searson, but unable to connect.
Navson's been tagged down low as well. He's been so important at being able to maintain it. What? Rigon jump spots there. Alistair's been on a heater this entire series, and right now he might have even spotted out the player on the cross. He has! Navson! Night-night!
Alistair is exactly the Reaper that FlyQuest needed. And it only shows when you are nearing your end. Big is still, this map is still so early, but Alistair just keeps on taking them down. You are not getting past the AWP of FlyQuest, the AWP of the Aussies.
There may have been doubts about the Mustache Maestro coming into this tournament, but they have been assuaged. Big right now, the only doubts are about themselves on the server. Crimbo, 1-4, and sure, he's going to find consolation, but frankly, he needs to find form.
Alistair wanted to complete it. He wanted every single kill. They waited the plant. They want this gun out of Crimbo's hands. They gave Alistair his first swing at it. But you can see the pack is closely approaching. Crimbo has to do well to dispel these ensuing T's, but he's getting crunched from all sides. They just completely vacated the site to take out this M4. And Alistair just showing exactly what he can get done, lightning quick on the jump spot, as Rigon just wanted to gather some information for the rest of the squad, but he never missed out on small bits of info. I mean, wow, I don't even see what he is shooting at. And just a cheeky wink back to Urkaz.
How can you not love the man? FlyQuest warned about this. FlyQuest said Big have vulnerabilities and we're seeing them exploited. Be it Liaz on the lurks, be it very well-placed A-side ramp aggression, or frankly, be it Crimbo on B. They have exploited every single part of the map and seemingly in different ways every time.
And it may feel as though for the big side, you know, some of the problems that we were reflecting on from Ancient, are they having the same conversations during these timeouts? Will it not get repetitive? How quickly have we forgot? SMGs are out for the defensive side. FlyQuest have been making a meal of many of these rounds, but they are finding their finishes. They've built up cash as well. They have a healthy buffer. Even if Big start to answer back, things could still be ascertained in following moments. It's a nice set of trades out from Big towards ramp, even with the limited weaponry coming out even keel, and chances as well to recover those weapons later on, given that FlyQuest have not continued to assault the A-bomb side.
And look, it does feel like Big need to start being able to disrupt the flow of FlyQuest. This would be the round to do it in, but it's so hard to fight back. Raygon does do just that. And with Crimbo behind the generator, he will be expected. Don't make any mistakes about it, but maybe there's still a push to be found. Remember, Alistair has to cover off while the bomb is being planted. A Molotov is ready. If he can deploy it behind the generator, that does at least help. But it feels like Big might be favored in this situation. It should be a 2 versus 1 the second the bomb is tapped, and they're thinking about pushing. They do so. They switch one and the other, but it will not matter. Both the FlyQuest players will get the kill. Michael, they might make a meal of it, but they get it down anyway.
This is the thing. I mean, every time you think you might be able to catch them off guard, 2 players that remain here for FlyQuest, they tap, they wait, especially with the smoke starting to fade towards the side of Generator. For them to have gone at that timing, they are calling the bluff of Big that they are not going to be playing it safe and passive. They know they have SMGs. And that the way into the round was for them to take that planter out, but great shooting once again from FlyQuest, and this time it's Dexter that rips the head clean off JDC.
Crimbo's not waiting around. In the meanwhile, Alistair and Surson will trade out shots, but Crimbo's not waiting. He immediately gets information in the middle. The problem is that that information is flawed. And now he has half of the map, it feels like, to cover up. That's why Tabson's rotated over. Great kill from Surson. Putting down Dexter is critical, but Vexite's looking to respond, and Rigon turns away. He got worried for a second, but still stabilizes.
Weirdly, that little indecision for Rigon actually might have saved his life. I mean, Vexite was very honed in on that angle, and with Rigon being a little wider than expected, yeah, it does find that advantage back for Big, but there's still a lot of utility available here for FlyQuest to actually breach the site.
Are they boosting up to try and find out if there's anyone in elevator?
Oh,
Raygon's moved away, so he won't be at risk, but also how long are they going to hold it? If there's one thing FlyQuest has shown us, they are very willing to keep an angle in their possession forever.
And this is the thing, when do they start throwing utility? When can they actually exploit that rotation? You see Alistair throw a smoke over towards A, and they are hoping that a B-side player comes to reinforce. But so far, no give.
Surson's HP isn't fantastic either. If Inns manages to get him with that grenade of his, it is certain death. Inns, however, now starts lining up Molotovs, and Rigon could have the perfect timing to peek. He was last seen in lane, but now head spotted, head removed, and another head up for grabs. Rigon will pick it up. He has been the one stable component for Big Clan in this map so far, and he might be able to deliver another round to their shoulders.
Is this the conversation we're going to have with Big? One player showing up where others are absent. It is Rigon that finds 4 in this round. Some nice clean shooting, some nice headshots. But then as soon as that smoke was met with very little personnel behind it, Rigon pushed for that information and just totally disrupted the flow of FlyQuest.
And look, you have a chance to fight for 5 over here. You'll have the full gun round. You have every bell and whistle that you want, right? So Big Clan are not out of it yet, even if those early signs did feel like they were very southern flavored.
And now maybe a pocket call being given over to the in-game leader of FlyQuest. I mean, Dexter, to be honest, I mean, he came into this team expected to elevate this squad instantly. You immediately thought the European experience, all the development that he did with differing players and systems, that was going to be what FlyQuest needed, and then they had a very poor opening RMR. That major circuit has been dominated by this core of Aussies for several years, and then they don't make it. But after some time in the lab, FlyQuest have shown us some beautiful decisions, some beautiful calls, and especially when they're allowed to slow things down as they have, you can tell just how uncomfortable Big are in so many different moments.
But that time might have been spent in the lab. That doesn't mean the test tubes have quite come through with the results you want yet. There's still Counter-Strike to be played, and this round is going to be a heavy component of it. Looks like Crimbo might even want some aggression to come through. JDC is here to enable it. They've left mid open on the big side.
And with how defensively they're holding, I think they were expecting Big to actually maybe get aggressive in this final round of the half.
And if there's one thing Big haven't been doing, it is aggression. Beyond when they have MP9s or anything like it, Alistair, a chance, a rare miss, at least in this finals, it feels like. JDC chases past, clears it out, taking a risk, but Surson's done the same, and Surson's has not panned out. Crimbo, in the meanwhile, a position he's taken up before. He was forced off of it. What? And now with the damage, Inns will not get the kill. Oh, he spots him. He spots him. He rounds the corner, but JDC is the one to save the day. Even so, the day is long, and Rigon is the only one who can stop this sun from setting. 30 seconds and his head's on the ground.
He needed a kill. He needed it desperately, but JDC is coming with 2, and they cannot allow that plant. Crimbo is so damn low. He switched out to that AWP, but JDC looking to deliver the goods. It's 4 from him. And Vexite called to clutch. But while the high is covered, the low is also occupied. Big will find 5 as they look to answer back on this Vertigo. The grand finals on the line for the Germans.
quiet Crimbo and a roaring Rigon have let Big Clan get bare minimum in half number 1. It's their T side where they must prevail.
If those are the two monsters rising out of Big, there was another rumbling. JDC as well coming in with a very important round, and he starts off this pistol with an immediate kill. tabseN combining, but there's Liaz at least to keep things somewhat tempered. There is no immediate pounce from Big off of those kills.
Liaz was a contributor to a lot of those early opening frags on the T side before going quiet in the latter part of the first half. FlyQuest are hoping that he can continue to provide a few crucial rounds over here. They have, of course, been a lot more reliant on the Mustache Maestro. Alistair looking good, but the flash means Liaz isn't looking anywhere. JDC continues to find success. A second entry onto the bomb site means that this round is basically gone unless Alistair has something cooking.
Could be Vexite here on this flank, but timing is poor. He starts clearing his close angles just as he gets peeked from the stairs, so now onus may actually fall on Alistair to perform. Vexite is taking so much attention, 2 players at his disposal, but there are 2 more that are looking directly at Alistair, and JDC with that deep position may have just secured this round entirely there for Big Clan, and it is all courtesy of those fantastic entries and then the coupling flashes on B as well.
I mean, look at the kind of impact that JDC has. It's 3 kills in this round, but even the previous one, he finds 4. He started off incredibly slowly, only 3 kills until the 11th round, rather even the 12th round in that case. So it's good that he's able to come alive where he is, and this is always one of the big contributing forces of Big Clan. It's that JDC is very often a player who knows how to take it up a notch. We saw it on Ancient, we're seeing it here on Vertigo.
Once upon a time, maybe not thought of as a star-level player on Mouse. And then he goes down a rung, plays in the tier 2, starts to find his confidence, his form, and he has become a different kind of beast. It's a one-on-one fight there with Searson on A with an SMG, and that's never that fun. JDC holding on to the other extremity, and given that Searson was pretty uncontested, it is a pretty stable path for this bomb to transition back into that A bomb site. Even with it going a little bit of a curious route, tabseN had it as he was the middleman in this round.
Yeah, the rest of the FlyQuest side are just going to look to save and take these weapons forward into the next one big. This is the stage where they take a breather, they look back at the resources that they've got activating for them, and they adjust. This is the thing that I love about the German side. They are used to having different players who can step up and then molding the game plan around them. Their strat book is deep enough that tabseN is good at recognizing, okay, Raygon's doing well, okay, JDC feels like he's going to start up being on a heater. If there's one guy who I trust to be able to use his players according to their form, it might be tabseN, but right now, a form that is unquestionable is Alistair. Loses the Galil, and that will be a piece that they would have liked to have in the next round.
Yeah, it's funny because all the experience on players and in-game leaders, especially one like an X-star in tabseN, would be very quick to recognize if your star is having some problems, then rejig the system slightly to accommodate. And we know that one half to the next, it is not always going to be the same old story. Big have got there too to equalize into a 7-7 scoreline, and this was a round that FlyQuest weren't expected to win. Them going in with the force buy in the prior round. And so it will all, again, be about damage mitigation. They don't want the same problem that they had on Ancient, where, you know, win versus the eco, but then lose so many members. Same could be applied to the force buy. Building an economy and a buffer actually benefited FlyQuest quite substantially on that T side all the same. So Big will see the advantages. While they still come in with a cautious step, they know that weapons were saved over. And they could be in a number of tricky positions. This boost for Dexter is nice, but it is something that Big themselves were doing on CT, so it's fresh in their minds. And there will be limited resistance here from FlyQuest in defense of A. And this is what you want to see out of Rigon. Giving it past smokes, finding the entry, creating space and opportunities for the rest of his squad to thrive. And as he goes to low health, there will be a bailout from behind. Big don't lose a single man to a pretty well-reinforced A-bomb site.
And the good thing about this is also you have to keep in mind, Rigon was very quiet on the Vertigo versus Saw, right? He was bottom of the scoreboard, really not having a good time between him and JDC. It felt like impact was incredibly limited for the two of them, and it's the exact opposite scenario right now as we head to the grand final. The depth of this team is one of the reasons why it is so difficult to take them out at any given point. It's one of the reasons why Big have been called the gatekeepers of Tier 1 for so long, but maybe they're the ones ready to step through the gate and leave it behind. Vexite, though, doesn't want to let that happen. Dexter nearby, Nate sent forward 4 versus 4. He's feeling a little bit lonely on the A side, so he's asked for a bit more company to come over in the form of Alistair, who's got the op trained.
Could come down to timing. A very familiar setup. Big running this themselves and stopping FlyQuest from getting much space on that first half. Dexter has to find the right time to swing. It could still be held out for by a number of players to Big, but as soon as they cross to the sandbags as well, his position is vulnerable, and this is maybe the problem tabseN dealt with, and Dexter doubling up from the catwalk. A hard angle to clear, but it's none of the other site defenders that actually have a sightline to support. So Dexter gets his 2, and Big are chewed down to 2 themselves.
Surson and Crimbo, the quiet members of the team, now need to step up and find their voice and their aim. Surson contests, but Alistair on the other side, HP or not, will not let it go. Crimbo all alone, 35 seconds on the clock, needs to plant the bomb, and frankly, FlyQuest can just back off and not even take the contest if they don't want to. Inns will do so and find the kill. And this is where, I want to give credit out to Alan and what he was talking about on the desk. Dexter is positioning like he's the best player on the server, and then he shoots like it too.
Yeah, that was a position that they were near guarantee a trade, but as soon as Dexter realized that they had crossed, he also fell back a bit so that he had less angles to consider. And there are 3 big bodies on that catwalk. Dexter and Alistair shutting down that approach. Alistair once again opening. Haven't seen it as much here on Vertigo, but on Ancient, especially on CT, he was such a nuisance. Another point that Alan noted was just how versatile and hard to pin down he was. Big couldn't really forecast how Alistair was going to get his kills.
Feels like FlyQuest can't even forecast how Alistair's going to get his kills. He's been given the leash to do what he wants and a supporter on his side, which is the big difference. It's extra resources, and he's making good use of them. But Vexite, a terror on the A ramp on the T side. Can he do the same here now that it's his time to defend? Deterred by a smoke, and a Molotov will be preventing aggression, but Dexter's the one to present it instead. Rigon trying to hold off, and he's just taking more damage on the spam. They're switching and they're swapping, but Rigon will be dropping Vexite down. Finally, but still not an advantage. Dexter will replace Vexite. That position now held. Rigon low, but Dexter still not fully challenging. He might be caught off. Rigon coming in. He'll get the backstab. Fantastic stuff, but Inns will trade, and tabseN still has not been relevant to the game. It's 5 and 10. He needs 3 more. Otherwise, Big will find themselves without money. He's found the first. But time is ticking down, and the bomb is on the ground. A missed shot from Alistair gives tabseN a chance. One that he simply cannot take. He's missing it all, but finally compensates. Liaz on the other side, now hiding away. Time is his only friend, and he peeks out, gets it done. tabseN will not save Big Clan.
And Liaz never stopped moving, constantly jiggling the angle, crouching as well, and this time his crouch is so well timed. The pre-aim from tabseN just above as Liaz swipes down below. A perfect dodge in a very big moment. It's not as though, you expected tabseN to put the pieces together, but with misses, there are opportunities, and tabseN will be dissatisfied he couldn't pull through for the squad.
Critical timeout right now. Big Clan need to figure something out, and Kakafu is stumped. It's hard to turn the pages of your strat book at a time like this to find the appropriate plan when it feels like a lot of the time for FlyQuest, these opening kills are what's driving the force forward, and Big just can't defend from them.
And especially when we were having this conversation from Big themselves, where they were saying that they may be pugging it a little bit. May not have as much rehearsal or as many pages in that strat book as they would like still on this map. Again, it has fallen out of the favor of the Tier 1, and so it also becomes a question as to how many sort of quality practice teams can you get.
And listen, anyone who's been in a FACEIT game knows that sometimes your fate depends on Deagles and Tech9s, and now certainly seems like it. Lias turns and Lias should fall, but no, he'll have Vexite to cover. In's on his side. The President will be protected. Tabson responds, and he's done so with 3. A missed shot means that he could look for a rifle. Mal recovers. Is it an ace in the cards? No, it cannot be.
It's just a trio of headshots from that P250. Tabson heating up himself as the in-game leader. And you maybe are asking this question, should it even be him? But a spark has to be found here from Big. And once again, Tabson gets himself in a position that certainly becomes tenable. It's just too much to ask.
He needed support from his teammates earlier on, right? 1v5 is just asking too much, like you said, but Alistair again going for that same aggressive peek, hoping to find someone, and this is a boost that Big tried themselves, but watch out, Alistair peeking once again, but it's a crucial miss, and this time there's not any company. They should be able to get the bomb plant down on the B bomb site, and Lias is still forcing them off from getting any more ground. They're waiting on the Aussie side for a faster retake, and that certainly seems to be in the cards. A flash from Vexite will be what spurs them on, and JDC's found 1. The Castro makes it 2, and Thurston will topple the 3rd.
And they were waiting. They were happy to wait these smokes out. They had 1 more that they could deploy to secure the plant, just waiting for FlyQuest to make their move through the smoke. They were stalled by a constant stream of flashes by the Aussies, and they knew that at a certain point they would actually try to go with it. And just really good presence of mind there for JDC to cover that smoke.
Really good presence of mind from JDC. Seems to be the only reason why Big are still in it. That and Regon. And sure, Tabson has started to heat up a little bit in these last few rounds, but it's always at the dying embers of it. FlyQuest now down on an eco. And as much as Big Clan do feel like they've been the ones feeling the heat, they're also the ones who are closing in.
It's been hard to pull these teams apart here on this map.
Inseparable.
Where Ancient was streaky, long runs from either side. And an attempt to come back there from Big. No one has purely snatched or found lightning in a bottle here on Vertigo. Even against these USPs, there have been some troubles across the series, but this is not one of them. Dexter will get his hands on an M4, but a buy is likely, and Rigon will make sure he can't save all the same. A nice HE to get rid of that smoke Dexter just deployed.
10-10. FlyQuest are in a position where if they do not find those early picks, can they still win the round? And for Big, there's certainly no doubt about it. They have started to get their protocols in order. I love this from FlyQuest. They're going to let the interest rates pile up a little bit more.
And still threaten with some weaponry at the very least. Armor alongside it as well. Util that can stall or facilitate. But Crimbo went out middle and no one considered it. Not so quick. Not when Big have been playing this slower style of game.
I love the call. Crimbo's been given so much free real estate in mid. Big know that when you're using utility like that, if there's anyone in lane like Dexter was, the information will cause a very fast rotate. That's one of the advantages the CT side have now in Vertigo. Remember, elevator being opened up means the rotate is lightning fast, and Crimbo's been here to punish that rotate not once, not twice, but 3 whole times.
Yeah, and as much as Diaz would like to finish off that frag, he knows that Crimbo will have friends arriving soon. There will be no upgrade available for Liaz, not unless one comes right at him. But Big will find themselves in a lead, where they start this half in a deficit.
Terrorists win.
And starting to feel like Big could push us the full distance. I thought a pocket call was being delivered by Urcast. Discussions maybe about how to approach in these future rounds, but now that we're on guns, there needs to be something visible here from the Aussies. Inz is still on an SMG, and Alistair already tagged down so low. The AWP of Searson still probing in towards ramp, but tabseN has at least answered back onto the opposing in-game leader in at ramp.
They've been expecting Vexite to be back in lane. That's why you can see Searson just hard scoping forward. But even if they don't find Vexite, they found a guaranteed stop to the rotate. So you really do rely on the young Aussie rifler to be able to find a frag, and he just can't. tabseN. Now that hot hand is finally coming into play, and FlyQuest will fly away. Searson has to be careful. Doesn't want to give them a reason to want to go for this retake. Inz is the one with the MP9 and cash in the back pocket. Remember, he feels like his life is a little bit more expendable.
I can't believe that. You know, Vexite holding a pixel peak angle where it is very unlikely you're going to be able to hit that shot. They are actually very unlikely to see you as well on the side of Big, given how far away they are from that fight. But as soon as he offered up those couple of bullets, he gave away his position, and Big were very ready for the duel. Still, it's the bravery of Searson that I think enables so much of the space taken towards this A-bomb site. Something that Big were critically missing in the first map in this series. They had no one confident enough, no one that was hitting their shots consistently enough, bar Crimbo, to create those types of opportunities. Now the Aussies are stuck with their backs against the wall. They are a map to the good, so losing this map wouldn't be the end of their run here at Atlanta.
But do you really want to go up against Big Clan on Dust 2? Sure, it's a map you found success on as well, but it did feel like you had your chances to look to close here and now, and this will still be one of those chances to extend play. Alistair finds success the only way FlyQuest has so far, with an opening kill and a retreat without losing any HP.
Has to be something formulated here from Big. JDC on the other extremity started to now deploy utility and eliminate some of these close-range angles. Inz is in a position where he can support and facilitate. Liaz takes the Molotov, but the flash is pretty well timed, so JDC cannot finish off that frag. It's so much damage done to both of them, but now JDC cordoned off and pushed away.
Damage exchange, but JDC is feeling like he's much worse off. At least Liaz can also just continue to cover off angles. Now, the problem is going to be this A site also has incendiaries, specifically Dexter's and Alistair's. So if you're going back towards B, you're probing, and Searson can get the kill on Liaz. Maybe there's a lot to do, but Liaz is watching out for what could be the one threat, the one plan that Big is going in for. You said they're missing the audio cues. The audio cues are being exchanged, and now they're just hoping beyond hope that Liaz has abandoned his position. Crimbo expected, but there can't be anything done about him. Kills are traded, but Inz is hidden. There isn't a Molotov, there isn't utility, and there isn't a reason for him not to peek. FlyQuest will make sure it goes the distance.
That might be the first round here on this T side where Big looked confused about what their next step was going to be. Some indecision bouncing between the lower side of A and B. And then when they finally decide to make that move and build the boost to try and find an opener, they make that critical mistake. They offer a step, and it just makes the job of FlyQuest that much easier. They can forecast what's coming. And they needed Crimbo to get more than his one, somehow link up with them on that B bomb site, because then Inz's position wouldn't have been as strong. Alistair, once again, trying to spark an opener for this FlyQuest squad, but he's down to 16 HP right off the rip. And is it all predicated on getting that man advantage here for FlyQuest? Can they make it work in a 5-on-5 where they give so much space over to Big?
Nades exchange utility is great! Rigon's feeling weak in the knees and JDC's feeling weak in the grave. Tabson, though, accelerates forward. This catwalk was made for him, and as he sashays forward, Inns will take him out of this rampway. The fashion show is over, Big Clan. FlyQuest will take us to our first overtime here at ESL Challenger Atlanta.
To think we have had so many close games between so many different teams and still overtime has not been required. FlyQuest with their backs against the wall. Maybe there was the chance to actually just close out and win the tournament. It is a real breath of fresh air that they actually get that util in the right place, that they are able to read the assault on A so quickly. Maybe there were thoughts about how Dust 2 could be played, but we hold that point until it's required.
What felt like a nearby dream withers through the hands of Big Clan. Just 2 is a map that they've made their mark on, but right now they might not even be able to touch it. FlyQuest find 1 round off the back of a fantastic pickoff from Alistair, and the second is the complete opposite. It is a heavy utility reaction, something you might even credit to the German team themselves once upon a time. And Alistair, well, he's not stopping. He's not stopping.
And that second flash was just a little mistimed, caught a glimpse of JDC. It's more than enough. And there's still more pressure that could be applied, but given they found that opening pick and the success they had just holding the sites proper, FlyQuest once again find that opener and fall back. Crimbo has been able to get his kills. He's been able to catch out players lingering inside of middle, but it's Alistair that rounds this corner. Could come down to timing. Tabson taking a lot of damage in at the ramp, and Crimbo is looking out for it. He'll find Alistair. So just as he starts this round off with an opener, it is at least exchanged back by Big.
It's a minute on the clock, and Alistair is over there in middle at that point. You can see what kind of game he's playing, but that game is dangerous, and you see exactly why. Not only do they lose the kill, they have to reinforce mid now. That's why Inns has started to move back there, but they've said, you know what, screw it. If they go mid, if they go B, that's your problem, Liaz, and unfortunately, it's about to be his problem. Or is it? Or is it at all? Crimbo! Head's taken up, and Liaz good for 1, not for 2. You can't deal with a Crim.
Yeah, Crimbo just doing so much work, but Dexter has made his move in towards this B bomb site, tried to get a trade right back, but the bomb is on A instead. Vexite was here to reinforce, and they realized that they are on the wrong side of the map for it. They read that rotation as soon as Crimbo throws chaos into the comms of the Aussies. But Vexite, that's a great kill. Tabson and Crimbo are so damn low.
And they should have an idea that Crimbo would have had to come back and come through ramp. So this is effectively a 2 versus 1 twice over, but not if Tabson wins it. Vexite in pursuit, but Tabson hidden away. He will not take the peek. He will not do so. Not until he gets clear audibles. Not until he has clear information. The veterancy showcased.
And an immediate adaptation as well. You know, the last time they were trying to posture up on that B bomb site, Crimbo got his kill inside of middle and hung around inside of that window trying to catch even more out of the A play. But they relay that information that he actually needs to show urgency in clearing out B and supporting the actual assault. And he just bypasses that secondary elevator player to perfection. Once again, it comes down to target selection in some of those critical moments. And Big get on the board first in the overtimes.
And what a time for Crimbo to be coming alive. He has been given space to breathe, but now that he's here, you can see what a threat he is. Liaz needs to be careful. They may have flubbed the boost once over, but this time JDC will not be giving any audio cues. All he gives is bullets. Now, those bullets are not received. It's a present ignored.
A lot of flashes set up for JDC to actually make use of his boosted position, but with that fresh smoke down, doesn't want to take that chance. Already half HP, and even if there was a player blind, could have fallen.
Liaz, he knows the danger. He knows what could be coming his way, but Big Clan have been slippery. And they're trying to slip into Crimbo's domain where there has largely been one, there are now three. A deep flash forward. JDC blind, but he's hidden away on the bookshelf before his teammate falls on the ramp itself. Vexite afraid, and he should be. Spots out too, and Lias will not peek because of information given over. Vexite blocked off, but a flash is still here, and so is Inns. JDC hits the deck, and Big are losing numbers, they're losing time, and they're losing this round.
Such a perfect read called out by Dexter. The aggression that he showed over towards short, a smoke thrown by his teammate to enable it as well. As soon as he kills Rigon, the jig is up. Big know that they have to make their move either towards B or mid if that was where their presence was. And you see the immediate reactions. Vexite has a flash prime to actually enable some B-side information as well. They are coming to realize as well, Big have targeted B a number of times over. That's how they're attempting to crack in with these executes.
And Big really want that second round over here on the T side. They really don't want to be fully reliant on CT, where it did feel like they were limping forward to hope for the offensive side to be what carries them through, and it did. Let's not make any mistakes about it, but Alistair's demise could be the linchpin that allowed Big to come through on this round. Vexite hoping to reclaim an important man lost in shore. An opportunity is there, but Tamsin will deny again. And guess what? They're not done. This A side is gone, and every single domino will fall.
An incredibly confident step and stride to Big in this round. Facing the AWP of Alistair, and then Rigon just ripping heads. Liaz 1-on-5, but he does find two immediately. There are deep positions being held here by Big. It'll be very hard to read. A smoke and a kit available here for Liaz as well, but he needs to carve out a path to the site itself. And that smoke fades. Crimbo on the high ground, but not exposed. Tabson has it covered off, and it'll be Searson that finally punches in a second round out of the T-side overtime. Big move in with an advantage.
And now the question becomes, you know those nice cute plays we saw earlier on the T side of FlyQuest? You got some more of those? Because you better.
Yeah, you certainly hope that there is something in the locker, but this is the thing when we talk about overtimes. While we might have been used to playing this many rounds in CSGO, the expectation isn't the same in CS2.
And I'm telling you right now, you are about to be very scared if Crimbo continues that form, and I've got no reason to believe that he wouldn't.
But Alistair was a menace on this T side. He's being teased currently towards the top side of ramp. Rigon taking a shot, but still surviving.
Don't mess with him. Don't re-peek him. Don't try and jiggle him. You know what? Don't even look at him.
If once wasn't enough, yeah, twice they're put on notice. And those are the aggressive components. Searson and Rigon create so many opportunities for Big, and they have so this tournament, but they walk wounded, limping. But they may be able to perch themselves up against some cover and make use of that low HP.
Big's got a very good lean back towards the B bomb side as well. JDC's single flash could be the difference maker. Now, the question is, where do these Molotovs go? If you find Rigon and take him down, if you do it so quickly, then Crimbo feels incredibly isolated, and that smoke will be used, it will be deployed, but so will the flash be. Crimbo's double will stay and stave FlyQuest off.
It's absolutely been long enough as well that Rigon could either be still stuck at quad, or he could have rotated back into the site. They would have known that he was there earlier on, but they definitely don't know about just how low these players are. A re-Molotov, that's how they re-clear it. And Rigon, yeah, just goes down to the flames as well. Didn't have the health to trade. JDC inside of the site, they'll know he's here given the flash assist. Vexite finds his kill in mid as well, so JDC's time could be limited if they're allowed to approach, but it's Searson that's found some kills back. But Dexter pushing the limits. The time was low. They needed those frags, but they get reads on both of the remaining Big players, and they had that extra man to play with.
They had two Big pieces of utility right there. A Molotov and a flashbang, both used to perfection. The molly to take out the player they thought might already be low. Rigon hits the deck, and the flash delays JDC long enough that Dexter can scale onto the side, close the distance between both De Castro and Surson. A quad kill from the IGL. How many times have Dexter stepped up in critical moments?
Yeah, it's been astounding. I don't know, we always talked about him as being an in-game leader that can frag, but he's really been expressing it this entire event.
Alistair. Maybe this time, Bigs learned their lessons. Send grenades, not bullets. And those grenades are being sent.
Yeah, well, he may have been able to dodge the first, but doesn't anticipate the second. Searson still hanging around in short for his pick. But it'll be a swing and a miss, and the Molotov will do decent damage as he falls away. They're being loud about their approach on ramp.
If Big want to try and get information right now, they have to do it dry. Tabston has got 2 flashbangs across the rest of his team, but feels like neither one of them will really be used for anything but a retake. Dexter will be taken down. Fantastic kill as he's trying to find space and an off angle in Catwalk. But the A side will only have another T side body. Rigon will fade away before his can be added to the mix. Time is once again of the essence, and Surson has captured that very essence.
Yeah, just great shooting from Searson, and now Tabson as well will find Vexite. But that may lower their guard to this middle presence from Liaz. Problem is they've just lost too many members already. Liaz will get his one, and Rigon will plug up that gap. It is a map point achieved by Big. They need this one to throw it into a Dust 2 where who knows which way it goes, but one more round can sometimes be so damn fleeting, and it has been. They had a chance to close out this map earlier on. But these are promising signs that they are learning their lesson and making these adaptations, even if Dexter almost made it to the catwalk undetected.
And look at what Tabson's been able to do. I mean, he had 3 kills and I believe 10 deaths or something like it at one point. Pretty lopsided affair in the beginning until he started getting those late round kills, and that momentum's been enough. He was able to optimize that momentum and push himself forward to the point where he's now 20 and 19. He's had so many important kills in these past few, and now as he's hyping up the crowd as well, he's reminding them who the favorites were going into this matchup. He wants Atlanta on his side, and he'll get him.
Who makes that move? Who takes that next step? Pushes Big forward where there was absentees. Many have arrived with differing rounds, but it's aggressive moves. It's Alistair that's unable to capitalize all the same. Searson tried to cheat that smoke, and it's Rigon that will walk it.
Rigon. Oh my god, this has been the aggression they've been missing all along. This is why Alistair's been able to sit pretty so many times over, and if Rigon, this is the time for him to make a move. Alistair will be able to spot him out. This is why they couldn't get aggressive early. And where there could have been delight, instead there's dismay, as twice over, Big will falter.
Tabson still holding onto that mid control, and those 2 players his direction, they completely disregard him, but so does Tabson for a second. Liaz being able to play right next to his teammate, that trade was absolutely necessary, but it's Crimbo in defensive B, and this man was on a heater in the first map. Vexite does guarantee that trade, and the security of a plant as well. Searson was last spotted on this A bomb site. Liaz is trying to cut him off before he makes his move, but he's found his kill. One-on-one for Searson. And it's Vexite that takes an audacious post-plant position. It could go cleared. Searson goes out wide, and he tags out Vexite, this deagle in hand, but it is gonna be enough! Just like that, the star Oper Searson steps up and delivers the goods for Big. We go all 3 in our grand final.
The conversation might have started with Alistair, but if Searson can end it like that, then that's exactly what you want. Back and forth, neck to neck, IGL and IGL, up, and Big might be celebrating, but right now they know there's still 1 to go. Dust 2's been a home ground for them, but it's also where FlyQuest eliminated Saw before. Who's going to take it? Map number 3 awaits, and the questions will just keep on piling up.
Yeah, we don't know how these teams are going to perform on that map. There was even some questions about wildcard, but I don't have all the answers. I know a lovely set of people that do, and it's the desk.
I would like an answer to this situation of FlyQuest, which is their inability to close these things out in these moments when the pressure is increased. They crumble under it, and it's concerning for me. It was great when they won Ancient, but we agreed that there was moments of luck that led to that. In this particular case with Vertigo, there were moments, many moments, where they could have won this map, and for some reason just not able to capitalize on them.
It just feels like they're lacking that killer instinct, honestly. It's just not there. They had the opportunities towards the end. They pushed it to overtime. They got the opening frag in the first round of overtime, and then fell flat afterwards. Didn't even win that round and kept going back and forth. And every opportunity in OT as well, when they had that round, here's the key round to come through and do something big, it just feels like they were hesitant, reticent to go for their executes, and that's when Big pounced. And it feels right now like Big have more of that killer instinct, honestly.
It's a different game. When you're on the brink of winning a grand final, everything completely changes.
Yes.
And it tends to be the teams that simplify, that play basic Counter-Strike, get the simple fundamentals right. That's what the best teams in the world do. I'll give FlyQuest some credit. I really think Big rose to the occasion there towards the end. FlyQuest were presenting a lot of different looks. So I appreciate at the end of Ancient, it wasn't brilliant. This time, Big fought seriously hard to get this map over the line.
Mike is obviously in Atlanta on the main stage. He's had a chance to chat to the coaches. Let's find out how they're feeling as we move to the decider.
I caught some thoughts after that one. Asked Aircast how they're feeling going into Dust 2. He said, Dust 2 is a pretty straightforward map. It's going to come down to the shooting. Kakafu, meanwhile, big smile coming off that stage, said they're loving the map. They're feeling really confident on it right now, and it's time to see what the Aussies have got in store. But I want to see Atlanta. We ready for one more map? I think we're ready, Sam.
I definitely think we're ready. Okay, it comes down to the shooting. That's what the coaches are saying. So who shot better on Vertigo?
Honestly, they both shot really well. Alistair was impressing time after time. Vexite as well had his moments. Maybe Dexter was a little quieter this time, but Ince kind of stepped up. And then you look on the other side, it was just everyone on the other side as well. Searson was great, but oh my goodness, there were just so many critical rounds that came through. I think JDC had a ridiculous contribution to Vertigo, and honestly, maybe Crimbo felt more silent, but JDC was great.
Yeah, I mean, also Regon was just a monster during the entire map. Let's jump all the way back to the first half, John. Round 12.
Yes.
This one got a bit hectic, let's say.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is not round 12. This is actually a Regon package showcasing what he's been able to do.
Which makes sense because we just highlighted him and I should have mentioned him. But yeah, Regon was absolutely lights out, incredible. I think channeling some of his energy from the Bad News Eagles when he was really a force to be reckoned with on this map. And I mean, he looked so comfortable from the get-go, just charging out, taking fights, crispy shots, and I mean, winning several aim duels. Even though it was FlyQuest who had the early advantage in terms of rounds, it feels like Big, like Alan said, to their credit, were very effective in fighting back in this one.
This is a map where they needed Regon to go full Bad News Eagles.
Yeah.
They needed him towards the end. He's the ramp player on both sides. And sometimes you just need somebody to, slam it on the table and just say, I'm going to get in there and do some work. And he was doing that on the T side. As said, they talk a lot about Regon, kind of introducing him to this team. How do you scale back the aggression? Well, sometimes you let him off the chain and he might just get you into the third map of a grand final.
Let's pull up that round you gents were wanting to talk about. It's coming up. And I think this was kind of where the thing started to swing in Big's favor.
Yeah, it was just a very strange one, like micro details being missed here as FlyQuest were going to site. Like they had site control, they had a man advantage as well. JDC gets one on the periphery and then comes into heaven and gets that second one. That second one should never be happening. No reason at all for the player to be planting exposed to heaven. He should have been planting default and been able to secure that. That is just that little detail, I'd say a large detail even, that FlyQuest let slip away.
An important word here also is redundancy. In Counter-Strike, you need to put yourself in a position where a number of things need to go wrong before a situation falls apart there. If they plan a default, it doesn't matter that Alistair misses, but in that position, one missed AWP shot, and they have not got their hands on the trophy just yet.
We're going to Dust 2. We've had a chance now to see quite a few rounds of both of these teams in the grand finals. How do we think this eventually plays out?
Look, I mean, both teams have really showed what they've got in terms of firepower, and it's really going to come down to that. I just don't see how this doesn't end up being a back and forth brawl. Maybe FlyQuest will be a little bit drained after going to overtime, feeling like they could have finished it here and then not doing it. But yeah, I think one thing FlyQuest needs to figure out though on map number 3 is how to win pistol rounds, because Big have won every single one. And that honestly, like the first map with the 32 frags coming through from Chiron, that the fact that it didn't win was just ridiculous to me. And then here they actually managed to get both pistol rounds, and it does end up being a difference maker. On Dust 2, it's only going to become more important.
Dust 2 is hectic at the best of times. So I think, just as we saw towards the end of Ancient and maybe in overtime here, is the team that keeps a calmer head will be in a very advantageous situation. There's going to be a lot of afterplants in this third and final map. And I think it's got to be said, Big do look like the calmer team. I mean, Tabson to me looks like he's staying very, very chill and very mellow in these situations. Of course, of everybody on this server, he is the most experienced. He's the player that has been in these grand finals before. And you know what? I'm going to favor Big for that reason, just because they look like the calmer side to me right now.
Yeah, I think Tabson, we were questioning him a lot in terms of his performance and what happened, how he dropped off so significantly, but he did step it up towards the end, had a nice 3K with the P250 in a round that didn't really matter, but still, and then had some important rounds over and overtime. I think another player to look towards is Crimbo on Big. I think he was phenomenal in map 1, was a little less effective in map number 2, but Dust 2, it feels like it'll be his playground. I'm also favoring Big to take this.
There we go. The analysts are leaning to Big, but who are you leaning towards? Do you think that the Aussies are going to be able to finish this off on Dust 2? Let us know in the chat. And for now, we're going to take a quick break so you can get some refreshments. When we get back, we will know who our ESL Challenger Atlanta champions are.
Think you've seen it all? With FaceIt Watch's Point of View Selector, you can experience the game from any pro's perspective. Use the multi-view feature and customize the stream with up to 4 angles. Control what points you see while earning rewards. Drops are activated and lucky winners will receive FaceIt points. And if you ever miss a match, VODs are now available. Get instant access to demos with multiple POVs and commentary. Watch it, control it, face it.
ESL Challenger is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Qiddiya, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, and Logitech G.
Will the end of that second map be looked at in relief or in regret? The question is going to be decided by Dust2, our decider. Map number 3 of ESL Challenger Atlanta 2024's Grand Finals begins. FlyQuest and Big Clan both finding one with so many struggles and so many highlights.
And both winning each other's map pick in the process as well. We looked at the veto, we thought about the risks, we saw the quality of FlyQuest at the very start of this series, but when it came to these late round situations on that second map, that risk taker in Vertigo, we saw great performances from many of the big member, whether it was JDC, whether it was Searson, whether it was Crimbo, Tabson himself able to find that impact. And that's not to forget that the recent addition to this Big squad that has maybe had some troubles integrating and finding the level that they need to get success. Recon also able to step up in this grand final all the same. This Big has powered up as the maps have gone on by, and now we head into a Dust 2 where it could be brawly, scrappy, and rely on a lot of that form that has been building through the series.
And as we've been hyping up the man for potentially being the best Australian player in the entire world, INS remains conspicuously absent. And if there's any time they're going to need him, it's on a map like Dust 2. Both teams have said it's about who's shooting harder. And honestly, I don't know.
Yeah, it's been hard to say because it's varied from map to map. But while the beast of Big could have been caught a slumber, out of hibernation, they have arisen and they are stronger than ever. And I want to see big highlights even from a lot of the different players on FlyQuest. We've talked about Alistair to death. Dexter has had his moments as well. But yes, we are missing some of these other pieces rearing their head when the lights are the brightest.
And at the same time, I mean, you're looking at the one who was supposed to be perhaps the dimmest piece going into this, Alistair, continuing to take matters into his own hands, sometimes even to their detriment, but never to a point where he himself will back down. He has embraced his role. He has embraced the fact that he will continue to make plays. He will continue to buy time. He will continue to buy space. But it still feels like this grand finals will not go the Southern way unless their main man stands up tall and provides. INS needs to show up, because on the other side, everyone who started off quiet on the Big clan, they've started to wake up. Like you said, Tabson is now in the server. Tabson is having impact. JDC is winning them rounds. Regon has showed himself off. Regon has become an eagle again.
And what I'm learning about Atlanta is that they are favoring the team that are playing the better Counter-Strike. You have to win this crowd over. Can you use that to your advantage? Channel that energy in the server yourself. You've been great, Atlanta. You're showing support where it really matters for either of these teams to lift the trophy.
And Atlanta, I need you to show some support right now. It's map number 3 of the grand finals. Who do you think's gonna take it? Is it Big Clan? A little bit of rumbling, but nothing like what we saw before the game began. Michael, I'm wondering, Atlanta, is it FlyQuest?
There are still roars in that audience. The Australians have tugged on the heartstrings much the same. But we dive right into our final map of Atlanta. Big versus FlyQuest here on Dust 2. And Big will start on this T side, looking to take that space so rapidly. And already the bell of Alistair rung.
And maybe that bell is the call for INS, but he himself is having sound bites go off in his head. Big's off to a great start on a map that they pioneered, a map that they made look tactical when it was called merely a battle of the bronze. They brought some brains to the party, and INS right now is hoping to spill some of those very brains.
Postured up for an A-side split, and again, it's a lot of damage being exchanged, but it's this time Regon that takes the brunt of it. Vexite getting some information on the short progression. They know what's coming, but INS on his low health has still found one. He's finished off. There's approach from short. There's even team damage thrown in the mix, but they're finding the kills they need to. It dumps down to JDC, the man that got the most space on this A-bomb site, cold to clutch. And Dexter on that low health, he'll still pull another head. It's a triple from the in-game leader.
And the request from JRT has been lodged and fulfilled. FlyQuest will get their first pistol round of this entire grand final.
Yeah. It's really been a long time coming. And with all the successful damage, you thought Big might have just been able to walk over those A defenders, but it was no simple task. That smoke on short as well bought them more time. Big will have to start on the other end of the stick this time.
Raygun giving a little bit of that VNE touch with the incendiary, rather the Molotov, but it's the incendiary that's been run through. Crimbo's found the quick frag. Now everyone does have head armor, so you still have to make honest work of these kills, but you can still find them, especially if you get the Deagle in position. Taps in. Dexter turns around and will be able to save his own life, but the bomb is now down. Mission accomplished. Is there more to be found? Rigon's given them a gift, and well, that gift has been well received. FlyQuest will keep 4 alive, but that doesn't mean that Big is anything but happy with that round.
Yeah, but it justifies the expense as well. Rigon buying a Deagle into this round and actually could have shortchanged him into the following had they not secured that plant. So for Big, they're definitely satisfied that the primary objective was accomplished, and there was even the prospect of a little more. Well, that's the problem with facing so many SMGs when you're on those pistols. Even when you get the sight, there's no guarantee that you can hold it. Some very cheeky plays being made, and yeah, I kind of missed that Rigon was a backstabber in the end with that Deke, but it's all forgotten about now that rifles are out. It's 3 SMGs for FlyQuest. Long-range duels is what Dust2 has become known for, but the AWP is out for Alistair, and he'll catch Searson just as they were assembling the boost.
He spotted them out, and he is quick to capitalize. Alistair is not quieting down in this grand finals. Deep flashbang forward. Dexter, a man who has been called to order many times over. Alistair might be taken down. He hasn't realized Rigon is moving forward to Xbox, but now he's going to know. The flash forward for Dexter to peek, but Dexter's not taking the push. Instead, Alistair himself is going for information. He knows there's another player nearby, and he's found him. Crimbo down, but Dexter's still waiting for the swing. And he's now going to crawl forward. Forget the swings. It's all about slow, steady, and smooth. That's what Dexter delivers.
Yeah, given the amount that Alistair was fighting, they may not have expected Dexter to be so close. Really nice and important shots being hit there from Alistair to get information on that package and extend the already man advantage situation they found themselves in. Good blow of the smoke, and a glimpse just offered up. JDC had to wait for it to rebuild. It's Rigon that's left in a 1-on-5, and he spotted a player trying to ascend up to short, and he will be run down. While they might have come in with SMGs, it's the rifles that really shine here for the Aussies.
It's called the Opper's Playground, and right now Alistair has put all of Big Clan on a downwards slide.
That is the scary thing about how well Alistair has been playing in this tournament. Sometimes he could have been a player that you look to exploit, but that has not been the case. Not in Atlanta. And we know the type of demon Searson can be on the AWP himself, but he starts 0-3.
Wouldn't be his first time starting off cold. Ancient looked much the same. Vexite now, though, with the MP9 is hoping to get some farming going. And indeed, that's exactly what he finds. Even pulls out the dualies. He's got all the tools.
This is about as good a start as you could ask for FlyQuest. They've been comfortably building cash. Even when they came away from that bonus round, they still held onto some SMGs as well. Oh! That is a nice shot from Crimpo. But I don't know if he's got many more in him. Alistair already holding that line, but also not sticking around as his teammates are nowhere nearby.
It's this next round that everything will bank on, and Crimbo's hoping to make FlyQuest buy a little bit weaker. Alistair, this is the thing, right? He misses shots. He isn't this ridiculously consistent, never gonna miss a shot device-esque operator. He is the exact opposite. He takes more shots, and when you've got a decent percentage, you're just landing them all.
No AWPer never misses.
It's true. But a lot of AWPers stop peaking, and Alistair is not one of them.
Yeah, well, he's also a player that seems to have learned a lot from some of his maybe prior failings. He has made very few mistakes this tournament.
Dexter. Now he's the one on the move. Rigon on up above. Rigon's going to be turning the corner. Will he check this angle? The flash completely evaded. Dexter holds the trigger. He's held it all. Information galore. He knows there's more, but Thurston will break first blood. Alistair on the other side will still have a hope to go head-to-head with the German offer, but an incendiary will stop his ascent into the site. In goes Alistair! JDC is down! Surson can only stand and watch. Blind him if you want, but Vexite's nearby. Alistair has company while Crimbo lurks up, but there's nothing to find. Vexite to be taken down. Alistair still fighting back. Will take Surson out of the server. Toby can't help you here.
It's 2 1v1s. They're completely segmented. No one wants to give an inch and give that peek. Alistair cannot expose himself too far to those doors as well. Crimbo could still be walking down that A-side ramp. Inns has to help him out. Eliminate the possibility of him getting shot in the back, and he's trying to contain as best he can. But Crimbo, a flash, it doesn't make it to spawn. Inns has a fair duel, and Tabson starts his plant. It's Alistair that looks to keep him pinned in the site somehow. And Inns will look to see if he can catch him on the cross, but there is no attempt to make that venture if you're Tabson. An offering, a small slither around those doors. There's a kid available. Alistair trying to close that gap, and you'll find it with the P250. It is blinder after blinder from Alistair in defense of B, and when it comes to clutch, he's got it too.
He's gonna take your heads and he's gonna take your fans. A man knows how to work the crowd, and he is loving it. Alistair feeling good on the server, looking good on the server.
And I will cast you back. Opening game for FlyQuest versus BB. We didn't think that FlyQuest would offer up such a strong CT effort, and they made the individual plays of BB look like child's play.
And that's also where Alistair is the one who started everything off. And sure, by the end of the game, the conversation became about the 2.64 that Inns was putting up on the scoreboard, but let's not forget how it all started. And to be fair, Alistair's had this one going all series long.
Yeah, but it set our tone and it set our expectations that little bit higher for a FlyQuest trying to capture some form. Fair to say they found it, and they are delivering here on the final map. 5-0 start. Big are in with a bye, but Searson with that scout, sure, he lands a tag, but he would much rather have an AWP, especially when you're trying to quell the ever-burning flame of Alistair.
And who on Big will light a candle? And no, I don't mean one to grieve, I mean one to show the way. Who on Big will stand tall when all odds seem to be stacked against you?
Yeah, they've had drivers, whether it was Crimbo on Ancient, Raygon on Vertigo. They have had someone that has delivered. And right now it's a bit of a dry spell for many of those names on Big.
Alistair, flashbang dodged. He just sees everything coming over his way. Now, he's taken a lot of damage and he's lost his teammate as well. This could be the big moment. Crimbo and JDC have effectively given them this round. Fantastic long take comes out late round. And although there were flashes being dodged, it's really the shots from Crimbo that make this one work.
Yeah, it'll feel bad that they lose out that long control so quickly, especially from Alistair's POV. You know, like you said, he's dodging all those flashes, and had he been able to deal with Crimbo, this wouldn't have been that first domino. Suddenly, you know, the fact that they get a kill elsewhere would have been not inconsequential, but less of a fear for FlyQuest. But everyone losing their fights and Big take control. First round on the board here on their T side.
And one of the reasons why it's so important to get on the board early is not just the very clear-cut, hey, they're on 0 rounds, they need a round. It's also because throughout this entire game, there's also been a subtle push and pull between Dexter and Tabson about what these late-round calls are going to look like. Who's going to be able to get a proper read? This has not just been the gun show, although we've seen definitely plenty of lock, stock, and barrels smoking out the day.
Yeah, so much of this grand final has been determined about what approach these in-game leaders have been offering us up. Whether or not it's been the reserved, sit back in the bomb sites, you're just winning your gunfights. Or whether they have to go in for more information and take the fight to them. Neither team has really run into this wall of doing the exact same round over and over. There has been versatility throughout.
And when we speak about versatility, of course, Man who might have gone somewhat unsung on the FlyQuest side as well, where we've said that Big have had multiple champions. One who's been quieter because it feels like very often his skills are elsewhere on the map, but no less crucial. Liaz has been critical.
We knew it would sometimes come down to aim and form coming into this map. But tabseN, long spawn offered up, and Alistair is still able to best him.
Bring back syrsoN.
Well, he'll go back and pick up that AWP, try and make better use of it, but they
oh my
snatch
god.
it.
They steal it away, and they'll even have that if they want. syrsoN's wondering where it's gone. tabseN, you said you'd give it back to me.
I don't know if Alistair's just been having his Omega 3 or what, but he has been so smart, so quick to recognize a lot of situations like that as well throughout this tournament. So syrsoN, not on the weapon that he would rather have. And limited utility available here for Big to make something of this. Mid-B smoke is deployed. Crimbo does have some space to work off of. And Dexter, oh, just barely getting past those doors just as Crimbo slides out. Dexter, that's a great first face, but it's Vexite that steals the kills. 2 out from that back platform, but do they read Crimbo's close position? Alistair up close, unable to turn fast enough. It's not a relayed comm. Crimbo sowing some chaos into this round. Vexite, he could have been trapped at the back of the site, but he's transitioned, and Crimbo unable to get a handle on it. It's syrsoN on 22 health, but Vexite has already found 3, and why not add a 4th to that tally? He waits for Liaz. He doesn't have the ego to swing, but it is more than enough for another FlyQuest round.
It had to be the turnaround from 1, but unfortunately Big have been stopped at it instead. Again, it's the same Maestro who starts things off, but Vexite. We talked about him on Vertigo, about how he'd been able to get that super effective lane side control. Now he's coming into play in these late rounds, but maybe legging him early on through the door was enough. Unfortunately, the other side, Crimbo turns around and he accepts his fate.
Just once again, Alistair's not getting caught by these flashes. A great opening pick, but tabseN is answered back onto Dexter. Tried to go for aggressive mid-control. Liaz does dispel of at least some forward pushing from JDC, and Alistair is struck in with another. He starts this final map of the grand final 11-4, and tabseN and syrsoN will attempt to recover, but they're not the ones that have been winning situations like this in this series.
Inns dodging bullets right now, and he needs to. Alistair's around the corner. He'll be providing some support, but tabseN and syrsoN look to fight back. syrsoN needs this frag. syrsoN will be hunting for this exact pickoff, but the smoke out from the CTs is not really going to be helping. The bomb can be planted. Liaz reveals position, creates a threat. That means syrsoN has to turn away, but while tabseN locates Alistair, syrsoN's hoping to do the same. There's 2 players on the other side, so it feels like his death is guaranteed, but he had to take one with him for tabseN to have a chance. Now set up for an ace, but I say set up loosely. There's a flank on his side. It's Inns to put him to rest. It's 7 on the board for FlyQuest already.
And I don't know how much work they've put in, but God, you can see it in the server. Just the amount of times they play with temperament. They don't get overly thrown into the chaos that the Big are sowing. Even with them making their way up through short, they take a breath, they pause, they wait for those rotates, and they play with that numbers advantage so effectively. It is great teamwork on display. They are never trying to take that risk independently.
Big, do you really want to go out long again? Nades are peppering them up, and Inns is hoping to get a piece of the action that Alistair has been delivering consistently. This might be a step too far. The nade opens up the smoke, and Crimbo's waiting for it. Overextension is still something they have to be worried about. FlyQuest, the job is very much still not done, and Big have a small window of opportunity to bring things back over here. An incendiary goes deep from Dexter, and he's threading the needle in the smokes. He's threading Raygon's eyes open now as well. Normally you hope to close them, but wow, Rigon's moved
timing.
through. And at the same time, this B-side threat is really looming in. Tabson turns the corner, but Dexter turns him to mush. You still have to be worried about Vexside's full belt of utility. That's where the bomb is headed. And a re-smoke means that until 32 seconds, Big can't really even think about entering this site. Despite the ground that Rigon has gained, there's not actually any victims available on A, but pushing the smoke again, that's the call, and that's how they lost their first few players. Sursen's watching out for it. Dexter's hoping that it's going to be a miss, but no. Now with the smoke in his hand, the smoke's dissipating. Dexter is down, but Vexside's still available. He's going to have his teammates falling. He won't have backup, but he'll get the kill. Nonetheless, Crimbo is there to respond, and Liaz alone versus 2, but it's only the one on the site. Pushes through the incendiary. He'll have the space to find the first, dodging the flashbang, but not finding the head. An incendiary deployed to extend the deal. Still one more to go. Rigon is low around the corner. The defuse is stuck. Rigon is pushing. He gets it done. Big Clan barely taking it away.
And I thought Rigon was trapped. His position did not look great. I mean, even with the fact that they had no idea that he could be inside of spawn, the fact that there was this timing hit towards those tunnels, it could have felt like FlyQuest had done enough. All the stalling, even the play from Liaz to go past that Molotov, the smoke working against Big in that very moment. So many chances and so very close. Big thought they could have just performed that split, and the reason Dexter, of course, is trying to take those tunnels is that there was opportunity. But those rounds are far from comfortable.
Yeah.
Even though Big will be satisfied that they get it, they punish these aggressive moves through smokes. They get these hidden elements, and it's still so close.
And the worst part about that is, I mean, when Sursen puts his scope away, it's like Big just completely lose control of when that smoke is supposed to finish up, right? They saw it blooming. They had that information. Alistair now, this time not dodging the flashes, but also not really being contended with. It's Vexside who's pushing the MP9, but not going fully in. Is the call a B rush right now? It would be the right time for it. Dexter's the only one over here to provide any sort of backup, and he's missed the chance to throw a flash, now fully blinded himself, and Big will quickly swarm this site and pretty much guarantee their third.
Yeah, FlyQuest are going to instantly save off of that call. I mean, the timing just really going against FlyQuest there. A nade pulled on one of their players that should effectively be that first contact. You know, trying to line up a flash so we can maybe get a better position, but Big choose the perfect moment to burst into B. It is a great call, even with the limited presence and pressure thrown by Big across the map. FlyQuest were none the wiser that Big were composing themselves in this way. And we had this conversation about Alistair and the consistency that he has brought in finding these opening duels. In these past couple of rounds, that has not been the case. Big have been able to bypass him by simply not offering up those same fights. Can they avoid him for the rest of the half? He will still hold on to that AWP. There will still be a buy looming.
I mean, on paper, it's only 3 more rounds, but that sounds like so much. And unfortunately for Big, their own AWPer has never gotten activated. He's still 1 and 8. So where you'd hope that you have some sort of response, some sort of even backlash from Sursen, it's not happening. He's not a presence on this map.
And also, as the half continues, you know, because of what has worked in finding these picks with Alistair, do you start to add a bit more variety? We saw Dexter push those lower tunnels as well in a prior round. Do we still have the versatility available to catch Big out? And, well, this is certainly a way you can flex those muscles. Alistair took that challenge in through mid, saw nothing, but it was a boost just to make sure that there was no lower pressure. Alistair is on short and ready to greet Rigon. Flash will be good. It will take him off the angle, but there are many places being perused, and it's a great flash timing there from Dexter. In's able to lap up a Crimbo creeping. And a quick flip from Alistair that will find no success. But there is no punishment for it.
Yeah, even the grenade is largely avoided the damage. He stutters, steps a little bit more so that he still has most of his HP alive. And Big also still don't know that there's 2 USBs available on the other side, right? They have no idea that the only thing stopping them from taking over B is Vexite and his standard issue pistol. In the meanwhile, he's being given another chance. Dabson, not only is he dead, he's also dropped the bomb. And while that's happened, Alistair's got another frag. FlyQuest haven't recovered any weapons. All of the bases of individual plays in a single flash out long. It feels like they've already taken this round. There's still hope, but that hope now rests on the shoulders of JDC.
And they should be able to squeak together another buy. It may not be everything that they could possibly desire, but they will try their hand at it. Searson out from long, and they were just hoping that they could pincer with just these 2 remaining players. JDC, just no time to make this work. Even if he does the damage, it's not like it's inconsequential for FlyQuest to lose these members.
They know that too, though.
And so that's why they allow JDC to hold on to this AK.
3 safe weapons going forward, and I mean, you asked about it, right? Is this where maybe we start seeing something other than Alistair? But they didn't really have a choice other than what they did with the weapons they were provided. They split up the utility a little bit more. They give Vexite the incendiary, so the B site feels more defended, even if it isn't.
But also this time they don't get caught by Crimbo creeping that smoke. Previously he gets a double kill, you know, JDC from short. The round doesn't build the same way as Big had found success earlier on.
Searson pulls out a flashbang at the worst possible time, exactly when he needed to punish, but at least he has teammates to do just that.
Yeah, much faster paced here from Big, already just to take that mid control and catching Alistair lingering a little too long. Flash dodge and actually catching JDC, so it doesn't give himself a fair duel.
Last time from Dexter, Raygon is just out in the open. Dexter's got 2, and as he's backing off, he won't be able to deploy the incendiary, but it's still a 3-on-3. Inns is here to recover the territory that Dexter felt like he'd lost, and as Inns will reveal that fact as well, he also has the incendiary, he also has the smoke to continue to delay this T side.
Yeah, and he can effectively funnel them this way. By throwing that Molotov, he could have even maybe thrown a smoke, but rotating CT maybe as well to stop them getting up through short. But Big have not made their intentions clear just yet. Dealing with Dexter does mean that there is a lapse of support towards B. And once again, it's Crimbo that is able to slide out into a great position. Could catch Vexite completely off guard.
FlyQuest are very aware of it, though. Vexite was watching out for that mid position before as well, but now with the time where it is, he doesn't really have a choice. Right, he has to just tunnel in, and he was hoping Liaz would be there on time to prevent that from happening, but Liaz was also worried about showing footsteps. Now, though, it's a 2-on-2. There's no offensive utility available for the CT side to retake, so it has to be just peaks. Maybe Inns can throw a flashbang, and that's what they are relying on. But JDC nearby is dodged the first one, not the second. He's gone, he's out. Searson's revealed position. And although he's been quiet so far, this is his opportunity to shine, an opportunity not taken. FlyQuest at 9 feel like they may have done it. Only another step to cross, but it'll have to be done in that second half.
Went straight for the title, no time to idle. I'm finna get it, put that on the Bible. This is survival. Gotta treat every move made like the final. One by a mile. Nobody believe it, they all in denial. Hey, look at me, look at me. Still in the show, that's the crook in me. They want me gone with the hook in me. Asking why is he here like I shouldn't be. I've been on grind since I dove. 10,000 hours the motto. They see the bag is coming out, they flocking to me like I won the lotto. Dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Snakes in the grass, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Saw they be scheming and said adios. Get it, don't mind it. Ay, back back with a vengeance, back on the grinds, back to the business. Hey, God is my witness, they watching my moves, I shows they binging. Hey, best keep distance, all of my haters send best the wishes. I get to the bag with the quickness, no, I don't need no assistance, no. Yeah, no playing it safe. I said let's get it, you say not today. What can I say? You ain't gon' go for it, get out the way. Yeah, got no time to waste. Can't be with me if you're not at my pace. You're not at my level, you're not in my race. One foot on the gas, I'm pushing the brakes. Dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Facing the crash, they're getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Saw they was scheming and said adios. Yeah, I gotta get it. Yeah, by any means. I gotta get it, the mindset. I gotta get it, the mindset. I gotta get it, the mindset.
Big's fight has been long and labored, but will this finish for FlyQuest be short and sweet? One chance right here, and it all starts with the pistol round if the German side want to mount a comeback.
Already entering this map, FlyQuest were able to break the curse of never winning a pistol across the maps in this series. And maybe they can put one together here on this T side too. Big currently playing very vacant towards A, and that's where FlyQuest are currently en route. But JDC, he'll catch Inch just as he attempts the cross, and they lose even more than that, just health as well as Liaz en route.
Bomb will at the very least be planted. Tapson's head will also be feeling a little bit light, and Vexside says, I might as well divorce you off it. Continues in underneath, but somehow Rigon even gets the frag. I have no idea how he gets the adjustment, but I have no idea how Alistair's going to fight back over here either. He sees the first, but he just can't take it down. Alistair struggling to keep up with the heads that keep popping up, but these moles will not be masked Alistair.
It's a 10-second stick. They have no kids.
And he's got the chance to maybe jump up and interrupt, but not with the way the bomb was planted.
Yeah, I guess a little troubling perhaps for Big if they hadn't found those 2 kills on the cross, but by whittling down those numbers and recognition immediately that they went for just all armor, they were ready to fight. They wanted them.
I mean, even Rigon's kill over here, I don't know if we'll see in the replay or not, but even Rigon's kill was kind of crazy. Look at that.
Yeah, while Vexside's falling.
And this was what was needed. If Big Clan want to make it work, this was what was needed. FlyQuest still at the very least do come in with a force spike courtesy of that bomb plant, and they've prioritized utility. This is what I like about it, right? They want to take those isolated fights that Dust 2 offers, and Alistair's the one to go out. No, keep your gun out, Alistair. And unfortunately, he can't even have his teammates out. Crimbo's the one taking him to dinner and making him look silly.
Oh, that's a great 4K there from Crimbo against the force buy. Like you said, a little misinput there from Alistair as he pulled out utility. May have lost focus on where his next fight was likely to be, but Crimbo's position inside of Pit just so difficult to get past. It is the man who started with this series with a hot hand. That could be a driving force once again for them here on Dust 2. You just got into so many great positions, even on that T side, and Dexter Can't do anything but hold up your head and hands and just think what you could have actually done in that position. Ins and Vexite, though, do actually find some kills. So they break into B on this low investment, and they'll get a plant for it.
They also have an MP9, and Vexite's pretty healthy. He's going to find another kill. Sursen's down on the deck, and now Tabson's feeling a little bit scared. Great Incendiary is going to push Vexite out of position, but remember, that's a CT side Incendiary. He can wait and let his teammates double swing with him. That double swing will not matter. Crimble will shut him down. So, Big Clan will at the very least come out on top, but they lose a lot.
Yeah, another nervy anti-eco from Big Clan, isn't it?
Yeah, those creases on Crimble's forehead aren't going anywhere.
Yeah, they are not going to be happy with that, losing a lot. And FlyQuest gaining quite a bit. They posture themselves up in a position where they can break the money of Big in the following gun round, as well as get the extra money from the plant. So all the bells and whistles available. Full util there for Alistair on the AWP as well.
Same being brought out from Sursen. Maybe the timeout was enough to rewire a little bit of what was going on up in the head, because he will be necessary. The other side is not quieting down. Alistair's voice has been loud and proud. And now that he's located his next potential victim, a Molotov to try and whittle down Rigon, he'll live. But he will lose a lot of that life.
Really nice moves there from Rigon as well, waiting for the smoke and then able to escape the second Molotov as well.
Meanwhile, Tabson's taken down on long. Ins the one to pressure through. The A side broke it up, but maybe Crimbo can stop them from CT. He's going to wait for the cross and hope to catch them on it. Remember, he's the one who got the kill through the smoke with the USP as well. It would be nice to see it happen twice over if you're a fan of the German side, but Crimbo instead plays it patient and locates Dexter.
That's incredibly dangerous. Planter on the side as well. HE landing right in his face. Back to a 3-on-3 where FlyQuest may have had those advantages.
Alistair is going to completely cordon off short, so Lias can tunnel vision down into CT, and he's found Sursen as well. Again and again, that head-to-head goes his way, and Lias is waiting. He knows what's coming his way. It's Crimbo offering himself up. FlyQuest may have let that become competitive, but they're the ones who benefit from that competition. Big lose everyone.
Yeah, by bringing it back into a 3-on-3, Big think they can suddenly go in back in for that retake, and then they lose everybody without a kill to show for it. Their money was actually in a decent place had they saved a couple of rifles so they can get a full buyout, but now without that, they'll have to make consolations or concessions, and you know that they're going to feel proud about that one. Alistair, great patience in that late round too.
Sursen, nice tag on his Ins, but it's not quite what you wanted. At least it's something. Ins will be made a little bit more weak. If they want to just leave him behind and let him be the lurk, he'll be a bit more limited in his options. Meanwhile, Alistair is the one exploring his own options.
And given that Searson has this AWP, we need him to show up for it.
Yeah.
4 and 12, he didn't have a great T-side half. Even when he had that open hand, it was the Alistair show through and through.
And this entire tournament, Sursen's been giving interviews and talking about how, oh yeah, I stopped overthinking. I stopped thinking about X, Y, and Z and only thinking about what's in front of me. What's in front of you are some supercharged Australians. And they're really in front of you. A missed shot means that they have a chance to start scaling up, but Sursen's done the same to go back to the site and back to short.
He'll try and catch them on the transition to the bomb site itself, but it's actually caught by Dexter. A fantastic headshot. He delivers on 2. The in-game leader stepping up. They breach this A bomb site, and while Rigon sits close by, JDC looks to join him. FlyQuest already at 10 ahead, offered up by that car, and JDC's found a double instantly. Rigon as well will make it 3. Alistair, he has been a hallmark for the success of FlyQuest at this tournament. But he needs to deliver in the clutch.
And he doesn't have the time to do it either, Michael.
And Big have separated. It'll be hard to read.
You'll at least get the bomb plant down. JDC doesn't want to peek out. He's incredibly low. JDC's position should be somewhat known to Alistair over here, but it will not matter. He had an idea that JDC could have been around on the bomb site. Even if not him, Rigon could have been the second man. But at the end of the day, it is John De Castro again to save Big Clan's hide.
It really does feel like he's got impeccable timing.
Yeah.
He puts on a cape and he just finds a critical multi-kill. Happened on Vertigo all the same as well when things were looking very dire.
Twice over.
And Dust2 is no exception to that. A momentary 2-on-4 presented to Big.
I mean, you look over towards Ancient and that flank that he puts up where he's pushing through middle. You look over towards Vertigo and the multi-kills that he gets 2 rounds in a row. Now it's over here on Dust2. Every single time Big Clan has been on the route to a comeback, he has been in the driver's seat.
And while there may be disappointment for FlyQuest in that round, Dexter getting the entry, they had, 3 kills breaching A. Maybe a quick discussion just to slow things down once again. As we've moved further and further into these finals, that style that we've seen so much from FlyQuest, this stop, start, it hasn't carried over in the same way here on Dust2. They want that pick. They want to run with the punches. Because as they've slowed down, Big have actually been able to claw a lot of kills back.
Double up now from Big Clan. They've decided that if FlyQuest are going to be getting aggressive, they're going to counter it out with the biggest stopping power you've ever seen. Maybe this way you can finally get some more kills. JDC will deliver where Surson has been lacking, and that won't matter if he can get the win in the end. Who will return? It's Alistair to get the response. Brings it back to a 2-on-3, but Rigon is waiting behind the flames.
His position is so damn good. It will not be cleared. It will not be looked for. And his head has been taken off. Alistair has to nail Rigon, but he just cannot hit the shot. It is once again JDC. The impact he is having in these rounds where Big need it most. A lineup on that AWP.
And maybe this is where FlyQuest start to sweat a little bit more. You haven't had to deal with that AWP as a consideration on your T side so far. Not at all. But if you're going to have double AWPs coming in, JDC's not the only one who knows how to wield it. Now, he will be the one prioritized for it. Surson's also getting involved now. The long range is no longer dominated only by the Australians. It is both Surson and JDC coming into play, and a half buy from FlyQuest will give them nothing. Or maybe nothing so far. Backside peeks out, head taken off, and Alistair's looking to replace him in middle. Surson on the other side's feeling a little bit sweaty, but this B bomb site's looking a low lot empty.
Yeah, they know Rigon is the anchor, and if he's making his move, then this bomb site should be open for business. JDC does hold that cross with the ult, but he misses. He's not actually going to take that shot, just catching a glimpse, so they know that that plan has come through for FlyQuest. But where is Vexite? Is he still lingering around, or did he provide some support? He knows that all of them are rotating through CT, but Alistair only has a Glock to defend with. Up close, he'll hit the shot, he'll hit the burst. Vexite finishing the job, but Crimbo able to cover their flank. Big are able to dispel these pistols and get themselves to 9. They came into this half trailing 9-3, and FlyQuest have been stuck, dreaded, with only 1 round of success here on this attack.
And it's looking a whole lot like what we had in Ancient. FlyQuest start off with an explosive first half, and Big Clan in the second clawed their way back round by round, started by what JDC did and then followed up with the momentum they get.
That thread may be the same, but you worry about whether the finish will be. Now that Searson is hitting more shots on this AWP as well, maybe inspired by JDC. I brought the notion coming into this map that Big had been a slumber, but different pieces coming online at differing moments, where Alistair was finding so much success so consistently. Where are these other stars now to rear their head? Dexter, honestly, has looked the most lethal in some of these T-side rounds.
And he has to put himself in position. It's hard to even get there in these past few. Alistair's a smoke off middle. Inns, the man who you would ordinarily look towards to start popping off, is still a little bit lackadaisical on the server. He's got all right numbers, but all right doesn't cut it in a grand finals. JDC feeling lonely. And the company he might have coming over is not the one that he wants. Molotov to force him away, but it will not spread. He'll still smoke it off.
Even if it doesn't flush him out, it could still pin him in position. So the smoke is preemptive.
Inns is waiting for this aggression, but he has to be careful. Pulling out utility as well. Inns backs off as Crimbo moves into long doors, and JDC will replace the presence they once had on short. There's 3 players lining up for him. JDC could be asking for a lot. Dex side and Dexter will fall, and Inns is soon to follow. FlyQuest setup will come to shreds, and now they'll have to pick up the pieces with time ticking down. Tabson waiting around the corner, and an incendiary to force him away, and he will fall to that very Molotov. Alistair now finds a second. They're getting stuck in their scaling though, and there's an open hot pursuit. Surson doesn't reveal, Crimbo does, and Surson will be the first one to be peeked. Shows himself off. Alistair's got info, but he needs an ace. He repositions. He's dodged out Crimbo's crosshair. Surson needs to be the one to push forward. They both have kits, and they're hoping that Alistair will be the one to make a mistake. And sure, he might still be worried about both. He's choosing between options. And he might be spoiled for choice, but he doesn't want to be spoiled on the server. One away, Crimbo nearby, closing the distance. A no-scope and an ace to break the drought. They still stand tall.
A 2-on-4, or 2-on-5, sorry. They found 3 uncontested kills, but they get up short. And it is 4 rippers from Alistair. This
Full
man
ace
has been electric. He has been more than you could ask for.
He's been more than maybe he even thought he would give.
I just can't believe it. It's another 4K from Alistair. A crucial moment for it. 20 kills to his name.
God damn.
And where he had slowed down slightly. Do you think he's feeling confident now?
I don't think he ever stopped feeling confident. I will say that. Listen, don't disrespect Alistair like that. But you know who is feeling confident? It's JDC. And maybe desperate is a better word than confident, but if it gets the kill, it gets the job done. Dexter's got no idea, and Liaz might have been given the call that it's clear, but JDC himself needs to be careful about the timing. There's util being deployed on either side. He's going to catch them out no matter where he goes, and he clears out B. Is that the call for Dexter to push back and refrag? It might be. JDC around the corner. Now he's the one with a smoke in his hand. He's the one with his gun away.
And the question will be, was that the right choice for JDC to make? There was a lot of noise in through mid as well. They could have disrupted entirely. Time is low here, though, for FlyQuest. 30 seconds and they start to make their move. A smoke that lands towards the A side, but they're still not making their steps just yet. This will be hard to decide. Crimbo, his position is pivotal. When time is low, Goose is hard to clear, and Searson will hit his shot just as they attempt to cross. He gets tagged, and Crimbo, while he gets his one, it doesn't stop this plant from coming in.
Always a man disadvantage is always the reclamation. Dexter again with a nade to weaken. Rigon's not feeling it. He's not got a gun. He's not got a chance. And Searson alone, praised by many as we headed into Atlanta, called upon for the man who has improved drastically. The man who since the player break has been completely different. But right now, I don't know what he can do. I don't know what he has done.
Alistair has been the best AWPer at this tournament.
No doubt about it. In a tournament with Zorte, in a tournament with Story, in a tournament with Slacks, with Searson. The one who stands above all is the man who comes from down below.
And it's not just about his kills that he finds, it is the impact through which it is felt. The implications in the server. Searson currently wishes he could even live in the shadow of what Alistair is displaying. And it's another one of these cobbled together buys. How can't you? FlyQuest find themselves at 12. They could lift the trophy should they find one more, but these SMGs are swarming spots. FlyQuest, a very cautious approach.
Oh. Rare miss, but so much information about the rotation back to A. FlyQuest will want to recede. Big Clan know that they now have to make a move. Sursen's the one to do it. Gets a tag, but not the bag. Dexter still alive. He will not be for long.
But it's 4 towards long. They wanted to just brute force it and hope that FlyQuest were there, greeted. Instead, it's Rigon that will be pressured. One man to stop them into B, but Liaz guns him down. It's back to 4-on-4, and Crimbo tagged on the cross. Alistair will not stick around to find out just how many swarm him. They don't have util. They will have no kits. Searson, another tag, but it will not be a kill. How can they break it? How can they get back in? Tabston, he just dives straight in. Alistair and Vexite, they hold the line and just jumping through smokes. It's JDC. He might be great, but this is far too much. FlyQuest have done it. They have gone to Atlanta. They have crossed many a sea just to lift a damn trophy. This team has improved tenfold.
A revenge 4 years in the making. Dexter and Inns knocked down at Leipzig, stand tall at Atlanta.
How did they do it this way? I couldn't quite believe what I was seeing when Alistair was delivering moment after moment. It didn't seem like pressure got to this FlyQuest team where it might have been a problem for them before. They played with composure. They played with vigor, and they always had a way back in.
It's been 7 long years. It's been a 7-year-long drought for Australia. 5 fresh players will be the ones to finally claim a trophy one more time. Led by a spurned in-game leader, rejected from Europe, he will now come to crush it in America.
Dexter definitely had a lot on his plate, a lot of expectations that may have been missed initially, but man, this team is looking lethal.
And now for Dexter, now for the boys, it's not a plate, it's a trophy!
Give them a moment. Dexter, here, I'm gonna catch you here. It's been a long journey. Nearly a year ago at this point, you came back home to an Australian team. You came back to old teammates, comrades standing behind you. Now you've got a trophy for FlyQuest. You've got a trophy for a full Australian team. What's on your mind right now?
Nothing. It's pretty insane. I don't know. It was crazy. I appreciate it so much. It's a huge accomplishment for the scene, and it's like, yeah, it's everything I could wish for.
And you're a guy who leads from the front. Every time you need to open up a breach, it's fearless, it's straight into the fray, straight in, leading not just in the calls, but in the barrel of the gun as well. What spurred this individual performance?
Did I even play good? I don't even know.
You played awesome, my friend. Did he play good, Atlanta? I'll let you off the hook for now, because I gotta interrogate some more guys. Alistair, you've been under the microscope, in the crosshair for so many, but here on the stage in Atlanta, you've flown high, you have ascended, you were taking over in the server on Dust 2. What spurred you forward?
I think after my recent form, I reflected a lot and utilized a lot of my resources in FlyQuest. The boys are always pushing me forward and, you know, not putting me down or blaming me for anything. So I'm glad that today I could show like a good performance for them, because they have always had my back.
Whether it was no scopes, quick scopes, flicks, crazy rounds, it felt like there was never a clutch that was out of your reach. Is this just a new form we can expect from now on going forward?
I'm going to do it as much as I can for all the boys.
What do we think, Atlanta? I got one more question. Liaz, how's that jet lag feel now?
I want to go to bed.
Well, I guess you can go to bed now. You might have a new bedfellow, though. Atlanta, one more time, make some noise for FlyQuest!
You know, Alan, I never doubted. From the get-go, I knew FlyQuest would be our ESL Challenger Atlanta winners. Called it.
Potentially so, yeah. Made us sweat a little bit here, and I'm sure all the fans and all the organisation, family and friends of the players had their hearts in their mouths in that second half when it started going a little bit south, because that was looking like deja vu from earlier in this series. But, you know, by an inch or a mile, stumbling over the finish line, it doesn't matter, does it? They've got the trophy, and it is very well deserved. A little bit scrappy, but nobody's going to remember that. Australia's back on the board.
JRT, they played damn well. They had these moments. I mean, it wasn't always the neatest. It wasn't always the tidiest. Hell, it wasn't the prettiest. But they just clearly wanted it more on the day, because you just saw that raw determination. We spoke about how they couldn't close it out a lot of the time, and you and I were worried, but there on Dust 2, it finally happened.
I think it really, the key moment there was Alistair's 4K and the fist pump. I think that powered them forward, gave them the energy to finally close out a map against Big and lift the trophy. Just unbelievable stuff. Dexter, I can't understand how he's like, did I play well? Are you kidding me? He played well through the entire tournament. I mean, a 1.22 rating across the board. It was unreal what he was able to achieve, Sam.
Okay, how did they get about winning Dust 2 and ultimately closing out this series, boys?
First half was phenomenal. As we said, going into the second, they did start to stumble, but in a way they never did on those first two maps. Maybe a little bit of nature, but certainly not on the second. The individuals saved them towards the end. That clutch from Alistair will stick in my mind for a long time. They had more rounds towards the end as well, where just slim moments of individual brilliance was enough. It meant they never got to the territory that they did on Vertigo when they just, slipped over a little bit towards the end. So yeah, just when they needed them, Dexter included, the individuals took them to this trophy.
Absolutely. No, it was unbelievable stuff coming through from FlyQuest. We saw beautiful first halves on all three maps. In fact, even going back towards the wildcard BO3, they had great first halves there as well, where things started to slip away, but finally they get the answers in that second half of Dust 2. And like you said, I mean, Dexter and Alistair are the stars of this team throughout the entire event. I'm really blown away by what they were able to achieve for this team. And when things were looking a little down, they delivered the individual plays to lift them right back up.
Credit to Big, they put up a good fight.
They did.
Absolutely. I mean, there's times on Vertigo where like this is going to get cleaned up nice and easy. We can go home, have a good nap, but no, Big conspired to keep us here nice and longer. That's still a team in development. We came into this tournament, I mean, a lot of you guys thought I was mad for saying they were the second best team here, but like normal, I'm right. Towards the end, yeah, Big is still growing into their new roles. Regon's getting integrated. JDC's in positions I don't think he's played a lot in the past. But we can see a structure, we can see a formulation that makes sense for the first time in, frankly, a long time with Big. So I think they should be very happy overall with their performance.
Absolutely. My one question for Big coming into this tournament was, are they going to be able to be consistent? Can they get that rhythm going on a consistent basis and get those round victories and map victories? And it looked like yes was the answer right up until we got to that grand final, but I still can't fault them. Like Alan said, I mean, they performed very admirably. Crimbo in particular looking absolutely ridiculous for the squad, and I think they just need a little more consistency maybe from Searson. I thought he was great right up until we got to this final map, but no shame at all from Big throughout this tournament. They did great.
They did an absolutely fantastic job. And we now have our US Air Force aim high. Two players here, and gents, as they come up on the screen, I'd be curious to find out from you who your MVP is for the entire event. Here they are. Where are we leaning?
For me, it's Dexter. No question. I mean, he challenged himself coming into this event. He said, I need to do more. I need to be more present for my team and step it up in terms of the fragging department and lead by example. And what does he do? Exactly that coming into it. I mean, the IGL getting 140 frags and comparing him to a rifler at only 20 more kills on the board is ridiculous. Dexter's my MVP, no question.
It was a fabulous effort by Grimbo. Had Big won this grand final, he would indeed be the MVP.
Yeah.
But yes, indeed, I'll take Dexter. It's not just the individual; it's the leadership, it's the talismanship, it's the change in play style, the change in philosophy from some of their earlier tournaments, and you have to imagine it stems from that man right there because the CS they played here was shocking to us in a marvelous way. They were aggressive, proactive, especially on the defense in manners they have not been in their previous defeats in some of their tournaments where they wanted better results. But here, they learned their lessons. They played like those young kids. They got aggressive, and they made it work.
I think they wanted him to sign the camera lens there, and it backfired because he didn't have a pen. But there you go. We have one more thing that we do need to touch on because I know there was a bunch of people voting at home. It is that 1xBet clutch of the tournament. Where do we think this went?
Yeah. I mean, I would go maybe clutch of the tournament or the final.
I tell you what, let's just put it up. Let's just put it up. Everyone was voting for it. Here we go. This is your winning moment.
Let's get it soon. The reason we hesitate is because the grand final had so many marvelous clutches that it's like it's a bit of a shame we had to produce it before. But Slimy's not a bad choice. I mean, this round in the moment felt unwinnable, and he did tremendous work. So Aussies all round, John, are featuring well in our post show today.
Absolutely. You know, this is incredible by Slimy. A lot of credit to it. Rooster, if anything, from what we saw here, they're able to get clutches. Like they've delivered more of those, unfortunately, than map victories, but it was still fun to watch.
Slimy was really lucky that you got to vote at the start of this, because otherwise it would have been a very different
It would be
outcome.
Alistair. Exactly. He's got about 4 choices from that grand
Absolutely.
final.
That's what I wanted to say. Like Alistair's 4K right there in the final. That's my highlight, honestly.
Okay, so final thoughts now as we take a look at FlyQuest. They're prepping for the RMRs. That's obviously where their next focus is going to be. This is a really good place to start that prep.
Absolutely. I think the question for me now becomes, can they keep this up? You know, teams now are aware, okay, FlyQuest is changing their style. There's going to be a different look to them moving forward. So I think this could give them some tape, but I still think it gives FlyQuest the advantage because there's not much time to adapt to this. And I'm impressed that they were able to change things up so quickly and effectively in terms of the aggression that they're employing right now on all maps.
Yeah, I think given the performance here, it's somewhat a given that they will make the major if they're going to play this level of Counter-Strike. So we're looking ahead to said major, playing international teams. Can they progress into later stages? That is the crux. The CS they're playing here would certainly put them in the contention to get at least to the secondary stage of the major.
There it is, your final standings. Your winners are FlyQuest and the Germans. Big take second place. A lot of these teams are prepping for that RMR contention, so it'll be interesting to see how that journey continues. You got to see them first here on LAN to determine who may rise up even further than where they've been. Gents, it's been an absolute blast. This did not play out at all like anyone expected, right? We were all banking on that M80 SAW final, but the Australians have to upset everyone.
Yeah, I really want to see M80 in the final. Like, for once, maybe an NA team, even wildcard. I mean, they had a good opportunity to make it, but...
John, every single time we work together, we have this conversation. Every single time you're devastated. It's always a North American event, and you're always devastated that a North American team didn't make the final.
I just want to see it. I just want to see it one time. But honestly, I'm still excited about North American Counter-Strike in general. There's a lot to be hyped about, and I think the RMR is going to deliver a lot of surprises too.
I think he did a really good job of not trying to claim FlyQuest because they are signed to a North American organization, Alan. He could have
give them time. They're good at appropriating foreign assets, are the Americans. But yeah, all in all, an excellent tournament. And it's also one that we came into saying, you know, frankly, the team list looks a bit less depth, let's say, than some of the other events, but the teams grew throughout the tournament. Of course, 2 teams in the final that not a lot of you guys would have expected. So it grew and grew and grew. We ended up with a great event in the end.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are done here, but there is another ESL Challenger coming up in the next few weeks. However, if you need your Counter-Strike fix, then don't worry, because I think it's in like 10 hours. You can watch IEM Rio, so there you go. But have a good evening. If you're in Atlanta, have a good morning. If you're with us in Europe, we'll see you soon.
I could walk through fire, blow up the storm and see the light, yeah. I told my friends that I could run on water, and they said nobody can. They'll see me flying through the sky, yeah. Play hide and seek behind the clouds. I show my friends that I'm not scared of dreaming, and I'll do that again, over and over again. Suddenly, the heart and chest feels heavy. The calm is just a memory. It's failing me, and I know I could never surrender. My beating heart, it won't give up. As long as I am here, I'll never stop. They say I can't, I say, so what? Just watch me go like a supernova. My beating heart is like a drum. You know I run through life forever, yeah. They say I can't, I say, so what? Just watch me go like a supernova. Light up the dark, I'm superhuman. I'm spreading stardust into oceans. I wanna go up high and close my eyes to places nobody found. I'll never come down. Suddenly, the heart and chest feels heavenly. The calm is not a memory. It's here with me, and I know I will never surrender. My beating heart, it won't give up. As long as I am here, I'll never stop. They say I can't, I say, so what? Just watch me go like a supernova. My beating heart hits like a drum. You know I run through life forever, young. They say I can't, I say, so what? Just watch me go like a supernova. My beating heart, it won't give up. As long as I am here, I'll never stop. They say I can't, I say, so what? So what? So what? So what? So what? My beating heart hits like a drum. You know I run through life forever, young. They say I can't, I say, so what? Just watch me go like a supernova.
It's the arrival. I came in the league, went straight for the title. No time to idle. I'm finna get it, put that on the Bible. This is survival. Gotta treat every move made like the final. One by a mile. Nobody believe it, they all in denial. Hey, look at me, look at me. Still in the show, that's the crook in me. They want me gone with the hook in me. Asking why is he here like I shouldn't be. I've been on grind since Otto. 10,000 hours the motto. They see the bag is coming out, they flocking to me like I won the lotto. Dancing with the devil, there's no recital. I'm killing competition, ain't no revival. I shoot it to kill it, I'm aiming for vitals. I'm showing no mercy when facing my rivals. Snakes in the grass, they getting exposed. I know they be lurking, I'm watching them close. Acting like friends, but really they foes. Saw they be scheming and said adios.